Just like many other stories, the male lead wakes up to find he has been transported into a character in a game. And this happens to be a game he created himself. The game is called Ahon's Heroic Legend. It's about an academy where endless dangerous events unfold, one after another. Even when the apocalypse hits, life in this game just keeps going. But that's not really the issue. The game's main character, let's call him the MC, is supposed to easily solve every problem the author throws at him. The problem is, our protagonist isn't quite so lucky. He accidentally transmigrated into a character who was only added as an afterthought. Corin plays the role of an NPC in the beginner quest, the place where the game's actual main hero is supposed to save all the villagers. If things follow the original plot, everything would be resolved easily, but it's not that simple. The game's MC is named Park Sihu. Interestingly, he is also a player who possesses this RPG, meaning he also transmigrated here. But there is a huge difference between Park Sihu and Corin. Besides his overwhelming power as the protagonist, Park Sihu was given a player's perk, a stat window. The problem is, Park Sihu has never played this game before, but Corin makes up for that. He has played every single chapter of this game and knows every path and secret. You could say Corin is the expert on this Ahon's Heroic Legend game. With him as his mentor and guide, Park Sihu is living the dream. Corin has all the game knowledge. Park Sihu has the stat window and the player system. And so, the two of them stick together. Like a perfect duo, they clear stage after stage. They save many lives, achieve great things, and most importantly, prevent the apocalypse and hope to return to their real world. You think everything would stay perfect and continue smoothly until the end, but no, it couldn't possibly be that simple. Everything has just begun. The only disappointment Corin feels is that everyone here is, well, let's just say things aren't right. As for why, we have to keep watching to find out. It definitely won't disappoint. The appeal of this game includes fantasy elements, a variety of heroic legends, and even fantasy dating sims. Basically, there wasn't any cheesy romance for the MC. If there were female characters, they'd just join the party for a mission, and then it was back to just the guys. This is something Corin will regret until his dying day. He should have realized something was wrong much sooner. When the Sword Empress's granddaughter died on her way to the memorial, or when the first boss, Marietta Dunalbev, suddenly vanished along with countless other mysterious deaths and disappearances. These events didn't exist in the original plot. And most importantly, it was all about the way Park Sihu, who was always by his side, was thinking. Corin should have sensed something was off from the start and questioned the guy's true personality, even just a little. Marietta Dunalbev was the final boss and a heroine of the game. But until now, Corin has never met her because she disappeared so mysteriously. But one day, Corin unexpectedly discovers a hidden artifact, Mari's staff, in a secret underground room belonging to Park Sihu. Not only that, this place also contained artifacts of other heroines, like Elisa Aiden's Odachi, the heroine Jira's hammer, and Elle's spellbook. And the most terrifying part, the body of Marietta was being kept in a glass chamber filled with red liquid. Upon being discovered, Park Sihu doesn't look worried at all. On the contrary, he reveals his truly terrifying and twisted nature. Corin demands an explanation for all of this. Sihu calmly replies that, after all, Marietta was just a high-level vampire. Her blood is valuable, so he couldn't let it go to waste. That's why Park Sihu captured her and brought her here to drain her blood. Thinking back, Corin had also drunk a small bottle of medicine Park Sihu gave him that afternoon. He said it was just a regular recovery potion. But Corin never imagined that it was actually blood taken from Marietta. Corin collapses. Sihu's expression has turned cold and terrifying. He had been building this place for a long time. Just this operation with Marietta took an entire month. Sihu did all of this just because he wanted to finish the plot faster. He complained that Corin's way of playing was too boring and tedious. Why not just take out all these characters and be done with it? In reality, Park Sihu isn't the newbie he claimed to be. Not only is he not a beginner, but he is a seasoned pro at this game. To put it bluntly, Park Sihu is the true monster of this game. With the total number of characters he's already killed, he only needs 3 more to reach 100,000. Corin feels disgusted by this jerk and lunges forward to grab Park Sihu by the collar. Sihu doesn't resist, calmly and coldly saying that they are just NPCs in a game, so why is Corin getting so worked up over nothing? Corin is helpless, feeling a disappointment so deep he can't even describe it. He reaches into Park Sihu's coat, questioning why he needs the Odachi if he's so obsessed with mission efficiency. Mages don't use night weapons, and those potions could easily be made through the system menu. Park Sihu gives a shallow laugh. His face is cold, and his eyes turn red, looking exactly like a demon. It's terrifying. With a gentle push, Corin is sent flying, slamming into the wall and ending up covered in blood. Sihu is acting like a madman now. He keeps rambling on about how he did all of this just for Corin's sake. He says Corin should have seen him as his reason for living, his entire world, instead of caring about those female characters. Wait, hold on a second. That's right. Just as you're all thinking, Corin is standing there completely stunned, with a giant question mark over his head. At this point, Park Sihu stops holding back and reveals his true colors to everyone. Just as you suspected, Park Sihu is in love with Corin. At first, Corin can't believe it. They've gone through 199 chapters. The story has been high fantasy action, and now it's a boy's love twist in the final chapter. No way. A terrifying dark aura erupts from Park Sihu. The only reason the entire party is made up of guys is because he secretly eliminated all the female characters from the very beginning. He doesn't care about any of the other guys. The only person he loves is Corin. Man, this is chilling. Even Corin can't take it anymore and lunges forward to punch Park Sihu square in the face. He can't believe this guy is such a pervert. Corin's entire life was almost ruined by this creep. Corin was just about to bolt, but Sihu quickly pinned him down with magic. And to make matters worse, he was tied up in that incredibly suggestive position no one should ever see. It was unbelievable. But it didn't end there. Park Sihu kept spouting lines that any overbearing, cliché villain would say to his damsel. You can't escape me. I'll bind you to me forever. You're mine, because in this fake world, you're the only thing that's real. By this point, Corin was honestly feeling sick to his stomach, but given the situation, there was nothing he could do. Once those tears fell, it meant game over. Sihu had clearly been plotting this for a long time. He began constructing the magic circle to trigger the final chapter of the game. To Park Sihu, once this fake world ended, he and Corin would be together forever. Sihu had always operated alone, so perhaps even being the final boss wouldn't be too much for him. Corin could only lie there, waiting for a fate worse than death to strike. Just then, the system warning blared. Player terminated. Mission failed. It seems Sihu hadn't been lucky enough to win the final round. But when you win, you're the king, and when you lose, you get a retry. At least fate didn't abandon a good guy like Corin. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in bed, 3 years in the past. This was undoubtedly the golden opportunity heaven had granted him. He clenched his fists, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. He absolutely had to kill that player. There was an in-game event called the Roton Dam Collapse. During a mission to subdue river monsters, the dam suddenly burst, sweeping away an entire village. Thousands of water monsters poured out, and countless innocent people drowned. It was a truly horrific scene, and yet, back then, Park Sihu had been disturbingly thrilled. Corin, being naive at the time, hadn't understood why that jerk looked so gleeful. Looking back, even with dozens of lives lost, the only thing Sihu cared about was the experience points he gained. Remembering his words back then, just 3 more lives to reach 100,000 was enough to make Corin go mad with disgust. With the current situation, Corin could absolutely stop that demon right now. Right now, Park Sihu was only at level 5, just like him. The factors that made him and other players strong were all at the Modan Academy. After enrolling, Sihu's power would increase significantly. He hadn't turned into a monster yet, but there was no telling how fast he would grow after entering the academy. There were only 5 days left until the entrance ceremony. So, the only way to eliminate Park Sihu was right now. And the mushrooms Corin held in his hand would be a useful tool for this. Back to the main plot unfolding. Tonight, Sihu had a mission. A wagon heading to Muad'Dib City was intercepted by forest monsters. He needed to protect everyone, including the guards, until it was repaired. For this mission, Sihu was accompanied by 2 side characters, Lon and Laura. Just as they were about to board the wagon, a terrifying roar echoed out. Something lunged from the bushes at lightning speed toward them. Without hesitation, the 2 drew their swords, ready to fight. With that terrifying shriek, it was clearly a level 2 werewolf monster. Corin, hiding in the bushes nearby, hadn't expected things to start so fast. He couldn't jump out to help or provide support now. If only he'd had time to prepare, he could have saved them. After distracting the beasts so the wagon and the others could escape, Park Sihu immediately charged toward the werewolf. Corin needed to verify, before intervening, whether this Park Sihu was truly the hero who would save the world or just another player like himself. Facing the werewolf, Sihu's face suddenly twisted into a terrifyingly excited grin. Right then, an important female character with a sword appeared. She unleashed a beautiful strike right at the monster's neck, but unfortunately, it blocked. This girl was the second daughter of the Aiden family, wielder of the Odachi, one of the 6 King's swords, an influential player in the party, and a character named Alisa Aiden. Sihu had been waiting for this exact moment. He pulled out a hidden dagger, preparing to make his move. In the end, he was still the same trashy Park Sihu from the previous life. Fortunately, Alisa quickly spotted his move and dodged. Still shaken, she asked why he would do such a thing, but Sihu just claimed his hand slipped. The roar of the werewolf snapped her back to reality, and she returned to the fight. The dagger Sihu had used was poisoned. It hadn't hit her, but it had grazed her. Some of the poison had entered her system, but she could still fight normally. Perhaps it was because she was an important NPC. The poison seemed to sap Elisa's strength as she fought the monster. She tried to stay calm, taking a deep breath, closing her eyes to focus her energy, then unleash her signature special move, Flash Blade. Elisa seemed to regain her vigor and instantly lunged at the monster with blinding speed. Park Sihu watched coldly. At this rate, Elisa could easily defeat the massive, ferocious werewolf on her own, and of course, he wouldn't let it end that peacefully. Sihu grabbed the dagger and hurled it at Elisa. This time, it was definitely no accident. Luckily, Elisa was quick-witted and dodged, but the knife was just a distraction. In her momentary distraction, Elisa didn't realize she wandered right into the monster's jaws. Even though she quickly stabbed the beast in the head to finish it off, she herself was pierced by one of the werewolf's fangs. Elisa collapsed to the ground. Sihu, waiting for exactly this, rushed in to snatch the odachi from her. He caressed the blade joyfully, his face turning cold and completely devoid of humanity. Killing an NPC gives experience, doesn't it? Elisa lay on the ground, completely drained of strength. She was on the verge of death. To her eyes, the person in front of her was nothing but a ruthless devil. Seeing this right before dying was truly a tragic fate. Suddenly, a bag full of yellow powder flew into Park Sihu's face. It covered his face and body. Everyone knew exactly who had thrown that bag at him. As he stood there, flustered and angry, searching for the person who had dared to throw stuff at him, a swarm of monsters came rushing toward him. That yellow powder was Tupanic Mushroom, the favorite of forest monsters, covered in a thick layer of spores. Now, in the eyes of the monsters, Park Sihu was. It's like a succulent piece of meat covered in a special sauce. While he was busy fumbling with those forest monsters, Corin quickly stepped out and pulled Elisa into a corner. Thankfully, she was still breathing. Looking at the werewolf in front of him, Corin suddenly had an idea. He walked over and snapped off one of its fangs. Just then, Park Sihu appeared out of nowhere behind Corin. It seemed he had finished off those monsters. Corin calmly stood up and dispatched the 3 horned rats in a heartbeat. Not bad, a voice rang out, catching Park Sihu by surprise. Corin, Park Sihu asked, on high alert. How did you get here? Has this bastard lost his mind? Corin wondered to himself while holding his knife, smiling secretly. If that's the case, even better. Then he spoke up. You're going to hurt yourself holding a sword like that. Park Sihu froze, exclaiming, what, taking advantage of his confusion. Corin lunged forward and threw a handful of powder straight into Park Sihu's face. Park Sihu, unable to react in time, cursed in anger. You bastard. He swung his sword blindly while shouting, die. Corin easily dodged the attack, still finding time to assess the situation. This guy swings his sword clumsily, but he's fast. Still, Park Sihu is physically stronger than me. Corin crouched low to dodge and gritted his teeth. I have to risk it. There's no other way. Corin swung the sharp fang toward Park Sihu, making him frantically dodge. At this point, Corin had almost lost his sense of reason, his hands moving on instinct, unleashing one attack after another. That's right. This fang dagger can pierce his throat and finish him off. Dodge it. Park Sihu was focused entirely on the fang in Corin's hand, using his sword to block every strike. But to his surprise, Corin swung his other dagger without any warning. Park Sihu's eyes widened, but since he was busy blocking the first attack, he had no choice but to stand there and watch. The dagger drove deep into Park Sihu's shoulder. Park Sihu screamed in agony, his face turning pale. His eyes were now filled with fear. Tears threatened to fall at any moment. Corin raised the fang in his other hand high and brought it down quickly onto Park Sihu. A stream of blood gushed out, though the fang didn't pierce Park Sihu's body, but instead embedded itself deep into his hand. Corin stared at Park Sihu, who was struggling to hold him off with tears streaming down his face. But in the end, the outcome was set. Corin pushed with all his might, driving the fang through Sihu's throat, causing blood to spray everywhere. Thank you for everything in my past life, Corin thought to himself. All that remained was the sound of heavy panting. I have to admit, thanks to you, I've become stronger. But even so, I don't regret doing this. Corin pulled the fang out. Having killed the seed of a monster, Corin stood up and looked at the neatly disposed of body. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. The system displayed the character cards for Sihu and Corin along with a series of alerts. Player deceased, calculating anomalies in the main storyline, checking backup world, modifying Corin, testing potential, testing ideology, testing compatibility, checking player logs, transferring previous players' experience to hero Corin, transferring minimum reserve resources for storyline collapse scenarios and minimum stats to run the reserve player program. Corin, class AAA Knight, inheritor of martial arts, reserve player. Corin observed the notifications, panting and deep in thought. A reserve player? So now I have a status window. Suddenly, a coughing sound broke the silence. Corin was startled and turned around. Elisa, covered in syrup, was lying on the ground, struggling to breathe. Elisa Aiden. Corin finally noticed her. He anxiously ran over, cradling Elisa in his arms, and asked kindly, "Are you okay?" "It hurts," Elisa managed to say through her pain. "I can't see anything." Corin let out a sigh of relief. At least she still had the strength to speak. Corin continued, "You're feeling dizzy and can't smell anything, right? Are your ears ringing?" Elisa closed her eyes and mumbled, her speech slurred. How do you know?" Corin looked at her, realizing these symptoms were likely from the poisonous tree frog venom. Corin thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to craft this kind of poison without a status window during the tutorial. If this poison had been crafted at a higher level, you'd be dead already." Corin looked at the fang stuck in Elisa's hip and quickly loosened her belt to find a way to save her. Even though the werewolf fang was still embedded in her, she was in critical condition. "I have to stop the bleeding and neutralize the poison quickly." Corin used the belt to turn her over, wrapping it around her arm and tightening it. The sudden pain made Elisa cry out. Corin tried to reassure her. "It's okay. I'm an expert at stopping bleeding and antidotes. You can trust me." He glanced around, worried that she might bite her tongue, which would be dangerous. Corin's gaze landed on Park Sihu's arm lying nearby. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled the arm over and placed it before Elisa's mouth, telling her to bite down. Confident in his decision, he began taking off his shirt and said, "It's going to hurt a lot, so just bite as hard as you can." It felt like he had returned to 3 years ago, but this time, he didn't hesitate. Corin thought as he pulled the fang from Elisa's hip. He yanked it out hard. In the quiet forest, cries of pain rang out incessantly. The people who had died in his past life were still alive, and he had saved one person. That was enough for now. Elisa had been successfully given first aid but remained unconscious on the ground. A while later, Corin fashioned his simple pot to boil over the crackling fire. He watched over Elisa while tending to the pot and comforted her. "Hang in there. I'm brewing the antidote. Don't worry. Humans don't die that easily." Elisa closed her eyes, murmuring, "Benefactor, please tell me your name." Corin placed a wet cloth on Elisa's forehead, softly replying, "You don't need to know." Elisa looked puzzled. "What was that?" Corin reminded her. "Don't think too much, just get some rest. When the medicine is ready, I'll wake you up. From now on, I have to act in the shadows, so the fewer people who know me, the better." Corin used a small stick to draw a circle in the dirt, reflecting on the situation. The legend of the Ahan hero was, as the name suggested, a story about a hero. While resolving incidents at the academy, the player would become a hero, save the world, defeat countless monsters, and destroy the final boss. Someone like Park Sihu, that rotten scum, was supposed to follow the plot. If the final boss wasn't defeated, the world would perish. But now that Park Sihu was dead, who would take on that fate? Corin wondered. The system displayed, Class A Knight, Martial Arts Inheritor, Reserve Player. Corin looked at it with clear disgust. If not me, then who? He thought, but if he was going to do this, he had to do it properly. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared. System. Access denied. You are not permitted to use player support devices. Corin sat still, deep in thought. I became a reserve player, but I can't use the support equipment provided to players. I was looking forward to it so much. And it ends up like this? By the crackling fire, only Corin remained. The burly young man muttered to himself, "It's going to be tough to get anything done in the future. Just having memories of my past life isn't enough. I have to use external elements outside the system to get this done." After 3 years of training, Corin is no longer just a successor or a backup. He traces a character on the ground with his fingertip, and a magic circle appears. That power conjures a strong gust of wind, making the flames burn even brighter. Everything gets swept up in it. Corin watches with satisfaction. He smiles just as he predicted. It worked. The magic I learned in my past life is rune magic. Ancient characters holding hidden power, duty, restriction, and vows. This is the trinity of command runes, one of the powerful laws that govern this world, the source of human strength, and the root of destruction, and I'm going to carve them all into my own body. As soon as he thinks it, Corin bites his finger hard. Blood draws, and he uses his finger to trace a line down his arm. Among the characters appearing along the path of his finger, the first one emerges. These symbols start to manifest as he traces, but they cause so much pain that Corin winces and lets out a cry. Duty, he silently repeats this command, which will increase the caster's power when they swear a self-imposed oath. You could easily swear things like "I won't eat chicken," but because they're so easy, you barely get any stat bonuses from them. Even so, Corin needs to swear something he can easily stick to until the end. Corin props his arm on his leg, his body rigid with pain. He tells himself, I will not turn a blind eye to greed when it comes to the treasures of good people. The system displays duty. You will not turn a blind eye to greed when it comes to the treasures of good people. Your stats will increase upon completing tasks. If you fail to perform, you will be penalized 10 stats. Corin continues, biting his finger again to draw on his other arm. Veins on his neck pop out from the agony. The system displays restriction. I cannot perceive spirits. In this world, everything has its own ability to sense things. Spiritual entities can only interact through mutual connection, so they cannot use their power to affect things that cannot perceive them. If you do not comply, you will suffer 600% damage from your opponent. Restriction activated. The system notifies. Spirit damage 0%, physical damage plus 50%. And the benefit of the restriction for keeping my vow is that the incantation becomes a shield protecting me from all other spirits. Corin continues in a firm tone. Now for the final one, the vow. This vow carries the weight of the ancient runes, creating a powerful connection. Ancient characters light up all over his body and arms. However, it's also a massive risk, though it brings significant benefits. This is exactly why both Park Sihu and I used it in our past lives. Corin thinks back to Park Sihu, but even Park Sihu, who was able to use everything in the system, failed against the final boss. If that's the case, Corin can't help but feel anxious. The heaviest vow he must make is, I will save this world. Corin widens his eyes, filled with determination. This is the noble goal every warrior chases, the vow with the greatest ambition. The trinity of vows, duty, restriction, and oath is complete. All vows will be applied to the reserve player, the system notifies. If you fail to uphold the vow, death is inevitable. At that moment, Corin's body undergoes a strange change. His eyes glow red, and he screams in pain. Elisa suddenly opens her eyes. She feels a sharp pain from the wound on her side and can't help but grimace. She is currently lying in bed, tucked in properly. She tries to sit up but immediately feels the pain from her injury. A nurse walks in and asks, "Oh, you're awake? How are you feeling?" Elisa asks anxiously, "Where am I?" The nurse replies, "You're at Maba City Hospital." Elisa wonders, "Who brought me here?" The nurse smiles and answers, "Your relative just left." Elisa is surprised. "Just left?" The nurse worries and reminds her, "Oh, you shouldn't be moving around yet." Elisa looks around and asks again, "It's fine. Where are my things?" She immediately spots a blood-stained belt, showing from inside a backpack on the table. She notices it and asks, "This is this from the person who saved me?" It's still stained with blood. Elisa picks up the belt to examine it, her eyes sharp as she calls for the nurse. The nurse is startled. "Yes?" Elisa speaks up loudly like a child. "Is there anywhere that sells honey candy?" The nurse feels helpless. "For now, you can only eat soup." 3 days pass with newbie missions, and the MK3 Academy entrance ceremony begins. At the same time, Corin stands in front of the school, rummaging through his wallet. "Let's see. I need a student ID to get in." "Huh? What's this?" Corin pulls out a letter, puzzled. "A letter? I don't remember putting this in here." He holds the letter, reading it as he walks. "To my dear son, you have no idea how proud I am of you. Please grow up to be someone who protects those around you." Corin sighs. When did she put this in here? He thinks about his family. Corin was just an ordinary, unremarkable kid, but he still had a family. When he first inhabited this body, Corin acted awkward and distant, but they still treated him the same way. And that was when he started to grow fond of this family and this world. That's the difference between Park Sihu and him. Corin grips the letter tightly and smiles happily. At a train station, a crowd stands close together on the platform, everyone looking a bit confused. "Whoa, why are there so many trains?" This is Maba Academy. A beautiful girl with blue hair, wearing a hat with a flower on it, approaches and says with a smile, "Hello, new students, gather round here." The girl walks up to Corin and greets him. "Are you a new student, too?" Corin introduces himself nervously. "I'm Corin." The girl exclaims, "Whoa, you're so tall. You must eat really well." She holds out a potato, offering it enthusiastically. "Do you want a potato?" Corin is a bit surprised. "A potato?" Finally, the train starts moving. The girl stands on the train and introduces the buildings as they pass. That's the construction building where magic students gather and do research. She continues, pointing to several areas nearby. "That over there is Mariette, the second-year top student at MKA. Everyone loves her, and she has a bright future." Mariette radiates the energy of a leader, yet she seems very approachable. "And that's the gym, where they lend out all sorts of cool weapons." She adds. Mari pauses for a moment, then continues. "In life, people face many unexpected misfortunes, and in the future, Mari will face a huge one. She's the final boss of the first act." When the train stops, Mariette reminds them, "All right, everyone take 1 potato and 1 sweet potato before you get off." She doesn't get off with the others but leans against the train pole, waving her hand and saying, "Good luck, see you all later." Maba Academy is a free institution, a vast academy that gathers the brightest young talents. Corin walks in and notices the expansion magic has begun. Suddenly, as Corin stands in the middle of the crowd, the lights in the building suddenly went out, causing chaos. What's happening? Can anyone see anything? A voice rang out, "Don't panic, everyone. Why are students of this academy being scared by such a small fry?" Suddenly, the students were lifted into the air. Corin picked at his ear, thinking to himself that it was old Hammond's voice. He always said that it was like a boot camp. This world has a long history of fighting against demons. The most effective weapons to fight them are superhumans who can use aura or mana, and the place to train these people is the MKAB Warrior Academy. A silhouette appeared in the distance. "Ah, hello there." A man with a stylish outfit approached and greeted them. "I am Professor Feta Man, in charge of this year's opening ceremony." Corin, a student of the night department, smirked. He remembered it had been a long time since he last saw this guy. Feta Man continued, "I'm sure most of you came here to become knights or mages. When you arrived, you were already issued your certifications," Fata added mockingly. "But don't be all talk and no action. Let me see what you're capable of." All the students stood still. A small screen lit up in front of them. Corin's profile appeared. Corin, Aura rank 680 low. Mana rank 120 very low. Ability, very low. Overall rank, 6th very low. Corin looked at the screen and felt depressed. How boring, but at least my physical stats are decent. A series of numbers appeared and Feta shouted, "Ah, you're looking at your ranks. Go stand in front of the number that matches your rank." Corin stood in line with a bitter smile. "There are about 400 people here, so am I in the bottom 1%? Fata suddenly gave a sinister smile. "Good luck, everyone." The students lined up and began looking for their numbers. A strange voice spoke while observing the students through an orb. This person remarked that this year's batch had many hidden talents. A blonde girl pushed up her glasses and said, "No need to measure the first and second years yet. Let's wait until we finish evaluating the others." The list of high-ranking students was read out. Second rank, granddaughter of the sword genius Alisa, the priestess of Avaloan Yun, the mercenary of the sword art Doran Waski, the golem engineer, Krenel, and the only first rank, a girl in a nun's habit with a gloomy aura, Tien Yicha Waran, the black-haired girl with captivating red eyes. The blonde girl continued to observe through the orb and added, "That child actually enrolled? What is the principal thinking?" A man rubbed his chin and asked, "Do we need to test the 6th rank students? The 5th rank doesn't look much better. Just eliminate the 6th rank entirely." The girl wearing glasses held a whip and threatened him, making the man break out in a cold sweat. The principal said, "All students have the right to learn. Do you dare to defy him?" The man snapped his fingers. "Then, let's begin." Suddenly, a metal weapon locker fell in front of Corin with a heavy thud. Corin observed it and wondered, "Oh, a weapon locker." A voice announced that monsters would swarm in within 30 minutes. Please take down as many monsters as possible. This was a test that put him in an empty room and forced him to fight monsters based on their level. Corin clicked his tongue. What a pain. 4th year, the timer started counting down. Corin approached the locker and opened it. Let's see. Most 5th or 6th rank students wouldn't think much and would just grab whatever they wanted, and most would choose a sword. Corin touched a sword in the cabinet. I did the same thing in my past life. 3, 2. As the time ran out, the monsters started to appear. They were short hunting hounds. 5th rank monsters. Corin swung the sword a few times to test it and remarked, "The sword is cool, but they say it takes 100 days to master the spear, 1,000 days for the saber, and 10,000 days for the sword." The time was running out, so the answer was the spear. Corin threw the weapon with all his might toward the monsters. Sure enough, the spear pierced straight through the monster's head. The illusion faded. Corin smiled, "Sorry about that." The wolves rushed forward in fear. Corin struck again. The last 2 wolves were finally defeated. Corin said, "But I have it." Corin smiled confidently. "Too much experience in killing you guys." Corin pulled the spear tip out of the monster lying on the ground and said, "Let's see. 20 seconds is a bit slow." He thought to himself, "In my past life, I couldn't even kill these hounds and was wiped out. But this time is different." Corin was extremely confident, certain of one thing. He would kill all of them until he reached the next rank. After that, he spoke up, "All right, send in the next wave." It had already reached the 5-minute mark, but nothing was happening around him, and even he was quiet. A confused look appeared on his face with sweat on his brow as he wondered, why is there nothing? Is the system broken? Count Cassius was watching the students' battles with an expression of deep disappointment and clicked his tongue. Tisk key, if they can't even kill those, What are they good for? Back in my day, I could kill 5th level monsters in just 1 minute and 22 seconds. He glanced at another screen and complained incessantly. If the 5th level is like this, I don't expect anything from the 6th level. Count Cassius saw Corin, the 6th rank student, sitting there yawning comfortably and wondered, what? Are the monsters not being summoned? Must be a bug. Just then, 3 more monsters appeared in Corin's room. Why aren't the next level of monsters coming out? Why is it these guys? Count Cassius was still looking at the students being attacked and screaming, and scolded them. Haha, such pathetic losers. But he didn't notice Corin busily defeating monsters in the background. Bang, bang. The corner of Count Cassius's mouth curled up with some satisfaction. Ah, is this the first one to succeed? Wow, it only took 7 minutes and 22 seconds. Then he turned to the orb and said, I thought the 3rd level would only take 23 minutes. But what are the 5th and 6th levels doing? Seeing Corin relaxing again like he was on vacation made Count Cassius so frustrated that he screamed. What's wrong with that bastard? Why is he yawning again? Is the system broken? The monsters are always supposed to be summoned. Hammond noticed something strange and went over to ask. Broken? No way. For the past 20 years, Professor Josephine's experimental magic has never been wrong. Count Cassius pointed at the orb, frowning. But he should have been eliminated a long time ago. It's clear that the monsters weren't being summoned. Hammond looked at the person next to him and questioned, Did you see that the monsters weren't being summoned? Count Cassius felt a bit guilty, so he coughed a few times before answering, No, I didn't necessarily have to see that. Hammond immediately understood the problem. So you didn't see it happen. Count Cassius felt he was being interrogated, so he ignored whether he was right or wrong. Good heavens, I told you it was a bug. I'll summon them again. Corin, in the room, saw the familiar monsters and shouted in annoyance. AGH, what the hell? Why has it been these same monsters over and over again? Then he grabbed 3 spears and rushed forward. You guys aren't even training dogs. The moment he threw it, those 3 phantom wolves were wiped out in an instant. It all happened in just 7.3 seconds. The 2 onlookers outside were stunned by that wild, unbelievable display. Count Cassius' face twisted as he shouted, 7.3 seconds? What are you talking about? Then, Count Cassius turned around, stammering as he looked at Professor Feta Man with a confused expression, asking, What's going on? What is this? Count Cassius continued to ask, What's the fastest time you've ever recorded for grade 3 and grade 4 monsters? Feta Man, still not understanding what was happening, answered calmly, There's a kid named Jir who did it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why do you ask? Count Cassius hesitated and replied, Oh, it's nothing. He looked at Corin and commented, seeing him use his spear so skillfully, he must be the son of a hunter. After saying that, he immediately summoned a grade 4 wild boar monster to see how Corin would handle it. The result? The wild boar was defeated, and this time, it was even faster than before, just 3.7 seconds. Count Cassius shouted in frustration, This won't be that easy. He then bluntly summoned a grade 3 owl bear. Corin looked at the owl bear as calmly as if he were just looking at a small bird. He gripped his spear tightly, lunged forward, and quickly leaned in to drive the tip of his spear into the monster. However, his attack didn't harm the owl bear, as it still had enough strength to knock Corin away. The system sent a notification, draining Kenna, and instantly Corin's hand began to glow. The owl bear burst into flames, screaming in terrible pain. In the viewing area, Count Cassius yelled, drawing everyone's attention to that side. Ancient magic. Even Feta Man is intrigued. Despite being burned, the giant owl bear was still resilient enough to shake the flames off its body, but Corin just calmly muttered, Seems that didn't do much. Immediately after, Corin leaped high into the air, swung his spear forward, then used his momentum to fall and thrust it downward with great force. Hammond observed the entire situation, marveling to himself, that kid is definitely not an ordinary grade 6 student. It's a shame the monster test only goes up to grade 3. Hammond felt intrigued and thought, Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen someone this interesting. I'm really looking forward to the moment he fights the evil spirits. Meanwhile, Count Cassius, standing nearby, looked a bit uneasy and said, well then, after this. Let's start the test with the grade 5 evil spirits. Corin stood solemnly, sensing his surroundings. He was certain that something had been summoned, but he couldn't hear or see it. Because of the limitation penalty, the system notified him that the restriction prevented him from perceiving or approaching spirits. If that's the case, it means I can't touch the evil spirit. Corin closed his eyes slightly to double-check his hypothesis. He quickly calculated in his head, 1, 2, 16, 17, 45, 46, 58, 59, 60. After confirming, Corin opened his eyes, a mysterious smile spreading across the corner of his mouth. Done. It must have been activated, he thought to himself. Suddenly, he raised his hand and declared, I'll give up. The test with the grade 5 evil spirit, ghost mixed with grade 4 hex didn't pass, and the grade 3 Bensi wasn't successful either. The test with the grade 5 hellhound only took 7.3 seconds, the grade 4 wild boar was 3.7 seconds, and the grade 3 owlbear was 11 seconds. Corin walked out happily and said loudly, Great, while Count Cassius stood there dumbfounded, unable to comprehend it. Did he just quit? Count Cassius remained motionless. He couldn't believe this kid. Who exactly is he? Just a few minutes later, everyone had gathered in the hall. People were eagerly asking each other about the recent match. Hey, what's your rank? Grade 4? I give up. How about you? Hey, grade 3. Wow, so you defeated both the owlbear and the ghost? Jer stood there smugly, holding his head high. Corin realized that he was the one who started the fight with the player in the story. In Corin's memories from his previous life, Park Sihu killed Jer because he provoked him. Corin rubbed his neck, feeling a bit awkward, thinking that even though Jer was a bit arrogant and careless, it was normal for his age. Forget about that madman. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Look, they're grade 5. Wow, so they couldn't beat those monsters either? Some people even lost to the hellhounds and the ghosts. In a corner, Elle was trembling with fear. Corin realized that Elle had been too reckless after mocking him and Park Sihu. He had received the same results as Jer. A person stepped up to speak. Ahem. Good morning, everyone. The person continued, I am Director Errol Casa. To become strong, you have joined this academy where the powerful gather. Errol Casa looked down at the students and added, There are those who are strong enough, but there are also those who still have to work very hard. Although I cannot guarantee that you will achieve everything here, I hope you will find your own path. We are here to help you take your first steps. From the second step onwards, it is your responsibility. Finally, he smiled lightly and concluded, Have a nice day. Everyone began to disperse. Jer shouted proudly, From today on, I am a grade 3 knight. But while speaking, he noticed Elle sitting in the corner and hurriedly went over to talk to him. Hey, Elle was startled. Jer asked, What's your grade? Elle replied, Grade 5. Jer laughed mockingly, Grade 5? How pathetic. You couldn't even kill a ghost or a hellhound. Corin couldn't help but step forward, putting his arm around Jer's shoulder with a bright smile. Hey, you. Jer frowned. Who are you? Corin didn't answer but just praised, Wow, your tattoo is so cool. Your tattoo artist must be really good. Jer was surprised. Huh. But then he felt happy. That's right. My mom did it for me. She's a professional tattoo artist. Her specialty is line work, but I asked her to do it in an old-school style. Corin kept complimenting him. She's so talented. Do you have any other tattoos? But that was just a perfunctory question because Corin already knew everything. How did Corin know? Because in his previous life, when Jer went missing, his mother came to the academy and said that Jer's tattoo was not only beautiful, but also had a special meaning that helped her protect her son at the academy. Back to reality, Jer happily rolled up his sleeve to show off his mother's work. I also have this tattoo. The flying carriage, the symbol of the Mokaba Academy. Corin marveled, Wow, that's really cool. After a while, Corin introduced himself. I'm Corin. And you? Jer replied with lots of energy. I'm Jer. Corin continued to ask, And you? Elle was a bit startled and answered, Lerman. The three of them continued chatting excitedly, unaware that someone was watching them from afar. Elisa watched them from a distance with a warm smile. She noticed that Corin had saved her friend who was being bullied. How wonderful. Corin's bright and friendly appearance made Elisa think that he might be a good person. Returning to Corin, he told himself that this was how he would make a good impression on Elle. You have a good memory. A crafty smile appeared at the corner of Corin's mouth. Found it, my free skill book. While Corin was smiling cunningly, Elisa was blinded by the love-struck spell. He felt that her smile was really cute and was curious about what kind of person she was. Most of the facilities at MK3 were provided free of charge. Coffee here is cheaper than outside, and the dorms are free too. Among them, the highest-rated facility is the training room, which is spacious, modern, and equipped with state-of-the-art gear. Corin is practicing with his spear, twisting his body backward to prepare for a masterful strike. The simple reason is that when using this room, training routines that seemed impossible become feasible. For example, fighting against a spirit that one cannot even see. Corin puts his all into launching countless strikes at the empty space in front of him. Outside, two people are watching and whispering. One of them says, Look, that freshman is training with a spirit. They continue chatting. Usually, you don't have to train with a spirit until the second semester. That kid must have heard the rumors and started early. I heard many second years can't even catch a wind spirit. Suddenly, the spirit knocks Corin away, causing him to slam into the wall. The group of onlookers laughs mockingly. Look at that, trying to act tough, huh? Corin breathes heavily after the training session, wondering to himself, is it still too much for me? Hammond, who was standing behind him, walks up and asks, so, you're a freshman? Corin is slightly startled. Corin politely replies, greetings, instructor. Hammond questions him, why are you fighting a spirit? He replies, to practice my spear techniques, sir. Hammond probes, are you confident you can do it? Corin states firmly, I will be able to do it. Even though he responded calmly on the outside, Corin is still very wary in his heart. Why did he suddenly approach me? Is something wrong with my test results? Hammond's gaze is sharp, as if wanting to pierce through him. Finally, Hammond breaks into a bright smile and praises him. Great spirit. Here, I'll give you 10 meal tickets. Then the instructor turns to leave and adds cheerfully, once you've done it, come find me, and I'll reward you. Corin stands there, confused, but just manages to reply, yes, sir. When Hammond leaves, Corin breathes a sigh of relief, wondering why he was so worried. Getting rewarded with food is good, isn't it? Right? Corin turns back to continue his unfinished work. Now he will start over from the beginning. Not noticing that Mariette has been standing outside for a while, Corin continues training more intensely than ever. Once again, his spirit knocks him back, causing him serious injury. Ugh! He is thrown backward, hitting the wall with a painful thud. He lies there, gasping for air, when suddenly a soft cloth falls from above, covering Corin's face. Mariette gently lowers an empty glass and asks, is it very difficult, kid? Corin remains lying on the ground and replies, yes, it's very tiring. Mariette uses her ability to create a stream of cool water. Get some rest, you've worked very hard. After that, Mariette brings the glass of water to Corin, saying gently, you just need to get used to it more. One day, you will succeed. Try again next time. Corin reaches out to take the glass, but inside he denies it. No, there won't be a next time for me. Although, I probably have a year or two. Back then, there was Park Sihu. We had player windows, potions, and skill books. But now Park Sihu is no longer here. I killed him, so now I have to do everything by myself. Thinking about that, Corin speaks up. Thank you, but I'll give up later. That statement makes Mariette slightly surprised. After saying that, Corin immediately stands up, full of determination, asserting to himself that he must become the strongest. After that, he continues to fight his own spirit. First, I must determine my own limits. It might be a bit much, but I have to check my current ability compared to the past. Each strike, one after another, Corin delivers with precision and power. Finally, he defeats his spirit with the spear tip he poured so much heart into. Corin breathes a long sigh, knowing one thing. He doesn't have a strong body, nor does he have strong mana or aura. Information about Park Sihu and the future is also useless when facing monsters and these geniuses. But to fight monsters and geniuses, he has only one path, which is to work harder than anyone else. That is his only way. Shaking off his thoughts, Corin grips his weapon and continues training, his eyes filled with an unyielding determination. The past 3 years won't betray me. Corin lunges forward. Suddenly, he throws his spear high into the air. Mariette, seeing this, is surprised and thinks he threw his spear away. Has he given up? But in just a split second, Corin grabs and tightens his hold on the spear. Mariette only then realizes the intention of this young teenager. No, he hit the mark, and he's catching it. Opposite him, Corin is leaning back, his muscular hand reaching straight forward, then shifting to push his other shoulder up. The arm gripping the spear also thrusts forward. He throws the spear tip straight through the spirit. It creates a huge explosion overhead. The space is as brilliant as outer space, making Mariette look up. Strong, excellent, those words don't even fit him. Mariette is so astonished she cannot say a word. Wow, she thinks, admiring him with glowing eyes. Seeing Corin's heroic spirit from above, she cannot help but praise him. He's amazing. But after just 3 seconds of being impressed, Corin falls freely to the ground. Mariette panics. Are you okay? Her calls do not wake Corin because he is still lying motionless on the ground. I pushed myself too hard, he thinks to himself. The spear beside him also broken after that strike. Corin tells himself, at least with this body. The next day, at the large and grand academy building, Mariette maintains her pure and cheerful appearance while greeting the students. Hello, juniors. Today I will introduce you to the school's facilities. This is the pride of our school. Marietta Dunalbev is still talking, but Corin isn't paying much attention. He is only focused on his own thoughts that to fight properly, physical condition is the most important thing. To improve stamina without relying on Park Sihu's potions, there is only one way. At this moment, Mariette has led the students on a tour. Corin remains unfazed, his eyes only glancing backward to listen to the instructions. Do not ignore the misfortunes of others. Lerman is still focused on the book in his hand. So Corin approaches him in a friendly manner, putting an arm around his shoulder to strike up a conversation. Hey there. Lerman is slightly surprised. Huh? Corin continues. Want to go eat with me? Then he takes the opportunity to whisper into the other's ear about the magic spellbook. A magic spellbook? Corin explains. Simply put, it's a skill book, a powerful artifact that helps you gain magic or certain traits just by reading it. The MK3 Academy library is as large as the entire academy itself, storing and passing on knowledge to future generations. Actually, this place isn't just a simple library, but also a place where magic spellbooks are hidden. Both have gone inside to look for those books. Corin laughs and says, to hide a tree, you have to hide it in the forest, right? Lerman frowns sternly. Yeah, you have to keep your promise. Corin replied with great confidence. Of course, as long as he met the requirements, he would get the grimoire. He thought to himself that Lerman was very hard-working, a model student for his family. He memorized all kinds of magic and recorded them in his notebook. However, no matter how many spells he knew, using them all was incredibly difficult. If one's level and mana were too low, being good at theory didn't help at all. Just then, a few books fell at Corin's feet, catching Lerman's attention. But having a grimoire was a different story. A, B, C, D. Lerman broke into a cold sweat and warned, don't mess around. Just as he thought that, Corin had already opened a mysterious passage behind the high bookshelf. Lerman shouted in complete astonishment. A secret door? How did you find that? Corin didn't answer the question directly, only urged him to go in. Lerman stood behind and called out, wait for me. Let's go together. He followed behind with darting eyes and a terrified mind. This is so scary. Corin whispered, Lerman. Lerman was startled and asked, huh? Corin solemnly told him it was time for him to keep his promise, and that he had to do a good job. Lerman immediately and firmly grabbed Corin's hand. Oh, sure. You want me to help you fight the evil spirit, right? But what am I supposed to do? Before he could finish, Lerman was punched so hard by Corin that his cheek was unrecognizable. Seeing his opponent collapse, Corin laughed triumphantly. Hey, let's get started, shall we? Lerman lay flat on the ground. Corin thought to himself, even though I came here to save Lerman and complete the special mission, if I catch the evil spirit here, I can get the hidden fragment I want. However, his gaze drifted to the side. A small problem appeared behind his back as a tall and ferocious figure manifested. It was Duke Sabanzia, an aberrant evil spirit. This was definitely an impossible mission. Corin rested his chin on his hand with a bored expression, wondering why he couldn't catch a normal one instead of facing an aberrant evil spirit. With glowing red eyes and a terrifying killing intent radiating from his entire body, Sabanzia sought to suppress everything. The attack from the commander-in-chief who led the Southern Front 800 years ago caused most players to lose their lives as soon as the mission started. But facing those magical orbs, Corin remained very calm. Of course, I don't belong among them. His unusual calmness made him stand proudly before a fierce beast. The system announced that it was impossible to see the spirit due to restrictions. Sabanzia continued to strike at Corin, and he thought to himself, the Duke's attacks have no effect on me. He even calmly picked his ear and wondered, is something wrong? The problem is I can't see him either. Corin spoke up. Duke Sabanzia, I'm sorry, but I can't see you. Then he hoisted Lerman up and suggested, how about you possess this guy's body? In this world, there are various factors, including elements that turn ordinary people into demi-humans like vampires or werewolves. One day, the Duke awakened, became a vampire, and killed his servants. Even though he tried to suppress his vampire instincts, he couldn't succeed and feared he would kill his wife and daughter. Therefore, the Duke had to move his entire clan somewhere else and lock the city gates to avoid a massacre. He used magic to seal himself into a book, the very same magic book in this library. After the possession, Lerman's entire body erupted with blood-red magic. His eyes became terrifying with long fangs, and he howled like a fierce wolf. Sabanzia, in Lerman's body, lunged forward, wanting to tear Corin apart. Corin couldn't help but exclaim, aiming straight for me. Ah, is it because he's a vampire that got triggered or something and went crazy? However, he remained calm and analyzed the situation. The second reason I chose Lerman is that when he is possessed by an aberrant evil spirit like Duke Sabanzia, he can unleash the maximum potential power hidden within himself. Sabanzia, in Lerman's body, jumped high, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Remembering that in On's heroic legend, his physical strength stat was the lowest, Corin immediately threw a punch that slammed Sabanzia's face straight into the floor. After hitting him, Corin thought to himself that he really liked Lerman, but this was the best strategy to complete the mission. He told himself, all right, if I kill him while he's possessed, I'll be able to get top-tier items like the Duke's cloak or vampire armor. These items were once used by Park Sihu and played an important role in events that would happen in the future. Corin's mouth curled into a smug smile, but then he suddenly asked, "Aren't you curious? About your wife, Duchess Lunia Aiden, and your daughter, Lady Cecilia?" He sat down to chat in a friendly manner. "How did they live after you sealed yourself away?" Then I told the Duke about what had happened, how his wife passed away after leaving the city, and how his daughter became such a talented person. How did she travel around the world? Corin looked at the Duke with a sincere gaze. "I don't like Park's methods." "Right. But as Corin, you also have a family you love in this world." After finishing the story, Corin asked, "What do you think? Are you satisfied with my answer?" I wanted even more to let this poor soul die in peace. Tears fell slowly from Sabancia. The unspoken feelings of a man were finally laid bare. Sabancia wiped away his tears, his voice softening. "I'm sorry for attacking you. Thank you for helping me." Corin laughed and replied, "It's fine. I didn't even get hit, and even if I did, Lerman's punch is weak anyway." Then Corin added, "I still have something I want to ask." Before he ascended, we talked for a long time. In the end, Corin completed the mission and received the spoils, including an epic, the ashes of the aberrant evil spirit Duke, Grimoire, the magic book that once contained the Duke's sealed soul. Inside were strange powers and spells. If you read it, you can learn them. Persistent warrior reincarnation, you have received a new power, and finally, the most valuable and mysterious thing. You have used the magic book and received a new power. Persistent warrior reincarnation is like a warrior who never loses the will to fight. As long as you stay determined, your body will continue to recover. Corin held the items in his hands but didn't look happy, thinking to himself, persistent warrior reincarnation is the power that Jerk Park had, but I don't know how well it can recover since he never got hurt. Just then, Lerman woke up and felt a throbbing pain in his chin, which made him more alert. Seeing this, Corin spoke up. "You're awake? Don't rush. An evil spirit just possessed your body." Lerman wondered, "Isn't it supposed to hurt the chin if you're possessed?" Corin asked back and looked the other way to brush it off. "I don't know. Probably." Then he gently picked up a blue book and handed it to Lerman. "Stop talking. Take this." Lerman held his face, bewildered. "Is this a magic book?" "That's the final reason I chose Lerman," Corin replied. He approached, surprised, and asked to be sure. "I really get that." Seeing Lerman's excitement and enthusiasm during those first few pages, Corin thought to himself, "Sometimes, I want to see how much effort someone puts into earning a reward." The system notification popped up. "Do not ignore the misfortune of the virtuous. Completed Duke Sabancia's quest, difficulty B. Reward, 80 stat points distributed evenly, details cannot be viewed." Corin held Lerman's exhausted body and was stunned when he saw the notification. "I got 80 points. In this game, every time you level up, you get 5 stat points. That means this is equivalent to 16 level ups. I didn't even see a level up notification, so the quest reward was just 80 points. Is this compensation for the fact that I can't increase my stats directly?" But with this much experience, Corin thought, carrying Lerman as he walked out, contemplating the quest. "Do not ignore the misfortune of the virtuous. 40 stat points, distributed evenly, multiplied by 2. Corin had not ignored Lerman's misfortune. 40 stat points, distributed evenly, multiplied by 2. Corin had not ignored the misfortune of Duke Sabancia. The scene shifts to the training room, where Marietta's cheerful voice rang out. "Hey everyone, does anyone want some potatoes?" Everyone responded enthusiastically to the simple snack. Me too." Mariette walked up to Corin and asked, "Are you planning to capture spirits again today?" He replied, "Yes." Mariette hesitated, then smiled and spoke up. "I believe in you, Junior. I'll cheer you on. I'll always cheer you on." The people chewing on their potatoes behind them all looked at Mariette with disdain. How could a first-year, rank 5 kid catch a spirit? "I've been practicing so hard, but I failed yesterday, too." "Don't give him false hope. Why does that newbie keep grabbing Mariette's attention?" She laughed. "Oh yeah? Then why did you bet 2 gold coins that Corin would succeed?" The group buzzed, criticizing her for looking after this kid Corin, while someone else had bet 70 silver coins that Corin would fail. On his side, Corin looked helpless. "Why are you using me for bets? I just want to train." His hand slowly gripped his spear, thinking, "Whatever, just stay focused. I already have the stats from helping Sabancia ascend, so I'm sure I can catch it. But now, even I don't know how strong I've become." He decisively swung his spear in a long, powerful arc. "I'll just try with the easiest, most basic ones first." He used the serpent strike, then dashed forward like a storm. The technique I used to defeat the spirit before was the serpent's flash. It's quite difficult, so I'll use the most basic version of the basics, the serpent strike. It's unlikely I'll take it down with one shot. Instantly, the spirit was hit and shattered into pieces. Whoa! The people who had just been looking down on him were now staring with their jaws dropped. Just one hit? Has the serpent strike reached that level already? The strange thing was that even Corin was surprised by his own ability at this moment. Wait, isn't that too strong? Mariette approached and complimented him. Yesterday, he shocked everyone with just 3 moves, right? This time, he only needed 1. He hesitated slightly and replied, yes. He thought to himself, what is this? She must have seen everything yesterday. No, more importantly, how can a mage see the flow of energy with the naked eye? What kind of ridiculous, sharp vision is that? Marietta Dunalbev, who was standing nearby, asked softly, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Then, she suddenly handed over a small pouch and said, oh, this is your share. Corin was bewildered. Oh. Looking at the desperate crowd behind them, Mariette explained, thanks to you, I made a little something. So naturally, I should give you a cut. Corin asked back, my share. Mariette wondered, why don't you like it? He smiled craftily, thinking, of course, I like it. Who would turn down money? Corin was feeling pretty good now. Mariette, you're really smart. Keep it up in the future. Night fell, and the full moon illuminated the sky. As Corin ate dinner, he reflected, it was the same in my previous life. I struggled to fight and hone my martial arts. It's the same now. I'm almost at the 5th step of the 6 steps to enlightenment. He ate one pastry after another. The road is still long, but my spear technique is progressing faster than I imagined, so I'm not that worried. The problem is ancient magic. As Corin was drawing a symbol, the system popped up. Hey Galaz, you lack mana. He spoke to himself in his head. In my previous life, I couldn't master it completely because ancient magic requires a massive amount of mana. If I can master it, I'll definitely be much stronger than in my past life. I should think about this carefully. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. You. Corin froze. This voice, no matter how much I hone my spear technique and master ancient magic, the bastard I couldn't defeat is already here at the academy. The only woman that even Park Sihu couldn't kill. One of the most powerful forces in the hero legends of Ahan. The notorious balance breaker, the person sitting there was the girl known as the extraordinary Yaksha Warren. He was extremely confused as to why she suddenly appeared here, and why she was even talking to him. I don't know the reason, but I'll just ignore her and leave. I can't deal with this ticking time bomb. Warren spoke, but her words were fragmented and difficult to understand. You have been merged. Warren's eyes were cold as ice, and her low voice resonated steadily. I don't think you are the owner of that body. Corin froze, sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall. Huh. He wondered to himself, how does she know I possess this body? His eyes widened, his pupils contracting. But confirming what she had just asserted, Warren sat quietly, thinking to herself. It seemed that her existence, a body carrying 2 souls, a human and a magical creature, was a paradox. It is said that those standing on the edge of life and death with yin-yang eyes can see the colors of the soul, that she didn't realize this might be even stranger than everything else. Corin's sharp gaze followed her, and suddenly, Warren asked, how does it feel to crush and devour the original soul? Corin calmly folded his arms and replied, I don't know. Warren was surprised and questioned him again. What was that? She wondered if he was really Corin or not. Or is he just another version, an assimilated memory? If so, who was the one who attended that boy's high school, that boy's college, majoring in military dynamics? The image of Corin lying on the water, his eyes hazy and looking far into the distance, appeared in her mind once again. He thought it was all useless, but Warren did not. She said seriously, because that body is truly the original. You are not the true owner of that body. You are just a usurper. You have no right to control this body. Every word Warren said seemed to pierce straight through to a truth that few people knew. Suddenly, Corin told a completely unrelated story. In a neighborhood near my hometown, there was a guy who would turn into a green giant whenever he got angry. His name is Brooks. Do you know him? War asked with a confused look. Brooks who? Corin chuckled, acting like a child. The funny thing is, these 2 opposite personalities actually hate each other. How is it? Interesting, right? They're both good at different things. War didn't understand anything and just sat there in silence. After a long moment, Corin became serious again. What I mean is, whether it's the original soul or a newly formed one, both have their own personalities, and that's how they coexist. A gentle, natural smile played on Corin's lips. Like it or not, we were born into the same body. And when you're born, nobody is at fault. Warren fell silent, as if held back by some invisible force. After a while, when the breeze blew by, Warren finally spoke up. In this world, some people are born as sins. Corin thought to himself. He understood the pain she had to bear when saying those words, but now he no longer hesitated. He turned around decisively and walked away, calling out, see you later. War didn't even bother to turn her head. The next day, Corin was out on the street searching for something, heading towards the south of the academy. The only reason he left the dorm before the birds chirped to signal the weekend had arrived was the quest board. Through these various requests, he could help himself level up for the next main mission. He understood that this was essential for his progress. Even so, his goal wasn't just to level up, so choosing specific quests didn't matter much to him. He just wanted to test something. His eyes scanned the request papers on the board. Suddenly, he was drawn to the girl standing next to him. Why was she looking so closely? Looking at Elisa's serious expression, Corin thought to himself. Thinking back, I don't know much about Elisa. In his previous life, that jerk P killed her, and now his memories were different from what he'd seen in the game. He thought that and called out to Elisa. Hearing him, Elisa immediately bowed politely. "Oh, hello," she replied. He asked, "What's up? It's only the first week, and you're already taking quests? Isn't it true that second years don't need to stress about grades?" Elisa replied hesitantly, "Oh, it's because I need the money." Corin felt it was a bit strange and asked, Don't second years get a decent amount of living expenses as support?" Elisa was so sad she almost cried as she explained, "They said they wouldn't give me any because my family's income is in the top 10% of the kingdom." After realizing, Corin felt a bit awkward. "I see." He frowned, lost in thought. "Right. It's just like the scholarship system back in Korea. People with wealthy families don't get living support." Elisa continued in a sad voice, "Besides, my family believes in a hands-off approach, so I have to earn my own minimum living expenses. No matter what I say, they won't listen." Hearing that, Corin felt she was quite pitiful. Her situation seemed quite complicated. Then he pointed to a paper on the board and said, "If you need money urgently, how about the patrol mission? It has a pretty good reward." Elisa exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, really?" Seizing the opportunity, Corin started. "They accept up to 3 people. Do you want us to do it together?" Corin answered bluntly, "I can't. I have something else to do." Without hesitation, he grabbed a quest paper with a crudely drawn little cat. This weekend, he would do the most worthwhile tasks to quickly boost his stats, and the first one was finding a cat named Nabi. Thinking his doing, Corin went to the owner's house to accept the quest. Even though the reward and experience points weren't high, that didn't matter. His goal was to fulfill the commandment, to save and return Nabi the cat, preventing it from being killed by a water monster. In his imagination, he would have to face a terrifying monster to save the little kitty, and that would prevent the owner's misery from losing her pet and falling into depression. Finally, when he found the kitten, little Anna was so happy she burst into tears, while the cat just looked confused, not understanding a thing. The system announced, "You have completed the Do Not Be Indifferent to Anna Macmillan's Misfortune commandment. Difficulty E, reward 5 points distributed equally." Corin laughed like crazy. "Great, so the commandment really works like that. Even small quests help me increase my stats a lot." Meanwhile, Anna ran away in fear. Perhaps he was the one who made her cry. "Boo-hoo, mommy, this guy is so weird." Corin kept taking quests to serve the people and eliminate evil. He couldn't stop thinking about the points. The points were just like that. Then he took a quest to retrieve a lost ring, repeating those 2 words in his heart as if obsessed with them. Suddenly, he remembered something important and paused for a few seconds. Wait, there's a more important mission than the points. I made a note of it before going out today. Almost forgot. The scene shifts to a strange-looking house with shouting echoing from within. It wasn't that. It turned out that Yu and Kizo was angrily slamming the table. It wasn't that either. Yu and Kizo didn't understand why he was so angry he broke the table. Even though he made a sauce from over 10 ingredients like garlic, carrots, and chili, he still couldn't find the right recipe to keep the fried chicken tasty when cold. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind. "That's not it." Yu and Kizo turned around, curious. "Who's there?" Corin stood in the doorway, the light shining on him, making him look as radiant as a movie protagonist. "Add some maltose, your problem will be solved." Then he strolled away like a fool. "Haha, okay, whatever." Yu and Kizo felt unlucky to have met such a sarcastic guy. What kind of guy adds maltose to chicken? That won't change anything. But after trying a little maltose, Yu and Kizo immediately shouted in surprise. This flavor, this is it." Corin stood outside the door, tossing his hair like a cool guy. "This is the quest I had to complete. A world without seasoned fried chicken would be chaotic," the system announced. Fulfilling the Do Not Be Indifferent to Yu and Kizo's Misfortune commandment. Difficulty E, reward 5 points distributed equally. Corin frowned, not believing his eyes. "What is this? This commandment still works? I just wanted to satisfy a personal craving." Then he cheered happily. "Excellent. Right. A guy who makes seasoned fried chicken. What reason is there to be evil?" He stood in the middle of town laughing like a lunatic who had just escaped from an asylum. Ha ha ha. unaware that Warren was watching from the rooftop. Warren kept her indifferent, expressionless face and spoke. A weird person. Professor Josephine suddenly appeared behind her and said, "You're here. I let you be because you didn't leave the city, but at least you should have gotten an exit permit before going out." War didn't answer, just turned away. Professor Josephine was confused by the other's behavior. Deep down, War was still echoing Corin's words from earlier. Being born is not a sin, it's a blessing. And those unintentional words from that man made Warren remember, you shouldn't have been born. Thinking this, Warren stood silently on high, watching the fiery red sunset slowly sinking below the horizon. The next morning, at the training grounds in the dense forest, Professor Josephine was announcing the rules to the first-year students. Today, they would be evaluated based on their survival skills within these grounds. For those who reach the cabin in the northern part of the forest, you will be provisionally passed, she said in a serious tone. Professor Josephine continued to give detailed instructions. Wear the armband that corresponds to your rank. You will need to return it at the cabin at the destination. You will receive points based on the time you take to reach the destination with that armband, and the rewards will be proportional to your score. Corin thought to himself, sure enough, Warren didn't show up. Then again, Warren doesn't participate in practical sessions, perhaps for the sake of fairness. Suddenly, there was a call for Corin. He turned around and replied gently, Alisa, did the mission go well? Alisa replied, yes, thanks to you, I managed to earn some living expenses. Corin smiled, feeling glad that it had been useful. Then, quite suddenly, he pulled out a fairly large round candy and asked, would you like some candy? I intended to buy it for my little sister, but it's too sweet, so I can't eat it. Alisa exclaimed excitedly, what? Honey bomb candy? Can I really have this precious treat? Professor Josephine announced, all right, students, the exam at the training grounds begins. The whip cracked, and immediately, a magical circle appeared, covering the entire sky, leaving everyone in awe. Only Corin was relaxed, enjoying the moment. I've seen countless mages, but using space magic on this many people, indeed, only Professor Josephine could pull this off. The great mage is still as she always was. In an instant, he was teleported to an unfamiliar forest. Hey, a shrill scream made Corin turn back, muttering, we've only just started and they're already fighting. The training ground event is so important that even veterans have to retake it countless times. This is a battle royale system, where you start in random positions and have to seize your opponent's armbands to accumulate points. Right, fight with all you've got. I have no interest in you people. Corin dashed past two individuals clawing at each other. The corner of Corin's mouth curled up in satisfaction. The most dangerous person right now is the rank 2 Alisa with the blue armband. Corin used his finger to guide his path. Warren isn't here right now. As long as I deal with Alisa, the rest are just free points. Alisa, you may not know this, he mused. I've placed a tracking rune on the candy you ate. His gaze became as devious as a bogeyman with a tongue long as a snake's. This rune will ensure we meet again. Then he dashed off, laughing and calling Alisa's name. Aha, Alisa. Alisa? Professor Josephine spoke up from the side. Headmaster, I will enter the forest too. Although mages have been stationed everywhere, it's better to be cautious. Suddenly, Professor Josephine paused for a few seconds before continuing. Wait, come to think of it, where's that child? Headmaster Arrow replied calmly. I didn't bring him. Professor Josephine asked in surprise. He came on his own? Arrow replied, certainly, yes. Corin was rushing forward, while Warren was tailing closely behind. Arrow said, I think his heart has undergone some kind of change. Warren's gaze at this moment became incredibly terrifying, red as fire. In the forest at this moment, sounds of impact and fighting echoed everywhere. Hey, take this, Alisa shouted. Why are you people acting like this? Aren't you ashamed? In the end, only Alisa stood tall, questioning them. So many people attacking her alone, and even those others who had been struck down were still trying to retaliate. Cowardice is truly their specialty. Suddenly, from behind, someone appeared out of thin air, intending to attack Alisa. Ugh, you monster, surrender at once. But in just a split second, a large stone flew in, knocking that person away with a cry. Arg! Corin could be seen in the distance, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Alisa was extremely grateful. Corin, did you come to save me? Tesk, he really is a good person. Corin suddenly spoke up. Alisa, you look beautiful. Alisa paused slightly. Yes? Corin immediately attacked Alisa with his spear and shouted, I said you look beautiful, that blue armband, that is. Alisa, being attacked repeatedly, felt so aggrieved she wanted to cry. Corin, I trusted you because you gave me candy. I thought you were a good person. Corin thought to himself, Alisa is a rank 2 knight and belongs to the pure martial arts school. Her special defensive ability probably isn't at a state where she can use it proficiently. In terms of combat power, she's a mid-level rank 2. So, Corin smiled deviously and said, "You'll also become a good person when you hand that armband over to me." Even though he was nothing compared to Elisa, a true genius, someone ranked in the top 1% of talent. Elisa, who had just easily defeated 7th, 3rd, and 4th-year student council members upon seeing Corin, a 5th-ranked knight, Elisa immediately became guarded. Of course, until 30 seconds ago, she had been desperately blocking every powerful attack from him. "What is this? He's so strong." Corin seemed to go mad with murderous eyes and a crazed smile. She kept attacking, while Elisa constantly dodged, closing in at very close range, combining Lerman techniques and striking at close quarters. He teased her with counterattacks and constant pressure, but that didn't mean there weren't openings. His breathing had a strange pattern when shifting between thrusting and slashing stances. "If I can grasp that gap," then Elisa screamed and swung her sword straight forward. But Corin was completely unfazed and mocked. "If you rely only on talent without real combat experience, it won't work." His spear struck hard against her sword. This move was effective in suppressing Elisa's spirit. Then, Corin used his strength to push Elisa's sword to the ground and thrust straight at her. He looked at his opponent as if she were succulent prey. Elisa stood dumbfounded, sweating profusely. "What?" Looking at Corin's movements and attacks made Elisa gasp, combining 3 basic moves into an effective attacking technique and at the same time, a sharp counterstrike that is the spear pull. Before she could even finish that thought, she was knocked backward. Not knowing how to cherish the fragrance and pity the jade, Corin unleashed a powerful 6-harmony spear barrage. Elisa was pushed back but still tried to hold on. Arg, but in the end, her body had sustained heavy injuries. "Haha, luckily I managed to channel my energy in time to block that blow. Otherwise, my life would have been in danger." Her face became grim, biting her teeth in pain. Even if he wasn't incredibly strong or fast, the level of perfection in each technique was extraordinary. What the hell is this guy? Looking at Corin, who was brimming with energy, Elisa had asked herself, "Is this a 5th-ranked knight? I have failed completely." Without hesitation, he snatched the gloves away. "I'll put these to good use." Suddenly, from behind, a loud sound echoed with dust swirling everywhere. "Oh, this is a real scam." Corin turned toward the back, wondering, what's that noise? Suddenly, a massive sword came flying, aiming straight for Corin. He frowned, struggling to hold his ground. So heavy, this sword is made of star iron, 4 times as dense as steel, combined with auxiliary magic. It's a magical weapon designed specifically to take down massive monsters. Getting attacked by this, it's definitely hard to block. A voice rang out in exclamation. "What? You blocked the great iron sword? Not bad at all. I'm impressed." Doran Waski grabbed his sword and issued a challenge. "Hand over that armband and scram." 5th year. Corin looked at his opponent, feeling incredibly annoyed. Damn it. It's Doran Waski. I really didn't want to run into him. Looking at the number of defeated enemies at Doran Waski's feet, Corin couldn't help but be on high alert. Despite his overwhelming track record of taking on dozens of enemies alone, he wasn't even injured. That relaxed gaze proved he was definitely on a different level than Elisa Adden. Then, he had to choose the most efficient path. "Father, there's no other way. It's come to this. The 36th stratagem running away is the best one," he thought, scurrying off and leaving the 2 behind. "All right, fighting right now won't do me any good." Doran Waski watched him, stunned into silence. He hadn't expected the protagonist to act like that. Ron's legs tensed, coiling up to gather momentum, something he was holding in his mouth. His eyes suddenly glowed red with terrifying killing intent. "It's definitely blue, right?" Like a wild beast, Doran Waski lunged, unleashing everything at the pair as they ran. Corin shouted, "Hey, you've lost your mind. Why are you like this? You're the type who never does anything unless there's money in it." "Elisa, why are you following me?" Elisa said with tears in her eyes. "Because I don't want to die either, and I don't know the way out," he thought sternly. "All right, no need to fight, as long as I can get this armband away." But just as he thought that, the scene before his eyes made him freeze. It turned out to be Crannel standing in front with a smug look on his face. Behind him was a giant earth monster. "Well, sorry, but if you want to pass, you have to leave your rank badge." The one speaking was Crannel, the 1st-year golem master. Elisa scolded angrily, "You coward. I can't believe you're blocking the exit." Corin sighed, exhausted. This is big trouble. In front was Crannel blocking his path, and behind him, Doran Waski was charging in to finish him off. Corin tilted his head, thinking, while I was trying to avoid confronting others, I ended up facing 2 heavy hitters at the same time. There's really no other way this time. With that, he got into a stance, ready to fight. Elisa was extremely shocked, thinking, wait, is he serious? Are you actually planning to fight Cranel and Doran Waski at the same time? Corin replied calmly. If a fight is unavoidable, then I have no choice but to face it. All three lunged at each other, starting a heated battle. A while later, as the sky began to darken, Corin gently knocked on the house door. A voice rang out, "Oh my, looks like the champion has arrived. May I ask who this is?" Holding 3 pairs of gloves, he spoke up, "I'm Corin. May I pick a product, please?" The person inside stepped out with a bright smile, praising him. "Oh my, you brought back a blue rank badge. You really are an amazing student." He replied modestly, "Ha ha, it's nothing. I just got lucky." The battle earlier had ended with Cranel's total defeat and Doran Waski's helplessness. Elisa watched it all, unable to hide her surprise and admiration. Amazing. Remembering every move and the skillful techniques Corin used made her admire him even more. He had slipped through the sword strikes of that great sword thanks to his agility before the sword could exert its full attack power. After disarming his opponent, he drove the sword firmly into the ground, making it impossible for his opponent to retrieve the weapon. He avoided the swords that couldn't block him, then used them to redirect attacks toward the golems. With quick improvisation, he darted behind Doran Waski, using him as a shield against the golem's attacks. The result was that while Doran Waski was busy blocking the golem, he struck the golem's core and neutralized it. Immediately after, Cranel was finished too, since he no longer had a golem to control. With quick judgment and determination, he showed that he was someone who had fought through hundreds, maybe thousands of battles. Everything was decided in a brief moment. Elisa still couldn't believe her eyes. It could be experience gained over a long period, but he was so young, how could he be that good? Observing him, she felt like she was seeing the silhouette of her own sister again. Suddenly recalling his words, "Don't just rely on talent and be lazy about real combat." The corners of Elisa's mouth curved into a smile. She learned a valuable lesson for herself. I have to work harder too. On the other side, Doran Waski had a slightly disgruntled expression, thinking, before my strength could even be unleashed, he quickly found a way to deal with me. How did this brat know my weakness? In the blink of an eye, he understood all my techniques and ultimate moves like the back of his hand. Cranel was still lying on the ground, injured. Corin stood above him and reminded him, against a small weapon with high attack speed, a golem is nothing more than a target dummy. If I were you, I'd find a friend to escort and protect me instead of relying on a golem like that. Cranel suddenly asked, "Friends?" Hearing that, he looked confused. "You?" Cranel stammered, "I don't." He immediately understood. "You have friends?" Corin replied coldly. "Then try to find yourself one." Corin's words made Cranel shed tears, cursing in his heart. This jerk is mocking me. That day, the 3 talented first-year students each remembered Corin in their own way, while he was currently rejoicing, waiting for the winner's reward. "It's all good. I didn't think it would go this smoothly." Currently, among the remaining participants at the hunting ground, the most powerful one is said to be the girl who received the protection of the Unforest, a small, beautiful young maiden. But it wasn't just normal players participating here. High above, Marietta, the lead mage of the Dream Academy, was casting water magic, creating a massive water orb. Marietta, with a smile that looked friendly but was filled with killing intent, prepared to drop the water orb. The orb crashed down like a tsunami, ready to sweep everything away. Ayu was soaked, tears welling up in her eyes because she had been helping the others train by taking on the role of the monster. For her, this was the first time she had faced an opponent who was way out of her league. And so, the training session at the hunting ground came to an end. Marietta sat down and asked, "Are you a new student?" "Hello, I'm Marietta," Yu stammered. "My name is Yu Ewan." Marietta continued, "And you?" Warren had been standing behind them, but when did he get there? Warren's cold gaze made Marietta even more curious. "What's your name?" Warren stepped forward, his tone mocking. "Oh my, I bet you're looking for someone, aren't you?" Marietta refused to back down. "You only gather your friends to confront me whenever we run into each other." Suddenly, Warren zipped past Marietta so fast that she was caught completely off guard. Hemph. Without missing a beat, Marietta retaliated by conjuring a massive mountain of ice to block Warren's path. "Pardon me, you might try to ignore me, but by the rules, I'm still a monster, you know." Her voice was sweet yet carried a hidden edge. Warren turned to look at her coldly and muttered, "How annoying." Just then, Corin's excited voice rang out from inside the shop. "A total of 117 points. It's been ages since I've seen such a high score. Can I choose my reward? The rewards are ready and waiting for you to pick." The shopkeeper chuckled, pointing out a wild boar hunting knife, leather armor, shark bear gall, and many other tempting items. Corin browsed through the items, lost in thought. The most valuable item was the shark bear gall, but he already had a different plan in mind. After a moment of deliberation, Corin decided, "I'll take this." The shopkeeper praised him. "Oh, you certainly have a sharp eye for choosing that ginseng seed." The shopkeeper asked, "And what about the remaining 17 points?" Corin pondered for a while, and after a moment, he held up 2 cards, one for a 6-point plant nutrient supplement, and the other, a 10-point pair of earplugs. He said happily, "I'll take these, please." He walked out of the shop in high spirits. Man, shopping is the best. Ahead of him lay a scene of total wreckage with soldiers lying unconscious. Jur's excited voice rang out. "Even after playing this 1,000 times, it's never gone this smoothly. Not to mention, this is the first time I've seen them finish this part with such a high score. We're ranked second with 19 points left." Lerman was panting as he ran to catch up behind them. "I've got 15 points." Corin stood there, showering them with praise. "You two worked really well together." Hearing that, Jur was thrilled. "This game is easy. I'm going to hit the gym for more training tonight." Corin spoke up. "If you still have enough energy for the gym, help me find the golem cores." Ludin turned back, startled and looking quite unwilling. "Huh?" Corin wasn't about to let Ludin off the hook. "They're valuable, right? We'll help you out." Ludin felt a twinge of guilt. "It's fine," Corin said immediately. "In moments like this, you're supposed to say thank you." Looking at Ludin, Corin remembered his past life and how much he'd worked with Kranel. There weren't many heavy-duty tankers as good as a golem during major monster battles. Everything was drawing to a close. Second-year mage Kranel was busy restoring the golem core. Second-year knight Elisa was injured. Second-year knight Doron Waski was drained of energy. Hydric-class mage Yuwain had fainted. Corin sighed as he helped Yuwain up, thinking to himself, how could she possibly die here? What are the professors doing? If her life was really in danger, surely she'd just be unconscious. And wheeze. Mariette, that girl, she. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from deep within the forest. Corin panicked. What's going on? A swarm of various beasts charged toward them at an unimaginable speed. Seeing this, Yuan urged him desperately. Run. Corin frowned, confused. What about Mariette? Mariette, with her innate ability for magical analysis and infinite mana reserves, was a mage who had never known the feeling of despair or defeat. She was Mariette, a true genius. As the senior professors had said, to her, this hunting ground was just a playground. She simply adjusted the difficulty to help her juniors grow, like a true upperclassman. That was her way. While being overwhelmed in the fight, Mari tried to keep her cool, reciting in her head that she needed to analyze the situation. However, she had no time left as Warren leaped up, ready to strike. Mariette tried to use a spell to intercept him, but it did nothing against Warren's raw power. Seeing the situation turn dire, Mariette frowned. Tisk. I can't just rely on beginner-level magic to stop him. Even though she had promised the senior professor not to use magic stronger than the intermediate level, she was now forced to use advanced spells. In other words, though she didn't want to admit it, Marietta Dunalbev had started going all out. Just then, Warren lunged forward and kicked her straight in the stomach, sending waves of pain through her. He then slammed her into a tree, leaving a massive dent in the trunk. Mariette struggled to fight off the pain tearing through her body. Now, she was trembling with fear, pleading, "Don't come any closer." Before her wasn't a knight, a mage, or any game character, it was a natural disaster. With Warren in human form, Mariette tried to focus her remaining strength to prepare a final move, but then she screamed in despair. "Don't come any closer. That's enough." A familiar voice rang out from somewhere. Warren stopped. Hearing that voice caught Mari by surprise. Huh? A woman appeared, shielding Mariette and asking gently, "Are you okay, child?" Mariette looked blankly at Professor Josephine, and realizing she was safe, let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, yes, I'm fine." But as soon as she spoke, her strength completely vanished, and she passed out. Professor Josephine glanced briefly at Mariette's miserable state, but said nothing. In the hunting grounds, unexpected results emerged. Corin shared. First of all, the person who finished first with the highest score was yours truly, a 5th-class student. Meanwhile, Warren, the top of the first years, and Mariette, the top of the second years, had a falling out. She's currently being treated in the infirmary. She's badly injured and hasn't woken up yet. Corin pondered. That was terrifying. I really thought she'd awakened into a boss character. She seems alright, so things are still following the original plot. Let's leave it at that for now. There are 3 more weeks before she awakens, so I need to go prepare a few things. With that thought, he left the room. Out on the edge of the forest, Corin scanned the area, looking for someone who lived there. He took some eye drops and pretended to accidentally drop his seeds into the pond. Oh no, I tripped. What do I do? As the seeds slowly sank, Corin put on a pitiful performance. No, those were the precious seeds my mother left me. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Why are you crying? Corin smiled triumphantly to himself. Gotcha. In the legend of the hero Ahan, there was an Easter egg that could only be used once, a hidden detail meant to add excitement for players. It was the story of the golden axe, belonging to a hermit, given to a woodcutter who accidentally dropped his iron axe into the lake. The hermit asked him if it was a golden or a silver axe. This hermit could appear with golden and silver axes, but it was limited to unique-grade weapons or lower. If you threw in any other weapon, there would be no reaction. And the story usually ended there. Corin had tried dropping 500 different items into the hermit's lake, but some veteran players had tried dropping all sorts of random items, including rare artifacts, which made this Easter egg even more interesting. At that moment, the hermit leisurely asked, "Is this golden seed yours?" Corin shook his head. "No, sir." "How about this silver seed?" He shook his head again. "No, sir." But in his mind, he was cursing. Which lunatic would dare throw the ginseng seed we worked so hard to get for 100 points into the lake? The gentle hermit smiled and chuckled. "Ha ha. Then these must surely be your seeds," Corin replied, his eyes brimming with tears. "Yes, that's right. These are definitely my seeds," he admitted. "Yes, that crazy hero is none other than me." The hermit praised him. "Even after seeing gold and silver, you were not greedy but very honest. I admire your honesty and will grant you these seeds, the silver ginseng seeds and the golden ginseng seeds." As the job finished like a scene in a play, the hermit slowly faded away. "Well then, goodbye." "Ho ho." Corin bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank goodness. Thank you, sir. Please take care of yourself." Once the hermit vanished, Corin immediately put on a bizarre, wicked grin. Hee. Items that can be multiplied. Regular ginseng seeds help increase mana, but the gold and silver ones have special effects. The golden ginseng seeds will make the ginseng plant glow gold when planted, while the silver ginseng seeds will make it glow silver. This is a hidden piece that can only be collected this way in the heroic legend of Ahan. Although some people yelled when they collected it right after harvesting, it wasn't a big deal. Corin thought excitedly. "In my past life, Park Sihu ate the golden one and I ate the silver one. But now, both will be mine." What makes Mariette the first boss and causes her to awaken into a special vampire is the real mission that will take place in 3 weeks. She confronts the murderer vampire of the Fog City. Thud. Corin didn't know how the demon minion within Mariette would awaken, but there were 3 weeks left, and that's why he decided to show his strength in front of the high-ranking powerhouses. Because no one wants to fight a weak, 5th-rank knight even if you beg them. The first thing that makes them interested in a player is their innate talent and strength. Corin calculated that within a week, they would fully recover. By then, he would propose forming a party for the first boss in the heroic legend of Ahan, special vampire Mariette. On a full moon night, Mariette suddenly sat up, but she still had 3 weeks before awakening. Isabel Kamen, who was watching over her, noticed she had sat up and asked, "Mariette, are you okay?" Then she asked worriedly, "Mariette, are you all right? How's your throat? That freshman girl? She should have known the forest's limits. You're also restricted to basic magic." However, Mari remained silent and didn't answer. If Corin had enough preparation, trust, and the right members, he could easily save the girl from her unfortunate fate. Until then, he would train Elisa, get the mercenary Ron to control his sword, recruit Dre from the Avelloan forest, and get closer to the golem witch, Cranel. A series of goals were set, making Corin extremely excited. He thought to himself, "Perfect. If prepared thoroughly, this will be a piece of cake, as long as no variables occur." At that moment, Mariette's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing blood-red pupils. In Mariette's eyes, Isabel Kamen appeared like actual prey. Instantly, she lunged, pinned Isabel Kamen down, and opened her mouth to reveal 4 sharp fangs. She rasped, "I'm so thirsty." Suddenly, Professor Josephine slammed her hand on a stack of books and sighed, "You're so frustrating." Then she propped her chin on her hand, frowned, and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have sent it to you. If you want to learn, I'll tutor you privately. Go reflect on yourself." Hearing that, Warren looked dejected and saddened. Should I just jump off the building? Suddenly, Corin appeared from nowhere, hanging upside down outside the window, cheerfully saying, "Well, I knew you'd be here." This unexpected arrival startled Warren, leaving him confused. Corin clung to the tree branch while holding a box of pastries and continued, "Warren, right? I think I've seen you before. I'm Corin. Can you open the window?" Warren hesitated but opened the window. Corin held out the box of pastries and said, "Here, for you. I didn't know what you liked, so I just bought this. Besides, it's weird to come here empty-handed." Hearing that, Warren remained silent. A moment later, she spoke up. "Hanging on a tree like that violates school rules." Corin just teased, "I didn't come in. I'm just hanging on the tree. But what if I did? It seems Professor Josephine isn't here, right?" Although he was joking, Corin was thinking to himself that he came here to see if the guy was injured, but he didn't see any wounds. It seemed he was grounded because of what happened at the hunting grounds. He thought about Professor Josephine again, feeling a bit serious. Warren is a special human, so it's understandable she's worried. But locking him up for more than 4 days like this. While Corin was lost in thought, Warren suddenly spoke up, startling him. She's gone out. She hasn't been back here for over 4 days. Hearing that, Corin was stunned. What? She hasn't returned here even once? Warren replied calmly. Yeah. Warren's indifference surprised Corin even more. In his panic, he accidentally slipped and fell from the tree to the ground, making a loud thud. Right at that moment, the system sent a notification, Persevering Warrior skill activated. Corin lay on the ground, holding his body and groaning. Ouch, that hurts. See you later, I'll bring you food tomorrow. Warren didn't say a word, just stared silently. At this moment, Professor Josephine had left the academy, leaving Warren, the most dangerous person at Maba, behind. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. A thought flashed through his mind. Something was definitely wrong. The two people who appeared were Professor Dem and the Savage Destroyer, a representative fighter of the Night Department who used to be a bodyguard. They spoke while running. Professor Dem asked urgently, "Have you found her yet?" The Savage Destroyer replied while running, "Not yet. I'll try looking in the city outskirts." The representative fighter's footsteps became even more hurried. Warren noticed that and thought to himself, those two are in such a rush, it can't be. Elsewhere at a gate, a guard stopped Corin and said, "Corin, what's wrong? Your meeting request was already denied." Hearing that, Corin smiled, offering a delicious sandwich and a refreshing drink, then replied cheerfully, "Oh man, it's not about that. You're the third-rank security guard, Corin, right? Professor Josephine asked me to bring you some food and drinks." Corin, without suspicion, took the food from Corin's hand and replied, "Really? She's so thoughtful towards her subordinates." Meanwhile, Corin thought silently. My request to meet Mariette was rejected. Isabel, Mariette's protector, is missing, and the infirmary has guards stationed outside. I felt something was wrong from the beginning. Corin ate the sandwich happily, having no suspicions. Corin continued to observe and thought to himself, the more I think about it, the more my suspicions seem correct. Suddenly, as Corin took a bite of the sandwich, he immediately had a severe stomachache, only able to grunt a few words. Seeing this, Corin felt glad but still acted worried. "Oh my, what's wrong? Do you have a stomachache? I think there's a restroom over there." Corin quickly ran off, not forgetting to give instructions. "Can you keep watch for me for a bit? Just make sure you don't go inside, okay?" Corin waved his hand and said with a smile, "Yes, sir, take your time. I promise I won't go inside." When Corin walked away, Corin breathed a sigh of relief. However, his thoughts were still racing. There was no way there was still another one left. How could it be this early? He hoped his suspicions were wrong. As he thought this, Corin gripped the piece of cloth in front of him, then tore it open and called out loudly, "Mariette?" But the person in front of him wasn't Mariette. Corin gasped in surprise. "Isabel?" He froze, feeling disappointed, thinking to himself, shouldn't Mariette be lying here? Why is it Isabel? Isn't she supposed to be missing? There was no longer any doubt when he saw 2 circular marks on her neck, as if someone had bitten her. Corin silently confirmed that this must be the secret the professors were trying to hide. As he observed the person standing before him, Corin couldn't help but feel angry, thinking to himself that Isabel had awakened as a vampire and become the greatest threat in the first act. Corin sighed quietly, his hands still gripping the cloth tightly. His mind raced with thoughts. Everything was happening 3 weeks faster than the original scenario. He recalled the 4-phase tactical plan. To defeat the final boss of the first act, the first phase, quickly handle the waves of monster attacks. The second phase, use magic circles to confine her. In Corin's mind, the image of Isabel trapped in a dark, murky space became clear by dealing damage. They would gain the upper hand. The third phase, confront the powerful enemy ravaging the blood zone directly. At this moment, the image of the terrifying enemy appeared in Corin's mind again. Finally, once the enemy was defeated, it would transform into its final form. This was the core of the strategy. Corin thought to himself that if the outstanding first-year students joined forces, they might not need the player's assistance, and this wouldn't be too difficult. Images of his 4 close friends flashed through his mind, but immediately after, he felt a wave of regret. To reach the third phase, but Elisa, with her red, teary eyes and the painful injuries he had caused her. Doran Waski, whose important weapon was destroyed that was also his fault. His cranial golem still hadn't fully recovered, another error on his part. Corin clutched his head, feeling both shocked and angry at himself. This is bad. Damn it all. Right then, the silhouette of a savage vampire appeared in his mind, a familiar image from the original scenario. In the story, after the encounter with the vampire killer in the Mist City, Mariette had lost control and attacked her roommate, then fell into a state of rage. In his previous life, when this happened, Corin remembered that the scene shifted to a dark house. At that time, he and the group had waited for Mariette and Isabel under the dormitory to resolve everything. The scene in Corin's memory was all 5 team members gathered there. But Park Sihu had deliberately let Mariette escape. Everything is a mess now because of my actions. I suddenly remembered the image of Elisa being sent flying by an attack and suffering severe injuries, with 8 broken ribs. Meanwhile, Cranel's golem was completely destroyed, leaving him unable to fight. A truly disappointing scene. Suddenly, the image of Warren appeared with a terrifying aura of power. I also thought about Warren joining in, but I couldn't predict how the battle would change if that happened. The scene shifted to a corner of the training room. Corin said, "Here is the employment registration certificate. This mission is particularly difficult. I need to find and capture someone alive." Doran Waski frowned and replied, "Are you crazy? The mercenary code is to only take missions with a guaranteed win. Besides, you broke my sword. Now I only have 2 left." Before Doran Waski could finish, Corin interrupted. "The reward is 20 gold coins. If you still don't believe me, I'll leave this as collateral." He pulled out a pure soul dust card, causing Doran Waski to freeze. After a few seconds of thought, Doran Waski smirked and said, "You really are a boss who knows how to read people." Right then, the system notified him. "Doran Waski has joined your party." Corin laughed, feeling very satisfied. The scene shifted to the library, where Corin was intently observing a book on the shelf. Suddenly, Ewan appeared and asked hesitantly, "How did you know?" "I thought all the records burned down with the forest." Corin calmly replied, "I read a book about it before. You're using the Ham alphabet, right? Are you here to find it?" Saying that, Corin decisively closed the book and looked at Ewan. "If you help me, I'll teach you all this magic." Ewan hesitated and asked, "Specifically, what do I have to do?" The system notified him, "Druid Ewan has joined your party." Corin couldn't hide his satisfaction. The final scene shifted to a tavern, where Corin was trying to convince Lerman and Jur, who were sitting in front of him. Lerman said slowly, "I'm putting together a party, but this mission is both difficult and dangerous. The pay is low, and we might have to face an extremely powerful demon tribe." Corin patiently persuaded them, "But if we succeed, we will gain honor and fame." His words made both Lerman and Jer stop what they were doing and stare in shock. Corin was a bit confused, thinking to himself, "Is it that hard to convince them?" Suddenly, Jer and Lerman changed their attitudes and exclaimed in unison, "That sounds interesting. Let us join your party." Seeing this, Corin smiled happily and replied, "All right then, you guys really are obsessed with romance, aren't you?" The scene shifted to a dense forest, with Corin leading Lerman, Doran Waski, and Yuan. As they walked, Corin calculated to himself, 1 damage dealer, 1 healer, and 3 support members should be enough to get through the first phase. That meets the minimum requirements. He smiled to himself. This formation is the best it's going to get. Suddenly, Corin remembered his meeting with Park Sihu, who had given him some instructions before bursting into tears and running into the forest. Looking back, he thought about how much effort it had taken to find her. Who would have thought someone that strong would dig a tunnel in the forest and hide there for an entire month? Corin's thoughts became sharp and decisive. He said she was hiding in the forest, and near Mokaba Academy, there was only 1 forest. A while later, at the hunting ground, a team member asked, "Is Mariette really here?" Doran Waski replied hesitantly, "Master, I understand the goal of the mission, but how are we supposed to find her?" Corin replied in a calm voice, "If we just look, it might take a year. If you want to know, just ask, there's bound to be a clue. Don't worry." Hearing this, Ewan frowned and asked suspiciously, "You already know something, don't you?" Not waiting for Corin to answer, Ewan planted her staff in the ground, creating a magical green glow, summoning, "Spirits, lead us to where she is." From the ground, a green aura surged up, surrounding them. Lerman gasped in surprise, "Whoa, look at all those spirits." Jer grabbed Corin by the shoulder, excited. "Look at that, it's a whole swarm of spirits." Corin watched, thinking to himself that judging by their reactions, the spirits must have responded to Ewan's summons, but he couldn't see anything at all. He scratched his head and asked, "So, did the spirits find Mariette?" Hearing this, the 3 of them, Lair and Ewan, stuttered in their replies. But Corin, curious, pressed on. "What's wrong? Where is she?" The 3 of them panicked and shouted in unison, "She's right behind you." Corin reacted instantly, spinning around and thrusting his staff, straight back at the monster that had just appeared. After landing a few consecutive strikes, he cursed, "Damn it, what the hell is that? Where did that thing crawl out from?" Before he could steady himself, Ron shouted a warning. Ahead, there were more monsters. In front of Corin, a pack of monsters suddenly emerged, preparing to charge at his team. Lair and Jur cried out in panic. Did Mariette turn into a monster? Hearing this, Corin immediately dispelled the thought for both of them. No way that's happening. Without overthinking, Lerman quickly channeled all his spiritual power through his book to assist in the fight against the monsters, but the situation was becoming extremely difficult. Jur, on the other hand, didn't sit still. He grinned, thrilled by the monsters in front of him. "You dare face me head-on, Jur?" And just when I needed to warm up too. Seeing Jur rushing forward, Corin anxiously warned him, "Jur, don't rush in. They'll surround you." But Jur Flare kept pushing forward, forcing Corin to shout. The situation grew more intense, prompting Corin to issue an immediate order. "Back up 3 steps. Don't be reckless, just keep fighting and their numbers will dwindle. Lerman, you provide support from the back." Lerman responded instantly, "Got it." Corin continued giving instructions. "Yuen, stay with Lur. Doran Waski, you know what to do, right? Don't push too far forward. Yue, though busy, follow the order," and Doran Waski nodded in agreement. Seeing Corin's composure, Yuen secretly praised him. Despite being attacked by surprise, he didn't waver and even came up with a logical strategy. He wasn't just strong, he was a true strategist. At the same time, Corin and Doran Waski worked together to take down the monsters. You thought in surprise, who would have guessed he's only a rank 5 knight? There must be something wrong with the student ranking exam. Corin, with his blade in hand, continued to cooperate to eliminate the monsters. But just then, Jur called out loudly, "Yuen, I thought Mariette was supposed to be here. Why is it just monsters?" Yuen stuttered in response. "I'm just listening to what the spirits tell me." Lur began to figure something out and said angrily, "Is Mariette controlling them? Monsters don't hunt in packs like this, and they're even more aggressive than usual." While supporting Lur and observing the situation, Corin suddenly interrupted. "No. It's impossible for Mariette to be the one pulling the strings. If she were controlling them, they wouldn't be attacking so chaotically. That's just not her style." Corin's eyes were filled with faith and pride when mentioning Mariette. Hearing this, Doran Waski asked, "Then why are these monsters attacking us?" Corin replied, "Neither of those possibilities is correct." The group asked in surprise, "Then what?" Corin pondered for a moment before explaining, "Each monster species has its own hunting instincts, but sometimes they fall into such desperate situations that they abandon their instincts, like when they face something they cannot resist." Hearing this, Jur, Yuen, Lerman, and Doran Waski were all stunned something was making them run away. As his words faded, the air suddenly grew strange, signaling the arrival of a new danger. Seeing the critical situation, Corin immediately warned them to prepare for battle. "Lerman, fall back." Lerman frantically opened his book, complaining, "Ugh, I can't even catch my breath." Yuen also replied, "Is this distance far enough?" Corin continued to command, "Doran Waski, Jur, back up 1 step, then support me." Doran Waski heard this, guessed his intent, and replied, "Looks like you have a plan in mind. I trust you, my master." Jur chimed in, "Should I take a step your size or a step my size?" Suddenly, a murderous intent and determination flashed in Corin's eyes. "I'll take the front line." At that moment, the system suddenly appeared with a notification. "Under the 3rd law, I will save the world of Mariette." The system announced a 50% increase in the group's stats. Immediately after, Corin's parameters were clearly displayed. Vitality, mana, stamina, strength, and agility were all significantly boosted. Looking at the numbers appearing, Corin gradually realized that Mariette's fate wasn't just a minor event. Her influence on this world was much greater. These backup parameters were clearly based on the scale of her future influence, not just the minor incident in Chapter 1. Thinking this, he gripped his blade tighter, his gaze becoming sharper. The system displayed a new notification. "I will save the world. Take the first step to save the world and stop Mariette." Realizing the situation seemed stable, everyone's morale lifted. Corin couldn't hide his excitement, shouting clearly, "All right, let's go." At the same time, Mariette's silhouette appeared, her appearance already demonized. Just then, the final system message appeared. "Save the hero Mariette. Corin, good luck." Suddenly, Mariette's demonic form began to sob with a pitiful appearance. Seeing that, Yuen said, concerned, "She's crying." Hearing and seeing this, Corin remained calm and warned, "That won't change anything. Let's just finish off the demon tribe." Suddenly, a sword flew toward Mariette at an extremely high speed. But Doran Waski saw something and opened his eyes wide in amazement. By now, the sword had been blocked by a defensive barrier of power, preventing it from reaching Mariette. Seeing that, the whole group was shocked and said in unison, "What the? I never expected my heavy sword to be blocked." Lerman seemed to realize what it was and explained, "That's a blood orb, a construct born from vampire blood. I didn't think a newly awakened vampire could have a blood orb by their side." Seeing this, Corin turned around with a very determined look and said, "No need to be afraid. It was just born. It hasn't received any blood or magic from her yet. Without being replenished with blood and magic from its master, it can't do anything but block attacks. Suddenly, someone said, "For a mage like me, meeting an opponent with that kind of defense is a big problem." Corin calmly replied, "It'll be fine, don't worry." Suddenly, Marietta's demonic form shouted loudly, "Get lost." Seeing this, Corin reminded everyone, that's a large-scale magic attack. Then, Corin called out to Yuen. Au heard this and was determined, beginning to use her power and not forgetting to reply, "I understand." While Au was summoning her domain power, Corin said quite smugly, "I don't know about other places, but this is a forest. This is my territory." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the domain that Au had created also produced. A shield immediately appeared to protect everyone. At the same time, the system notified him that his attack speed had increased, shielding his soul from debuffs. Mariette was blocked by the shield wall that Yuen had created, struggling to push through. Meanwhile, Yuen was straining, shouting while trying to maintain the barrier. Seeing the situation, Jir anxiously warned, "What are we going to do if that shield wall breaks?" Lerman quickly chimed in, "What did you eat today that made you say such a thing? Shut your mouth." Yuen was struggling so hard he was gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, "That single attack cost me half my mana just to maintain the defense. The vampire's toxic hunting ground effect is taking its toll on me, but I have to hold on so the others have a chance to strike." It seemed the shield wall could no longer withstand Mariette's power. Corin noticed this and asked, "Yuen, you've reached your limit, haven't you?" Corin stepped forward, looking at the others and telling them to rest easy. Yuen, seeing Corin, whispered to himself, "He promised he would defeat this vampire, didn't he?" Corin held a sharp blade in his hand, looking calm while giving a faint smile. "Just hold on a little longer. I'll finish this in 5 moves." Hearing that, Yuen, nearly drained of all energy, panted and asked, "Can you really do it?" Corin replied, giving everyone a sense of reassurance. "Yeah, of course I can." Meanwhile, Mariette was being restrained by some mysterious power, clutching her body in pain. Corin observed everything, trying to figure out a way. The battle with the vampire Mariette was divided into 4 phases. Phase 1, when the monsters surrounding the player's party attack. Phase 2, after the monsters are defeated, Mariette joins the fray herself. You have to face her. From Phase 2 to Phase 4, to see her strongest magic unleashed. At that point, Mariette suddenly becomes crazed and beast-like. In other words, before the final phase, she isn't using her full power. At that moment, she truly becomes a pure vampire. It was just like in the game in his previous life. Thinking this, Corin gripped the blade and turned back to instruct, "Lee, get out of here quickly, just a bit ahead of Yuen. You can only use basic magic about 2 more times, so look after yourself." Elle was surprised by Corin's calculations and said, "You even planned for that? I understand." Corin then praised Yuen. "Well done. Once you're out of mana, run as far as you can." See above, Yuen replied, "All right, I'll figure that out when the time comes." Up until now, her area of effect attacks have been huge, but luckily, she hasn't used her truly dangerous ones yet. Suddenly, while Corin was thinking, the shield wall couldn't withstand the power from Mariette outside and was on the verge of shattering. Mariette's power seeped through the cracks in the barrier, making Corin think that her alchemy spell would come next. "She's coming." Corin waited for Mariette's appearance with a determined look. Suddenly, an alchemy freezing spell was used by someone to break the barrier. The barrier seemed to shatter from the freezing alchemy spell, making everyone stare upward in utter shock and terror. Jer screamed in fear. The wall is collapsing. At the same time, Yuen was tirelessly struggling, chanting prayers to Mother Earth, the nourishment of trees and grain. "O gods, may the insects cover the world." Simultaneously, sounds like Afin Yurat Saint echoed, and the light from the spirits that Yuen summoned became clearly visible. A gust of wind suddenly appeared, and Yuen realized, thinking, "The gods are responding. Even though I wrote those ancient incantations, only a pure-blooded spirit user could activate them." Corin frowned, thinking, even though it resembles ancient language, it's a system language from a different civilization. Suddenly, roots and tree branches erupted from the ground at an incredible speed. Corin realized and thought, these are secret languages you can only obtain after completing the storyline of Au, who always tried to become a forest mage. A mage of the deep forest, the darling of nature, the 1,000-year-old secret language belongs only to those of the clans friendly with spirits. Both Jir and Doran Waski were stunned by everything before their eyes, their jaws dropping. Then came the appearance of the Willow Man, a giant humanoid creature made of roots and divine essence, with 5 eyes and a dark presence, causing everyone to panic. "What is that?" Seeing this, even Au was equally shocked and blurted out, "That ancient spell could summon something like this." Hearing Ayu's surprise, Corin smiled and thought, that's right. It took some time to help her summon this, but in this situation, there's no other choice. Thinking this, Corin called out, quick, throw that remaining live owlbear to the willow man. Jer was startled and asked, a live owlbear? Wow, you're really something. There really is one left. See above, Corin heard his teammate's surprise and felt very satisfied, thinking to himself, I prepared for this, even though they weren't paying attention while they were busy fighting. Corin then ordered, throw it into the willow man's chest quickly. Jer acted quickly and replied, all right. Suddenly, the owlbear was defeated in an instant, creating a massive explosion. The owlbear was blown to pieces. By burning the sacrifice inside the willow man's chest, it provided the energy for the summoning magic to function. The willow man stood up, the explosion having no effect on it. Everyone shouted in unison, go, willow man. Immediately, the willow man lunged forward to attack relentlessly. It seemed this also affected Yu Elwin, who clutched his chest and groaned in pain. Corin noticed and thought, it seems to be too much for him. It really is difficult for him to sustain summoning magic like this for several minutes. Corin said firmly, encouraging him, don't stop, Yu Ewen. If you stop, everyone will die. Ewen, tears of pain in his eyes, strained to say, I know I'll try. The willow man stood before Mariette, causing her to scoff, but that couldn't stop her will to attack. Mariette let out a loud roar and fired toxic needles. Seeing the willow man being relentlessly attacked, his teammates worriedly asked, Corin, will this be okay? Corin responded to calm everyone down, don't worry. But internally, he thought that Liu Ren wasn't a living being, just a puppet. A few holes in its body wouldn't kill it. And theoretically, in a battle between fire and ice, there was no way fire could lose. Jer and Doran Waski were watching the fight with bated breath. That's what he thought, anyway. Suddenly, a poison dagger thrown by Mariette came flying at Liu Ren at blinding speed. This made Corin's eyes widen in shock as he muttered to himself, that magic had extinguished Liu Ren's fire. Just then, Liu Ren collapsed, causing everyone to scramble back in fear. Corin furrowed his brow, grit his teeth, and thought anxiously, conventional logic is being completely overturned. This is a special difficulty level for Mariette. Mariette had truly transformed into a demon, her appearance radiating pure killing intent. Yu Ayan was hit hard by the impact, collapsing to the ground, clutching her chest in pain. Seeing this, Corin called out, Yu Ayan, pull back, you've done enough. Stunned, Yu Ewan stuttered. What? But Corin cut in, you're out of mana. Staying here won't change anything. Understanding the situation, Yu Ewan nodded and quickly retreated. Got it. I'm pulling out. Seeing that, Jer asked nervously, are we actually going to pull this off? Corin quickly explained the situation to his teammates. Mariette used all her energy on that wide-range attack, so her magic is weakened. Do you guys know what that means? Jer asked. What? Does that mean it's our turn to strike? Suddenly, Corin looked like a beast possessed, grinning wildly as he charged in, making Jer and Doran Waski panic. Hey, wait up. Jer and Doran Waski quickly followed him. The three of them faced the true demon Mariette, who was relentlessly firing poison blades. Doran Waski, thinking quickly, launched his acceleration link spell, then tried to counterattack, but failed. He cursed in frustration. That blood sphere is incredibly tough. Suddenly, Jer appeared from out of nowhere in mid-air with a determined roar. I'm coming to feast on this. Jer immediately landed a massive blow on Mariette, creating a blinding flash. Corin watched, impressed, thinking about Jer's special destructive stacking attack. The damage the opponent takes multiplies with every hit. He's actually useful. I'm glad I brought him along. After the attack, Jer smirked confidently. I broke through. You idiots better watch, but he was cut off right after boasting. Suddenly, Mariette activated her third phase, her eyes glowing blood red. The third stage had officially begun. A deafening explosion rocked the blood realm. All the daggers, swords, and equipment Corin's team were using fell to the ground, unmanned. Corin tried to hold his ground, but he quickly realized the dire situation and thought coldly, we're trapped in this barrier. The moment that blood sphere shattered, it triggered a trap. Now, we're stuck in it. The pressure is insane. Instead of just defending, the blood sphere had absorbed her blood and magic to create this. Before Corin stood Mariette, a true, full-fledged demon. Corin let out a bitter sigh and smiled sarcastically, thinking, I never imagined I'd be the only one left to fight her in this phase. In my past life, it took at least 3 people to stand a chance against this phase. But then, with an arrogant look, Corin's confidence returned as he thought, still, it's not a problem. The outcome remains the same. I will be the winner. The moon turned even rounder and redder, making the scene feel increasingly ominous. If you're born a normal human, you should be able to tell the difference between a beast and a person. If you are truly human, It's only natural to be so terrified that you shut your eyes. The scene shifted to a dark castle. There was a strange aura as those creatures struggled desperately for their lives. In a room somewhere in the castle, the image became hazy. A chill ran down my spine, so different from the burning sensation in my throat. Suddenly, Mariette returned to normal, slowly opening her eyes after the blackout. Mariette scanned her surroundings. Someone was shouting her name, but Mariette couldn't see clearly yet. She could only think. My throat is drawn to someone's neck, I don't know who it is. Suddenly, Mariette transformed into a vampire again, fangs and claws at the ready. Mariette thought to herself, I bit them. My fangs were already there, tearing through skin and reaching for the blood vessel. The creature was trembling. Suddenly, the person who had called Mariette's name opened their eyes wide, tears streaming down their face. I don't know if this is the terror of being hunted or a desperate act of resistance, but it doesn't matter anymore. There's no more fear that makes me want to close my eyes. Marietta Dunalbev, like a bloodthirsty beast, tore into her prey. The pain moans sounded almost like a piano melody. The warm blood flowed over my tongue, down my throat. The body of the person I bit suddenly shivered, then went limp, the warmth spreading and heating my cold skin until, suddenly, after biting the person, blood sprayed onto the bed. But Mariette still looked innocent, thinking, the blood vessel I thought had stopped flowing feels like it's opening up again. Isabel's moans and the creaking of the bed finally stopped. The person Mariette had bitten was Isabel, who had collapsed completely. Only the sound of my own heart, about to burst, echoed through my body. The delicious scent of blood choked me, filling me with disgust. Suddenly, Mariette seemed to realize that the person she had attacked was someone she knew, and she covered her mouth, her body trembling. My full-of-life body felt like it was collapsing. Only now did I realize it wasn't a beast. Isabel had fallen in front of Mariette, devoid of strength. Mariette, a true demon when she becomes a vampire. I've committed a crime. I almost killed my friend. At that same moment, the moon returned to normal, the blood-red color fading away, as if she were just killing a beast, or perhaps something even more heartless. Mariette seemed terrified of what she had done. She was absolutely devastated, sobbing uncontrollably. The moment she realized she had been treating human beings like mere animals, she clutched her starving stomach and fled the scene. After causing such a disaster, Mariette couldn't think of anything else but to run away. That was until she was found by the boy, the same Corin that Mariette had mentioned before. The battle between Corin and the demonic Mariette resumed. Suddenly, the twisted demonic hound on her side lunged at Corin like a ferocious tiger. But then, the beast summoned all its strength and unleashed a volley of sharp spikes. Those spikes flew toward Corin with increasing frequency and speed. Seeing this, Corin didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he laughed with excitement and taunted, "You damn mutt." He immediately followed up with his technique, sixth sword style, step 4. "How dare you bite a human?" As he finished his sentence, Corin spun his blade and dashed toward the beast with incredible speed, executing his spinning heaven technique. The demonic hound was caught completely off guard, visibly jolted by the sudden assault. The beast suddenly birthed 2 smaller demonic hounds to attack and block Corin's path. Corin found the situation amusing and let out a provocation. "This dog is really starting to annoy me." Even as the 2 smaller hounds lunged at him, Corin's agile body allowed him to dodge them with ease. He tightened his grip on his blade and unleashed sixth sword style, step 5. He quickly followed with the thrown wood mountain technique, resolutely hurling his sword directly at the smaller demonic hound. After retrieving his blade, he smirked and jeered, "Giving me a snack? That was pretty pathetic compared to your growling. Got anything else?" Corin looked at the giant demonic hound with a provocative gaze, the small creature he had just defeated lying lifeless at his feet. Suddenly, the giant beast began channeling energy, aiming to fire something from its eyes. This only made Corin more excited, but in the blink of an eye, the giant hound vanished. This made Corin pause and think seriously. It disappeared? No, that's not right. It's just moving so fast my eyes can't keep up. Realizing this, Corin gave a faint, confident smirk. He began to radiate blue spiritual energy around his body and taunted, "Let me teach you something, pet. The key to victory isn't some 100-step plan. What matters most is," suddenly, the giant hound reappeared right in front of him, finding the weakness. With a single step, Corin appeared behind the monster and dealt a powerful slash. He laughed with pure delight and said, "That old trick won't work twice, you know." He didn't stop there, immediately preparing his next move. Fire Serpent style, ascending dragon break. In an instant, the giant monster's eyes seemed to shatter. Before Corin's very eyes, its entire body dissipated into nothingness. But suddenly, the particles in the air began to pull back together. The giant demonic hound returned once more, collapsing before Corin and letting out pained whimpers. The beast was covered in countless wounds, leaving Corin to remark, "You're still choosing to protect the one who created you? Even with your dying breath? Why? What on earth are you doing this for? Just wait. Corin plunged his blade into the ground. I'm definitely going to save her. Your mother. Corin said this with unwavering resolve as he slung his sword over his shoulder. As the demonic silhouette of Mariette appeared, Corin thought to himself, the final phase. The moment this stage began, Mariette put one of the team members in mortal danger. Suddenly, the ground cracked as if something had just blasted off into the sky. A dark figure resembling Mariette appeared high against the backdrop of the full moon. That is why it's impossible to dispel her bloodlust effect alone. Corin reflected on the situation, blaming himself. Normally, to rescue a team member being targeted by a bloodsucker, the whole team has to stick together and deceive her, making it hard for her to target the weakest link. Thinking this, Corin stood his ground, letting Mariette charge at him. But right now, no one could help him. Corin's eyes were filled with sadness, as if he wanted to end it all in an instant. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Bloodsucker boss, Mariette's stamina and mana are recovering. Corin let Mariette lunge and bite him without a single attempt to resist. As he took the bite, Corin thought, so, this is what it feels like to have your life force drained away. At the same time, Corin's hand trembled, but he held his grip, thinking, I can endure this. I have the skills to deal with it. Suddenly, the system notified him again. Persistent warrior, reborn as a warrior who never loses their fighting spirit and maintains their own iron will. His body will continuously recover. I can handle this. At that same moment, Corin was struggling, suffering so much that he gritted his teeth, lost in his thoughts. I remember the moment that kind child was talking to everyone, sharing potatoes with her small, gentle hands. The image of Mariette, when she was still human, flashed through Corin's mind. Ever since I grew up, he reached out, gently patting Mariette's head with kindness, and said, there, take it slow. You might choke. Hearing this, Mariette stopped biting, let out a soft noise, and stared at Corin with blank, innocent eyes. Corin watched her and thought, the moment Duke Sabanzio awakened as a vampire, he drained his servants to death. Even the greatest commander left in history couldn't control his thirst for blood. Corin suddenly recalled a story about vampires. It took Park Sihu a whole month to capture Mariette, and because drinking monster blood was no different from drinking salt water, it only made her thirstier. Back then, Mariette constantly drank animal blood instead of human blood, but she never killed a single person. She endured that craving thanks to her superhuman willpower. Corin remembered the moment Mariette was chained up, his heart aching. This was an unnecessary setup for a final boss who only has one true weakness. That's why I want to believe that a better ending must exist somewhere. Suddenly, Corin felt something on his neck. Tears were streaming down, accompanied by a choked sob. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Mariette was sobbing like a child right in front of Corin after biting him. Seeing this, Corin secretly felt relieved, thinking, it doesn't matter how many times I've died, or whether they are the top mages, or even the truth that she's a vampire, none of that is really important. Maybe I've been looking at her personality just like Park Sihu did. As he thought this, Corin looked at Marietta Dunalbev with pride and drifted into his own thoughts. But the teachings of the master I met in this world have turned me into a different person. Suddenly, Corin pictured a woman with a blade in her hand, standing before a raging fire. She turned her back and said, I am the adult here, boy. As long as I am an adult, I will always bear the responsibility of protecting you. Remembering those events moved Corin, thinking about how someone he had always looked down upon as just an NPC in a game had protected him, telling him he was just a child. As his successor, I witnessed the final moments of his life, and as his disciple, I heard his teachings. At the same time, Mariette was still crying incessantly, sitting on top of Corin. But Corin felt happier than ever, silently musing. It'll be fine now that I'm certain I've become an adult. Then Corin looked up at the sky with a proud gaze and whispered to himself, just watch, Park Sihu. I'm going to choose a different path than yours. Finally, the system notification popped up. Mariette. S. Rank difficulty. Reward, aura level increased from low to low plus. Mana level increased from lowest to low. Achieve pain tolerance, 100 points distributed. The happy moment between Mariette and Corin continued. Mariette, happier than she had ever been, chirped excitedly. I thought your taste buds would change, but it turns out you actually like potatoes. Are they tasty? Potatoes are always tasty, no matter how you cook them. As soon as he finished speaking, Mariette blushed in embarrassment and Corin teased her. Is that so? Hearing that, Mariette just stammered, unable to say a word. Suddenly, she started swatting at Corin, loudly and shyly saying, Go away, I smell terrible right now. Corin used his hand to block her blows and replied, What's the big deal? You didn't exactly shower when you bit my neck, either. That made Mariette even more flustered, and she shouted, Stop it. After the scuffle, Mariette moved to a corner and sat quietly, leaving Corin to sigh in defeat. Good grief, you don't even smell. Suddenly, after a moment of silence, Mariette spoke up. I'm scared. Corin let out a soft sound of acknowledgement. Mariette sat in the corner, sadly recounting to Corin, that girl, Warren, she's terrifying. I thought I was going to die. I was so scared, but I couldn't do what you did. Hearing that name, Corin furrowed his brow, wondering if meeting Warren had triggered something in her that changed her mind and led her to join the hunting practice. War had accidentally encountered Mariette during training, and to fight a top-tier mage like Mariette, she had used her true power. That had provoked Mariette, and the vampire within her had awakened. At the time, Warren didn't seem to fully understand the situation and had acted on impulse. Suddenly, Mariette began to chide Corin. How were you able to recover like that? And why didn't you give up on the spirit body back then? Everyone was cynical. You said I couldn't succeed, but in the end, you succeeded. You're really amazing. Hearing her praise, Corin smiled and replied, May, it's not that impressive, but I do like happy endings. Hearing this, Mariette looked puzzled by what Corin had just said. Corin leaned back and explained, the good guys get rewarded and the bad guys get punished, something like that. It was a moving, cautionary tale. You're a good person. Mariette's pure, kind image appeared in his mind. Feeling encouraged, Corin teased her further, you're kind and beautiful, too. Basically, I like happy endings, so I really want you to be happy. After hearing his confession, Mariette's face turned bright red. Suddenly, she stammered in a panic. Corin, I need to bathe and finish these potatoes. Can you please go outside? Corin replied, Huh? But I just got here. Yeah? Okay. See you later. As he said that, Corin waved goodbye, with Professor Josephine appearing nearby. See you later. Mariette smiled to herself, thinking, Thank you for comforting me, but I'm not sure if I have the right to be happy. Mariette fell into a melancholy train of thought. Soon after, Mariette would be temporarily detained, and what happened made it very difficult for things to return to normal immediately. Still, I think she'll be released soon, because the demi-human Warren will be coming to school as usual. Unconsciously, Corin thought of Warren. Even if Mariette awakened and became an individual, most people wouldn't feel threatened by it. As Corin walked, looking down at the ground, he pondered Mariette's situation. Suddenly, someone called his name. Corin looked up at the voice. Errol had appeared out of nowhere and asked excitedly, Could you meet with me for a moment? Corin saw Errol and addressed her as president. Hearing that, Errol walked over to him, looking very happy, and asked, Han, this is our first time meeting alone, right? How are you finding things? Corin scratched his head and replied happily, I'm fine. Is something the matter? It's about Mariette's punishment. Hearing this, Corin froze for a second and stammered. Her punishment? His eyes widened as he worriedly thought about Mariette. I didn't think she would be punished. Does this mean the ending won't be a happy one? He rushed to say, Wait, let me explain. Despite that, Errol replied with extreme composure. It's okay. Her punishment has already been decided. But Corin refused to listen and insisted on responding. But please listen to me. As someone who actually fought her, what kind of punishment could be decided that quickly? Mariette. While Corin was extremely anxious, Errol chuckled and said, Just as I expected. Corin became even more confused. Suddenly, Errol smiled kindly and replied, Don't worry. There is no punishment. Corin was even more shocked and shouted, What? Errol explained things with absolute calm. I also didn't think she was a danger. That's why I needed to see the reaction of someone who had actually fought her. I have no doubt about my decision now. Don't worry. She'll be released soon. We just need to double-check her stability. Errol Casa smiled with great satisfaction as she spoke. Oh, I've heard rumors from other students, but I'm curious to hear the details. Corin finally let out a sigh of relief, even though he had been quite startled at first. Errol continued. Even if it's just the basics, could you explain it to me? Right then, I explained everything that needed to be said, that Mariette was safe and that she wasn't some kind of monster. I don't know how much she actually believed me, but I made my position very clear. Professor Josephine was also there while I was explaining it to Errol. After hearing everything, Errol fell into deep thought for a moment before saying, I see. Thank you for telling me. We'll need to issue an official announcement regarding this. Naturally, we won't disclose every single detail. Now that I've got the full picture, I have to get back to work. Hearing that, Corin's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, Errol bowed her head and said, Thank you, Corin. Seeing this, Corin stammered, feeling incredibly awkward. No, it was to help us prevent the dangers caused by the inexperience and arrogance of adults. I truly thank you, and I'm sorry. If you need anything, I'll do my best to repay you. Professor Josephine, who had been listening in, adjusted her glasses quietly. Corin smirked and let out a sigh, thinking to himself, Errol Casa, the Academy president, is truly valuable. She's someone who always recognizes her own weaknesses and is willing to take on extra responsibility. Then, Corin remembered a scene from his past, meeting a mysterious person who told him, "Although I have failed countless times, you have never been one of those failures." Corin beamed, thinking that since those were the words she said in his previous life, he trusted her good intentions. He said to Errol Casa, "Please, lift your head. That is my request." Hearing this, Errol offered a faint smile. Cut to the detention room, where Mariette was feeling completely dejected and sorrowful, reflecting on the past. Mariette remembered the moment she was in Corin's arms as he gently patted her head. "Slow down. You're going to choke." His hand on her back was so soft, and his skin felt so warm. Corin had comforted her so gently. "It's okay. It's going to be okay." At that moment, her reason had vanished, swept away by waves of emotion. As she cast out the cold monster inside her and found her humanity again, Mariette broke down, tears streaming down her face as she apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. The only thing she could do was apologize. Mariette silently scolded herself. What right did she have to ask for forgiveness? Was Isabel safe? Because she cared for everyone so deeply, the guilt was eating her alive. That was the reason why she didn't resist Professor Josephine's magic. She just accepted it and locked herself behind those iron bars. At the same time, dark, sinister energy began to swirl in. Mariette thought back to the moment she had bumped into Corin, blushing, and how she had acted differently whenever he visited her. But she was truly exhausted. She recalled the image of herself as a monster, having transformed into a vampire, and thought, I am a monster, a devil, an enemy of humanity who could drain someone's blood at any moment. But then, Corin's silhouette appeared in her mind. Corin had said proudly and clearly, "So, what I mean is, I want you to be happy." His words had made all her worries disappear. Those were the most sincere words she had ever heard. She remembered him risking his life to save her, even though she had turned into a monster. As she thought about it, Mariette wept, blaming herself incessantly. That moment of strength, his sacrifice, and sincerity, suddenly, Mariette covered her face with a handkerchief, sobbing and calling out Corin's name. She realized that a part of her life would remain in those memories forever. Scene shift to a classroom where someone shouted, "Hey, did you hear?" Corin pricked up his ears to listen. A male student with light brown hair was talking about Senior Mariette's magical abilities. The guy next to him replied, "Oh, that potato senior?" This was 1 week after the accident, even though there had been some chaos because a few jerks leaked that Mariette was in school. Since the demi-human had enrolled obediently, things cooled down quickly. In the cooking class, the two students kept gossiping. "But is she still locked up? I heard she isn't coming to class. Is she really that dangerous?" Corin, nearby, pricked his ears up, his eyes widening in shock. "She's still locked up? It's been a week. But on paper, she was supposed to be free." Mariette had been released. The scene of Mariette appeared before Corin. But even though Mariette seemed to be free, people around her were puzzled. "Mariette, are you okay? I heard you become special. Congrats." At the same time, Mariette was desperately searching for Isabel in the crowd, thinking with disappointment, "She's not here. Isabel isn't here." Then, Mariette returned to her dark room, where a bag of blood was waiting. Corin realized then that didn't mean she was truly free. Meanwhile, Mariette was deep in thought, blaming herself. She must be scared of me and hate me, right? She recalled the moment she had bitten Isabel and lamented, "If I were her, I wouldn't want a friend who drains my blood. I don't want to get in anyone's way, especially not Isabel's." Having made up her mind, Mariette cast her gaze in one direction. "I need to disappear from this academy." Mariette stared at the bag of blood in front of her, feeling desperate and hopeless. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, forcing Mariette to call out, "Who is it? Who could be coming at this hour?" Thinking that, Mariette went to open the door, not knowing who was on the other side. Suddenly, someone rushed in and hugged Mariette, sobbing. Mariette was stunned, unable to react in time. Isabel sobbed, "Are you okay? How are you feeling?" Seeing the person she had been searching for right in front of her, Mariette called out, "Isabel." Then, she stammered in confusion, "Wait, why are you here?" Isabel held Mariette tightly in her arms and replied, "Why shouldn't I come?" Hearing that, Mari stammered, "It's not like that." But Isabel then asked, "So, you didn't want to see me?" Mariette immediately denied it. "No, that's not it at all." At that moment, Mariette asked very seriously, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Surprised, Isabel asked back, "What?" Suddenly, Isabel smiled to herself and said, "I'm sorry, but I saw everything before I passed out. Your face after you bit me, you looked so lost and guilty." Mariette had a look of profound regret but felt helpless. Suddenly, Isabel gently touched her cheek and said, "You know what, Mariette? No matter what happens, I will always consider you my friend. So, no matter what, I want you to see me as your friend, too." Do you understand? Isabel said this with great determination. Hearing that, Mari welled up with tears and called out Isabel's name. Then Mariette burst into tears like a child and said, "Thank you. I kept thinking you would hate me." Isabel asked, "Hey, are you still feeling guilty?" Then, she laughed happily and explained, "To be honest, I feel perfectly fine, but I haven't been discharged yet, so I couldn't go out right after you were released. If it weren't for that underclassman sneaking me out." Realizing something, Isabel gasped, "Huh? Where is he?" "There was a tall underclassman behind me just a moment ago." Hearing that, Mariette was very surprised and blankly asked about the underclassman. The person Isabel mentioned was none other than Corin. Just then, Corin walked away, thinking to himself, "I trust that a girl like Mariette won't crumble after this accident." Suddenly, Mariette covered her shy face, causing Isabel to look at her in surprise and call her name. Mariette realized it then and thought to herself, "I see, so he helped me again." "Corin, Corin, Corin," Mariette thought, her face flushed with shyness as she whispered his name in her mind. And so, the first part of the story comes to an end. Everyone got a happy ending, something that didn't happen in the previous life. Although some unexpected things occurred and nothing went according to plan, I actually like this ending even better. At the same time, at the Errol Academy, Professor Josephine was very satisfied with the school. Even without a player, the world keeps turning. Even though it didn't go to plan, everything still ended well. Corin thought as he stood under the sunset, looking quite content. This moment marked the starting point of a new world. Thinking that, Corin smiled with deep satisfaction. Cut to the next day at the Academy's training grounds, Corin was training tirelessly and sighed to himself. "My schedule is quite repetitive, just going to class, eating lunch, going to class, training, eating dinner, and training again. But I have to become stronger. Given the scenario that is fast approaching regarding that girl, I have to be even faster." Even if he was injured, Corin never stopped training. Suddenly, while practicing, Corin performed the ultimate fire serpent techniques, serpent ascending and poison dragon strikes. Right after finishing a few moves, someone let out a cheer, making Corin look up. Huh? It was none other than Mariette, who was proudly clapping and exclaiming, "That's so impressive. You've been working really hard today, Corin." Seeing Mariette, Corin said, "You're back to your usual self," as if nothing happened. But Mariette didn't care and changed the subject. "All right, since you've worked so hard, you need to eat a lot. I didn't cook much, but eat it all, okay?" Mariette then presented a tray full of pastries, making Corin hesitate slightly as he said, "You prepared so much, and they were all made from potatoes." Corin sat down and said excitedly, "Thanks, I'm starving, so I'll eat it all." Hearing that, Mariette replied happily, "Eat it all up." But suddenly, Mariette saw the blood on Corin's hand and looked ravenous. She gasped and thought to herself, "Blood." Seeing her strange behavior, Corin asked while eating, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Hearing that, Mariette turned away, hiding the 4 fangs that were clearly showing. Feeling flustered and confused, she replied, "No." She scolded herself, "I can't believe I saw blood," and started drooling. Suddenly, Corin asked, "By the way, you've been drinking blood lately, right?" Hearing that, Mariette nodded and pointed to the blood bag next to her. "Yeah, this one." Seeing that, Corin asked further, "Fresh blood and packaged blood taste a bit different, don't they?" Hearing that, Mariette answered without suspicion, "It's a little different in terms of freshness and flavor. Your blood, however, is incredibly delicious." As soon as she said it, she realized how weird it sounded. She started explaining frantically, while Corin just laughed and teased her, "I guess it's like organic food versus food sprayed with pesticides." Mariette agreed, "Yeah, similar to frozen meat versus fresh meat." Corin kept eating and replied, "So that means you've decided to eat frozen meat for the rest of your life, huh? Sometimes, it's okay to drink some fresh blood." Mariette was very shy and blushed, replying, "You're so naive." "Huh? What?" Corin replied clearly, "My blood." Hearing this, Mariette was completely flustered and embarrassed, but she also felt a bit tempted, showing her fangs as she replied, "What the heck are you saying?" Corin suddenly leaned forward, exposing his neck, and said arrogantly, "I can regenerate, so if you're tired of packaged blood, you can come to me. Or are you craving it right now?" Seeing that, Mariette turned her head away, flustered and angry, saying, "Don't say things like that. I refuse. I don't want to bother you." Then, Mariette suddenly took out a bottle filled with a blood-red liquid and shyly offered it. "Anyway, this is." Seeing that, Corin asked curiously, "What's that?" "Blood," Mariette explained frantically. "This might be a bit nauseating, but it's very good for your body. Vampire blood is one of the best magical ingredients." Without a second thought, Corin grabbed it and drank it down, making Mariette blush as she exclaimed, "Seeing you drink it right in front of me, how embarrassing." Suddenly, the system notification popped up. "You have absorbed a Tier 2 elixir. This elixir contains special ingredients. Aura rank has increased by 1 level, maximum aura increased by 500, and 10 stat points have been distributed. At the same time, Mariette asked, "Does it taste good?" Suddenly, Corin's whole body was surrounded by a blazing power. Corin felt his power growing and whispered to himself, "It doesn't taste like much, but I'm definitely stronger than I was in my past life." Corin smirked with immense satisfaction and said arrogantly, "Perfect." He then thought to himself, "With this, I can finally start the scenario with that girl." The scene shifts to the outskirts of the city, where someone is walking with a very confident stride. It is none other than Elisa. She is a direct descendant of the famous Aeon swordsmanship family and a second-grade knight. Her life has changed significantly since before. After feeling the invisible wall between her and a fifth-grade knight she met at the training grounds, she realized she needed to improve herself and started working hard toward that goal. Of course, Elisa's cool demeanor suddenly vanished, replaced by a look of intense craving, which had been the case just minutes ago. Elisa looked like a little fox, clutching a pile of candy, eating greedily while exclaiming, "So much honey pop candy." In reality, Elisa is basically lazy, lacks motivation, and has no interest in swordsmanship. I want to try everything. Even though her swordsmanship talent is near genius, her attitude towards studying is terrible, always receiving below-average grades. Suddenly, Elisa began roaming the market, buying things incessantly with a delighted expression. "I want to try every single one of these," Elisa thought happily, thinking that here she didn't have to swing her sword 10,000 times a day. The tests only required basic moves, and she didn't have to sweat through intense sparring with her siblings. Plus, her sister wasn't here. She skipped along happily with her bags, shouting that she should enjoy this time. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Enjoying what? It was none other than Corin, causing Elisa to tremble with fear as she called out to him. Corin, however, smirked dangerously and said, "You haven't been to the practice room lately." Hearing this, Elisa stammered, trying to find an excuse. "I've been so busy lately with homework and missions." Corin gave a soft hum. Then, his attitude shifted completely. He looked incredibly excited as he said, "I know this job pays well. Want to join my team?" Hearing this, Elisa said, "Excuse me." Then, filled with fear and annoyance, she frowned and thought, "Damn it, why does he keep seeking me out?" In some ways, Corin had become difficult for Elisa to approach. Standing before him, she felt her habit of being lazy and neglecting her talent being exposed. The mediocrity of a genius swordswoman who received second-grade knight certification at such a young age, and the granddaughter of a legendary swordsman, was laid bare. Suddenly, the bags in Elisa's hands dropped. Elisa thought of Corin radiating pure killing intent and mused. Above all, this guy's methods are so difficult. He kept going on about the basics. Basics. Basics are important. Corin's voice echoed in her head. Isn't it normal at this age to just pull off some cool, deadly move? As she thought this, Elisa looked terrified. Suddenly, Corin said, with great excitement, "The two-person team will receive 2 gold coins, and the difficulty is only level 2. Hearing that, Elisa's eyes lit up like car headlights. She was so excited she started drooling. 2 gold coins. As soon as Elisa finished speaking, her ambition echoed in her mind. With that much money, I could buy so many clothes and honey pop candies. Are you in? As soon as Corin finished his sentence, Elisa replied enthusiastically, yes. Corin then answered, great. We leave mid-next week, so go prepare your gear. As soon as Corin stopped talking, Elisa quickly replied, yes, sir, Corin. Then, Corin added, oh, and I'm planning to take on a short-term mission today for 20 silver coins. Let's do it together. Hearing this, Elisa's eyes sparkled with the scent of money as she eagerly replied, 20 silver coins? Deal. This made Corin smugly think to himself, she's that obsessed with money? So easy. That should be enough for the script. I'm not sure, but according to my prediction, today is the day. Corin fell into deep thought. He began to think about how Elisa loves patrol missions on the mission board. She only had to follow a preset route in the city center and check if there were any issues. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of the city where they were staying. Monsters approaching the city were only at level 4 or 5 at most. Mid-level monsters rarely appeared, so the probability of trouble was very low. At the same time, Corin's thoughts drifted to the monsters lying in the forest. Suddenly, someone called out, hey, knight, over here. It's done. Hearing this, Elisa, having just finished off the monsters, turned around with a delighted look and spoke up. Captain, you should take the claws and fur to sell later. This made Corin ponder. The work was light, but the pay was high, and Elisa didn't find it burdensome at all. Moreover, suddenly a group of male students showed great respect and admiration for Elisa, saying, as expected of the knight, she's amazing. There were 10 monsters, but she defeated them in an instant. Hearing that, Elisa replied with a touch of pride. "Ha, that's nothing." The male students chimed in, "You say that, but those were horned owls, just as expected from a swordswoman of the prestigious Ayan family." Hearing this made Elisa feel even more delighted and proud. Then, Elisa thought back to when she was looked down upon by her own family. Back then, they would constantly criticize and mock her, saying, "Tisk, Tisk, your sister reached the peak at your age. We finally found the heir to the genius Adan's swordsmanship family. Lumia Ayan is the greatest genius of this generation. As for the second daughter, she's just an illegitimate child whose bloodline isn't even high enough." Thinking of this, Elisa shook off the thoughts and felt proud of herself, thinking, "The family looks down on me, but am I really that bad?" Suddenly, Corin called out, "Alisa, there's a horned owl over there." Alisa replied nonchalantly, "That one? Easy to handle." Corin responded, "Oh, impressive. Good. Patrol complete. Now, today's patrol mission is safely and happily finished, as long as nothing else happens." Suddenly, the sky turned to night, and a mysterious blue light appeared in the heavens, causing the knights to whisper among themselves. "It's a signal from the previous patrol team. It's a monster nest, at least rank 2. Huh, I don't see anything." Seeing this, a male knight student stepped forward to explain. "That's the signal from the scout team. It's at least a rank 2 monster nest." "Huh? I don't see anything." Seeing that, a male knight cadet stepped forward to explain. "It's magic artillery that can only be seen with the special goggles we're wearing. It's a secret technique used by the guard squad. Anyway, let's head out." Hearing that, Elisa understood. She then felt a wave of sadness, thinking to herself that if nothing else happened during the patrol, she could finish without having to kill any monsters. She tried to slack off at the last minute, but when an emergency arises, everyone is required to join the raid. Suddenly, the students chirped in, "It's fine. We have the granddaughter of the genius swordsman here." Hearing that, Elisa immediately spoke up to stop them. Wait, at that moment, he smirked and spoke up. "Oh, I knew it." Corin thought to himself that it was a Tier 2 monster den, discovered by the advanced patrol squad and the lair where the wolves gathered around the werewolf. A werewolf is an Ansahat-type monster that can be defeated even if one is poisoned. We can easily defeat it this time too. Just then, the werewolf appeared, looking terrifying. Even so, Alisa was ready to charge into battle. But suddenly, Elisa saw something and exclaimed in shock, "That thing, a Dullahan. A Tier 1 Dullahan monster." The Dullahan appeared with such a bizarre and gruesome appearance that it was truly terrifying. Seeing the critical situation, Elisa struggled, thinking to herself, "Damn it, why is there a Dullahan here? It's not over yet, but I have to." Without another word, Elisa quickly drew her sword, which glowed with a blinding light. Instantly, Elisa used the Ayan family technique, single strike, territorial explosion, and lunged forward. But suddenly, Elisa saw something and stopped in her tracks. Nothing else to it, the opponent wasn't even fazed by Elisa's slash, making her gasp in dismay. What kind of durability is this? It's like an invertebrate. Suddenly, the monster used its long tentacles to bind Elisa, causing her to scream in pain. Facing such a formidable opponent, Elisa calmly thought, "So fast and so experienced, it must be at least a Tier 1 monster." Just then, Elisa suddenly burst into tears like a child and shouted, "Damn it, help me, Corin." But deep down, she thought, "A warrior's honor is something I don't possess." Hearing Elisa crying incessantly, the other knights explained, "Corin is busy dealing with another monster." Hearing that, Elisa cried even louder, shouting, "Why aren't you here when I need you?" Suddenly, the monster attacked Elisa with another move, making her stop crying, completely helpless. As she squeezed her eyes shut, the monster's head was suddenly lopped off. This left Elisa in shock. She fell to the ground along with the monster, letting out a cry of surprise. A moment later, Elisa thanked her savior. "Ah, thanks for the help." But upon seeing the incredibly sharp sword, she seemed to realize something and thought, "Huh? This sword?" Suddenly, the person in front of Elisa scolded her. "You are still as weak, lazy, and arrogant as ever." Elisa seemed to recognize the person and gasped, thinking, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Ayan swordsmanship family, destined to be the next successor, the strongest swordsman of her generation, the one who will follow in the path of the genius swordsman. It's none other than Lunia. "You saved Alisa from the monster." Stunned, Alisa stammered, "Sister. The person in front of me is my own sister." Seeing this, Lunia scolded her again. "How did you end up in such a state?" Hearing that, Alisa looked down at the ground, avoiding Lunia's gaze, too terrified to speak. Lunia, incredibly cold, continued to scold her. "You saw a Dullahan and didn't retreat. Why didn't you analyze the enemy in front of you properly? And above all, that stupid way you drew your sword, who did you copy that from?" As she spoke, Lunia looked at Elisa with blatant disgust. Terrified, Elisa trembled, stammering apologies. I'm sorry. But Lunia didn't listen and angrily rebuked her. Enough with the excuses. The results of your actions are entirely your responsibility. Saying a few words won't change the situation. Remember that your own maneuvers put the soldiers who trusted you in danger. As she spoke, Lunia glanced at the knights who were helping each other up. Are you okay? Ah, yes, thank you. Hearing that, Elisa could only respond sorrowfully. Yes, ma'am. Suddenly, Lunia sternly tapped her sword on Elisa's shoulder and commanded, straighten your back. Taken aback, Elisa jumped and replied, yes. With her sword on her shoulder, Lunia sternly taught her. As an Aeon swordsman, you must always be confident. Elisa, being lectured, could only stammer back, yes, sister. And you. Suddenly, Lunia shifted her gaze and pointed directly at Corin. Corin, who had been practicing, realized he had been caught and thought, am I busted? So she saw me just standing there watching Elisa while pretending to be busy. Suddenly, Lunia's eyes fixed on Corin with intense coldness, but she said nothing. After a moment of silence, Lunia walked toward Corin and introduced herself. I am the Holy Sword's top disciple and the first successor of the Heavenly Sword, Lunia. Hearing that, Corin seemed to already know who she was, so he didn't react much. Suddenly, Corin stood straight, bowed, and greeted her. I am the 8th disciple of Lanzacante, Corin, a friend of Elisa's. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lunia stood there, her gaze cold, saying nothing. Suddenly, Lunia widened her eyes and emphasized, friend, you say. Hearing that, Corin realized the implication in her words and thought to himself, right, I understand what you mean, but I can't reveal my true abilities. Only 2 people use the spear this way. Thinking this, Corin glanced up and smirked inwardly. Suddenly, he thought of the 2 people who were incredibly important, reminding himself that, aside from him, only those 2 existed. But suddenly, Lunia turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave a few words behind. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Suddenly, the knights approached and reported, Squad leader, we have cleared all the monsters in this area, the Aeon elite troops. All of them were tier 2 knights, also known as the 5 swords. Speed sword Jenny, soft sword Lena, twin sword Saren, magic sword Milia, and the mad sword. Suddenly, there was the arrival of the elite Aeon swordsmanship quintet. At the same time, Jenny stepped forward and asked, should we pursue the monsters that escaped? All of them were at the same level or higher than Elisa. Thinking that, Corin quietly observed them. Upon hearing the elite squad's report, Lunia scratched her head and replied coldly, that won't be necessary. Let's head back. Hearing this, Jenny stepped forward and added, yes, ma'am. Count me in as well, Elisa. Hearing Lunia's sudden declaration, Elisa jolted, breaking into a cold sweat. Yes, ma'am. A while later, the story unfolded. Swordsmen who followed their squads were often called sword guilds. They gathered under their leaders and eventually began to view themselves as a religious sect. They didn't act as individuals, they always moved as a sect. 60 years ago, the sword genius Garin pioneered a new generation of swordsmen. As the head of the family at the time, he began spreading various martial arts schools, making the Aeon family a renowned clan of swordsmen representing the entire Morkaba Aeon continent. Meanwhile, the village of Morkaba Aeon was lit up in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Lunia pulled out a cigarette and commanded, light. Hearing this, her subordinate quickly responded, yes, village chief. With the authoritarian discipline of the MK3 Aeon crime organization, all the knights bowed before Lunia. It was a tradition that had existed since the clan's founding and remained to this day. Suddenly, Elisa knelt on the ground, bowed her head, and said, I am Elisa, a direct disciple of the second-rank swordsmanship family. Greetings, Madam Village Chief. Hearing this, the other knights behind Elisa broke into a cold sweat, thinking to themselves, what in the world? Even if she's the lead disciple of the direct family, why is she making a descendant disciple kneel like that? Just then, Lunia was scanning through some ledgers and remarked, patrol missions, merchant protection missions, level 4 monster cleanup missions. What a bunch of nonsense. There's even a mission to help out at a coffee shop. Hearing this, Elisa looked up to explain, for that one, we have to wear uniforms and hand out flyers. Hearing that, Lunia seemed to recognize something and asked, did a friend suggest this to you? Hearing the question, Elisa began to stutter. No. I just thought the shop's uniform was cute. As she spoke, Elisa looked incredibly embarrassed. It's very pretty. Her bold statement left Lunia frozen for a few seconds. Suddenly, Lunia took a puff of her cigarette and criticized, how pathetic, Elisa Aeon. I didn't think you'd use your family's knight certification for things like this. Are you trying to tarnish the Aeon name? Elisa stood there, stunned. Lunia continued, prompting Elisa to imagine the knights praising her. Aren't all these just missions to hunt low-level monsters? Do you think you're a hero just for hunting monsters like that? Suddenly, Elisa's eyes widened, not blinking once, as she recalled a past moment when a mysterious figure called her name. Elisa Ayan. Don't forget human nature. The figure glared at her coldly. The mysterious person who had spoken to Alisa once before insisted, nothing can be changed. Recalling this, Elisa fell into a heavy, silent gloom. A while later, a wooden carriage carried someone away, with the elite squad following as guards. Suddenly, Jenny spoke up. Young miss, no, she still seems healthy. Hearing this, Lunia glanced over and remarked, it looks like she's gained some weight. Hearing that, Lumia questioned. In any case, does no one know that guy? The elite squad replied, that guy, you mean Corin. He's just a level 5 knight. Lunia asked again, level 5? She then muttered that she didn't believe it. There's no way the MK3 Academy's level assessment is that unreliable, is it? The elite squad asked. Excuse me? Lunia began to recall images of Corin, thinking about how his eyes were locked on Elisa from start to finish. And yet, the monsters couldn't even touch him, fighting while distracted without losing his cool, as if he had decades of experience. That was the sensitivity and steadiness you could only achieve by honing your skills in real-life combat and spear mastery. At a glance, it looked simple, but for a swordswoman standing at the pinnacle of Aeon, she realized the truth. She recalled the moment Corin was practicing with the blade and internally acknowledged his spear-wielding skills. Then, Lunia smirked to herself, thinking that while the meeting was brief, she was quite satisfied with that friend of hers. If that boy was on her sister's side, she then said, the student asked me to pay a visit to exchange experiences, so I'll probably be able to meet him again. As she finished speaking, Lunia looked up at the moon illuminating the dark night sky. Elsewhere, Corin was feeling incredibly embarrassed, thinking as he ate the treats Mariette had made full of pastries. Whenever Mariette, also known as Potato Senior, came by, she always brought so many things. At the same time, Mariette reminded him, this is potato bread with minced lamb inside, eat it when you're hungry. Corin ate while bowing his head, sighing, Senior, because of that lamb. Seeing this, Mariette cheered happily. You noticed? It's fresh meat. It arrived just today. Professor Josephine wanted my help butchering the lamb, so I practiced. Hearing this, Corin felt a bit heartbroken, his eyes welling up with tears, but he was also delighted by the food inside. Damn it, while she lives a dull vampire life on blood bags, this is actually pretty good. I'm so moved, Mariette. Seeing the slight change in Corin's expression, Mariette asked, how is it? Is it tasty? Next time, I'll bring beef. Do you like beef tail stew? Marietta Dunalbev said it so excitedly that Corin put down his food, grabbed her hand, and exclaimed quite loudly. Looking at Mariette with affectionate eyes, Corin said, I love it. Mariette asked back, you're talking about the beef tail stew, right? Mariette turned incredibly embarrassed, blushing, and broke into a sweat. Then I'll definitely bring the beef tail stew next time. Anyway, your hands are really big. Corin's rough, calloused, sturdy hands, the hands of a young man full of energy. Very wonderful and strong. But suddenly, someone came to call for Mariette. Mariette was startled and stuttered. Huh? Seeing her friend, Mariette ran over like a child and nervously asked Isabel. Isabel, hello, have you eaten? Seeing Mariette's face bright red, Isabel teased, why are you so red? Hearing this, Mariette spoke loudly to drown out Isabel's voice. No, I didn't do anything. She didn't forget to turn back and wave at Corin. Bye-bye, Corin, see you later. Corin kept eating, sighing to himself. Women are really hard to understand. In my previous life, for 3 years straight, I couldn't even step outside once, all because that guy Park Sihu was just so unpredictable. The reason I couldn't date anyone was all thanks to that jerk Park. He kept me on such a tight leash. As he spoke, Corin glanced down at his food tray and sighed to himself. But seriously, how on earth am I supposed to finish all this food? The scene shifts. It's already nearing noon. Corin is quietly reflecting on how his current friendships are quite different from those in his past life. Every now and then, Yu brings him rare forest mushrooms, and after that, we head straight to the library to start learning the alphabet. Thinking back, Corin recalls how Unan was like a little kid, always bringing him food to eat while they studied. Doran Waski also comes to see me quite often. More than just a friend, it seems he views me as a useful companion. So, whenever there's a difficult mission with a high reward, he always suggests we team up. Sniff. Whenever that happens, Doran Waski usually seeks Corin outright after they've taken down a monster, and they both feast on some incredibly delicious monster meat skewers. Usually, I hang out with these guys because we're in the same class. Suddenly, Elle and Jer see something that makes them turn pale, break out in a cold sweat, and stare with their mouths wide open. Seeing his two teammates react so intensely, Corin quickly asks, looking quite urgent, wait, what's wrong? Damn it, is there a monster? Suddenly, Warren appears out of nowhere, looking utterly bored. Food. You promised. Seeing this, Corin thinks to himself, Warren, I guess you could consider him a kind of monster. But what did I promise him about food? Suddenly, Corin remembers the scene where he had brought food to Warren. I'll buy you food later. Then he compliments himself, thinking, that was a month ago. His memory is amazing. With that thought, Corin turns to his two friends and says, I can't eat with you guys today. Hearing that, Elle and Jur, who had already started running away, don't forget to reply to Corin. It's fine. I just suddenly remembered I haven't finished my homework. All right then. You look a lot like a cat, which is why I brought you here. Do you like fish? Saying that, Corin takes Warren to a fish cake shop. At that moment, War acts like a starving tiger, casually stuffing a whole fish into his mouth, forcing Corin to stop him. Hey, are you crazy? Is your throat invincible or something? Hold on, that's not how you respect your food. Corin finishes speaking, and Warren just stares blankly at the food and replies, you just chew and swallow, right? Hearing that, Corin warns him, just wait and see. Then, Corin immediately pulls out a bowl of rice, topped with a piece of fish, and triumphantly puts it in front of Warren, saying, see that? Doesn't it look so much better now? Instead of just mindlessly swallowing, you have to look at it with your eyes and smell the aroma. That's what it means to respect your food. Seeing the food, Warren blushes, looking incredibly excited as he says, respect. Then, Warren immediately starts stuffing his face until his cheeks are puffed up, making Corin burst out laughing, eat slowly. Having said that, Corin starts thinking about something else. The weapon production is just about done. It's a bit early, but Phase 2 will start soon. A moment later, at a large castle, the time for Phase 2 begins. Suddenly, Jer lifts his head out of a basin of water and shouts, what is this? I haven't studied anything yet. The Phase 2 that Corin had mentioned is the components exam. At the same time, Lerman tries to comfort him. The exam is in 10 minutes, and you're regretting it now? I told you to study. Hearing that, Jer starts complaining. You should have nagged me more. Hearing this, Elle retorts, you should have listened to me more. As they go back and forth, Jer turns to Corin and asks, hey, Corin, did you study? Suddenly, Corin replies with a cold, mocking smile, I don't need to. Hearing that, Jer curiously asks, what are you planning to do? But his spoken attitude is different from his inner thoughts. Corin just smirks, thinking to himself, sorry, but I'm different from you guys. This isn't my first time taking this exam, so prepare to hand over that top spot. A while later, in the exam hall, the proctor gives the order, you may begin. Flip your papers over. Corin, looking very excited, holds the exam paper and says, let's get started then. Corin just holds the paper in his hand, doing nothing but thinking to himself that if the inertial value of movement x is y, what IO value is needed to execute the movement at 85z. Suddenly, he realizes something devastating, lets out a small gasp, and freezes. Damn it, what does this even mean? It seems Corin doesn't understand anything on the exam paper and can only curse to himself. A while later, Jur stretches and says, looking very energized.
That's it, right? Seeing that, Elle says, I knew you'd be like that. Jer, how about you?
Hearing that, Corin answers with a gloomy expression. My brothers, I only know how to write my own name. As he says this, Corin practically collapses on the spot. Seeing that, Elle remarks, hey, he left his paper completely blank. Jur hears this, glances over, and says, even I managed to answer 1 or 2 questions before I fell asleep. Corin remains lost in his own thoughts. I forgot I never studied in my past life. I only constantly researched and explored advanced skills. I don't know a single thing about this world. Thinking this, Corin looks like he's about to cry. He then suddenly crumples the paper in his hand, furious, and mutters, fine, so the written exam is like this. Huh? There's still a way. The scene shifts to the festival hall, where everyone is cheering each other on. Everyone, stay strong. Damn it, I've spent all my living expenses for the month already. Corin just stands in a corner with his sword, thinking to himself, the top of the module's one of the easiest challenges in the game. The department exam is a golden opportunity to salvage my rock-bottom written exam score. These component exams are drafted by the professors in the night department or by visiting trainers hired from outside. 15 students per team must face them and demonstrate their abilities. Thinking this, Corin smirks slightly. After that, will be evaluated by the professors in charge and given the corresponding scores. Since I'm a 5th level knight, the trainer's level definitely won't be high. I'll get extra points if I defeat the trainer, right? Hee hee. I don't know who it is, but I'm sorry in advance. With a cunning look, Corin smiles excitedly at his plan. No matter who it is, I will win and improve my written exam grade. Suddenly, the students see something and start stuttering. Wait a minute. Even Jir looks up in astonishment and says, why is that person? Seeing this, Corin wonders, what's with this reaction? Who is the trainer? Suddenly, someone spoke up, asking if Corin was doing all right. We meet again. And Corin, it was none other than Lunia, the instructor for today's arena match. Seeing Lunia, Corin shivered and gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, why is she here? The practical group exam for the first-year students had just begun. The academy students were all present in the main hall. Suddenly, someone announced, well, the special guests for today's test are the sword-fighting experts from the renowned Aiden Sword Academy. Please, let's welcome the 5 sword masters. Hearing this, some female students started whispering to each other. A purple-haired girl spoke up. Let's take it easy on them, shall we? The red-haired girl beside her smirked and replied, they're just students anyway. Hearing that, the short-haired girl gave a warning. Watch out for that swordsman. He's strong. Suddenly, someone shouted at the top of their lungs. Everyone, attack. Watching the situation unfold, Doran Waski stood back to observe, thinking to himself, even though they're all high-level swordsmen, we have Elisa on our side, so that makes 2 Tier 2 fighters. Our win probability is standard for Aiden. Suddenly, the footsteps of those female students began to move. The 5 sword masters united. Just after Doran Waski finished his assessment, the group of first-year girls started their assault. In the blink of an eye, their opponents were completely crushed, leaving them crying out in defeat. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the male students cried out in pain. I can't see anything. What is this? Corin remained calm, observing with a steady gaze, thinking to himself that the odds of winning weren't high. They close the distance and obstruct our vision to cause chaos. Their combat experience is too vast. Dealing with this is incredibly difficult. Thinking this, Doran Waski stopped standing still and began to unleash his powerful spiritual sword technique, shouting confidently, fine then. As soon as he finished speaking, Doran Waski scrambled to find a way out. First, I need to clear my line of sight. But as Ron was charging his technique, the purple-haired girl's magic sword, Milia, suddenly appeared behind him with murderous intent. That didn't distract Doran Waski, however. He quickly spun around to counterattack, frowning as he thought, a surprise attack, huh. Seeing the situation turning sour, Elisa shouted anxiously. Doran Waski saw Elisa getting distracted, and the short-haired girl spoke up sternly, telling her not to lose focus. She then lunged toward Elisa. Using her rapid sword technique, Jenny, the girl warned Elisa, I am the one you should be worried about, my lady. But the overwhelming power of the short-haired girl forced Elisa to groan in distress. Suddenly, the short-haired girl tripped Elisa and said with contempt, well, there are about 10 students here. I think 3 of us should be enough. After being tripped, Elisa fell to the ground, crying out in surprise. One of the members of the 5 sword masters added, sounding quite disdainful, your fighting stance has too many openings, my lady. Elisa was pinned to the ground, but she managed to dodge the short-haired girl's blade. The remaining male students watched the fierce battle in excitement, shouting. As expected of the real Aiden 5 sword masters, their strength is terrifying. Seeing this, the other students yelled loudly, heightening the tension. Hurry up and do something. Meanwhile, the 5 sword masters remained cool and detached throughout the fight. Seeing the situation getting desperate, the other students whispered to each other. Look, they're all hopeless, except for those 2 who seem to be holding out. At least, that's how it looks for now. At the same time, Doran Waski, Elisa had exhausted much of their energy and were looking at their opponents helplessly. But unlike Elisa's worried expression, Doran Waski remained calm and spoke up. Watch this. His fire sword techniques and experience weren't inferior to the 5 sword masters. As the dust cleared, Milio was being overwhelmed by 5 dark blades. The battle shifted as the purple-haired girl stepped forward and let out a loud shout, brandishing her sword to block the attacks from those on Doran Waski's side. 2 against 5 isn't fair at all. Doran Waski will win soon enough. Just then, Elisa's sword clashed with the opponent's, creating a flash of sparks. It was none other than Elisa and the short-haired girl trading blows. The girl remarked, my lady, you need a lot more practice. Do you really think you're worthy of inheriting the Heaven-tier sword with such limited ability? She leaned in close to Alice's ear and whispered, if this is the extent of your strength, you won't even graduate from the academy. You'd be better off dropping out and going home to learn how to swing a stick at chickens. Hearing this, Elisa became furious, frowning and shouting, no, I won't. She then swung her sword, dodging the short-haired girl. Even though she had opened her eyes to perceive the limits and the space around her, Elisa seemed exhausted, gasping for air without saying a word. Even so, she was helpless against such a powerful opponent. Elisa appeared to have been knocked to the ground, clutching her body in pain. The short-haired girl then remarked, you should have kept your focus until the end of the match. She looked down at Elisa and sighed. It seems like you still have a long way to go. Indeed, according to the initial instructions, Lunia's role was supposed to be different. Why did she join Phase B of Group B? At that same moment, Corin's group arrived. Corin had Elle and Jer move to the front along with the other students, while he stayed in the back to provide support. Snorting, Lunia appeared and drew her sword, a surge of aura swirling around her blade. Lunia's murderous intent grew even stronger as she declared, "Let's begin. Don't think for a second that this is just a standard practical experience." Hearing that, the surrounding students were shocked and stammered. "Standard? You mean an extreme class battle?" Corin, hearing this, didn't say a word, just observing silently. An extreme class battle was a special technique. Legend says it describes a monster capable of facing an entire army alone. Dozens of guards, even the army, were troubled by it. A monster that you could almost never defeat, likened to an uncontrollable disaster. Suddenly, visions of Warren and Ren flashed through his mind. A monster that most guards wouldn't encounter even once in their entire lifetime. Anyone who's ever met her is dismissed as either making things up or just hallucinating. Corin thought to himself, grimacing. But if it were her, the story would be entirely different. He secretly watched Lunia laying waste to everything, thinking to himself that she actually had the power to fight those monsters. Corin immediately confirmed it, for she was a monster among monsters. Suddenly, Lunia swept through everything, causing the entire hall to shatter and crack all around them. The students standing nearby were caught in the wake of Lunia's power, crying out in pain. "Please," they screamed, their voices filled with utter desperation. Corin managed to dive behind a boulder, whispering, "Such a cruel truth." Jer was there too, visibly trembling with fear at the scene before him, stammering as he spoke. "That was too close. Isn't this exam a bit overboard? Facing such terrifying opponents." Hearing that, Corin poked his head out and replied, "She's actually being lenient. If she were really trying to fight, it would be over in 10 seconds. But then, Corin spotted something and pointed at Jer, asking, "Wait, what's that in your hands?" Hearing this, Jer cheerfully replied, "Oh, it's Lerman. I brought him along because he'd surely die if I left him behind, and Lag seems to have passed out." Seeing that, Corin thought for a moment and warned him, "I think he's actually dead, honestly." Jer chimed in, warning Corin, "Corin, don't you dare pass out on me. You're too heavy. I can't carry you." Hearing this, Corin stuttered a reply, "All right, fine." But before he could say another word, Jer was attacked from behind by Lunia, sent flying, and let out a loud scream. Suddenly, after attacking Jer, Lunia Aiden turned and addressed Corin. "I had intended to help, but you're all just too incompetent." Then, Lunia issued a command, "Come out. It's just you and me now." The others stayed put, with no intention of stepping forward. But suddenly, Corin cowardly stepped out, raised his hands, and said, "Can I just surrender?" Hearing that, Lunia replied, "If you want a lower grade, sure, but I know you wouldn't do that. This is a chance to face a strong opponent. I don't want to miss out on fighting you." As she spoke, Lunia fixed a cold gaze upon Corin, but Corin inwardly smirked, wondering if anyone could truly stand against Lunia. He thought back to his past life, when Lunia and he had fought in perfect sync. He and Lunia had fought side by side in many battles. She was the one who gave him his spear and taught him advanced combat techniques. So, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he learned everything he knew about the spear from her. Yet, even in their final practice session, he had never been able to surpass her. Back then, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the better of her. He felt deeply frustrated, thinking of her as the ultimate hurdle he had to overcome. Suddenly, Corin stood up with a haughty air, weapon in hand, thinking to himself, if he wanted to improve, he would eventually have to surpass her using his own strength. With that thought, Lunia immediately rushed toward Corin, saying coldly, "Good." In an instant, the blades of Lunia and Corin clashed, creating a deafening screech. They both immediately dodged to the side after the impact. Corin let out a small grunt. The surrounding students watched the endless exchange of attacks, stunned and stammering. "What the hell is that guy? I thought he was just an academy knight. A first-year student, and he's going head-to-head with Lunia. How is that even possible?" While the other students were busy whispering, Corin was struggling immensely against his opponent. Corin seemed to be running out of breath and let out a helpless sigh. Lunia noticed he was exhausted and stopped attacking, allowing him to stand there, panting heavily. Lunia then said, "Looks like you're out of steam. What a pity." With that, she let out a soft huff and drew her sword from its scabbard. This made Corin think, she's unsheathing her blade? Is that it? It's overweight. It can't be the domain slash. Corin frowned, recognizing the technique as the strongest in the Aiden's sword style. He had realized what move Lunia was about to use. Suddenly, Lunia wore a cold expression, drew her sword, and said, "Let's see how you react to this. Show me a proper response with that spear of yours." Immediately, Lunia tapped into her assassin's instincts. Suddenly, she was nothing more than a black blur, accompanied by an overwhelming power that threatened to wipe out the entire area. Corin was shocked. Seeing this, The watching students were struck with awe, stammering in disbelief. What is that? Isn't it too dangerous? Suddenly, on the high platform, the professors stood up, restless and terrified. Wait, is she trying to kill the students? Stop the exam right now. But Professor Ham seemed to realize something and stood up, shouting a warning. Stop. The Aiden house's single slash. Suddenly, Corin felt as if he were being sliced in two by an eerie power. Then came the false domain slash. As soon as the move appeared, time itself seemed to stop. Only Lunia was able to move. Her blade moved as if in slow motion, aiming straight at her target. Only she could move, executing her strike with blinding speed. Corin couldn't move so much as a muscle. Holding his spear, he trembled and cursed under his breath. Damn it, my spear won't move. I can't even budge in this frozen world. Corin grit his teeth, his face twisted in frustration. I can only perceive the frozen world in a few specific points. Corin felt utterly helpless in the face of this situation. Then he remembered the past and whispered to himself, when I faced Mariette, it was the same thing. Is this just a coincidence? Back then, he had faced a character named Mariette, but he told himself, I can't control movement in this space anymore. No, I can't. Then suddenly, Corin realized something, his eyes lighting up slightly. It has to be precise. Just one more step. Suddenly, Lumia's sword and Corin's spear were nearly touching. That's all I need. Right after that, the two weapons collided, creating a shockwave that returned everything to normal. Seeing that he had succeeded, Corin was just as astonished as everyone else. Immediately after, a blinding flash of light erupted between them, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Seeing this, the professors were completely stunned, their jaws dropping at the spectacle before them. Then Lunia spoke up, saying it was instinct over knowledge, a sense of omnipotence, as if she were the center of the entire world. As she spoke, Lunia pointed her sword at Corin, then frowned coldly and said, You reacted by instinct against my domain. Corin didn't say a word, using his blade to parry Lunia's incoming strike. Suddenly, Lunia halted her attack and said, I think that's enough. She then turned and walked away. As she was leaving, she suddenly added, Also, you're definitely going to need a better spear, as ironic as that is. Your weapon is inferior to the skills you've displayed. Hearing this, Corin was slightly surprised and remained silent. Meanwhile, Lunia stopped in her tracks when she noticed something. She saw Elisa sitting on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, and whispered her name. After noticing Elisa, Lunia turned her head slightly and spoke, Tests and things of that sort don't matter. The reason I didn't dodge this fight was to let a guy like you witness my domain. You already know Elisa's talent, don't you? Hearing that, Corin smirked and let out a sigh, thinking to himself, there's the answer. Lost the fight, but achieved the goal. With that said, Lunia explained, I'll be staying in this city for a while longer because I have some business to attend to. Don't even think about interfering with my business regarding her. No matter how much you resist, the result won't change. Suddenly, Lunia spoke with cold, stern authority, issuing a warning. Elisa, I won't let you lay a finger on her. Hearing this, Corin frowned and smirked to himself. So that's why you showed her your domain, Lunia? Do you really think everything will go exactly as you want? Right after the match ended, the instructor announced, the judges have unanimously decided that student Corin has achieved a perfect score in the practical exam. Hearing this, the students at the academy started whispering to each other about the battle between Lunia and Corin. A perfect score fighting against Lunia and in a solo one-on-one duel. What on earth is he on? After witnessing the match, the professor couldn't help but say in disbelief, he can actually fight against Lunia? Is that young man really just a rank 5 knight? Professor Hammond and Fa Da Man also looked on with astonishment. After observing for a moment, Professor Hammond fell into deep thought. This student must be the one who intended to capture the spirit. Meanwhile, Fa Da Man took off his glasses and gripped them tightly in his hand, secretly refusing to accept this. This is ridiculous, Corin. Why did you use those skills? As he spoke, FM looked furious, squeezing his glasses until they cracked into several pieces. A few days passed. While in a storage room, Corin thought to himself, I don't need Lunia to remind me. I know perfectly well that I need a better weapon. Suddenly, a muscular, sweaty man approached and asked, Who are you? The Academy has never been shy about gifting precious materials, so why are you here? Hearing this, Corin replied, You don't need to know. But he thought to himself that he had done this so many times, he couldn't even be bothered to explain anymore. These super red earth materials were worth hundreds of gold coins, and naturally, no ordinary player could ever utilize them properly. Usually, you'd want to use these materials only after successfully completing a mission. Corin touched the blade in front of him as he pondered. However, I have super-grade soul dust, a second-rate analyst, and a top-tier silver granite. And on top of that, I have the full support of the school board. Corin thought back to the moment he met Errol, who had bowed to him, which made him feel a bit awkward at the time. Corin looked at the blade with great satisfaction, smiled, and whispered, "The strongest weapon to bring peace to the world." Corin's blade was shrouded in a powerful aura. It was the legendary war spear of the White Knight from the Shadowlands, also known as the White Spear. In another scene, a flashback of Elisa's childhood. Back then, Elisa had seen something that left her terrified, her eyes widening as she whispered to herself, "The Holy Spirit hasn't stopped yet. It's not dead." But why?
I remember the first time I was allowed outside.
I remember the first time I cut down a rank 5 demon and stared, frowning at the guts and blood oozing from its body. When Elisa first stepped outside, it was also the first time she had handled 5 monsters at once. Recalling that moment, Elisa thought back to that image and muttered, "But the smell of human blood is different." Suddenly, the figure of a young girl appeared. Having collapsed in front of Elisa, her sword flung far away, which filled Elisa with fear. She realized it immediately, even though it was her first time. Seeing this, Elisa trembled incessantly, her eyes widening in horror as she stammered, "No," and whispered to herself about that distinct scent. Suddenly, tears fell from Elisa's eyes unconsciously, as she could only think it belonged to an endangered species. Right after remembering that childhood moment, Elisa woke up. Elisa sighed in frustration and said, "Got to work today too." Suddenly, the system notification popped up. "Werewolf hunting mission, 70 silver coins." Hearing this, Elisa said listlessly, "Well, that's still better than that other mission." Then, she suddenly thought of a mysterious person. Along with that came an urgent system notification. "Urgent mission. Hunt down the killer in Mist City. Reward, graduation diploma, and a chance to consult with the academic advisor." Hearing this, Elisa panicked, breaking into a cold sweat and shouting, "I don't want to die." Even though she said that, in her heart, she thought, "Still, there are other reasons I have to take this mission." Back then, Elisa was sitting obediently in one place without saying a word. Suddenly, Elisa thought of Corin for a split second and wondered, where is he now? While she was lost in thought, someone walked up and said, "A rank 5 knight? Are you kidding me? Damn it, at my age, I still have to babysit." Hearing this, Elisa turned her head to look. It was none other than Corin, with his guards trailing behind him. Corin waved at Elisa and greeted her. "Elisa, what a coincidence." Hearing this, Elisa replied, "Oh, Corin. Hello." Then Elisa silently observed the expressions of the soldiers and confirmed to herself, "The other guards don't seem happy." The soldier in white cursed under his breath, "That rank 5 brat." Meanwhile, Elisa thought to herself, "The Guard Association has complained countless times about the quota system, and they even plan to force the students to eat nothing but meager rations. These guys probably didn't expect a level 5 brat like me, but it's a relief that Elisa is here too." Suddenly, Corin walked up, grabbed Elisa's hand, and asked for her help. Elisa looked incredibly flustered. The soldiers behind Corin saw this and shot him death glares, making Corin feel a bit nervous. He thought to himself that they wouldn't dare make a peep in front of the Saint Knight's niece. Thinking that, Corin walked up to Elisa, threw an arm around her shoulder, and said, "Stop staring at me. It's seriously annoying." "Hey, Elisa, how are things with your informants lately?" Elisa, hearing that, asked him back, "What are you talking about?" "My informants are just fine." Hearing that, Corin quietly reminded her, "You know that's not what I meant." Hearing that, Elisa asked curiously, "Do you know something about my sister?" Corin understood and muttered to himself, "You could say that." Then, Corin spoke up, his voice cold. "Of course, Lunia never tells me anything. You better hurry up. Your sister seems serious. She'll make it so you can never hold a sword again." Hearing that, Elisa looked incredibly sad and didn't say a word. She said, "That's why I might as well give up the path of a swordsman." Corin was caught up in the moment but didn't say anything. He sighed internally and said, "I won't give up. Never." Scene changed to a dark forest. There were 2 werewolves and over 20 regular wolves in the nest. The pursuit team skillfully handled a few werewolves. They even managed to hunt one down. At that moment, Corin, Elisa, and their team had hunted a giant werewolf, while the other wolves had been dealt with earlier. But something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a swarm of wolves appeared out of nowhere, creating total chaos. The soldiers were panicked and started shouting warnings. "Why are there so many? Where did they come from? What's going on?" The soldier warned his teammates. "Hansen, look after the level 5 brat." Hearing that, the man called Hansen yelled back, "I don't know. Now's not the time to worry about him." Luckily, the lady from the Aiden family was doing a great job. True to the soldier's words, Elisa was fighting the wolves tirelessly. But the monsters kept increasing in number, causing the soldiers to panic. Where are they coming from? Demons. They're evil spirits. This area shouldn't have this many evil spirits, and even demons. Seeing this, Elisa grew worried about the current situation and thought to herself, in remote, unpopulated areas, there shouldn't be demons. This is artificial. These are artificial evil spirits. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Elisa, but Elisa realized it in time and shouted, "Over there." Immediately, Elisa launched an attack at the monster in front of her amid a terrifying roar. Seeing that, Elisa let out a gasp and thought, "So strong, this isn't an evil spirit, it's a knight." Suddenly, Elisa shouted, "Why are you attacking us? Fall back, now." But Elisa seemed to have realized what was behind her and gasped. Suddenly, Elisa was attacked from behind with a powerful blow, causing her to cry out in pain. The knight who attacked her didn't spare her. He kept advancing as if he wanted to finish her off right there. Elisa was incredibly anxious, unable to do anything but stand there in a panic. Her eyes widened, and the pupils dilated strangely. At the same time, the bloodthirsty knight slashed at Elisa several times, catching her off guard. Suddenly, blood poured out, making Elisa cry out, "I," but before she could finish, the knight who had just slashed Elisa collapsed, not her. The smell of blood grew stronger, making Elisa think, "This scent human blood. It's so different." Thinking that, Elisa was terrified, breaking into a cold sweat at the sight before her, and stammered, I'm not human." But before she could finish, another knight appeared behind her and attacked with a piercing scream, leaving Elisa speechless. But the knight attempting to attack Elisa was struck down instantly, meeting his end. Seeing that, Corin asked, "What are you doing? Those aren't real people." Hearing that, Elisa stammered the name of the person who had been saving her all this time. "Corin, why did you say they aren't real people?" After hearing Corin's words, Elisa asked in shock. Corin explained, "Their bodies are moving thanks to dark magic." Corin processed the situation and pieced everything together in his head. The main event of Act 2 was taking down the killer in the Mist City. In the original plot, the players had to chase down a crazed serial killer that Marietta had defeated at the end of Act 1. You chose the werewolf hunting quest. Thinking this, Corin looked coldly at his surroundings. In this mission, the killer, John D., had been discovered and was finally apprehended after a battle. Suddenly, the soldiers on Elisa and Corin's side rushed over and asked Elisa, "Hey, are you okay?" But before Elisa could answer, she had to point out the attack direction to the soldiers. A figure with a sinister aura from the opposing side suddenly appeared, making the soldiers flinch and stammer, "What is that?" But Elisa wasn't afraid and rushed forward, bravely shouting, "I will," but she was stopped by Corin, who said, "It's fine, get ready to run." Hearing that, Elisa was stunned and confused by Corin's actions. Corin stepped up and used the 6/5/ technique. While Corin pushed himself to attack, he didn't forget to encourage himself. "Good job, Corin." Immediately, he blew the sinister figure far away, accompanied by a piercing scream. Suddenly, one of the soldiers said in surprise, "What the hell? One shot, one kill. How is that possible?" Another soldier behind him looked up and added, "Is that really all there is? If we've come this far, it can't be the boss." Corin was deep in thought. "John Day is too strong. I can't catch him alone. Good job destroying my puppet." The dark shadow suddenly spoke, "That's enough for today. I hope to meet you again. The issue here isn't strength or compatibility. It's about the master of stealth." As soon as he finished speaking, the monster's shadow materialized through a mysterious cloud of smoke, making the soldiers exclaim, "What the hell is that? What was that smoke?" Corin also realized the technique that the mysterious person had used and secretly marveled. Dead Night. When the summoner unleashes the mist, an undead mage will be caught in it, or else the mist will vanish on its own. What I just crushed was merely a puppet, the very thing creating this fog, an undead creature created from the corpse of a mage. The thing standing before Corin was just a bone puppet, which Corin had already figured out. The reason it's so hard to catch is that it uses puppets to scramble information. You can't find that ghost because it has blended into the mist itself. Even if you try to fight, you're just attacking an unidentified puppet. Corin suddenly shouted out an order. "Let's go. That mist looks dangerous." Hearing this, everyone in Corin's group replied in unison, Yeah, got it. Run, everyone." They immediately scrambled to follow Corin. Then, the shadow demon spoke up. "Corin, aren't you going to take back your spear? I thought it was expensive." Corin replied with total composure, "It's fine." The shadow beast then used a regression technique. Suddenly, the spear came flying back out of nowhere. The spear landed perfectly in Corin's hand, leaving Alice stunned. Corin looked smug, saying, "It'll always find its way back to me." Alisa replied, "Oh, I see." Suddenly, someone cried out, forcing Alisa and Corin to turn around. Before them, Chuck Lay was being dragged away by the shadow beast. Chuck Lay, in pain, struggled to cry out, I'm stuck in the tree roots." Alisa and Corin both shouted his name in unison. Seeing the urgency, Alisa and Corin rushed to save him. Alisa arrived first and called out, "Grab my hand." Chuck Lay replied, "Thank you," But suddenly, he saw something and warned. There's a demon over there. Distracted for a moment, Elisa looked blankly, not understanding what was happening until a demonic hand emerged from behind, waiting for her. Elisa was seized and dragged away, screaming in terror. Seeing the situation go south, Corin cursed under his breath. Damn it, how annoying. With that, Corin lunged like a tiger toward Chuck Lay and hurriedly commanded, Chuck Lay, get up and run. Get out of this forest. Don't worry about us. Chuck Lay mumbled something in confusion. And lend me your cloak. Corin snatched the cloak from him and dashed off to rescue Elisa. The portal connecting to Elisa was closing, forcing Corin to let out a loud shout. Wait. Gritting his teeth, sweat dripping, Corin thought seriously. There won't be a second chance, so don't even think about it. I've been trapped in this mist before. My leg was nearly torn off. In less than a minute, I was closer to death than ever. Now that I've been reborn, I have to last longer than that. Corin lunged like a beast to save Elisa, who was trapped inside. Elisa was struggling desperately against the invisible shadows grabbing her. Fighting with all her might, Elisa muttered, I have to cut through all of these that should do it. But they were coming from all sides, and she couldn't hold on much longer. Elisa had exhausted her strength and could only let out pained cries. Even though she was pinned and helpless, she kept trying. If I cut them all, it should be enough. She slashed repeatedly, but the shadows holding her wouldn't let go, causing her to grow frustrated. Why? Why won't they break? Am I lacking power, or is my form wrong? She let go of her sword, feeling helpless. No, it's simple. Then, she envisioned the image of Lunia standing before her, sternly criticizing her. How did you end up like this? Elisa dropped her sword, her eyes hollow, blaming herself. Is it because I'm weak? Having seemingly given up on everything, she collapsed, whispering to herself, I'm sorry, I wanted to save someone, to look cool while doing it. As a final thought, she pictured Corin. Like you saved my life. I wanted to become someone I could be proud of. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the darkness, making Elisa look up. She recognized that voice and thought to herself. The voice in the silhouette became clearer than ever. It was Corin. He had arrived to save her, pulling her out of the haze. Corin called out, his voice full of worry and urgency. Elisa. She recognized him and whispered, my savior. He stepped toward her, long blade in hand, asking, are you all right? Elisa, exhausted by the hands clutching her, collapsed. She replied dreamily, is that you? Corin Elisa endured the pain of her numerous wounds, looking at him. She began to cry, her voice pathetic. Corin, I can't get them to let go. Please, save me. I'm going to die like this. Corin hurried over and patted her head to reassure her. Elisa, calm down. Elisa. He took her hand, forced her to grip her sword, and said, just swinging blindly won't work. Focus and slash with everything you've got. Just stay calm. Elisa asked, how? Corin looked at the undead and said seriously, I'll protect you from them from now on. You know what you need to do, right? Elisa sobbed in fear. No, I can't. My power isn't enough, and the mist is hurting me and making me dizzy. Corin didn't give up. He persisted, comforting and encouraging her. You can do it. He pressed his forehead against hers and whispered, among the swordsmen I've known, you have exceptional talent. If you're determined, you can definitely do it. Just one step. Corin gave Elisa a confident look. One step is all it takes. Elisa looked at him with admiration. Soon after, Corin dashed toward the undead. He shouted, I'm counting on you, Elisa said fearfully. Corin, she stood still, seemingly fighting with herself. She muttered, I can't last here any longer, so how can someone with lower aura rank than me endure this? Elisa gritted her teeth in determination. If you can say that to me, then I. Elisa's spirit was reignited. Her gaze became resolute. She prepared to fight, with no choice left but to succeed. She began to focus her strength, though many hands were closing in to attack her. That technique, it can cut through anything. To use it, I have to awaken. I realm. The hands around Elisa vanished, and she stepped into a completely different space, empowered by the strength she was about to awaken. A cursed ability allows you to perceive other dimensions. Elisa closes her eyes to focus, her hands gripping her sword tightly as she prepares to strike. She recalls Corin's words. Just one step, Elisa. One step is all it takes. She takes a step forward just as her friend instructed. The moment her foot touches the ground, a brilliant light flashes. The Aeon family technique. The first sword technique of Aeon. Elisa swings her sharp blade, slicing those undead monsters in two. The powerful technique that unleashed that massive wave of light is known as the domain slash. With just one strike, Elisa reduces the number of undead monsters significantly, leaving even Corin stunned and panicked. One monster, sliced across its torso, asks in absolute disbelief, how could you possibly see it? The battle intensifies, but a thick fog rolls in, obscuring everyone's vision. Massive explosions rock the area, and red blood splatters everywhere. Once Elisa finishes off a monster, she says, "The fog is gone." Corin turns around, worried, and asks, "Hey, are you okay?" Others arrive on the scene, wondering what just happened. When they see the monster's form, they cry out in fear. It's John Day, the dragon-slaying murderer from the city of Fog. Everyone looks around in confusion. Two men behind them exclaim, "Oh my God, the forest has been sliced in half. How could a human possibly do that?" I've heard rumors about this. Could it really be the legendary domain slash of the Sword Emperor? Corin's face turns pale with shock, thinking to himself, I thought she'd try the third form of the single slash or maybe the Iron Tide. I can't believe she already pulled that off. Elisa says happily, "Corin, I did it. I really did it." But Corin replies, "Wait, stop right there. Now is not the time for you to be using that move." Hearing this, the two men excitedly whisper to each other, "Oh, so that means she's going to be the next head of the Aang family, right?" That's right, because no one but the Sword Emperor could use the domain slash except for that girl. The crowd starts cheering in celebration, leaving Corin stunned. Elisa, the future of the Aang family. Elisa, the successor to the Sword Emperor. Elisa jumps for joy, calling out, "Corin, look at me." Corin doesn't look happy, he looks worried. Why does my plan always go off the rails like this? Suddenly, a few days later, newspapers appear with headlines about Elisa. Breaking news, John Day defeated. The nightmare of the fog is gone. The notorious murderer who slaughtered countless Junites has been defeated by a candidate for the next head of the prestigious Aang swordsmanship family. Maba times, who is Elisa? The beautiful knight who defeated the level 1 dark mage. The foundation of the Aang family is shaken. Sword Emperor Garen remains silent, rewarding Elisa for her outstanding performance. What will happen to the Aang family's succession plan? Will the heir be changed? The organization and business operations of the Aang family are in turmoil. Martial arts officials are confused. Exclusive interviews with those involved follow. In truth, Elisa is the real genius of the Aang family. I can finally say this with confidence. A girl reading the news gets angry, tears the paper to shreds, and spits out, "How arrogant." She hands the paper to another girl and commands her to get rid of it. The girl obeys meekly. Yes, of course. Lunia sits deep in thought, clutching her teacup. The prestigious Aang family operates on a sword-fighting school and acts based on pure power. Under the immense influence of Garandin, they have been waiting for the swordsman who would inherit his legacy. The domain slash exists in the realm of the soul, a realm most martial artists never reach. Garandin has been waiting for someone to carry on his legacy for a long, long time. She has trained until she poured out sweat and blood. The calluses on her hands are proof of her life's work. But even Lunia, hailed as the genius of her entire generation, couldn't satisfy the Sword Emperor. Young Lunia tries her absolute best to practice swordsmanship, to the point where she is gasping for breath. Huff huff. Her younger sister, who had only recently picked up a sword, spars with her. She was the illegitimate child the master brought back from outside. Lunia never considered that child a rival. The look of determination in Elisa's eyes makes Lunia feel inexplicably shocked. After a long, tense standoff, blood is finally spilled. The people around them start panicking. The bleeding won't stop. That wasn't even a rare move, so why did this happen? Elisa stares blankly as her sister lies on the ground in a pool of bright red blood. Lunia is in pain from the hit, and Elisa blames herself for not seeing that move coming. Elisa holds her position after striking her opponent. "No, it's not that I couldn't see it." Elisa continues to stand still, paralyzed by what she has caused. When I gathered my focus, I had already been struck. It wasn't about speed. It was something else entirely. Lunia lies on the cold ground, clutching her wound. That deep, bottomless path of martial arts. Elisa has already taken her first step into it. Lunia grits her teeth in anger, looking at Elisa, thinking, how could this be? She's just a little girl, and she's even lazy. Lunia seems not to feel the pain of the wound, only fixating on Elisa. She must be in shock. But suddenly, Elisa speaks in a stuttering voice. Wait, seeing the lack of innocence on Elisa's face, Lunia realizes it. I understand the title he told me about, the twisted nature that mortals cannot comprehend. A sword demon, the talent of a devil. He teaches and observes everything, then reaches out to place his hand on Elisa's head. I, too, designate Elisa as a candidate for the next family head. And just like that, Elisa becomes a candidate for the position of the head of the Aang family. Despite everyone's opposition, Elisa acts as if nothing happened, approaching with sparkling eyes. Sister, this is my first time holding a sword. While replenishing her body with water, Lunia thinks dazedly. The memory of patting the head of that half-sister who grew up in the shadow of their father's indifference, perhaps it only lingers somewhere in the past. Suddenly, someone's voice rings out. Master. A group of people stand in a line like a flag-raising ceremony, respectfully checking in on Lunia. Are you all right, my lady? Lunia is suspicious and confused. Are they worried about me? After a moment of thought, Lunia replies in a low voice. Don't worry. I also wanted the child to step into that domain. Lunia recalls that confrontation with regret, because if she could see that sword move one more time, perhaps she, too, would be able to reach that level. As if she never had a wound, Lunia regains her aura and gives orders. Everyone, prepare for the sword-fighting challenge. In a gracefully designed mansion, a conversation takes place. When do you think I will recover? They say if I apply this medicine, and you'll be back on your feet in a day or two. Elisa, sitting on the hospital bed, smiled and asked, Hey Corin, do you want some honey-popping candy? Corin could only respond with a helpless sigh. Candy? You really are a kid at heart. He seized the opportunity to ask something that had been bothering him. By the way, how did you pull off that territory blade? Just because she could see the domain through her spirit eyes didn't mean she could just manifest it instantly. Corin asked quite seriously, but the beautiful Elisa just blushed and replied, You believe I could do it, didn't you? Elisa said cheerfully, much to Corin's growing frustration. Hey, I didn't think I'd actually pull it off when I tried it. Ugh. Corin was so worked up he was speechless. She really is a natural, not even trying. Suddenly, a third person appeared at the door. Knock, knock. Big sister's here to visit. Mariette didn't wait for an answer and burst in. It's me. Are you all right, my sweet underclassman? Seeing her walk in, Corin said, Oh, Senpai Mariette. Mariette replied in a friendly tone. Hi there. I'm Mariette, a second year in the magic department. Elisa chimed in with a light greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Elisa, a first year in the night department. Corin pointed at Elisa and asked, Are you here to visit her? Yes, I am. Mariette seemed relieved after confirming. Ha, here you go. Elisa beamed with joy, her cheeks turning bright red. But a split second later, Mariette fixed a loving gaze on Corin and whispered, completely devoid of any killing intent. So are you too close? It terrified Corin, almost making him jump out of his skin. Why? Why did her expression suddenly turn so scary? Suddenly, there was a knock at the window. Thank goodness it was daytime. If this were night, he'd be spooked to death. Warren appeared like a stray cat, speaking in a way that made no sense. The raw fish from before. Corin was startled out of his wits by Warren's sudden appearance. Whoa. Corin looked at Mariette's unusual reaction and started to put the pieces together. Is Senpai Mariette uncomfortable around Warren? Then again, he thought, anyone would feel uncomfortable around that appearance, even if it weren't Warren. Mariette turned to Corin, her voice trembling. That food, did you eat it with Warren? Corin asked in confusion. Excuse me. Then he thought, is that what made her so uncomfortable? Seeing Mariette's strange reaction, Corin quickly spoke up to save his own skin. Don't worry, Senpai. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you too. But his explanation seemed useless, as Mariette looked even more constipated than before. A delicious meal. Corin rubbed his chin, pondering. Wait, all these talented people just happened to gather here today. Then, Corin said something that made Elisa jump on her hospital bed. Elisa, news of you inheriting the territory blade has already leaked, so Lunia will likely come to challenge you to a sword duel soon. It'll be soon. Are you confident? Elisa broke into a cold sweat. A sword duel. A sword duel was a tradition where 5 master-level swordsmen tested the heirs of a family branch. That was the excuse, at least. But in reality, the Ain family had long used sword duels to legally eliminate their rivals. Elisa started sobbing, wanting to refuse immediately. Confident? If I fight her, I'm dead meat. Actually, no. I couldn't beat the 5 swords from the start. Corin said seriously, I have a plan that might work. Seeing there was no escape, Elisa became interested in his solution. What is it? Corin continued, I'll tell you, but on one condition. I promise to do anything. What's the plan? Corin's gaze turned sharp and menacing as he looked at Elisa. From now on, if I suggest fighting monsters or training in the gym, you have to follow along without complaining. Basically, you're a permanent member of my group now. That Elisa said immediately. Fine, I promise to listen, so please, just help me. Corin was pleased with the answer. Good. I'll take your word as an oath. Corin put on a dangerous smirk and said, Corin, through the difficulties of this time, whether long or short, the one known as the Master Swordsman Lena is walking around, and I've learned the truths of this life with this very body. Suddenly, a knife flew from nowhere, piercing the wall right past Lena's face, making her jump. What was that? Someone stepped out of the shadows. Lena immediately tensed up and asked, Who goes there? The stranger only said a few words, the challenger, which left an already bewildered Lena even more confused. When Lena saw the person's face clearly, she immediately recognized them. Student Warren, it's you? But Warren introduced himself as Alice's studio, master of blade arts. Before Lena could even compose herself to understand what was happening, Warren charged. Blade arts, why are you suddenly doing this? Warren gave a short, concise explanation. He said if I caught you, he'd buy me sushi. Sushi. Meanwhile, Corin and another person were locked in an intense battle. The person spoke up, clearly heated. What is the meaning of this? What are you doing? Corin replied, Alice's studio, master of polearm arts. Corin, prepare to strike before you get attacked. With eyes like a flashing traffic light and a friendly smile, Corin replied, I want to learn from the famous sword master. Lena, that is the truth of life. Is that even a polearm? A man with a terrifying expression, the Yin Dojo's master of polearm arts, Corin. Then, a woman dressed strangely, holding 3 small knives, the Yin Dojo's master of martial arts, Warren. Next was a handsome man manipulating swords of various colors, the Yin Dojo's master of flying swords, Doron Waski. A girl holding a staff, the Yin Dojo's talented mage, Mariette. And finally, the new commander of the Yin Dojo, Alyssa. Suddenly, someone attacked them directly, leaving them in a state of utter confusion. The person said, Ayan, the first swordsman, failed. A girl asked in annoyance, why? Why would you do such a thing? Corin replied with a sinister smile. To develop a new dojo, we need to boost our reputation, don't we? We're expanding quite aggressively. Many newspapers like the MK3 Daily wrote, New technique Ayan defeats the first swordsman Ayan, according to an anonymous report. This photo shows the beginning of the new technique, defeating the 5 swords, gaining attention in the association for their creative management of the dojo. Could the Ayan family accept this? According to family rules, there is something called a sword test. It's a test to select heirs, but even he knew it was just a way to crush other rivals. That is why Corin said he would change this operational structure by joining the dojo's test and defeating the 5 swords one by one in the form of a new dojo challenge. What I ultimately want is a one-on-one duel with my sister. Elisa looked at Lunia's back and said, according to family rules, there is something called a sword trial. It's a test to select heirs, but even I know it's just a way to crush other rivals. That is why Corin said he would change the way this works by joining the dojo's trial and, one by one, defeating the 5 swords in the new dojo challenge format. What I ultimately want is a one-on-one duel with my sister. Elisa looked at Lunia's back and said, if I win and make that public, her people won't be able to touch me. That's why I started all of this. The dojo's registration fees, maintenance costs, mercenary hiring, everything was handled by Mariette. Elisa was satisfied, but her wallet was hurting. Once I get the reward from the John Doe mission, I can pay her back quickly. Lumia looked at Elisa and said it was interesting. Elisa turned around, stammering. Lumia angrily scolded, you idiot. If you wanted to hide, you should have run the moment you saw me. This dojo challenge idea wasn't yours, was it? Elisa cried out in fear. She's so sharp, it's terrifying. My expression gave it away, it was Corin. Corin called out, Elisa, do you have something to say? Elisa thought to herself, can I really defeat her? The first sword of the heirs, Lunia. Under immense pressure, Elisa looked at her sister and thought, sister, as the new head of the Ayan dojo, I want a duel with you. Lunia helplessly agreed. Fine, a duel, but consider yourself warned. Lunia continued, shocking Elisa. I won't be using training swords or non-lethal weapons. I'm ready. Elisa looked at her cool sister and trembled. The first sword of Ayan, the top disciple, Lunia. Even though she said she was ready, sweat was pouring down her face. The first sword of Ayan versus the second sword. Elisa, the battle between sisters begins. Mariette sat in a corner under the hot sun, thinking, even if I go all out after transforming into a vampire, Lunia is still an opponent I'm not sure I can beat. After some deep thought, Mariette turned to Corin and asked, Elisa, is she really ready for this? Corin replied, I believe in her. Elisa can handle it. Seeing that the handsome guy said so, they followed his lead, so Mariette agreed. Fine, then I'll trust you. System notification, maximum. Corin and Mariette's trust level remains unchanged. Lunia kept her cold expression and tossed a bag at Corin. Catch. Corin caught it, puzzled. What's this? Is this too much for the dojo repair fees? No sooner had he finished speaking than Lunia took off like she had a motor. Lunia spoke while closing in on Elisa. That's for the restructuring fees. Corin and Mariette stood by, watching like they were observing strange creatures. With just one light clash of swords, the two of them caused a terrifying explosion that left the spectators, Corin and Mariette, on edge, their mouths agape at the intensity. The surrounding space fell silent, setting the stage for the battle between the sisters. Neither one was willing to back down. Alisa glared at Lunia with eyes like sharp arrows of resentment. But it seemed Alisa didn't want to hurt Lunia, so she shut her eyes tight, thinking of how much she admired Lunia's burning passion for swordsmanship. She is my idol. Remembering the past, when Alisa was just a little kid, Lady Lunia had already defeated a level 1 Minotaurus. At only 15, she was already that incredible. I heard Lord Garin has his eye on Lady Lunia. She really is like a hero from a fairy tale. A hero like Lord Garin and the person from the stories who accompanied me throughout my childhood. Compared to her, I'm just the daughter of a concubine. My mother died giving birth to me, and father views me as a stain, because to him, the only thing of value is the great sword King Garandon's bloodline. With a gaze full of adoration, Alisa said, "Sister, I'm here. Congratulations." Lunia, cold as ever, reached out to pat little Alisa's head. "You've grown so much." Alisa recalled the first moments of her life, the day she first cut someone. Once Alisa had drawn her sword, she was so terrified she couldn't control her emotions. Everything started to go wrong. At that moment, Lunia appeared with her sword in hand, burning with fighting spirit, her instructions clear. The first attack. Step 1, foot back and quickly slash forward. Lunia looked at Alisa with suspicion, thinking it was an unusual defensive move. Lunia was surprised by Alisa's movements. She is sticking exactly to what she learned in the books. Even though she has mastered attack skills, to think she is using defense to fight. In her heart, Alisa admired Lunia immensely. She pressed her sister so hard during the fight that Lunia was left questioning things while they sparred. After knocking Alisa away, Lunia scoffed, "Your footwork is as sloppy as ever." What a coward. Alisa wasn't distracted by Lunia's harsh criticism. A voice spurred her on, "Use your speed to keep her off balance and attack at close range." Third form of the sword, Thunder Strike. Alisa lunged, unleashing the move at lightning speed. At that exact moment, Lunia sensed the attack from behind and, by reflex, turned and slashed forward. Breaker form. Lunia simultaneously countered Alisa Ayan, forcing her to dodge immediately. Suddenly, Alisa looked toward Lunia and shouted, "Hey." Lunia paused in surprise as Alisa called out to her. Out of nowhere, Alisa lunged forward and hugged Lunia tightly, leaving her too surprised to react. She's not attacking with a sword, but with her whole body. Alisa lunged to hug Lunia while assessing her technique. The two grappled on the floor. Lunia immediately shifted her body to the side as Alisa lunged to embrace her, causing Alisa to lose her footing and fall hard to the ground, while Lunia quickly regained her fighting stance. "Alisa." Lunia's eyes filled with killing intent as she growled in anger. "You idiot." Lunia moved to where Alisa was and landed a powerful kick, making Alisa grit her teeth in pain. "Oh, you think you can beat me with those cheap tricks?" Lunia spoke as she swung her sword at Alisa. At that moment, Alisa was trying to sit up and defend herself. Lunia slashed down with immense power. Alisa reacted quickly, raising her blade to block. The two swords clashed, sending blinding sparks flying. Alisa suddenly surged up, countering with such strength that she knocked Lunia back. Alisa thought of what Corin had said earlier and made her decision. Everything is exactly as Corin said. If that's the case, chain sword break. Alisa used all her strength to unleash a powerful strike at Lunia. Lunia, with sharp eyes and a smirk, notified Alisa, "You can still counter well, even though that move almost made me fall. I guess I can't hold back anymore." Lunia immediately landed a powerful kick, sending Alisa flying backward. Lunia mocked Alisa with a cutting remark, "You fight well, but you're still far too green." Alisa was kicked back, clutching her stomach in agonizing pain, one hand still gripping her sword tightly. Lunia leaped into the air, unleashing all her power in a finishing strike aimed at Alisa. Summoning her last bit of strength, Alisa swung her sword to parry Lunia's blow, her face tense as she held the blade with both hands. With a burst of power, Alisa deflected Lunia's attack, causing her to stumble back. Lunia then swung her sword again toward Alisa. Alisa let out a loud shout, as if gathering all the strength in her body. "She's actually keeping up with me." Lunia thought to herself in surprise. Not only that, but can Alisa see my territory too? Alisa's eyes blazed with intensity. Lunia hadn't expected her to reach this level. But of course, a twisted, excited smile crept across Lunia's face. "This is the little sister I've been waiting to see. I wanted to see your true potential, the one you've been burying all this time." Fascinated, Lunia kept raining blows down on Alisa. Alisa fought to steady her breathing, eyes shut tight as she focused on controlling her body. She stood up, regaining her combat stance with a look of newfound resolve. Lunia could see the shift in her sister, a change in her strength, her physique, and her mindset. It seemed she finally realized that victory wasn't out of reach, it was right in front of her. "All right then, let's take this up a notch." Lunia smirked, deciding to get serious. "Come on." Lunia settled into her true combat stance. The killing intent radiating from her was overwhelming. At the same time, Elisa braced herself to fight back. The look in Elisa's eyes and the power she exuded were every bit as intense as Lunia's. They charged at each other like two colliding flames. The person she had always chased was her sister. In the back of her mind, Elisa had always yearned to be as strong as Lunia. "This is my first time learning swordsmanship, sister." Lunia recalled Elisa's words from when she first held a sword as a child. "You know, someday I want to be a great swordswoman just like you." The innocent face of the young Elisa had always dreamed of being just like her. But now Lunia thought, stunned, as Elisa charged with the speed of light. Behind Elisa, the silhouette of someone familiar seemed to flicker into view. Lunia's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing with sudden, tense realization. Their blades clashed, a flash of deep blue meeting abyssal black. Everything around them seemed to freeze for a split second as the swords locked, followed by a blinding burst of light. Territory slash, the move that would decide the outcome. Both poured everything they had into that final blow. The shockwave was so massive that it forced Marietta and Corin to scramble back for safety. "Is it over?" Marietta asked, her voice trembling. Who was the one left standing? The winner had been decided. Through the settling dust, only one figure remained standing with sword in hand. The other had fallen. In the end, Elisa had won, and Lunia had been defeated. Elisa won. Corin. Marietta exclaimed excitedly to Corin, comparing her to the master swordswoman, Lunia. Elisa's only real strength was the territory slash. Therefore, the only way to win this duel was within the territory itself. Corin smiled, satisfied, thinking back to how he had coached Elisa to focus on dodging, escaping, and stalling by pointing out the rigid habits of Lunia that he knew from his previous life. They had seized the only chance for victory during a territory clash. Corin reflected on the time he spent training Elisa, feeling confident that showing her the flaws in Lunia's style was the right call. But he hadn't predicted that fighting inside the territory would shatter Lunia's blade. Lunia had truly lost to Elisa's strength. I actually won." Elisa stared at the sword in her hand, her eyes brimming with joy, still finding it hard to believe she had defeated Lunia. "Was my performance not good enough?" Lunia sighed. "From now on, I and my subordinates will no longer interfere in your affairs." Lunia walked forward, her voice final. Her back was turned to Elisa. "Ah, wait." Elisa suddenly called out to her. "Sister Lunia, wait." Elisa rushed forward, panic in her eyes as she grabbed Lunia's arm. Her gaze wavered with guilt. She must have been terrified. Elisa, who everyone assumed was weaker, had defeated the master, Lunia. It was easy to see why she was afraid of how others might judge Lunia now. That was why she reacted to Lunia turning away. Elisa pulled at her cautiously, terrified that Lunia might lash out. But then, Lunia turned back, her sharp gaze meeting Elisa's. "Your worrying is unnecessary." Elisa trembled, bracing herself for a strike. She was ready to take the blow, but instead, Lunia reached out and patted her head. Elisa's eyes went wide with surprise at the gentle touch from her sister. Lunia remembered her previous life. The first time she met her in the past was before Marietta Dunalbev's accident. She was a bit surprised because they had crossed paths earlier than the original plot. Lunia's thoughts drifted back to that encounter in the past. She stood before the two people approaching her. All that time, Lunia had been searching for the one who murdered Elisa Aiden. In the end, she could never find the culprit because it was Park Sihu. It was like watching a flashback of the day Park Sihu swung his sword at Elisa's back. Elisa's face had looked back in horror before everything went dark. Even 3 years after Elisa's death, Lunia had never stopped hunting the killer. "You come here every year to pray for her," Corin noted, standing behind her. Lunia stood in the pouring rain before Elisa's grave, feeling both helpless and furious. "I thought you hated your sister," Corin asked. "I did," Lunia replied, her face shadowed and soaked with rain. "I just thought she was lazy, reckless, and annoyingly clingy." The black-haired man listened in surprise. But then, Lunia continued. "But aside from me, no one else could handle her bitterness." Rain lashed down on Lunia. She spoke with a bitter tone. She had never actually hated Elisa Aiden. No matter what happened, even if Elisa surpassed her, she would silently support her with a smile. Lunia's face was scarred, her lips pressed shut in grim determination. "You've grown so much," she said, returning to the present. Lunia looked at the Elisa in front of her and ruffled her hair. "That's the Lunia I remember." Corin watched them from afar with a gentle smile. Elisa's tears fell freely as she looked at Lunia. Lunia had been defeated. A system notification chimed. Elisa. Victory over Lunia. Difficulty, B+. Reward, or rank up. Intermediate mana pool plus 640 stat points. Skill acquired, territory slash. I know I'm afraid of fighting, but there's a part of me that actually smiles when I do it. I've realized that, too. That's why I always try to avoid fighting. The conversation between Elisa and Corin echoed through the castle, because I felt like I wasn't being myself anymore. I was also afraid to face Sister Lunia, so I pretended to be lazy and only took on simple missions. Elisa confessed her feelings to Corin. Everyone feels that way sometimes. Corin, peeling an apple nearby, listened and replied, "Since I won, I'll officially become the heir to the Aiden house. But now, Sister Lunia and her subordinates will be wary of me. But if I run away," Elisa said, looking into the distance with a hint of sadness, "the bond between me and you, Lunia, will be severed." Elisa hung her head in disappointment and said, "No." Corin denied her words, "Not at all." Corin held up an apple, looking at it as he asserted, "Forgive me." Elisa asked, looking confused. There might be some distance and things could get a bit awkward, but a relationship isn't something that can be cut off so easily. Corin continued peeling the apple as he spoke to Elisa. After all, they were sisters, right? Corin affirmed it once more. Elisa's eyes widened, as if realizing something. "Besides, you did a great job. When I was a kid, I was constantly getting beaten up by the neighborhood bullies." Corin praised Elisa while sharing his own story of being bullied in the past. "But back then, the hardest part wasn't the physical pain. It was my own anger at myself for not daring to stand up for myself." Reflecting on the past, Corin blamed himself for being too timid, failing to stand up for himself. "You're stronger than I was back then. I hope you'll always be able to hold your head high with pride." Elisa listened silently to Corin's past. Corin also encouraged Elisa to always be confident in herself. "You're really strange," Elisa said. Corin turned, looking a bit surprised. "Huh? You're the same age as me, but how do you act so mature?" Elisa asked, puzzled. "Do I look that old?" Corin wondered, stopping his apple peeling as he asked back, looking awkward. "Yeah, it's like you've been through so much in life. I can feel it," Elisa pointed out, sharing her impression. "Well, I've lived 14 years longer than you, and if you count the memories of Corin at age 30, I'm technically 50. Corin thought to himself, but kept it to himself. "Thank you," Elisa suddenly said. "For what?" Corin asked, curious. "For today's incident," Elisa said with a slightly sad look in her eyes. "And back in the forest too." She stretched, regaining some vitality as she thanked Corin. "When you saved me in the forest," Elisa remembered the moment she was severely injured in the abdomen. With a hazy consciousness, Elisa had seen the person who caught her. "That was you, right?" Elisa asked Corin, her voice certain. "How did you know?" Corin asked, surprised. "Your voice, your waist, I'm just sure of it." Elisa guessed playfully, confident in her intuition. "How could you be that smart?" Corin said suspiciously. "Since you already know, I guess I'll just let it go." Corin sighed, "I owe you a lot. If you need anything, just feel free to ask." Elisa said excitedly to Corin, "Let's be friends." Corin reached out his hand toward Elisa, proposing. "Ha." Elisa was a bit surprised by Corin's words. "What? You don't want to?" "Ah." Corin started to pull his hand back, asking, No, friends. I've never had a guy friend before, so this is a good thing. I mean, a friend who's a guy." Elisa shyly and quickly grabbed Corin's hand in agreement. Yeah. Corin laughed, "Then let's be close, my friend." Corin smiled brightly at Elisa. "Yeah, I'm glad I have a reliable friend like you." Elisa winked and smiled at Corin. The two officially became good friends. Punishment awaits the demon, while a bright future awaits the good. Two opposing images, one scene full of slaughter, the other a bright future. Children will be happy forever. The image of the innocent smile of Elisa appears as a symbol for all children in the world and many better choices for everyone. The image of a plate of apples carved into meticulously shaped rabbits creates a sense of peace. The scene shifts to another space, with a magnificent chandelier hanging from the ceiling. My name is Isabel Camin. Recently, I've been feeling anxious. Under the curious gazes of those around her, Isabel came and hid behind a pillar, cautiously watching someone. Mariette. A voice called out from behind. Mari turned around to see Mariette's radiant beauty, as if an angel had appeared. "Please, will you accept my feelings?" A brown-haired young man knelt down, suddenly gifting the red thing in his hands to Mariette, his voice stuttering, "My blood." So, the thing in his hand was a blood bag. "Ah, then Mariette said, flustered. "Or, I can give you my neck." Seeing Mariette looking awkward, the brown-haired guy continued, offering his own neck as well. "It's okay, I get blood bags from Professor Josephine every day." Mariette explained to the brown-haired guy, becoming even more flustered. "You idiot," those words are what make Mariette feel the most uncomfortable. Isabel Camin watched from afar, her face showing extreme annoyance. "That happens every day, so that's not the problem." "The thing I'm really concerned about is," Isabel Camin continued to think. "Mariette, are you done with your class?" Corin suddenly appeared behind Mariette and asked, making Mariette jump. Mariette turned around, blushing as she looked at Corin without saying a word. Corin. Corin was the freshman who had recently become close to Mariette. He was a fifth-rate, crude knight, but that didn't matter. The handsome image of Corin appeared. He could stand toe-to-toe with the sword master Lunia, meaning he was truly talented. But the thing that bothers me is Isabel Kamen thought as she moved closer, fast as a rat. Mariette, do you want some blood? Corin asked. Should I accept? Mari wondered what to do. The sound of a door closing echoed. They had locked the door. What are those two doing? Isabel Kamen saw them enter the room, feeling curious and then imagining rated scenes, causing her to blush and panic. Oh, Miss Mariette, do you still remember my previous offer? Corin's voice rang out from inside the room. Mariette was curious about the offer Corin was talking about. An offer? Isabel Kamen, outside the door, leaned in close to listen, also curious. What kind of offer is it? About the land we acquired when registering the martial arts hall, since it's being reconstructed after being affected. I'm thinking about building an inn there, Corin explained to Mariette. An inn? Mariette wondered. Yeah, think about investing in it. I guarantee the profit will at least triple. You never know. Corin asserted confidently. Investing? Profit? Is this jerk planning to mine Mariette for money? Who is he, anyway? Isabel, listening outside, heard Corin say that and bit her lip in anger, scolding him. The training room. Are you practicing again today? Elisa saw Corin there and asked. It's just basic physical training. You're so dedicated, Corin. Elisa looked at Corin with admiration. Basics are essential for everything. Corin warmed up his body while replying to Elisa Aiden. Isabel Kamen was hiding above on the ceiling, watching Corin arrive. I want to train with you too. Elisa started warming up as well and said, What? Who was she? Wait a second, isn't that the second daughter of the Ian family? Isabel Kamen, looking down from above, thought to herself in surprise. Oh, Elisa. I eat here all the time and the food is great. Corin handed a dining card to Elisa and introduced a place he knew. The Sacred Bamboo, known as the most amazing restaurant around. Elisa looked at the card with an eager face and said, Wait, the Sacred Bamboo? Isn't that a famous dating spot? Did he just charm Mariette? And Isabel Kamen, who was tailing him, cursed at Corin in anger. Suddenly, Isabel Kamen slipped and made a noise. Did you hear that just now? Elisa asked. I'm not sure, but how much have you made? Corin answered Elisa and then asked her about something else. Why not just? Try to have it both ways. Yet you still dare to talk about money? Corin, you Isabel Kamen fell to the floor in pain, her eyes glaring at Corin with murderous intent. The next afternoon at the restaurant, the sky was clear with fluffy white clouds. What do you think? Not only the sushi, but the meat is also really delicious, right? At this moment, Corin was sitting and eating at the shop with Warren. Yeah, it's good. Warren replied to Corin while eating. Oh, by the way, do you have any cash? I've got this great investment opportunity. Corin asked Warren about joining his project. Do whatever you like. Warren didn't seem to care much and replied to Corin. Meanwhile, Isabel Kamen, who had followed Corin to the restaurant, stood outside. She frowned and thought, even Warren is over with my concerns. Corin is an incredible scammer. What a jerk. Isabel Kamen's eyes darkened with hatred as she continued to curse Corin. The scene shifted to a luxury car speeding away. Registration fees for the corporation, renovation costs for the dojo, daily mercenary fees, taxes, and so on at all cost 97 gold coins during the battle with Lunia. Converted to South Korean won, that's about 100 million. The car stopped in front of a row of bodyguards in black suits. And all of this is thanks to Mariette. I'm incredibly grateful for that. The scene switched to the cold face of Lunia sitting in the car, looking outside. I didn't expect her to give 100 gold coins. Do mages earn this much? That's what I thought. Lunia had contributed 50 gold coins for the reconstruction. Corin continued. And Elisa received 110 gold coins thanks to the dungeon raid. Warren also has plenty of funds managed by his followers. And Eula and Jur also have savings, and that money-obsessed jerk Doran Waski has a massive amount of cash. Elegant feet stepped down from the luxury car. In the end, I earned 550 gold coins. With that, I bought it. He had bought the entire area, a vast piece of land that Corin had acquired. Following Corin was a group of bodyguards. Even though it was still a desolate plain on the outskirts of the city, in the second semester, we would be hosting the exchange festival with the Eastern Continent's Boreum Academy here. That would be the peak season for lodging services when visitors from the continent flooded in. We'll make back those few hundred gold coins in just 2 weeks. Corin continued to map out a bright future for this land. I'm a boss, and I'm a regressor. Knowing the future means I must know how to use information like this. Corin imagined himself becoming a boss with a vast fortune in the near future. Just wait. I'll scoop up money from all over the world. Corin affirmed that his days of being wealthy were not far off. At this moment, at the luxurious ancient castle, the stance of the Royal Catholic Church, the Magic Tower, and the association towards our school isn't very good. Ari sat at her desk, talking to Professor Josephine, but that isn't something we can handle. Errol Casa asserted, our orders are to support the chairman's decision. I think the opportunity should be given to someone. Professor Josephine replied to Errol, I'll be out for a bit. Errol stood up and said, or I could go in your place. Professor Josephine suggested, other places would be fine, but the Catholic Church is not for you, Clara. Take care of this place while I'm away. If anything happens, use the emergency contact network. Errol Casa instructed before closing the door and leaving. Have a safe trip. Josephine was the only one left in the room, not even finishing her well wishes. Well then, let's see. Josephine's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Vampire renewable energy experiment, not approved. Construction rights for the third dormitory, postponed. Josephine flipped through the report. Next is Corin. Josephine said in surprise. What is he trying to do now? Josephine's face showed surprise, mixed with anger at what she read. She gripped the paper tightly and muttered, confused, ginseng harvesting, land acquisition request. Corin, ginseng harvesting? She asked skeptically. The scene shifted to the Academy's Western laboratory. Are we going to harvest ginseng in a place like this? Elisa asked. Tell me, what do you know about ginseng? Corin asked Elisa. Well, I only know that they scream a lot when we pull them out of the ground, right? Elisa rested her hands on her knees and leaned down, saying, Corin, while holding a pair of earplugs in her hand. That's right, so you have to protect your ears carefully when pulling them out of the ground. Otherwise, you might burst your eardrums. You must wear good earplugs and harvest them in a wide, empty field. Corin also held earplugs in one hand and a small shovel in the other, as he explained to Elisa. Ready, worker Elisa Aiden? Corin looked at Elisa with a sinister expression. Yes, Captain. Elisa responded enthusiastically to Corin. Yeah, these earplugs are special, made of silver fox fur. This is special equipment to protect your ears from extremely loud noises. I can't harvest the ginseng alone. One person needs to hold the flower and pull it along the root, while the other cuts the root and stem apart. Because as long as the stem and root are attached, the ginseng will keep screaming. Corin used both hands to grip the ginseng plant firmly. Alice stood behind, ready with a shovel. This is my 4th time harvesting ginseng. In my past life, Par and I did it together. Corin remembered when he had dug up ginseng in his previous life. I feel a bit worried. Corin stopped and said in a slightly worried tone, What's wrong, Captain? Elisa asked. Let's do this. Corin suddenly shouted and used all his strength to pull the ginseng up. Corin's expression was like a beast seeing its prey. The ginseng plant, with its terrifyingly wrinkled face, began to let out screams. Suddenly, the ginseng plant shrieked as if it wanted to tear everything around it apart. Cut it now, Elisa. Corin, whose sword skills had reached a high level, turned his red eyes toward Elisa and shouted, You idiot! You didn't even put your earplugs on properly. At this moment, Elisa's face turned purple, and she was foaming at the mouth, about to lose consciousness from the ginseng's screams. Damn it, I should have just done it myself. Corin cursed and decided to do it on his own. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to scream? Corin raised his shovel high and thrust it down with all his might. Corin also shouted at the ginseng, engaging in a screaming battle. The ginseng was tossed high by Corin and sliced in half before it could scream again. So, the first ginseng had been captured. Wake up! Corin gasped for air. Corin's eyes went blank. Wake up, you girl. I brought you here, and you're completely useless. Corin turned in anger and shouted at Elisa, who was lying there aimlessly, knowing nothing. Corin, did you sleep well? Elisa asked, still looking a bit dazed. Are you trying to get me killed? Corin snapped, even more annoyed. How long do I have to keep harvesting these silver ginsengs? But then Corin reconsidered, thinking, if I have to do this again, I think I'll pass out. He sighed and gave up on that idea. Hey, Corin. A voice called out from afar. Who could that be? I thought I put up a do not enter sign. Corin wondered who was calling him. Mariette? So, it was Mariette who had called him. Wait, according to your schedule today, you had some lab exams, didn't you? Corin asked, wondering why she was there. That's right, but it was so noisy outside, so I jumped down here to check it out. Mariette replied with a smile. From up there? But that's the 12th floor. Corin thought, and suddenly, Mariette's expression twisted into a strange, unsettling smile. What are you two doing? An intense killing intent radiated from her. It was obvious she was furious. Ah, I told you last time. We're just harvesting ginseng. Corin answered calmly, while Elisa stood trembling beside him. So, Are you planning on harvesting the rest of them? Mariette suddenly brightened up, smiling as she asked. Yes, we are, Corin replied. What was that just now? Elisa looked confused by Mariette's sudden mood swing. But we're tired for today, so we'll probably finish the rest later, Corin continued. Let me do it for you. Mariette stepped forward and said, Whoa, wait. It's really hard to cut them if you're not a knight. Corin tried to stop her. Look, the silver color is so mesmerizing. Mariette ignored him, pulled the ginseng out in one swift motion, and started complimenting it. It was too late. She had already yanked it out. Hearing the silver ginseng's shrill cry, Corin looked at Mariette in sheer panic. She's going to get herself killed, Corin thought, terrified, as the ginseng trembled, preparing to shriek. I have a whole patch of ginseng at home. Just this year, I've already harvested 30 of them. See, it's easier than you thought, right? Mariette said with a sweet smile, using one hand to effortlessly snap the ginseng root clean off. The ginseng didn't even get a chance to scream before it was toast. Whoa, that's insane, Corin exclaimed, stunned. You were planning on brewing medicine, right? Since I'm here, I'll boil a batch for you, Mariette offered. And Elisa, could you go find us something to eat? I think some rabbit meat and potatoes would be perfect. Yes, Captain. Elisa immediately followed orders and ran off. What should I do now? Corin asked. There's nothing for you to do, Mariette replied, because I'm going to do everything for you. She looked at Corin with an obsessed gaze. Haha, thanks a lot, Corin said, scratching his head nervously. Mariette, you're honestly the best, Corin thought, feeling satisfied. There are two ways to absorb ginseng. One is eating it raw. As usual, the ginseng looked miserable with a massive chunk bitten out of its wrinkled face. However, the most effective way is to brew it into a potion with amaranth roots, red roots, silver grape leaves, goji berries, deer velvet, and 28 other ingredients combined. After that, you have to boil it for over 10 hours. A giant pot of dark brown liquid bubbled, extracted from the ginseng. Doing this creates a traditional herbal medicine, not just a simple ginseng tonic. Think that's weird? Yeah, that's just how this game works. Finally, after the long boiling process, the result was a thick, black medicinal sludge. Delicious. Now we just need to let it boil. What are you doing, Corin? Mariette asked while stirring the pot. Sitting around doing nothing is boring, Corin replied, drawing something on the ground. Is this ancient script? Mariette leaned in to look, asking Corin. Yes. You can actually read this? Corin asked back. I don't know what it means, but I saw it back in my liberal arts class, Mariette answered. Where did you learn all this? Ancient script is supposed to be a dead language. Mariette asked, curious. My master taught me, Corin answered, his eyes filled with a touch of sadness. It's only been a few years since I started learning the ancient script and how to use a spear from her. She left behind her martial arts and the original ancient scripts. Corin's master was a talented person. Out of the two, I managed to master the martial arts. But the ancient script, that's a completely different story, Corin thought. Knowing how the characters looked didn't mean he knew how to use them. To retrieve and engrave ancient scripts onto one's body is a power only one person could wield. On Corin's master's back, there was a mark. One of the final boss's goals was to retrieve and possess these original ancient scripts. While his master tried to pass them on to him, she lost her life before she could finish. It was all because of him. Corin's master died fighting a monster. Corin felt bitter as he thought about it. Who was your master, Corin? If you know ancient script, was she from the Tower of Magic? Mariette asked. She was just a person. A normal person, like anyone else you'd see on the street every day. Corin thought to himself, a kind person, just like any other kind soul. In Corin's memories, his master appeared as a hero who suppressed chaos, a person who always gave her absolute best. You really loved her, didn't you? Mariette said, sounding a bit sad. Then, she brightened up and asked, do you want some potatoes? Seriously, I'm good, Corin replied. I brought some snacks, though. Diogu. Mariette offered Corin something else. Diogu. Corin thought, the highest-ranking subordinate, the blood-sucking demon beast. Diogu was a gigantic monster with glowing red skin, a basket clamped in its mouth, and fierce, blood-red eyes. What is that? Is that the Diogu from before? Corin asked in surprise. So, you've completely tamed this Diogu? Corin asked Mariette, looking at the monster. It's all thanks to you. Because you kept sharing your blood with me, I was finally able to get a subordinate. Cute, right? Mariette said with a laugh. Cute. Corin looked at the giant Diogu and repeated, yeah, the more you look at it, the cuter it gets, right? Corin just played along to appease Mariette. Wait, if it was made with my blood, then half the blood in its body is mine. Does that mean I'm basically its dad? Corin shared his thoughts with Mariette. I've never thought about it like that, Mariette said, blushing. So, Diogu's daddy? Mariette asked shyly. What? Corin replied. Why don't you play with Diogyu? Mariette continued. Play with it? It's not even a real dog. The Diagu's terrifying face appeared, sticking its tongue out as if wanting to be petted. This blood-sucking dog is way too energetic. I'm going to end up exhausted from wrestling with it. Mariette stood by, watching Diogu play with Corin, and Corin couldn't believe this was the play Mariette was talking about. It's done. The medicine turned brown. Mariette figured it was ready. What's wrong with him? Alisa whispered to Mariette, asking why Corin looked so wrecked. Because he was playing with Diogu, Mariette answered. What is a Diogu? Alisa asked, curious. You have absorbed the ginseng decoction. The system notification chimed. Your mana recovery rate has increased significantly. Maximum mana increased by 1,300 points. The system window appeared before Corin. Now that I've boosted my stats, I'm ready. Corin thought to himself, then said aloud, You two should drink this, too. It only works once. Corin held out the vials to Mariette and Alisa. Are you sure? Mariette asked. The ginseng is powerful, sure, but it only works the one time. If I gave the rest to the others, they'd be thrilled, Corin explained. Now, all that was left was the platinum ginseng, a root that shimmered with a silver-blue glow. I need to eat this raw. Corin popped the ginseng into his mouth and chewed it down. You have absorbed the platinum ginseng. The system notification chimed. Your magic core has formed. The system pinged again. A magic core is the vessel that holds a knight's entire pool of mana. Usually, creating a core requires pushing your mana to the absolute limit. But here I am, getting one without all that extra effort. And once my rank is higher, I'll be able to form even more cores. So effectively, I'll have an endless supply. A massive surge of power flooded through Corin's body. Finally, a magic core, Corin muttered. Is it really a magic core, Corin? Mariette asked. The effect of that silver ginseng is insane. You should hurry up and eat the yellow ones too. They'll be amazing, Alisa said excitedly. Not yet. I'll save those for later, Corin replied. Wait, what? Alisa asked. Well, taking too many potent herbs at once isn't good for you. Alisa caught his meaning. True, but my reason is a little different than that. A sly grin spread across Corin's face. 5th rank knight, Corin. Hammond looked at the crystal orb and said, We need to reevaluate this student's grade. Hammond's expression was serious as he made the call. Wait, isn't he just a first year? 5th rank. According to the records, he's not even worth our attention. Why reevaluate someone like that? Someone questioned. Ah, so the professors from the upper divisions haven't seen the first-year midterm results yet? Professor Fada stepped up to answer. Corin faced off directly against the sword master, Lunia. Granted, it only lasted about 3 minutes. A skeptic spoke up. No way. Nobody believes that. She must have gone easy on him. Why would a sword master like Lunia use her full strength against a kid during midterms? The monocled professor shook his head. Gone easy? You think so? Heyman asked, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. All of you professors present here, including myself. Does anyone actually think Lunia held back against Corin? Hammond asked the room. No one spoke up, not a single person. But changing a student's rank just based on midterms feels a bit rushed. Even if there's reason to question his true ability, regulations state we wait for official confirmation before promoting him. That's the law, the gray-haired man insisted. Then let the association handle the official ranking. I think evaluating him for a formal guardian certification is enough. However, if we do that, we'll have to change his school schedule and his homeroom professor. Heyman pondered the decision. Wait, Professor Heyman is the one proposing this, not Coach Heyman. Why don't you take this one, Coach Heyman? The others in the meeting asked. I'd like to, Heyman said, lost in thought. So, what are we going to do about Corin next? Someone asked. Corin? Even if his 5th rank stats seemed far off, that duel with Lunia was truly top tier, and that spearmanship FM looked serious as he contemplated Corin. No matter how I look at it, it's just like his technique. Corin and him, they're too similar. I need to reevaluate him, the spectacled Fata thought. Hi, Corin. Alisa chirped when she saw him. Oh, hey Alisa, Corin replied. We're in the same class today. Can I sit next to you? Alisa asked as she sat down. You already sat down, so why ask? Corin said, feeling helpless. But that's Jir's seat. As soon as he said that, Jir appeared. I'm sorry, Alisa said, startled. I'll sit somewhere else. Alisa was about to stand up, but Corin gestured for her to stay. Jir hopped over to the desk in front. Smooth, Corin teased. What? Why are you glaring at me? Jir turned back to glare at Corin. Why do you think I'm glaring at you? Jir snapped. First the Academy's most famous student, Senior Potato, then that super cute girl from the Demon Clan, and now even the Sword Emperor's granddaughter? Are you trying to make me die of jealousy? He's the only one living a life like the protagonist of a romance movie. Jer thought bitterly. What about my own school life? Why is the seat next to me so cold and empty? Jer buried his face in the desk, crying in frustration. I wonder if he's going through something painful, Elisa asked, concerned. Who even cares? Corin ignored Jer completely. Are all the first years ready? Let's get started, Professor Foot said. All right, everyone, settle down. As I mentioned last time, today you'll be doing group projects. Fada walked to the podium. I hate group projects, someone groaned. All right, don't be so gloomy. Group projects are beneficial for everyone. Fada continued. I'll explain the assignment now. Since you're in the night department, I won't give you boring tasks. None of that magic plant stuff the magic department professors make you do. Fada snapped his fingers, and a burst of power seemed to ripple through the room. All right, take a look at this paper. The paper snapped together like flower-shaped puzzle pieces. Corin's eyes narrowed as he realized the topic. Spearmanship. Huh. Spearmanship. Why on earth is it spearmanship? Everyone murmured in confusion. He said spearmanship that makes it easy for you, right? Elisa laughed. What is this? In my past life, the group project was boxing. Fada was a boxing champion. Corin thought suspiciously. His signature style is boxing, constantly changing distance and closing in, combined with his unique dark attribute. He's a first-ranked knight from the Ville Academy in the north, and he's famous for those gloves engraved with ancient runes. Corin continued to ponder. Why is Professor Fada teaching spearmanship? He's sharp. Corin smiled cunningly. Is he trying to test me? Corin realized FM's true intent. It was like they could read each other's minds. This group project will involve choosing and researching a specific style of spearmanship. After that, you'll have time to demonstrate different techniques. Fada announced the assignment to the class. Professor, wouldn't the students who already use spears as their main weapon have an advantage? A student asked from the back. Fada Man is giving everyone in the class an assignment. Isn't it true that students who don't use spears as their primary weapon will have the advantage? One student asked. I'll take that into account by adjusting the evaluation criteria and offering extra credit, Fada Man replied. Each team will consist of 4 members, chosen by random lottery. Fada Man set the rules. He had prepared random slips in a jar. He explained that this group project would help encourage and assess the students' ability to work together. In reality, though, the hardworking ones are the ones who get the short end of the stick. It's a battle to see who has the thickest skin. Should I head to the training hall? Oops, wrong group chat. Mauchette, I've finished my research part. Hey Kim, the least you could do is remove the source links you copied and stop relying on Wikipedia. My grandmother just passed away, so I can't make it to today's meeting. What kind of people do you usually end up with in a group project? Doing group work with people who don't even know what they're supposed to be doing? Or people who just sit there waiting to be spoon-fed? Or those whose grandparents just passed away? I've had to endure this for 4 years in college, a year in the specialized physical education class, and 3 years at the academy. Corin thought about the past he had to endure. But this time, it was completely different. Corin smiled confidently. Jer, Hinch, Peter, a third-ranked knight with physical abilities beyond his level being in the same group as Corin is awesome. Jer whistled happily. His judgment isn't bad. He can definitely get done what needs to be done, Jer thought, satisfied. Elisa, well, there's no need to mention her. She's a sword prodigy and incredibly strong. Doran Waski, thanks to silver changing groups, I can easily learn any physical subject. The last member was Warren. Even though her personality was a bit rough, she was quite hardworking. Lately, watching how focused she is in class has become a hobby of mine, Jer remarked about each team member. Since my team members are so strong and hardworking, I can finally say goodbye to my painful past, Jer thought, feeling at ease. I booked the training room for 3 hours, so now I'll teach everyone the theory and attributes first. Jer gave a mischievous smile. That's what I was thinking. Hey, buddy, what's wrong? Do you have something you want to tell me? Corin and Jer were talking to each other. We've been using this training room for 2 months now. Yeah. The entire wall of this room is made of high-density shock-absorbing material, right? Yeah. And it's not cheap at all, so don't break it. Make sure to protect and keep it in good shape. Corin and Jer looked around the room and discussed it. Something like that got destroyed. Corin and Jer stood there in shock. And with just one punch, Elisa sat there looking at the wall, trembling in fear. This is crazy. I only told her to spar with Elisa to practice spear techniques. But why did she blow up the whole room? Look at that expression. She doesn't even know what she did wrong. Naturally, they were kicked out of the training room. Where are we supposed to practice now? All 4 were expelled from the room for causing damage. The Sunday church service is the time to hold a meeting to reflect on the group assignment. Come on, everyone. Feel free to share your thoughts. 3 people sat on the church pews. I'm sorry about yesterday. I'm not good at controlling my strength. Elisa apologized first. No, Elisa, you did a great job. At least I can help you practice, Corin said, comforting her. Your spear technique is so perfect that just imitating it is enough to help me master this subject. Elisa hesitated before answering. That's because you have good observational skills, Corin replied, wanting Elisa to believe in her own abilities. What about you, Jer? Corin turned to ask Jer. I'm not sure. Using long weapons seems a bit difficult for me regarding spear techniques. I'm having trouble with the spear rotation move. I don't know how to do it properly, Jer said hesitantly. You've done very well. Once you learn the 8 basic spear movements, your dagger technique will become even more diverse. Corin praised him, making Jer feel more at ease. And what about you, Warren? Corin asked Warren. Eat up. Maybe it's because I added so many earth-based beliefs into the game that there are similar customs here. Warren held a plate of bread and water to offer everyone. Is this about the church? Jer asked. Curious. It's the goddess's Eucharistic ceremony, Warren replied. Is that a volunteer activity? Corin asked Warren. The weekend church ceremony is mandatory to attend, Warren answered Corin. Ah, so you're forced to participate in that ceremony. Corin realized that they were making her study to become a nun alongside other believers, right? Corin continued to ask Warren. It's my own choice, Warren replied, turning her face away. But it's true that you should read the Bible. There are things you can learn from those mythological stories. The Catholic Church does have some outdated views, but it always teaches believers one common thing. Corin turned to Warren and said, love. Love yourself, love your friends, your family, and love those around you. To love and be loved. Corin's face curled into a smirk as he spoke. Oh, what a wonderful lesson. Love is very important. Elisa blushed as she spoke to Warren. This is Warren, said with a thoughtful expression. Ah, right, Sir Warren. What was the reason I lost yesterday? Warren's gaze became dangerous when she heard Corin ask. Because you guys are too weak, Warren replied nonchalantly. The 3 of them looked at Warren in surprise. You guys have no resistance at all. Just using a little bit of my strength was enough to throw you all into chaos. Even if you practice, weak is weak. The strong will always win, Warren thought and said. You're not wrong, Corin replied. Corin. Elisa also intended to call Corin, but Jer spoke up. That's the kind of sentiment only the strong can express. Corin approached Warren and said, What did you say? Warren asked, surprised. Want to make a bet. 1 minute. If I can make you kneel within 1 minute, you'll treat us to dinner. Corin made the bet offer to Warren. Corin's expression was dangerous. Fine. If I win, I don't need a reward because I'm going to win anyway. Warren replied with a look of contempt. Right here is fine. The 2 moved to an empty plot of land, and Jer was to signal the start. Jer was startled when his name was called. How did things turn out like this? Jer said, surprised. I don't know either. Elisa, standing nearby, also replied, All right, get ready. Jer signaled, and both immediately took their fighting stances, their eyes filled with killing intent. Start. I'll kick things off with my secret technique. Corin lunged forward with extreme speed, unleashing his strongest attack. The Shadow Snake Fire Serpent technique was unleashed straight toward Warren, emitting a blinding light. She blocked it so easily. She really is as strong as the rumors say. Corin was surprised that Warren had blocked the technique so easily. If that's the case, Lake Roaring Wind. Second form. Corin continued to launch his second attack at Warren, but suddenly, Corin's weapon was scorched black and shattered, catching him by surprise. Now you're out of weapons, aren't you? But suddenly, Corin's weapon burned until it turned black, leaving him stunned. Well, looks like I'm out of weapons now. War shattered Corin's spear and remarked, My, you're quite the destroyer, aren't you? Corin smirked in reply. With a monstrous roar, the 2 lunged at each other. One attacked, the other defended. What's the matter? You can't even land a hit on me. Corin hopped away, taunting her. Warren gritted her teeth in frustration. How annoying. Warren glared at Corin, her voice sharp. If you don't want to die, try dodging this. Warren lunged, unleashing a powerful strike directly at Corin. If that hits, I'll be stuck in the hospital for at least a month, he thought. Remembering Warren's advice, he knew he had to dodge. As Corin prepared a counter-move, he suddenly decided to try blocking instead. 8 trigrams, red spear. With that, Corin dashed straight toward Warren. Even though he blocked it completely, every muscle in his body felt like it was being crushed. Corin braced himself through the pain, thinking. She didn't even flinch. Warren looked at Corin in shock. Something felt different. When had he slipped behind her? Now, Warren was the one kneeling on the ground. That was incredible, buddy. Seriously, amazing. Jer chimed in with praise. Whoa, look at that. You made her kneel. Corin smirked at Warren. Again? he teased. Huh. Warren stared at Corin, confused. I already won, why would I fight again? Corin said with a smug, booming laugh. Do it again, Warren demanded, sounding genuinely annoyed. No way, not interested, Corin replied, refusing to give in. I can hear your voice trembling. You must be really, really mad, huh? Corin grinned, looking completely pleased with himself. Warren glared at him, looking like she wanted to finish him off right then and there. A few days later, it took a while, but I finally grasped the full potential of each team member. I figured I could slowly teach them spear techniques and get everything ready for our group presentation. Corin looked at the paper in his hand, feeling satisfied. I'm sick, so you guys keep practicing without me. How could she possibly be sick? Corin thought, feeling annoyed. Yeah, she's just trying to make things difficult. In a situation like this, a team leader has to use a secret weapon. Welcome, eat up. Corin invited Warren to a feast, but if you eat, you'll feel better. Facing Corin's offer, Warren was clearly wavering. Well, can you really say no to this? She looked at the fragrant, perfectly cooked fish and couldn't help herself. I'm not sick anymore. Warren couldn't resist and finally gave in to Corin. Corin chuckled, unsurprised by her reaction. Do you know how long it takes for a chef to perfect a dish? Corin asked Warren. Less than 30 minutes, Warren guessed. Try 10 years. Corin countered, explaining the process from sourcing fresh ingredients to prep work. Most chefs spend about 10 years just to serve a single meal to their guests, Corin explained to Warren. What are you getting at? Warren didn't understand why Corin was talking about all that. It took me 3 years of training to finally make you kneel just once. Corin continued. My favorite dish and my martial arts share something in common, like picking the right ingredients versus picking the right stance before launching an attack. Everything starts from the smallest details. I practice diligently, starting from the basics. Warren looked at Corin, speechless. Well, at least we finished the fire, right? Corin smiled at Warren. What was that? Warren slammed a notebook onto Corin's face, taking him by surprise. A notebook? Is this about spear stances and principles? Isn't this the research assignment I gave you? Warren kept eating while Corin talked about the notes. You finished it all? You're such a cutie. Corin laughed and patted Warren's head. Get lost, Warren snapped. Elisa and Jer were also working hard on their spear techniques, and thanks to Warren, they didn't have to worry about the research part anymore. We were all set for the group presentation. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was mid-May, the first week of the group presentations. The order of presentations was based on the lottery. The groups ahead of us had already started. PH was holding a book, watching the other groups intently. All right, let's begin the group presentations, FM announced. I'm P, leader of Group 1. Our topic today is the 5-star spear technique. The Group 1 leader finished the introduction. Good. Show me what you've got, Fataman said, signaling them to start. Haha, they're very well prepared, Jir observed. Yeah, Corin agrees, he added. Not bad. Pale PH evaluated the group. Thank you, Professor. Pale panted, looking thrilled. All right, now I'm going to try and break your formation. Suddenly, Fataman, the outstanding graduate of the Northern Guardian Academy and former first-class knight of the LS Kingdom, stepped forward. If you can hold out for 10 seconds, I'll give you the highest grade for this exercise. The real group exercise starts now. Fataman made a fist. The power radiating from him was incredibly intense. Whispers broke out among the students. Did you block it? What was that? I couldn't hear you. A hand went up into the air, and something that looked like a stack of sticky notes fell down. All the students were overwhelmed by Fataman's power, shouting at each other to keep punching. As the fierce battle between the students and Fataman continued, shouts of left punch echoed through the air. Faced with the master's strength, the students couldn't hold their ground. He's too fast. He's not holding back at all. After the match ended, the stack of documents fell slowly and landed in Fataman's hand. After fighting his students, PH praised them. You guys chose a good spear technique to practice, even if you're a bit lacking in focus and training. On the ground, the students were completely exhausted, lying flat out. The teacher ignored them, saying, but it wasn't that bad. A B grade should be enough. Any objections? They all shouted in unison. No, sir. One group down, while others waited nervously to be called. All right, Group 2, step up. As Group 2 prepared, whispers spread through the crowd. How are we supposed to fight against Professor Fataman? Should we just surrender? A member of Group 2 declared loudly. We chose the 9-Dragon Northern Spear technique, which focuses on critical damage, because when performed, it looks like 9 dragons in flight. Fataman leaped into the air, launching an attack, while saying, your spear technique isn't just pointlessly complex. If you haven't even mastered it yet, what's the point? Oh boy. Group 2 is done for. Next, Group 3, get up here quickly. The Group 3 leader, Corin, stepped forward. Corin smiled confidently at his teammates. It's our turn. Let's go. The Group 3 members stood tall, before Fada Man, each holding a spear, ready to present. We will demonstrate the 8-trigram spear technique of Lanya Chat, consisting of 6 forms. Fada Man looked intrigued by Group 3's new technique. Nice. Start. The battle began as Jer rushed in with his spear, and Lanna countered. Elisa surged forward, successfully knocking the weapon from their opponent's hand. Warren took the lead, thrusting at the opponent who had lost their guard. A member noticed the energy of the competitors and felt triumphant. Amazing, everyone. We did it. Incredible. Warren had trained even harder than I thought. Fada Man couldn't help but praise Group 3 as well. Impressive. You've cut out all the unnecessary movements in combat. It may look simple, but the core of your spear technique is excellent. Corin, touched by the professor's praise, replied with a nod. Then I'll tell the group to prepare for extra training. But contrary to what you're thinking, Professor, I don't need the whole group. I only need Corin. Corin didn't ask further and simply replied, Understood. Professor Fada Man said to Corin, For this live combat match, it'll just be you and me. Do you have any objections? Corin thought to himself, This was your plan from the start, wasn't it? Then he replied, No, I don't, sir. After Corin's answer, the professor began setting up for the sparring match. Good. Then I'll begin. A flash of light caught Corin off guard. He wasn't sure what to do. Fada Man charged aggressively with a left hook. Corin analyzed the situation. The punch is coming from the right, following his stance, the typical way a boxer uses to attack. Normally, in this situation, you block from the right to avoid taking damage. But looking at Fada Man's footwork, I realize his body isn't shifting to the right, it's his left leg. I already saw this coming. Seeing the professor raise his left hand to block, Corin realized he was left-handed. He shouted, Two-form Lanna Chat. Fada Man was baffled. How was his student? A student commented in awe. Professor Fada Man's movements changed completely when facing him. Look at his speed. Another student noticed something unusual. But wait, he's only a rank 5. Fada Man's hand is struggling to counter the opponent's strike. With rank 49 against rank 50, neither was backing down. Both then lunged in, one fighting bare-handed while the other held a sword. The onlookers commented, How can you block Professor Fada Man's techniques? Fada Man saw Corin's potential and realized that this level of strength meant he had surpassed the other students. Now, Fada Man said while clenching his left fist, preparing a powerful strike toward Corin. Show me your true strength, not these basics. Corin stood tall, looking both handsome and confident, gripping his long sword imposingly in front of Professor Fada Man. Of course, someone like Fada Man wouldn't easily surrender to a student. That would be humiliating. Fada Man remained confident in his abilities. The Lanna Chat spear technique is indeed unpredictable. But let's see how you block this one. Corin's gaze remained steady, showing no fear as he looked at his opponent. Fada Man unleashed a powerful punch straight at Corin. All eyes were fixed on the match. Everyone looked stunned. The space around Corin seemed to blur. The handsome Corin held his ground, standing there with the fist pointed straight at his face, stopping just 5 centimeters away. Professor Fada Man was full of questions, at a loss for words. Seeing Corin not reacting to his every move, he asked, Why are you still standing there? Corin calmly replied, It's over, sir. 10 seconds have passed. Fada Man remained suspicious, thinking, What the hell is this? Corin guessed his thoughts and said with a smirk, You must be surprised, sir. You've only been using your right hand until now. Recalling the professor's previous strikes, Corin added, But in reality, you're left-handed. At this point, Fada Man remarked, Your reaction was based on knowing I'm left-handed. As he left, Corin tried to follow up. Does this mean you were just testing my abilities, sir? As he approached the files, likely the scorecards for Group 3, he thought. When it comes to secret arts, many fools only choose complex techniques. But in truth, the basics are the real secret to success. He turned back to read the scores for Group 3, though for a moment he forgot it was a group score, not just for Corin. He announced, Corin, no, Group 3. You all get an A+. The whole group cheered and laughed, proud of their team leader, Corin. My friend, go Corin. Naturally, Corin didn't just sit there. He jumped up, proud along with the group. How about that? I'm the A+ Corin. Even though Fada Man was facing away from Group 3, he knew they were celebrating, so he turned halfway and called out, Corin, can I see you for a moment? Yes, sir. Fada Man seemed to think Corin was nervous, so he encouraged him. Don't feel pressured, it's just a normal conversation. Corin asked, Yes, Professor. Am I truly just a rank 5 knight? Yes, you are. Fada Man didn't believe it and slammed his hand on the desk. You showed me during the spar. Your ability doesn't match a rank 5 knight. Corin remained modest. I'm just a little better than the other students, sir. Fada Man leaned in closer. But you're someone who can't sense souls and can only capture evil spirits under specific conditions. That means you've had a realization that has pushed your strength far beyond others of the same rank. Corin said, the professors have met and debated about me, regarding whether or not they should reevaluate my true strength. Fada Man didn't want such talent to go unnoticed, so he told Corin that he would be assigned some more complex missions. Through those, his rank would be reevaluated. The highest rank he could reach would be determined by those tasks. Because you've shown achievements and strength beyond your level, the professors may make an exception and promote you. Corin reasoned to himself. A promotion? Well, there's nothing to lose. The missions will be harder, but I'll get more rewards. I can choose high-rank missions if I want. A key appeared in Corin's mind, making him think that if he wanted to take a 5-star mission, normally I could only reach it in 5 years. But now it's different. Corin bowed and replied, yes. I will accept the rank reevaluation. What do I need to do? Fada Man instructed, you'll have to solve 2 missions involving monsters and evil spirits. Naturally, the choice of which to take is up to you. Corin pondered. Currently, there are 4 dungeon subjugation missions assigned by the Hunters Association. Luckily, 2 are monster missions and 2 are evil spirit missions. So, in the end, they're saying I have to capture a monster and an evil spirit. And within a time limit, 2. Fada Man handed Corin a paper. So, go ahead and choose. Corin arrived at a remote, desolate place. Good grief. Coming here makes me nervous. Voices echoed. Right on time, Corin. It was Hamon's voice. Corin replied politely. Good morning, though this place is a bit too dark to say that. Coach Hamon. Coach Hamon voiced his opinion. It's not that bad. When I was young, I was brave. Enough to rush into the mist in the haunted forest to fight monsters. Corin replied politely. Stories like that give me a lot of inspiration for battle, sir. Coach Hamon stroked his chin and said, I guess I have to tell you about my time in the western part of the Death Forest. Hearing stories from a hero, like Old Man Hamon, also provided good experience. Your first mission will be a monster in the mountains west of Mist City, a 2-headed mountain spirit. It's slow but dangerous. I've chosen it, but isn't a 2-headed mountain spirit usually a first-rank monster? Why is it ranked lower now? He's still not fully grown, so his rank hasn't gone up yet. From what I heard, he's been raising wild wolves and some low-level monsters as his subordinates. Corin seemed to grasp the situation and asked his trainer, Hamon, so we shouldn't even think about a direct attack, right? Hamon replied, of course. Trainer Hamon continued, a talented individual needs more than just strength, they need intelligence too. I'll be evaluating everything about you after this mission. In the Western Mountains, the Foggy City Cave is the habitat of the 2-headed ogre. The creatures in the Misty Mountains were plotting. None of them, not even Old Man Hamon or the association staff, would come to help them. Even if they do intervene in an emergency, Trainer Hamon said, that would mean your rank promotion is gone for good. Tell me the results of your investigation, Corin. Corin analyzed decisively. Based on the footprints around, there are signs that the ogre and the wild wolves are moving together. They must be living together in a certain area. How many wild wolves are in the pack? 3. But there are only footprints of 2 4-legged animals following the ogre. One seems to be female, and it looks like she's pregnant. Hamon seemed pleased with Corin's deduction. It seems you already know the answer, but explain it to me. Corin continued. Instead of footprints, there are drag marks from a monster. That means the monster they hunted hasn't been eaten yet and was dragged elsewhere. The ogre and the wild wolves don't have the habit of storing food, so they must be thinking of a companion who can't move and are bringing food to her. Hearing Corin's answer, Hamon was very pleased. Excellent. Hamon continued by asking about Corin's plan. So, Corin, how do you intend to take down the 2-headed ogre and the wild wolves? Relying on the wolf tracks on the ground, Corin analyzed. First, I will separate the ogre from the wolves. Trainer Hamon asked, how will you do that? Corin continued following the wolf tracks. They are monsters, but they have quite sharp senses. I will use the most powerful weapon granted to us humans to deal with them. Hamon wondered. The most powerful weapon? Corin's whole body radiated a fierce light, his eyes burning with intensity, his sword resting on his shoulder. I'll be using my head. Unfortunately for them, I'm the boss of this operation. In front of a magnificent, vast castle, the atmosphere was dark and ominous, filled with terrifying images of beasts. Even though humans have expanded their influence and control over the world, there will always be potential threats, evil entities lurking in the shadows of this world. A giant bare foot stepped onto the ground. The ruler of this forest is one of them. That was the foot of a tyrant called an ogre. It's unclear if it's man or beast with 2 heads and white hair. As a 2-headed ogre, he controlled the forest where few humans dared to venture. This forest was his kingdom. Beside him were fierce wolves acting as guards, hounds with sharp teeth, wide open, growling loudly. Long-haired hunting dogs were the ones that noticed two wolves approaching a nest woven from dry materials. But inside, there was nothing left. They had disappeared. The newborn pup, unable to move, had vanished without a trace. It seemed the newborn was gone, making the mother wolf even more furious. Her gaze turned ice-cold, growling with hatred. The wolf growled one long, continuous sound. She wanted to tear apart whoever had taken her newborn. An intruder had taken her pup. Upon realizing that their kin and the young had been kidnapped, they displayed the extreme rage of a beast. The angry howl of the forest ruler and his pawns made the whole woods tremble. Consumed by rage, the two males let out roars. They had to pursue. They had to save the pup. The long-haired hounds followed the scent of the kidnapped pup, with the ogre following closely behind. The scent of the pup grew stronger. They could even smell the intruder who had taken the young one away. As usual, nothing could stop them in the forest. It was time to make the foolish intruder pay a heavy price for daring to disturb the ruler of the forest. Having finished tracking, the two male wolves found the female, but she was tied up tightly with rope. The two males didn't understand how this could be. What they witnessed was the female lying flat on the ground, whimpering in a heart-wrenching way. She rubbed her nose against her mate to check if he was safe. At the same time, the two males tried to help her get away. A fierce battle broke out, with roars and howls shaking the entire forest. It seemed things weren't as simple as they thought. They couldn't defeat the enemy before them yet. Sounds of pain echoed, a battle full of smoke and fire. The piece of wood holding the rope that bound the female was knocked away. The rope gradually frayed under the wolf's desperate strength. Behind a wooden stake pointed at the mother wolf, a furious wolf with a fighting gaze growled. It was no longer about tracking. Now they had to run to survive. There were no trees, and looking ahead, that spot seemed safe. After a while of fighting, they panted, trying to catch their breath. Kenna. But the beast didn't realize that a huge fire erupted, the ambition of a human. The two-headed beast stood proudly, holding a club amidst the blazing flames. A wolf was covered in fire. It was writhing in pain and couldn't escape the flames. The ogre gritted his teeth. He had lost a loyal subordinate. He was truly furious, his four eyes wide with hatred as his roar echoed throughout the forest. The wooden stake gradually broke. The wood was no longer intact as it was before. The two-headed ogre stood in a sea of fire, but the giant monster kept letting out terrifying shrieks. He was gathering his strength for an upcoming battle to avenge his comrades. A trivial trap couldn't possibly touch that tyrant. He was truly the ruler of the forest. But he didn't know that the hunt had only just begun. Before him, Corin stood tall with his sword in hand. The two-headed ogre who ruled the forest was also a natural-born hunter. The first head had excellent vision, while the second had a keen sense of smell, and they were both bent on revenge for the pack of long-haired hounds. So, tracking the hounds wasn't difficult. If anything, there were absurdly too many traces left behind. What a bastard, he thought. He didn't even carefully hide his footprints or scent. It was unbelievable that the pack of long-haired hounds had lost to a scumbag like this. But contrary to his expectations, on the first day, the ogre couldn't find his prey. Even though the tracks were still there, no matter how far the ogre chased, he couldn't find that guy. He even felt like he was about to catch him, but he couldn't. While camping, after pushing aside a feeling of unease, he was ambushed. It would have been a surprise attack if one of the two heads hadn't noticed. The hail rained down like diamonds onto that two-headed monster. Its second head was jolted awake by the sudden icy barrage from above. The ogre charged forward alone. It was barely grazed by the ice shards. The hailstones hitting the ground sparkled just like diamonds. That was the only purpose of the attack, but it didn't end there. The beast stood there, one head gnashing its teeth, while the other let out a guttural growl. Whenever it tried to doze off, the hail would rain down again. After a few times, it tried to ignore it until some flaming stones flew in and set it ablaze. A sea of flames. Even after chasing them all the way to dawn and causing all that chaos, the prey kept leaving faint traces but refused to show itself. The ogre kept searching, but as 3 days passed, he realized he was the one being hunted. He realized the roles had been reversed. He realized he wasn't the hunter, but the prey. His heart was filled with nothing but sorrow and rage. "Hey," someone said. The source of his anger had finally appeared. It was Corin. Corin calmly stroked his chin and said, "I think it's time to end all the effort I spent catching you." How could the ogre contain his rage at Corin's provocations? He roared. His gaze was lethal, and his body seemed to ignite as he charged at Corin. A competitive glint shone in Corin's eyes. How could he just stand by and let the beast attack? As the ogre charged, Corin leaped into the air. Corin's boots were quite sturdy, and each step he took propelled him higher into the air. He launched an attack from above, catching the ogre off guard. The ogre waited for the moment his prey would land so he could use his 2-meter birch club to send that puny body flying. Corin struck with the second form of the Wood Mountain style, Crimson Strike. He unleashed a powerful blow. The strike hit the ogre's two heads directly, causing a massive impact that shattered the surrounding air. The monster roared in agony, its eyes glowing red, one mouth gaping wide while the other gnashed its teeth in fury. Corin didn't stop, instead continuing with the 8 trigrams technique. Primordial Palm. Even though the ogre's body was several times larger than Corin's, it couldn't withstand Corin's onslaught. It collapsed under his repeated strikes. The tyrant who once ruled the forest had been hunted by a human. After taking down the ogre, Corin felt proud of his glorious victory, having finally exhausted his inner energy. He let out a long yawn and said, as if he didn't even need to try, "Well, that's the ogre taken care of. I wonder if Mariette is doing okay." The story flashes back 3 days to a conversation in a room between Corin and Mariette. Corin asked Mariette, "How much do you trust me?" Mariette replied, "Even if you told me you were going to make kimchi out of potatoes, I'd believe you." Corin answered, "I could actually do that." He continued, "Regardless, if you trust me, how far are you willing to go with me?" Mariette asked, surprised. "Go far together?" She fidgeted. "All the way. Yes, right to the very, very end." "Is that too far?" Corin said. "I have a plan, and I need you, Mariette." Mariette replied, "I see. So you need me for your plan." Corin persisted. "I'll explain the plan now. Starting tomorrow, you and Elisa Mariette questioned him." He replied, "Yes, this is our plan. Why does that girl have to be involved?" Mariette asked, feeling a bit jealous. Inside a basket, there was a blood-stained dress. In the shower, Mariette was bathing, deep in thought. Even though she was a veteran guardian and a unique vampire who had lived through a tumultuous youth, deep down, she was still just a girl. The ambiguous way Corin used his words was enough to make her heart race. It was a bigger problem than she had imagined, but she wasn't foolish. Mariette grabbed her long blue hair. That guy was always one step ahead, planning and reacting just before things even happened. Whether he was saving her or helping Elisa, she was very grateful for his devotion. But knowing how much that boy knew and how far he would go, she couldn't help but question herself. But because she had already fallen into the trap of love, she was quite blind and decided, once again, to listen to the call of her unrequited feelings. The reason mages wanted to become professors at the academy wasn't just for the massive book collection in the Grand Library of Merkaba, but also for the giant research building at the far west end of the academy. In front of room B306, the greatest material mages dreamed of was waiting. Oh, what a magnificent wild boar. Professor Fadaman and Professor Dema were standing in front of a mountain surrounded by golden chains and fences, housing a special monster that couldn't be killed, only sealed. Professor Dema asked Fadaman, "You've seen this in the textbooks before, haven't you?" Professor Fadaman, "The wild boar that devoured an entire iron mine and the very essence of the forest, now it's imprisoned here." Fadaman looked at Dema and said, "Professor Dema, this research is based on the alpha properties of this special entity, right? I want to write a thesis on the influence of special demon races on lower-ranked entities and the magical energy affecting our human world. So, I just need to implant the ancient runes onto this special monster." Professor Dema replied, "Yes, exactly. It's fortunate that I have you, Professor Fadaman Mark. Nowadays, there are very few mages who are proficient in ancient runes." Fadaman Mark pointed up and replied, "Ancient runes are hard for most to understand because they've been around for so long. They're also very difficult to use in real combat." He raised his index finger, pointing at someone. Professor Dema said, "But for someone who possesses as much magic as she does, this." Fadaman asked, "Who are you talking about?" Professor Dema told him, "You know, there are even more special monsters inside our academy. I didn't expect a special vampire to volunteer to help with my experiment, either." "Oh, does calling you that offend you?" "Oh, no, it's fine. A meeting between two special subjects." Mariette stood behind them and said, "That's not wrong. So, this is a meeting between the boss of Chapter 1 and the boss of Chapter 2, the King of the Iron Mine. The Haunted House mission." Professor Dema said, "This is a simple mission you could choose in the second semester of the original game. But to defeat the level 1 evil spirit haunting the house, you have to avoid attacks from countless items in the house and find the magic circle hidden in the basement to destroy it." And so on and so forth, as they jumped into the house. Inside, it was gloomy, and suddenly, a fork clattered. The difficulty of this mission was far beyond its simple appearance. Veteran players called it the Haunted House. It was a test to prove you were an expert player, given that you couldn't sense spirits. Fadaman had entered the house as usual, but this time was different. Fadaman said, "Usually, I can't sense spirits, but this time is an exception." Duke Santia, the one who possessed Lerman and the spirits, used them to take control of the magical tools in the laboratory of the haunted house. A ghost woman with terrifying sharp teeth and burning red eyes appeared. A seismic phenomenon will occur once the haunted house is successfully possessed. This means we can use physical force to affect everything inside. You can't just ignore them by relying on religious precepts. With that, Corin boldly stepped forward and unleashed a powerful kick. He arrogantly leaped up to strike, then drew his spear to slice off the base and the top to break the connection easily. Time to dodge. After that, he pointed his spear straight at it and said, he aimed the spear forward and pierced the window, sending debris flying toward the teacher. Corin dropped down, sliding across the floor to dodge just right, and headed toward the door. He spoke as he moved, slashing at the clock on the upper right as he entered, then performed a triple jump slash to destroy the nails shooting out from the staircase, all without even looking up. Just keep moving forward. If you step on the middle of the carpet, crack. There is a table right in the middle of the basement, next to the magic circle. When it flies toward you, just slash it in two, destroy it into pieces, then claw at the magic circle to weaken its spiritual power. There's a candle on the upper right. Kick it and use the Kenna spear infused with haggle fire. Now, go upstairs. The door shattered, and boom, a painting flew toward the teacher. But once you open your eyes in that scary way, change your expression to look friendly and run upstairs. Once you reach the top, furniture will fly at you randomly, so prepare yourself to dodge. Then a wall will appear that prevents you from moving, and next, the plates will cause a huge mess for you. A blaze of fire erupted violently. Corin said to Haman, there won't be any more furniture flying at you now. When you open your eyes, you'll be stunned, wondering who the hell this is. All the magic scripts carved up to this point will activate simultaneously. Fire. Then, he carried his spear out of the entrance, wearing a cunning smile as if he had already won. Behind him, the haunted house was burning fiercely. Now the house will burn on its own, and you can leave. Corin stroked his chin, smiling proudly as if he had done a great job. The rest is up to you, teach. Real men turn their backs on explosions. That's what you have to do. Pretty easy, right? 30 seconds, nice and simple. Haman, standing at a distance, shouted at Corin in anger. That's a magical trial that even a second-tier mage couldn't handle. How on earth did you do that? What has he been muttering about this whole time? Corin laughed at the teacher as if challenging him. This is the ultimate strategy the legendary streamer used, which shook the entire Korean streaming scene. It's experience. A man stepped in front of Corin, patted his shoulder, and said, congratulations. It was Professor Haman. He said, seriously, you've definitely been recognized as a semi-first class now. There's a port city nearby called Sa. There's a delicious restaurant there. Let's go eat. Corin asked, if it's Sa, they sell raw fish, right? That's also where that thing is. And that's why I chose to raid the evil spirits in this area. Haman put his arm around Corin's shoulder as they walked and chatted. Oh, you know about that place? You like fresh seafood, don't you? Corin replied, I love it. Haman said, great. I'll introduce you to a place that sells amazing fresh fish. Corin's gaze caught something. He looked into the distance and saw Diogu standing partially hidden behind a tree. He said, good, he's following us too. An iceberg appeared 88 years ago in the far north of the continent on the peninsula. Even though it was a freezing land, it buried an infinite amount of natural resources beneath the ice. The mountain contained such large amounts of ore that people called it the Iron Mountain. The pioneer miners who went to the polar region in search of iron and gold witnessed something unbelievable. A large number of wild boars were devouring the iron ore. It was a monster that wanted everything. The ghostly beast of the Dingo Peninsula. That demon was called the Iron Mountain King, with red eyes and 2 fangs, along with 2 tusks on either side of its mouth. That was the first time it was seen. At this moment, Alisa was running while blaming herself. How could I have overslept today? He said, the 4th floor laboratory, right? Alisa was very worried. The later she was, the faster she tried to run. I'm not allowed to be late. That's what Corin said. A few days ago, on the 1st floor of the lab, Alisa saw Senior Mariette. Senior Mariette looked surprised and called out to her. Mariette was startled by being called so suddenly. Oh, it's you, little An. You scared me. Aiden asked Senior Mariette. I'm sorry. It seems you're focusing on the experiment. Is it very important? Mariette smiled gently and said, it's fine. I'm just testing something during the break. Alisa asked, but why did you call me here? Diu told me to, so I came. Mariette smiled and said, yes. Corin asked me to explain it to him right now. Alisa was surprised. Corin asked. Mariette said, yes. Anyway, do you want to try this before we start? Alisa asked Mariette, is this a miracle drug? Mariette replied, yes, you could say that. Then, Alisa took the bottle and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. If it's good for my body, then of course. Mariette quickly stopped her. It's hot. Take it easy. I need to check its safety. Because she had rushed to drink it, Alisa panicked after hearing what Mariette said. I'm sorry. What did you just say? Safety. As soon as she said that, Alisa froze, making Mariette ask anxiously, "What's wrong?" Alisa trembled with joy. "It's delicious. It tastes just like home cooking. I can feel it." Fortunately, Alisa's words eased Mariette's worries. She said, "Really? What a relief." Then she continued, "The flavor is safe, no toxicity." Then Alisa asked Mariette, "Anyway, what did Corin want you to explain to me?" "Ah, I'll tell you now," Mariette said. "Corin asked me to explain what's about to happen to you." Alisa wondered. "What is it?" "It's about the king of the Iron Mountain." Alisa hurried past many people, ignoring those she bumped into. "Excuse me, I'm in a hurry." Alisa ran to a fortress where the ghostly beast was sealed in the Iron Mountain King's laboratory. She didn't know why Corin had called for her, but she needed to hurry. Down in the basement laboratory, B level, Dema is discussing something with Professor Fataman. She asks, "Do you think monsters are really any different from special types of demons?" Mariette says, "Trung is incredibly strong. Strength is a given when it comes to these special entities. One of the most powerful abilities is the power of domination." PH asks back, "The power of domination?" Dema replies, "Right. Did she just call herself Mariette?" "Yeah." Dema explains that some demons emit a completely different energy signature than regular ones. In theory, they are known as alpha entities. Unlike the normal ones, they are much stronger and hold absolute control. A pack of alpha demons glowing with blue light is clashing against a pack of wolves glowing in deep red. Dema is still in the middle of explaining what these alpha entities. It can easily control others, but that dominance doesn't work on demons of different species. However, it does work on special demons. Mariette said, "Special demons can control the weaker ones." Dema agreed with Mariette. "Exactly. You've experienced that yourself, haven't you?" Mariette thought back to the time she escaped the hunting grounds. Driven mad by thirst, she controlled other monsters to offer their blood to her. Then Mariette said, "But Professor, now that I think about it, it was a bit different from domination. Back then, instead of controlling their minds, I used their fear." She added, "It depends on my species, Mariette. There are 3 types of demons: monsters, spirits, and beastkin. Those are the 3 basics, but the influence of the alpha trait differs." Mariette seemed to grasp the issue. "So that means I can give orders to other beastkin? To be honest, we need to look into this more." But she didn't think it was feasible. The intelligence of beastkin is higher than humans, so that kind of domination wouldn't affect them. Dema stopped the conversation and said, "Enough theory. Let's start the practice. Everyone, bring the fang boars out. The cages are being pushed inside. Each cage has 1 beast," Dema said. "The purpose of this experiment is to test the influence of a special monster's alpha trait. If you can use this trait freely, in theory, humans would be able to control most monsters and spirits." Mariette was surprised. It was a bigger experiment than she had imagined, and it also satisfied her curiosity as a mage. If it succeeds, humanity could take the initiative in preventing the threat from the demon species. Professor Dema said, "Oh, that's right. You successfully created that delicious medicinal tonic, right? The one you asked me about last time." Mariette said, "Ah, yes. Thanks to you, it turned out delicious." Dema said, "What a relief. Sorry for being a bit nosy." Facing a pile of fang boars, Professor Dema said to Mariette, "All right, Mariette, try to dominate these fang boars." Mariette replied, still hesitant, "Ah, yes." Her gaze became steady, burning with intensity. "Come out." A fierce fang boar charged, followed by a series of others as the cages were opened. Mariette hurriedly said, "Stop." "All right." She raised her hand as a signal and ordered the fang boars to lie down. The fang boars didn't listen and instead rolled onto their backs, legs pointing toward the sky. Mariette was helpless. "Ah, what are you doing? I said lie down, didn't I?" Mariette fearfully turned to ask Professor Dema, "Why aren't they listening to me?" Dema told Mariette that she thought that was the limit of communication between beastkin and monsters. Low-level monsters lacked the intelligence to understand her commands. Fataman said, "Let's try testing the difference with monsters of the same species. Professor Fataman, please release the royal seal." "Understood." Fataman chanted the first ancient spell of expulsion. Mariette said she would break the first seal. A huge fang boar charged, its expression as if it wanted to devour the person in front of it. It constantly growled and howled. Its actions became increasingly fierce and terrifying. Mariette stood before dozens of fang boars with fierce red eyes. Protective circles 1, 3, and 7 have been activated. Reinforce the chains of the 4th and 6th seals. The beast's eyes, devoid of humanity, grew sharper. They had no intention of stopping and seemed ready to continue attacking Mariette. Mariette frantically shouted for them to stop, but the beasts kept charging. Mariette also launched an attack. Professor Dema rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Is it because they're all wild boars that they lose control so easily? Mariette answered Professor Dema. But luckily, I can still control them easily. Emergency. Emergency. The monster in cage A107 has escaped. Hearing the news, Professor Dema panicked. Huh? Cage A107? No way. A giant, scaled creature was slithering out. It was a manticore. Dema wondered, a manticore. Mariette launched a blood spear technique. Thousands of spears shot out, piercing the monster's giant body, but it didn't seem to have much effect. It was too fast. Mariette sighed in frustration and shouted, Diok, save your energy. Keep attacking. Feta Man unleashed his technique, the right fist. The teacher maintained his stance, fists clenched, ready for a powerful blow. Destruction spiral. Suddenly, the professor said, Professor Dema, something is strange. The howling intensified. Professor, this is very strange. Monsters are escaping their cages and throwing themselves against the cell bars. You need to get out of here. Professor Dema remained calm at the keyboard, saying, Manual Operation Z17. Activate the large-scale anti-monster circle and the sealing magic. From now on, I will reseal the Iron Mountain King. Activating the sealing protocol. Diangshu said, All right, we'll lose some research assets, but our priority is safety. I can do it. Amidst the chaos, everyone discussed the situation anxiously. This is Team 2. The magic circle isn't activating. The sealing magic circle is the same. Damn it, someone destroyed the sealing magic circle. What? Oh no, the Iron Mountain King has escaped. At a distant, bustling harbor city, the surroundings were filled with many moored ships. At several eateries in town, the sound of chatting and laughter filled the air. Oh, so refreshing. If we had more drinks, that would be the icing on the cake. The other person responded to this with a hearty laugh. Ha ha, kid, you've got refined tastes. On the table, a series of appetizing dishes were laid out neatly and generously. Hot pot, meat, everything is here. Corin thought to himself. The reason he was enjoying such a feast in the middle of the day was because the old man, Haman, had brought him to a famous raw fish restaurant to celebrate his promotion to a higher rank. Corin clasped his hands together, his eyes twinkling with a mischievous suggestion. Should we order a bottle of rice wine? Haman exclaimed, a bit helpless. Kid, you're still a student, and I'm your instructor. Corin was currently still a third-year student. In reality, he was still a minor, so he didn't often have the chance to drink. It's strange how these taverns are so strict about checking personal identification. This strange combination of the Middle Ages and the early modern period certainly has some interesting rules. Corin's face was full of craving as he looked at the food table. Corin happily immersed himself in the perfect combination of chicken and beer, thinking, do you know the sadness of not being able to have fried chicken with beer at top fast food restaurants in the modern era? Who would have thought that someone from a country with the highest daily alcohol consumption wouldn't be allowed to drink? Corin then spoke up. Instructor, in the East. They say it like this. This vague remark made Haman go, Corin calmly continued. Alcohol is something we must learn from adults. I want you to be the one to teach me about wine. Instructor. Haman's eyes lit up, sparkling with emotion. I never expected the kid to look at me with such a kind and admiring gaze. That definitely wasn't a sign of his craving for alcohol. She really wants to talk to him. And sure enough, the old man, Haman, falls right into the trap, deciding to pour Corin a glass of wine and speaking generously. Let's have a drink together. Corin smiled with delight, having successfully baited his opponent into a secret smile. He fell right into the trap. Suddenly, a bark echoed, making Corin freeze in alert. Wait, what was that noise? Chaos erupted outside. What's going on? Where did a dog bark come from? Did someone bring a dog in here? At the dining table, Corin sat with his cup, trembling. Why now of all times? A muscular, humanoid dog approached, standing with arms crossed, its eyes glowing crimson as it barked incessantly, seemingly scolding Corin. Woof, 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 woof. Corin understood, bitter tears streaming down his face as he clutched his head, thinking, I've waited for so many years just to have this drink. Elsewhere, the intricate chains that were tightly linked suddenly snapped for some inexplicable reason. Professor Dema looked up in shock and horror. Her eyes narrowed tightly. This isn't good, she shouted in a panic. The Iron Boar King has broken free. These words were barely out when a massive wild boar with fierce eyes charged forward, shattering those shackles. Breaking Savage, standing nearby, quickly shouted out, Damn it, we have to stop it. Mariette. Mariette received the order and replied, Yes. Mariette planted her feet firmly, raised her magical staff, and began to cast. Crystal Spear. Quickly, Mariette unleashed her crystal spear attack toward the Iron Boar King, who stood as imposing as a giant statue. But for some reason, Mariette stood frozen, her eyes glazed over. The crystal spear shattered. She was stunned to see her attack instantly broken by the boar without it being affected in the slightest. How strange. Mariette stood motionless, her mouth agape. Did that really do so little damage? But Pagma praised Mariette and raised his lightning-charged fist toward the Iron Boar King, saying, "Well done, I'll take care of the rest." Breaking Savage's eyes flashed, his whole body, radiating killing intent as he charged at the speed of light to punch the boar. But quickly, Breaking Savage Mac muttered in surprise, "I didn't feel my strike land with any force at all." As expected, the blow couldn't even make the Iron Boar King flinch. As he flew through the air, Breaking Savage cursed, "It really is just like that. This pig's hide is way too thick. I can't punch through it." The boar grew angry, and strange light and sounds began emitting from its massive tusks. Breaking Savage was truly shocked. An ancient attack incantation? No way. Before he could react, the Iron Boar King struck him with one hit, sending Breaking Savage flying into the distance. Breaking Savage Mac was slammed hard into the wall, cracking it with the sheer force of the impact. Cries of concern from everyone echoed out. Professor Demo watched with a look of extreme panic, stuttering. "No, the wall is destroyed. The defense system will." True to her word, the system blared, and the monsters in the iron cages began breaking out. The alarm sounded intensely and rapidly. "Alert! Alert! All seals on the Iron Boar King's cage have been released." Monsters scrambled out of their iron cages, rampaging ferociously. The system blared painfully, as various beasts, wolves, and birds alike broke free. "Activate emergency defense code. Activate red alert code. Evacuate all personnel. Security team, activate all defensive magic circles and mobilize the golem spirits to the scene immediately." Following this, the golems began to appear. "Activate golem squad. Initiate risk containment system." The golems entered battle mode and charged fiercely, fighting desperately to keep the monsters from escaping the laboratory. The golem followed orders to enter slaughter mode. A beast appeared, its body serpentine yet dragon-like, with sharp teeth, hissing repeatedly, making everyone tremble. It was a Tier 1 poison dragon magic beast. The second beast was just as aggressive, a Tier 1 king hand magic beast. They clashed with the golems. Once the beasts broke free, they rushed out as if they had been starving for 1,000 years. Each one had eyes glowing red with bloodlust, charging like a tsunami. Cries for help echoed continuously. "Support. Request urgent support. We can't stop the high-level monsters without the magic circles." Professor Dema stood in the control room, extremely anxious, shouting repeatedly, "No. If they escape the academy, authorize wide-area electric paralyzing bolts. What will happen to our demons?" A monster with 2 buffalo-like horns appeared, surrounded by blinding electricity. The aggressive monster charged at Dema while she was distracted, but suddenly a sword flew in, piercing straight through the monster's head, while another blade sliced its body in two in an instant. Dema stared in stunned silence. The master's predictions are getting more and more terrifying. A voice rang out. Dema's eyes widened. "Doran Waski. What are you doing here?" Dema exclaimed in surprise. It turned out Doran Waski's appearance had successfully saved Dema, but in response to the professor's question, Doran Waski just answered coldly, "I'm just here for some practical combat experience." With that, Doran Waski spoke coldly, and the swords and blades around him immediately took flight, rushing toward the monsters and cleaning them up neatly. A giant monster, in rage, let out a strange glowing orb from its mouth. The monster roared furiously and began using its power to scorch the earth. Doran Waski, standing opposite, was also slightly surprised. "Fragment integration," a voice echoed, and instantly, the stones on the ground flew high into the air between them, seemingly moved by a strange power. That voice continued, forming a golem. A hand began to take shape from the stone slabs. Golem Fortress, Scrap Golem. A giant golem had been created, standing face to face with the fierce giant monster. "Great. I've got full control over it now. It actually works. The technique he taught me really works." A joyful voice rang out. It was Cranel Luden. Cranel's eyes sparkled with pride at his own achievement. A few days ago, he said physical stamina was the key to upgrading his strength and made me train very seriously in the training room. After that, he taught me a few techniques to control golems. He said he read about it while studying at the library. And the price for him passing it on to me is that I had to go on today's field trip here. Cranel recalled the exhausting days of training a few days ago with Corin. But quickly, the monster took the initiative, launching a barrage of attacks on the golem, leaving it unable to react in time. "We're being pushed back. Is it because it's such a powerful Tier 1 monster?" Cranel stood stunned, but suddenly, strange tree roots emerged around the golem's body, clinging tightly to it. Root reinforcement, wood part, scrap wood golem. The roots formed connectors, locking the golem's body together and creating a sturdy, solid fortress. That was EU's work, who stood by watching, also slightly surprised. He wonders to himself, how did he know this would happen, and how did he teach me this method? His timing for the attack was perfect. Yuen exclaims in admiration. Nearby, the dragon-headed, snake-bodied monster lets out a piercing shriek. Dema, standing close by and watching its movements, can't help but scream in terror. The poison dragon is about to reach the third floor. Suddenly, the back of a woman carrying two swords flashes past the poison dragon, slashing it a few times, making the monster wail in agonizing pain. That person is Elisa. Elisa glances back as the poison dragon collapses to the ground, catching her breath. Phew, did we finally take it down? Elisa hears Dema's voice, sounding completely stunned. Dema stands in the smoke, deeply impressed. Was that really the perfect timing to show up? I never expected the students appearing here to be at least second-ranked knights or mages. I've never been so grateful for students like these. Then, Dema suddenly widens his eyes and asks, but wait, why are all of you in the lab right now? The students gather in front of Dema and answer in unison. It's for our field trip, sir. Dema asks, surprised. Huh? A field trip? Elsewhere, Corin sits with his chin in his hand, thinking. For now, my plan to have those kids appear in the lab is going smoothly. At the blood region, in a dark space surrounded by towering red structures, a giant, furious pig is trapped inside. Outside, everyone watches and lets out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we prepared the magic barrier just like Corin said. Now it can't dive underground to escape. But suddenly, the pig finds some massive burst of strength and charges out, shattering the barrier. The giant, hulking pig seems desperate to get away from everyone around it. Everyone's face turns pale. Ha! What? Mariette stands there, raising her staff to warn those around her. Don't lower your guard. It might have other ways to attack. Over there, King Han isn't like a typical magical beast. It's a first-rank monster that looks like it stepped right out of a monster movie. The monster refuses to stay still. It starts running around in a rampage. This makes Doron Waski curse in anger while running. Damn it. Just by moving, it's already smashing everything to pieces. Crannel stands by the control panel and shouts, Yuen, give me more support. Yuen asks, confused, do you really want me to do that? The spirit golem's body was completely smashed after that first-rank monster's attack, but I've reconnected the joints using the magic techniques Corin taught me. Following the instructions, the golem punches the beast, dealing a painful blow. The monster gets even angrier after the hit, charging forward like a madman. Yuen's buff spell makes the golem even stronger when facing the beast. Crannel firmly reminds him, Yuen, according to the plan, boost the power of the golem's fist with the effect. Yuen asks if that's enough. Crannel explains, one more thing, we're going to detonate all 5 bombs absorbed within the spirit golem at the same time, unleashing a massive amount of magic onto the monster. The legendary hero Ahan, the Academy duo, has been dealing with a large number of monsters in the lab. The more the monster fights, the more aggressive it gets. Both are tearing each other apart. The system announces, target designated. Golem balance control system active. Testing magic enhancement technique. Checking operation. Target tracking radar enabled. The golem is now equipped with its natural wood fist weapon. Spirit bombs, blast sequence enhanced. All systems stabilized. You have control. Crannel, standing in the cockpit, shouts with determination, let's go. But the person behind him looks on with fear and a bit of skepticism. Crannel finishes his sentence and slams the button so hard it shatters the ultimate form of the scrap wood golem. Elbow missile. The golem puts all its strength into a heaven-shattering blow against the beast's head. This is the moment that makes the hearts of veteran players race. Crannel cheers enthusiastically. Nice one. Warrior Luden. Yuen stands next to him, staring blankly, thinking, when did you name it that? The dream team of the legendary hero Ahan. This is the port city. Far away from the laboratory, the city is very far. Corin explains. I specifically chose this mission so I could get here. Hey, wait. The demon's sword standing beside him makes a pitiful face, whining into Corin's ear, which annoys Corin to no end. Corin sighs, good grief. I still have work to do. Corin speaks up, hello. Corin greets the priest warmly outside. I'm an academy student sent on a mission, so I couldn't attend the service. But would it be all right if I use the church's prayer room? Seeing a young person coming to the church, the priest happily agrees. Oh my, a guardian. Are you? Of course. Corin quickly enters the church and shuts the door. Corin's voice echoes. Let's see. Corin sits before the crucifix and ponders. If I remember correctly, this is the seal. Suddenly, Corin smiles and touches the cross. Due to an emergency, I hope you can arrive as quickly as possible. Immediately, a purple portal appears behind him. Corin glances back. Corin says, ah, you responded just as quickly as I thought you would. A familiar voice rings out. Professor Josephine stands behind him, fuming, with her sword pressed against Corin's neck. Professor Josephine asks, how did you know about the seal? You better answer me honestly. Corin smirks, thinking to himself, she must have so many questions for me, but now is not the time, at least for now, because there's still much to be done. Turning his head to look at the professor, Corin offers a confident smile. First, we have to deal with this emergency. Outside, the battle is chaotic, with no clear winner, and desperate cries ring out. Keep pushing, Warrior Ludin. Cranel screams intensely. Good job. Yuen, standing nearby, hears the name, asks in shock. Since when did you name it that? On the other side, Elisa was scared out of her wits. Her voice trembled as she stammered. What is that? I've never seen anything like it. No sooner had she finished speaking than the giant venom dragon came barreling toward her at breakneck speed. Elisa forced herself to focus. I can't look away now. I have to deal with these monsters first. It was a venom dragon, a tier 1 magical beast. Elisa hesitated, thinking, I have to face it all by myself. But suddenly, the image of Mari popped into her head. She recalled what Marietta had said. Oh, Corin told me to tell you this too. You aren't allowed to use it. Territory slash. Elisa then pivoted, dodging the venom dragon's attack. Elisa reminded herself not to use territory slash. Seeing the venom dragon acting so brazenly right in front of her, she grew even more frustrated. Corin said, that must be because he sees the potential power within me, but can I really live up to his expectations? Suddenly, a noise drew Elisa's attention. What was that? Some deep red creatures, as if from the deepest pits of hell, appeared hauntingly. At the same time, blood-red lightning struck in the sky. Before she could process it, Mariette was pulled into the red eyes. It was the blood realm. As Mariette was pulled inside, her body suffered constant damage. A piercing scream rang out. Mariette! A moment later, Mariette lay unconscious, bloodied next to her weapon. Her eyes fluttered open. Mariette thought to herself, it's just as Corin said. A voice echoed unconsciously. Sister. Looking at the massive monster before her, little Mari let out a breath. Elisa thought to herself, there's no way to defeat this demon. It had instantly transformed into a legendary ghoul after absorbing the dark steel in the mine. The ancient runes enhanced its abilities, providing massive resistance to physical and magical attacks. The colossal ghoul stood before them, howling as if bloodthirsty. Little Elisa stood frozen before its deafening roar. Elisa remarked that this was why countless heroes had perished and failed to destroy it, leaving them no choice but to seal it away here. But her reason wouldn't let her turn back. She gripped her weapon tightly. After all, Corin had entrusted this to her. Mariette grabbed her weapon and attacked the ghoul with thousands of blood-shaped swords. Mary insisted she would not give up. Standing far away, Elisa watched as Marietta Dunalbev rushed at the ghoul as if she had lost control. Elisa screamed, Mariette. Seeing Mariette's reckless fighting, Elisa fell silent for a long moment, then stammered, I cannot afford to fail either. Afterward, it was as if Elisa had been fueled with battle adrenaline. At that moment, Professor Josephine stood before the screen, gasping. The magic department professor couldn't do anything but gape at the scene before her. Alchemical magic and snow blossoms fired in waves, attacking the ghoul until it bled. The Iron Mountain King, the legendary monster entity, shrieked violently. The high-ranking vampire, Mariette. By now, Mariette's body was covered in blood, but her eyes remained cold and sharp. Even though Mariette was struggling, she still managed to fight the ghoul. This battle was only feasible if she were an elite-grade fighter. Professor Josephine just realized that she was witnessing a moment that would go down in history. She couldn't hide her shock and fear. A moment later, Mariette stood face-to-face with the ghoul. This time, Mariette transformed her alchemical snow blossom magic into sharp blades to attack the ghoul. Thousands of snow blossoms pierced the ghoul's head, causing it to roar across the sky. A panic-stricken voice cried out, Oh my god. This time, the ghoul used a multi-layered shield, the blood snow defense formation, encircling Mariette in a sea of blood. The ghoul's mouth spewed thousands of red blood snow projectiles at Mariette Dunalbev's body, causing her to grunt in pain. The students fought desperately to keep the ghoul from escaping the lab, but everyone could feel that defeat was imminent. This time, everything in front of the ghoul turned stark white. It stared blankly, howling senselessly at the catastrophic scene before it. The ghoul used its glowing red eyes to look forward, carefully checking the situation, when suddenly a massive foot appeared. At this moment, Mariette Dunalbev lay snugly in Diogu's palm. Mariette Dunalbev couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? Diogu? Then what about Mariette Dunalbev suddenly realized, oh, so he's back. At the same time, on the other side, Elisa was still attacking the poison dragon. She watched every blow land without any reaction from it, and Elisa felt confused. Oh no, Elisa said, her face tense. I can't use the domain severance, so what do I have to do to defeat it? If it were Corin, what would he do? The poison dragon just sat there nonchalantly, its tongue flicking out to taunt Elisa Aiden. Then the dragon roared and released poisonous gas. Observing the poison dragon, Elisa suddenly remembered and gripped her sword tightly. Right, if I were Corin, there would be no other choice. Then Elisa unleashed a white arrow, stabbing straight into the poison dragon's vital point. Elisa thought to herself, basically, just like what I've learned, dodge and slash. Clear all the wild thoughts and fear from my head and just act. Then, her nimble, flexible footsteps appeared and disappeared, stabbing the poison dragon's body repeatedly, leaving it unable to resist. That was the Aden family's premier ascending sword technique. A moment later, the poison dragon's body glowed, then it crashed straight into the ground, creating a tremor. Elisa was startled and hurriedly raised her hand to shield herself. At this moment, Elisa calmly brushed the dust off her outfit. What on earth? Heh. Still, I did it. I succeeded without even needing to use the domain severance. A voice appeared behind her. Good, very good. Elisa was startled and looked back. Corin appeared under the system, standing with his arms crossed, praising her. Everyone did a great job. Elisa couldn't hide her surprise and blurted out. Corin Luden stood before King Han and happily exclaimed, We won. I defeated it. Cranel Luden stood before the screen and said gleefully, I don't need Corin. I don't need friends. I only need the Ludon warriors. Isn't it thanks to becoming friends with Corin that you were able to create the Ludon warriors? Corin spoke up. So King Han has been crushed. Where's the poison dragon? Why is there only blood left? Elisa, holding her sword, said, I thought you weren't coming. Corin asked curiously. Report the situation. The ghoul head, Elisa said with a flustered expression. Sister Marietta is still trying to hold it back. I need to go help her immediately. Corin Mudd is that so? Professor Josephine's eyes lit up as she stood behind him and spoke. What's the plan, Corin? Since you brought me all the way from the church to here, you must have thought of something, right? Corin smiled. Of course. You only need to help me catch the ghoul, okay? But there are many ghouls here, don't worry. Then the blade lowered as if activating magic. Corin continued. There is something Corin said would definitely happen here, while explaining the plan to Mariette. It's that the wild boar monsters inscribed with ancient runes in the lab would be hard to control as Mariette intended, but after baiting them by feeding them the ancient rune stone slabs that Mariette had prepared beforehand, thousands of monsters with glowing yellow eyes suddenly appeared. Immediately, they were burned to ashes. Corin recounted that by simply activating the resonance of the ancient runes, it would cause explosions, which could wipe out all of these boars. As for me, the silver spear is inlaid with primordial ancient rune stones. If there's enough time, this will be the main weapon to defeat the monsters in this lab. Corin ran ahead to clear the path. Let's go. Elisa, follow me. Okay. Among the upper mid-level monsters that could survive the ancient rune resonance explosion, about 30 elite monsters remained, with the Iron Mountain King as the leader. Thinking of this, the corner of Corin's mouth curled up. Nothing to worry about. Corin called out, Doron Waski, come here. Hearing the call, Doron Waski sighed. You finally arrived. But Corin's sharp tongue didn't stop there. He shouted, Dream Team, stop being idiots and come help me. Stung by his teasing, Luna was fuming. I don't need you. Ayu, standing behind them, couldn't help but scold them. Are you crazy? Let's go. And what's with the Dream Team comment? All the protagonists from the legend of Ahan are gathered here. These are the heroes who will save the world in the future. A gentle voice asked, Are you all right? Mariette turned back and replied, Yeah. Corin, I agree. Let's start again. Let's counterattack and take it down. Corin noted that this team wasn't just luxurious, it was quite efficient. But the reason the team members couldn't stay confident was that their opponent was a massive magical beast. The Iron Mountain King, the unbridled ruler of the Iron Mountains, crushed everything without mercy, ruthless and devoid of compassion. Suddenly, Marietta Dunalbev shouted, Everyone, scatter. Get away from that brutal king. It'll swallow everything in its path. Conversely, Luden was fired up, shouting and charging with intensity. Warrior Luden charged ahead. Seeing him ignore the warnings and dive headfirst into the attack, Corin panicked and yelled, Hey, you blockhead. We can't face it head-on. What is wrong with him? King Heron charged recklessly to attack the ghost corpse. Luden stubbornly shouted, This warrior is as strong as a fortress golem. Luden pointed forward enthusiastically, while Yuan stood with her arms crossed, looking utterly helpless. Luna shouted, The one who defeated King Han. The X-7 spirit bomb detonated mid-air, and then Han fiercely engaged the ghost corpse. Suddenly, Luden was scared stiff, his face turning pale and twisted as he looked at his own Luden warrior form. Seeing Luden's pathetic state, Corin couldn't help but yell, You blockhead. Since it's come to this, Cranel, just attack the ghost corpse as much as you want. Everyone else, scatter. Then Corin commanded, you Ewan, create vines. Hold it in one direction. Luden was still sobbing by the controls. Warrior Luden, you cannot lose. You Ewan, standing behind, scolded him angrily. Ugh. It's obvious what's happening. Yu Ewan followed Corin's order and created vines, shooting them out to restrain the ghost corpse. A moment later, green tendrils clung tightly to the creature's body, pinning it down. Yu Yuan hurriedly asked, did it work? It was primal ancient script. The ghost corpse's eyes glowed with murderous red light, and immediately after, the vines wrapped around it were shattered. Luden stared at Yu Ewan, bewildered. What? How is it that strong? Seeing the dire situation, Corin drew his blade and rushed in with Doran Waski. Corin ordered, Doran Waski, get behind it and attack. Using that magical sword, Doran Waski agreed, saying he understood. He thought to himself that his master was indeed a strategist who knew exactly how to time things. Minimizing casualties as much as possible, there was no reason for a mercenary not to follow him. A flame sword appeared, followed by a lethal blue lightning sword. Doran Waski thought, my other weapon is enhanced with top-tier magic stones I got after taking down Mari in her dragon beast form. Looking at the ghost corpse, Doran Waski was slightly concerned. This Iron Mountain King had a different kind of power, and it would be quite difficult to handle. The gold and blue primal ancient script swords combined to strike the ghost corpse. Suddenly, Ron's face twisted in frustration. How? It didn't take any damage at all. At that moment, Marietta spoke up anxiously. Corin replied, yeah, I know. Corin shouted, hey, Diagu. Immediately, Diagu appeared and slammed headfirst into the monster's forehead. The impact made the ghost corpse tilt its head back and let out a pathetic cry. Corin asked in surprise, a headbutt works? Suddenly, Corin had a new idea. To attack the Iron Mountain King, they needed to separate physical and magical attacks. That strategy was fairly common. Primal Ancient Script, 8 trigrams, Heavenly Path, a place that exists but turns into nothingness. Through the Primal Ancient Script, the Iron Mountain King could achieve perfect power and defense. It resisted physical attacks with crimson feathers and magic with blue feathers. It would switch feather colors to counter whatever damage was thrown at it. Corin coldly slung his weapon onto his back, his eyes sharp. Ewan and Cranel, try to hold it down. If it breaks free, latch onto it again. Doran Waski, use mid-range attacks. Elisa and I will wait in the back. Seeing everyone had a role, Marietta Dunn asked, Corin, what about you? Corin said softly, leave the attacking to Diogu. Marietta, you just need to move according to my orders. Looking at the giant ghost corpse, Corin warned, everyone, don't overthink what comes next. This has to be a quick fight, we can't let it drag on. Just use all your trump cards and we'll win. This young man would surely bring victory when facing a legend. Immediately after, the ghost corpse, angered by the attacks, charged headlong toward the group. Corin yelled, Cranel, follow the order. Diogu, charge. Ewan, create vines to bind the ghost corpse. Diogu grabbed the ghost corpse, and the vines tightened around its body, pinning it down. Suddenly, the beast's feathers changed. The ghost corpse immediately broke free from the vines, sending Diogu flying. Corin cried out in confusion. It escaped. He shouted, stop it, quick. Then came a barrage of attacks aimed at the fleeing boar-like ghost corpse. Every strike was deflected by the beast. It didn't even leave a scratch. They stuck to the original strategy, rushing in to attack and prevent it from escaping. Diogu roared, rawr. Then, he delivered a massive blow right to the forehead of the boar-like ghost corpse. Its legs were also bound by magic vines. Craneluden said happily, it's working. That attack was even more direct than the last one. Even if it was that monster, a hit like that standing next to it, they were beaming. Diogu noticed something unusual and immediately grew wary. The feather color hasn't changed, the transformation has stopped. It's still red. Diogu stood above the boar monster's head, realizing it was a trap. After showing that changing its feathers to blue could resist magic, he used that trick to deceive Diogu. A dangerous opponent. The boar demon's sly face emerged, twisted into a sinister grin. A massive ancient spell destroyed everything in its path, colliding with a brilliant light. Then, the boar demon fired a surge of intense energy from its maw. That energy blast sent Corin flying back until he slammed into a rock. Marietta said anxiously, Corin, stay focused. Marietta, retrieve him, then use the blood spear to block it. Marietta agreed, right. She then conjured several blood spears, launching them toward the boar demon as she shouted, get lost. The boar demon stood motionless, clearly mocking the attack. As expected, the attack was useless. It was like a tickle to the beast. The blood spears shattered the moment they touched its body. Corin smirked, putting on a show. Guess it's my turn then. Then Corin grabbed his spear and charged toward the boar spirit beast. Mariette panicked. Corin, the boar spirit beast's fur has turned green. Corin said, "Hey, look at that carcass. How are you planning to block this hit?" As he finished speaking, his entire body and the spear he was holding erupted with immense energy. Corin unleashed a powerful one-hit kill strike, the mountain-shattering piercing thrust, aimed directly at the boar zombie. The boar zombie sensed the danger and immediately went on high alert. Crandall Luden stood there with his mouth wide open, completely awestruck. What was that? He wondered. Au was just as surprised, thinking. A simple spear thrust can cause that much of a shockwave, but oh well, the boar zombie dodged it. Feeling embarrassed, Corin. If dodging was a competition, you'd be getting bonus points for that regional performance. Corin gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn, it was barely off. Its reflexes are really good. Corin's spear drove deep into the ground, but there was no sign of the boar zombie's body. Corin commanded, "Mariette, blood spear again." Mariette replied, "Got it." He thought, if it uses blue feather to block the blood spear, it won't be able to defend against the physical strike from my spear. On the other hand, if it uses red feather to block my spear, it won't be able to stop the blood spear. This was magic that combined both physical and magical damage. Knowing this, Corin and Mariette coordinated their attacks perfectly. One supported the other, raining fierce strikes down on the boar zombie. So, how are you going to block these consecutive attacks from the blood spear? The boar zombie's expression darkened, as if to say, "Now you've really pissed me off." Then it flashed a sinister, evil smile. "This is trouble for both of you." Corin was sent flying by a heavy blow, though he managed to block with his spear just in time. Mariette was also blasted away by the shockwave, his blood spears shattering upon impact. Crandall Luden watched in horror. Huh? That Corin groaned in pain and said, "To block both, you finally used that trump card. The absolute defense. Known as the invincible golden body, it defends against both physical and magical attacks." The boar zombie's entire body turned gold. Everyone was shocked. Gold. The king smiled, as if satisfied. He smirked. He's still the same until the end. His secret trump card, the 5-minute limit of the invincible golden body. Truly unbeatable. The zombie continued to grin eerily, its body glowing with a golden light. No one could stand against the king when he entered this state. Then it charged, intending to ram through everything in its path. Corin shouted, "It's coming again," he screamed. "How annoying. Everyone, run. For 5 minutes, no attack can even touch it." Doran Waski said, "Master, that's impossible. There's nowhere left to run. The path is completely blocked." Corin wondered. Since when did the debris from the building? Corin gritted his teeth. Damn that monster. The king was laughing. Yes, his eyes were squinted into a cunning, sly smile. To corner the humans, it had rammed into that poor wall countless times. "It's all over for you guys." A voice rang out amidst the dire situation. "Advance, warrior Ludon. It's time for us to shine." A blue stone golem threw a punch, but the boar zombie rammed it to pieces. Even the stone giant couldn't withstand it. Mariette unleashed an alchemical blood ice spell at the boar zombie. Magic from a tiny human is useless. Indeed, the attack just felt like a light scratch to it. Now was the moment for the king to escape the prison that had held it captive. The zombie's eyes turned blood red, as if wanting to devour everyone alive. Golden Feather, the final state. The Iron Mountain King, the boar zombie of the Dingle Peninsula. In its 5-minute invincibility state, the final boss of the second arc. Corin stood perfectly still, looking dangerous. That was the moment. The terrifying moment that had brought countless players to despair. Corin whispered, "Now, there's nothing left." Then, Corin smiled. However, there is actually one hidden method. Corin pushed gently on the hilt of his sword, and a brilliant radiance burst forth. Release the seal. Elisa appeared, sword in hand. Even the boar zombie was startled. Physical and magic, a piercing sword technique that ignores 100% of all defenses, dealing true damage. Elisa unleashed her ultimate technique. A-rank first sword technique, the most effective attack against a legendary opponent. The boar zombie turned pale with fear. Ghost sword slash, territory slash. An incredibly powerful strike was delivered by Elisa. The destructive power of that blow was terrifying. Elisa was also sent reeling backward. Corin was surprised. Wow, Corin praised her. One Elisa is worth more than 10 people in that team. Elisa blushed. What are you saying? Was that enough? What if it moves again? Corin was certain. No, now is when I shine. A powerful magic circle was deployed, and thousands of chains wrapped around the boar zombie. Corin said, she restored that huge magic ring. In just a moment, it's no wonder she's Professor Josephine. A woman wearing glasses appeared. Corin felt smug. The invincible golden body is strong, but after shattering that defense, the monster won't be able to use the original ancient language anymore. Corin spoke up. Mariette. Mariette understood and said, I'm ready. Then, Mariette used an extremely powerful magic technique, filling the sky with red magic. Corin shouted while running away, Professor Josephine, it's all up to you. Josephine cursed, damn it. Mariette said, I will end this all. Then he unleashed the Great Blood technique. The Nightmare Fire Spear has existed for 80 years. The monster that has killed so many heroes the Dingle Peninsula zombie has been destroyed. Light erupted as it disintegrated. No spear user could ignore that. A massive surge of energy was released after the boar zombie died. The origin, the 8 ancient characters needed to ascend to heaven. A stone appeared, something left behind by the gods. No matter how great the power, it could not destroy this ancient language, but its shell, the ancient character stone, could be broken. 80 years ago, a boar on the Dingle Peninsula chewed and absorbed many ancient character stones. That was the very zombie from earlier. Its face appeared once again. No one had thought to defeat it and extract those ancient character stones, because the stones grant their owner near immortality. But now, the zombie had been unsealed and defeated. The scene where Elisa defeated it played back. The protective shell around the ancient character stone inside it shattered into pieces. So, where did the original ancient character go after losing its shell? A stone with blue patterns appeared. Perhaps this is the ancient character stone. The answer is incredibly simple. It will wander to the nearest shell before coming to a stop. An illustration of the ancient character finding a new shell appeared. It crawled into another stone to hide. It had found its destination. 10 years ago, he joined the academy and disguised himself as a professor because of this. He was none other than Fada Man, the man who breaks the wilderness. The person holding the stone containing the ancient character was him. The Iron Mountain King was defeated by the academy students. This outcome was too light. Although it wasn't what he wanted, the scene shifted to a bunch of students frantically evacuating others. Mariette said, Have all the test subjects been evacuated? Doran Wasky shouted, There are still monsters. Catch them. Block the entrance. It had been sealed for 80 years in this prison, so it's only natural the Iron Mountain King's power was weakened. Now, he just needs to leave the academy and disappear from the city through the secret passage. Fada Man Mac raised his hand to cover his face. Yet, the eyes of Fada Man Mark widened in shock, as if seeing something unbelievable. But the person who defeated the vampire Marietta Dunalbev and the great demon king of Iron Mountain was sitting right there. Corin sat imposingly, propping his chin on his hand as he looked at Fada Manny. How is my brother doing? Disciple Fada? 5th rank knight Corin Locke is blocking his path. Fada Man exclaimed in surprise. You say you're my disciple, Corin? Since you're the student of a disciple my master once expelled, that makes me your senior fellow apprentice. Shouldn't you be greeting your senior? Fada MC retorted sarcastically. Senior? In your dreams. Fada Man was worried. It seemed he had finally realized his true identity. Fada Man had only one thought after seeing Corin use spear techniques identical to his master's. Corin sat with his chin propped up, looking incredibly cool and cold-hearted. He looked at Fada MC, because the only person he knew who had mastered the spear techniques to the level of a grandmaster was his late master. Then, a flashback appeared of Corin sparring with a woman. When he saw Corin use the exact same moves as him, he likely thought there was a high chance Corin was another student of his master. It turned out Corin had been talking to himself the whole time, but in reality, he was a student of a master Fada Man didn't even know. Right where he had infiltrated to carry out his mission, Corin had already deduced his intentions. A flashback showed Fada Man infiltrating the academy, sitting with his arms crossed. He must have found Corin's existence confusing and suspicious, so he chose the safest option, to ignore him. Then, an image appeared of Fada Man looking at Corin with deep suspicion. I, the one who fought Lunia Ayan during the midterm assessment, was sent to the city outskirts for a rank evaluation. That was just an excuse for him to remove me from the plan to eliminate the Iron Mountain King and steal the ancient primordial language. The flashback continued with Corin submitting a report to the FM. Afterward, Fada Man successfully carried out his scheme and left the city. He thought that simply sending me away would make his plan succeed perfectly. Corin sat there with a smug smile. But he never expected me to use Professor Josephine's seal to teleport back. Corin said, Professor Dina's experiments and Mariette's riot must have been very beneficial for you, because you were just waiting for that opportunity. Corin asserted to the ancient language. You can't take it anywhere. Before that statement, Fada Man grew angry, releasing an overwhelming aura and raising his voice at Corin. What would a worthless student like you know about this? Did Josephine tell you? No, that's impossible. Fada Man prepared to punch Corin and said, Fine. A lowly student that I never even paid attention to. You want to stop my plan by standing in my way like this? So be it. Fada Man emitted an extremely powerful dark purple aura. Then you are my enemy. Corin began to worry. Feta Man was famous as the top-ranked knight on the entire continent. Not only that, but in truth, he was the mastermind behind breaking the seal of the Iron Mountain King, the final boss of Part 2. Later on, he would appear under the name Heavenly King. Feta Mark appeared in a stance like Bruce Lee. His power was comparable to Lunia Ann at her highest level. If things went smoothly, it wouldn't be hard for him to reach the level of a master. Then, an image of Lunia Ann appeared, swinging her sword with powerful slashes that tore through the ground. Feta's shadow turned into a purple liquid. Are you getting cocky with that meager talent? Do you think you can fight me? Then, that liquid substance created a clone identical to Feta Man, filled with dark energy. I will end this battle quickly. Corin thought and analyzed, feeling no fear before his opponent. Feta Man's specialty was lightning-fast counterattacks, and the damage caused in the shadows was increased. But I didn't choose this battlefield for no reason. A beam of light erupted as solar ancient rune. Feta Man panicked and turned to look at his shadow clone. Seeing the shadow gradually dissipate, Feta Man shouted, "What?" Corin said smugly, "The natural enemy of the darkness element is holy light. Do you know your own weakness?" Images of many shadows appeared to illustrate Corin's point. A dark mage needs darkness to unleash their full power, just as a water mage needs humid places and a fire mage needs dry, hot air. Feta Man tried to run away immediately, but the ground was now covered in solar ancient runes. Just like the saying, "You can't escape, son." Feta Man shouted, "No." A series of runes lit up, making Feta uncomfortable. Why is this happening? Corin sat and laughed, saying, "I put in a lot of effort. I had to carve these solar ancient runes for 20 days straight, but in return, I have plenty of mana and the advantage to face you. Every set of runes has certain inherent advantages and weaknesses. I had to prepare for this final battle before anyone else." Feta Man cursed him directly for being a coward. This was the most effective counterattack against Feta Man. With holy light and solar radiance covering the area, he couldn't do anything. Corin gloated. "You should compliment my preparation, shouldn't you?" He continued to analyze. The Shadow Blast is a technique that consumed a lot of his mana, but no matter what technique he uses, it will still be countered by me. Feta's feet began to channel power. You are truly persistent and cunning, but that's not enough. Feta Man used Lingering Shadow to rush toward Corin, closing the distance very quickly. Corin cursed under his breath. "Damn it, you're attacking so suddenly." Corin began to attack first with his spear, but Feta easily dodged it. Then, Feta unleashed a powerful explosive punch toward Corin. Corin used his Bagua footwork to dodge the attack. Feta Man was surprised. "You avoided that?" Lingering Shadow was a technique that constantly struck at the opponent's blind spots. He didn't think Corin could avoid it. Corin glanced, then immediately used the 4 steps and doubled back, followed by Flying Heaven to attack repeatedly, forcing Feta Man to dodge. Feta Man remarked, "A technique formed through experience." Corin retorted sarcastically, "Feta Man, are you still pretending to be a professor?" Feta said, "I've been playing this role for 10 years. It's just an occupational hazard." Corin raised his voice, "You can stop talking like that now, just be yourself." Feta Man was frustrated. "You insolent brat," Corin said in a tone of certain victory. "No matter what you do, you're going to die here." Feta Man said, "Unfortunately, I can't fight to the end. I will definitely kill you next time we meet." He had to leave the city as soon as possible. He had to avoid the attention of those who thought he was dead. Corin unleashed powerful spear strikes, but Feta still dodged them easily. If he really decided to run away, he would use spatial magic to teleport elsewhere. Feta Man used his fingers to draw something, saying something that surprised Feta. "This is a duel." Corin pointed his spear at Feta. "Do you think I'll let you just run away like that?" Feta Man replied, "I have no desire to duel with someone like you, Savage Breaker." Corin pointed his spear at Fom. "Did you really think I'd let you just walk away?" The Savage Breaker replied, "I have no interest in dueling someone like you." Corin gave a sinister smile. "You don't have a choice. The Savage Breaker is savage. Those are the rules." Enraged, the Savage Breaker hissed, "You bastard. The higher the risk, the greater the reward." In this world, people are bound by many things. For those who walk in the shadows like him, there are rules that make refusing a duel impossible. Fazaman, bound by the sacred rules, has no choice but to accept the duel. He appears with a cursed sigil glowing on his left chest. Fazaman asks, "So, is that why you came here alone?" Corin replies, "A duel is a one-on-one affair, isn't it? Every duel is fair and sacred, a battle of life and death between two people. Therefore, the restriction of the rules is also singular." Corin and Fazaman lock eyes, a sign that an intense battle is about to unfold. "Since I came here alone, and the ancient duel incantation has been activated," Fazaman clenches his fists. He is forced to fight. He has no other choice. Fazaman calls out loudly, "Fazaman, disciple of the Spear King." Corin, Fired up, responds, the spear of the Heaven Queen, Aranua, Corin. By the rules, we must exchange names. Both start gathering their power, their aura surging to the heavens. Then, they dash toward each other, win or lose. The duel can only have one outcome. Corin swings a golden fist, while Fazamin's is glowing purple. Following the sacred rules, Fazamin forms his fist, his power so overwhelming that it suffocates the air. Everyone must state their name before the battle begins. Corin also unleashes a terrifying force, his eyes blazing as he stares at Fazamin. Whether they win or lose, they rush into a clash so fast that nothing can be seen. There is only one ending for this match. Fazamin and Corin face off, both unleashing their most powerful techniques at their opponent. The system backup recalls the rules. First commandment, one must not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. Link status A. Second commandment, restraint. I can't understand the spirits. Backup damage increased by 5%. Third commandment, an oath to save the world. Link status A. The system. Voice rings out, announcing the rules of this world. Bonus status, doubling all attributes. Aura, 5,530 plus 5,530. Mana, 4,170 plus 4,170. Strength 67 plus 67. Agility 66 plus 66. Stamina 68 plus 68. Aura 64 plus 64. Mana 64 plus 64. The system reports Corin's current physical stats. Warrior's Perseverance, 100 times effectiveness in enduring pain. Total territory, middle tier magic, flow rate 3,500. Begin the mission to save the world, starting by defeating Fazamin. Note, previous line merged with 14. Good luck, hero Corin. A blessing from the system to Corin. Massive explosions from the battle between Fazamin and Corin seem to wipe out everything around them. The battle between spear techniques and martial arts is essentially a fight over distance control. The ground shakes and cracks from their immense power. Rado, the martial artist, will use acceleration incantations to close the gap with his opponent. Fazamin dodges Corin's spear, snake intent. Corin continues his attacks, flames swirling around him. The snake flow style can only defend against Corin's continuous onslaught. Thrust after thrust is aimed at the martial artist, and the spearman tries to maintain his distance. Fazamin dashes forward, escaping Corin's strike. The martial artist focuses on seizing every opportunity, looking for the spearman's opening. The moment the spearman shows an opening, they will close in. Fazamin immediately lunges at Corin to attack, but this attack, Corin's spear slams hard into the ground. He's already seen through the spearman. Corin twists his spear, dodging to the side. In close quarters combat, jumping into the air exposes too many weaknesses. Corin leaps high, spinning his spear. The martial artist waits for the moment he lands. Heavenly rule, endless. Corin launches his attack from above toward Fazamin. Chaos, spear. He's too fast. Fazamin is caught off guard by the sheer speed of the attack. He can strike 7 times while suspended in midair. Fazamin thinks to himself while using his hands to block Corin's aerial attacks, and Corin lands. Rado, with just 1 second of distraction, Fazamin immediately closes the distance and attacks Corin from behind. Heavenly Rule, second form, Ghost Spear Return. Corin defends instantly. Both exchange strikes simultaneously. Corin takes a punch from Fazamin. Fazamin continues to pressure Corin, pushing him backward. Even though his hand is bleeding from being grazed, and he himself has been cut by Corin's spear, he cannot stop attacking. He must keep closing the distance. He strikes while enduring the pain. What? How? Corin is shocked by Fazamin's persistence. Fazamin keeps unleashing attacks, relentlessly on Corin, forcing him to block with his spear without a chance to counter. Heavenly Strike, the decisive blow. He's putting all his strength into this finisher. If I can block this, I will win the match. Corin thinks decisively. But in one incredibly brief moment, Corin's eyes suddenly freeze. His fist is opening. Corin is surprised by Fazamin's move. The spear was that a feint? Corin is caught off guard and cannot dodge in time. Rado. Fazamin knocks Corin's spear far away. What will you do now? Fazamin asks. The spearman has lost his weapon. Fazamin throws a punch at Corin, forcing him to block with his hands. Corin immediately steps back to regain his balance. His hands scrape the ground. Come here. Corin shouts at Fazamin, remaining calm because he can summon it back. Corin thinks, damn it. It's stuck so deep, I can't pull it out. The spear is wedged deep into a tree, preventing Corin from summoning it. Fazamin suddenly appears behind Corin, throwing a straight left punch. Heem. Fazamin launches the punch, but Corin manages to dodge. Even without a weapon, I am still a martial artist. Clearly, a spearman can also master martial arts techniques. Corin dodges and throws a punch back at Fazamin. You know it too, don't you? Corin strikes repeatedly at Fazaman. Bagua Rising Dragon Palm. The foundation of all martial arts, Corin's eyes shining, is physical combat. Corin says, Bagua, 3-palm strike. Corin lands a powerful strike on Fazaman. You surprise me, Fazaman remarks. However, Corin looks at Fazaman with surprise. Your martial arts aren't as strong as your spear techniques, right? Fazaman taunts. Is he completely unharmed? Corin didn't expect his technique to have no effect on Fazaman. A left hook to the ribs. Fazaman strikes Corin squarely, leaving him unable to defend. Corin's Bagua is strong, but he forgot one thing. Fazaman considers it merely his secondary weapon. But for Fazaman, it is what he has spent his entire life training. Fazaman continues to rain punches on Corin. Corin is beaten and unable to retaliate. A straight left. A right hook. Fazaman strikes Corin with unimaginable power. A left hook to the ribs. An elbow strike. Are you not going to fight back? Just blocking? Fine. I'll end this quickly. Fazaman speaks while attacking Corin. He puts his strength into a final blow, but suddenly, Corin pulls his spear out of nowhere to block it, leaving Fazaman in disbelief. That spear, how? I threw it away. Fazaman's eyes widen, looking at Corin in surprise. I must admit, you are a formidable opponent, Corin chuckled. This guy Fom looked at Corin and thought, he intentionally took that hit to get me to follow him, close the distance, and grab the spear. The Savage Breaker thought, no, Corin wouldn't plan something like that. Corin countered Fom using his own techniques. Corin seemed to regain his strength. Serpent Art, Flowing Viper. Corin unleashed a barrage of strikes on the Savage Breaker, leaving him with no time to dodge. Corin leapt high with his spear, while Fom defended from below. Impressive, Fom thought. The way he handled losing his weapon, and how he figured out he couldn't use martial arts anymore. Those moves were brilliant and precise. As the Savage Breaker took off his coat, he complimented Corin. Looks like I'm at a disadvantage again, the Savage Breaker said. Are you done yet? Even after I beat you up like that, you're still trying to act like a professor? Corin asked with disdain. Acting? The Savage Breaker took off his glasses and said, I suppose. I really have to get serious now. The Savage Breaker's gaze turned sharp, his killing intent intensifying far beyond what it was before. Strange markings appeared on his elbows. Tiwas, Ohala, and Inwas. The ground shook, drawing loose debris upward. In a world where the sun does not exist, a part of the sky has also been forgotten. Summoning Art, Fortress of Eternal Night. A castle was summoned, encircling Fom. Third commandment, I swear to serve the darkness. A system window appeared with the words, how surprising. You know how to use solar ancient spells to counter the darkness? The Savage Breaker asked, slightly surprised. But with such a trivial trick, you won't be able to resist the eternal night. Shadow monsters swarmed around the castle. This is the forbidden territory of the great shadow warriors of the dark heavens. Accept your fate, the Savage Breaker declared, stepping forward, followed by an army of shadows. Be torn to shreds by shadow monsters, or crushed by my fists. The Savage Breaker gave Corin a choice. Isn't this supposed to be a one-on-one fight? Corin sneered. You damn cheater. Corin shouted at Fom. I knew you'd pull something like this. Corin replied with a cunning grin. In his hand was a golden ginseng. Fom looked at the ginseng in surprise. The ginseng let out a piercing scream directed at the Savage Breaker. The golden ginseng produced a sound 7 times louder than a normal one, and it couldn't be blocked by any kind of magic. The Savage Breaker was blown back by the ginseng's scream. Even shadow monsters can't stand firm against the scream of the world's most unique ginseng. Did you really think you could handle this little trick of mine? Corin asked the Savage Breaker with contempt. Blood leaked from the Savage Breaker's ears. As I said, blood also leaked from Corin's ears. Savage Breaker, you will be defeated here. Corin looked at Fom, unfazed, and mocked him with the voice of a victor. The Savage Breaker stood there, clutching his neck in apparent defeat. Corin continued to provoke him. So, what are you going to do now? That beast is dead. The ginseng will keep screaming. Your shadow fragments will all disappear. He glanced at Fom with pride, saying, I might as well tell you. I have strong regenerative abilities. This battle will only help me adapt and gain the advantage. And how long can you hold out, you coward? The Savage Breaker was furious upon hearing those taunts. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Corin with hatred. Shadow Venom, X12. The Savage Breaker stood up, clenching his fists, and adopted a combat stance. From the moment you stepped into this dark fortress, you no longer had a chance to defeat me. A fierce battle erupted, and a horde of pink beasts charged at Corin. Of course, Corin wasn't a pushover. He didn't hesitate to counter his opponent's moves and even managed a smooth riposte. A monster 3 or 4 times larger than Corin attacked him from behind. Ultimate Demon Spear, Rado. The Savage Breaker continued to unleash his final moves to take down his opponent, Jet Spiral. The power behind Faum's combined attacks was truly terrifying. The combination of forces dealt Corin a painful blow. He was sent flying far away. Rado, the Savage Breaker, kept rushing forward, showing no intention of stopping. Corin clutched his chest in pain. I can't take this anymore. Are you even listening to me? In the midst of the chaotic battle, everyone was gradually losing their stamina. The Savage Breaker threw a punch, shouting, "My shadow explosion." By now, Corin had lost his outer shirt. His muscular, six-pack body was gripped with fury as he wielded his spear. I told you this is a once-in-a-millennium duel between us. Along with the muscles, his body was etched with glowing solar runes, frightening Faum. This makes shadow venom completely useless, Faum thought. But doing that is no different than suicide. Is he really willing to burn his own body away? What a fool. Serpent Art, Supreme Viper Flow. Corin said, cut the dirty tricks and fight to the end with pure technique. He was truly furious. Don't hold back anymore and attack me with all your power. The Savage Breaker stood there, thinking. Instinctively, he could feel that the warrior facing him was his mortal enemy. He transformed into a terrifying, monstrous entity. Fine. I'll bet my life on this battle. I'll bet everything I have. Sura's 6 Steps, a self-destructive skill that burns the caster's magic core in exchange for raw strength and speed. A skill only the great heavenly kings possess. Corin seemed satisfied with the battle now. He, too, began to transform. His face bore the look of an arrogant warrior. That's it. Let's fight. You should have done that from the start. Sora's piercing spear art. Corin's body appeared to be engulfed in flames. His true power was finally being unleashed. Corin was also capable of using that skill. Both warriors poured all their strength into this final strike. Faum's body crackled with purple lightning, while Corin's body appeared to be on fire. Both were locked in a fierce, reckless battle, becoming increasingly terrifying, and neither was willing to lose. The Savage Breaker morphed into a monstrous form, no longer the charismatic professor from the beginning. And, naturally, Corin no longer resembled the handsome, muscular young man he once was. It could be said that during the 19110 battle of the Outstanding Warriors, Than Thuong was covered in blood, and the fighters were gradually growing exhausted. The battle was drawing to a close, and Corin's body was covered in scratches. Fada Man looked even more tattered, his face riddled with wounds. Incredible. Corin gripped his spear and pierced straight through Fada Man. He knelt down, enduring the painful strike. Corin said, I won. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in Corin's mind. It turned out it was all just an illusion. Corin muttered to himself, every time I close my eyes, I hear those screams again. Someone is crying out, Corin, help me. I don't want to die. Please, let me live. Corin, save me. After being defeated by Fool Ak in the second stage, we were trapped in a nightmare of a reality. A magnificent, grand castle, but in truth, it was just hell disguised as heaven. Innocent people died one after another, and I lost so many comrades in that battle. Corin recalled what had happened, filled with sorrow. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Fada Man, the demon king, had tried to bring that hell down upon this world. Tate Vanta's loyal subordinate. This time, Corin stands before the fallen body of the savage. He says things won't be the same as before. He then searches the savage's pockets for something, but finds nothing. He says just as he suspected, the savage doesn't have it. Corin is looking for the Lia Phi stone, an item that can boost his power. He says it's one of the 4 mysterious treasures protected by the monks, the Phalia's fate stone, the Lia Phi. If the savage truly possessed the Lia Phi after returning the ancient runes, his own chances of victory would have been drastically reduced. And then, he finds a glowing stone. There it is, the ancient rune. At least I've recovered the rune I needed. This is a precious item. Corin knows its importance. He worries that Tate Vantaza is hunting for the 8 ancient runes in order to summon the Fortress of Darkness to this world. I can't let this fall into his hands, he mutters to himself. What could be so important that it makes him slaughter those people out there? They are resentful and bitter toward the world. He understands, but expressing anger like that is completely wrong. Corin feels as if he's floating. His whole body stretches out and he throws his arms wide, taking a deep breath. Whoa, what kind of crazy thing did I just do? After the battle, his body is covered in scratches, and his ears are injured. Corin tells himself, my left eardrum is ruptured from running around with that ginseng in my hand. The right side isn't much better. I relied too much on my healing ability, but the sun's ancient rune has already scorched my torso. I can handle the pain, but the wounds caused by the savage are the real problem. The savage tore into his liver and punched his collarbone until it broke. Like an X-ray, Corin's bones and joints had been smashed and jumbled. His internal organs were the same. Corin remembers when the savage punched his sternum, breaking several ribs and twisting his insides. Then, Corin lifts his left arm. It took a lot of effort to do that. It was so hard just to lift my left arm. They were also damaged by the Sura martial arts quite a bit. Corin lies sprawled on the ground, panting in exhaustion. He thought he was used to pain by now. His gaze narrows toward the blue sky, but he tries to reassure himself to stay conscious. An important notification for him: you have defeated the savage. The commandment reward is being sent, but he grows weaker, his eyes barely able to stay open. What he needs is something else. He mutters, that doesn't matter. The ancient rune, the golden ginseng. These are the things sent for the first commandment. Do not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. A scoreboard appears. Good person, rank unknown. Difficulty. A. Score reward divided by 60. You have defeated a great evil. He receives his side reward, a scroll, rolled up and tied with a red string. It is the map to the 4 secret treasures, the son of Phalias. A girl approaches. She helps Corin onto her back and stands up. Corin calls out, Elisa. Elisa asks, you're awake. What about the cleanup? On the way, Corin and Elisa chat. Elisa mentions Professor Dorlis, but she looks sad. Doran Waski has left. You and the others have found him. Corin is angry. Doran Waski, that jerk, I bet he doesn't even know how to spell loyalty. Elisa says, he told us not to expect much since your relationship was just a business collaboration. He also reminded you to pay back your debts by next week. What about you? Corin asks. Elisa anticipates his question and answers immediately. The ancient rune and the golden ginseng. We put them away. Even though he is on Elisa's back, Corin doesn't say anything kind. That's strange. How did you know what I wanted to ask? You're not that smart, are you? Elisa, sensing Corin is teasing her, warns him, hey, just a reminder. I'm the one carrying you. Watch it, or I might drop you. Corin, fearing her threat, pleads, hey, don't do that. I'll die. The two stop at a park bench. Corin lies down, resting his head on Elisa's lap. With his hand on his forehead, looking exhausted, he says, thank you for saving me. Elisa replies enthusiastically, it's only natural. Elisa watches Corin as he talks about the barrier between realms. Corin says, if it weren't for you, I couldn't have defeated the Iron Mountain King. Elisa says modestly, I didn't really help much. But Corin, who values gratitude, is still thankful to Elisa, knowing that her actions contributed to a crucial victory. Elisa remembers being in class, with Corin standing before a group of students. Elisa says, now that I think about it, during our group missions and even when we were brewing the ginseng tonic, you were always sitting there, drawing ancient runes. You've been preparing for this battle for a long time, haven't you? Corin answers wearily. Yeah, that's right. Why did you have to fight him alone? Elisa asks. It would have been fine if we had fought together. Elisa laughs happily. Haha, it would be better if fewer people died. Why is everyone so indifferent? Corin says, well, I guess that's fine too. Under the bright afternoon sun, the two young people sit together on the bench. Elisa praises him. You did well, Corin. In a building, there's a buzz of conversation. Is Corin seriously injured? He was transferred to the hospital. Yeah, he broke some ribs. His plan was too dangerous. That's why he didn't want to ask us for help. Corin's friends are heading to the hospital. Let's go visit the poor guy. Yeah. If we don't visit him, who will? The two enter the hospital room and ask happily, Corin, are you feeling better? We were afraid you'd be lonely, so we brought a bunch of snacks. Marietta is also sitting there, asking, Corin, do you want some more peaches? I'll peel them for you. War brings a large fish, saying, here is a huge flounder. Elisa asks, Corin, have some cake too. A friend calls out, hey, guys, why did you bring all this food? I'm already stuffed. The other two joke angrily, you jerk, you're done for. The table is overflowing with everything from fruit to desserts. Corin, eat an apple. Corin, have some candy too. Mari and countless others crowd around Corin in his hospital bed. How is it? Is it good? I heard eating sweets helps you recover faster. It's delicious. One person is happy while others suffer, specifically Jer and Lerman, who are crying on the inside. Damn it, that bastard. I'm so jealous. Why do I have to be here watching this scene? Seeing her friend bedridden, Elisa says happily to Mariette, we rarely get to hang out like this. Let's play a game to pass the time. Oh, that sounds fun. Should we invite Corin's friends to join too? Us too? The more they heard, the more it stung in the hearts of Jer and his best friend Lerman. You amazing jerk, you're truly incredible. Corin, you're the best. I'm so glad I came. Suddenly, the door makes a sound, drawing everyone's attention. Huh? Who else is coming? Jer goes to open the door with a puzzled look. Who's there? Hearing Jer's excited tone, everyone turns to look. What wind brings you here, sir? They arrived just as I thought they would. I needed to see them anyway. Eo, with his captivating eyes, and another person arrived to visit Corin, student Corin. How is my student doing? Lady Errol Casa, the current principal of the Merca Academy, asked. Seeing her, Corin immediately stopped playing the invalid and sat up to respond. Greetings, principal. All right. It was time to show his worth. Principal. Only the conversation between Errol and Corin echoed in the room. Forgive me, but I must ask your friends to leave the room for security reasons. You understand, don't you? Errol Casa said, maintaining her stern posture. First of all, we have many things to ask you. This matter is more serious than the case with Mariette. Are they still suspicious of me? Corin thought to himself, it was time to shift the direction of the conversation. He spoke up with a warm, friendly gaze. Professor Faye Dawman is a spy. That's what this is about. Ah, Professor Josephine, who was standing nearby, began to speak. Principal, I mean. But Errol didn't let anyone else steal her spotlight and quickly said, No, you and I both know it. Corin noticed the composure of the two older women and thought they weren't as surprised as he had expected. Surely they had discovered something from the commandments on Professor Fa Daman's body, but there were still things they didn't know. A name spoken by Errol hit Corin like a thunderbolt. Tate Vantaza. Fa Daman was his disciple. Suddenly, Professor Josephine lost her cool and chimed in. That's impossible. 80 years ago, he was. But Corin started speaking. The 6 arts of infinity and the commandments, you both know them, right? Because those are the things you two taught him. To be honest, I share that same status. Hearing Corin rambling on, Professor Josephine grew angry and drew her weapon. You too? You're also a disciple of Olvanta. Expecting Corin to be terrified and crawl back into bed, he instead slowly stepped down and said, You don't need to be so guarded against me. I'm not the type to kill aimlessly. I wouldn't just speak up if it put me at a disadvantage. Besides, these aren't your real bodies, are they? Corin calmly continued, Your true selves are in the main building and can't appear here, right? Errol's shock was written all over her face. How do you know that? Corin explained that Vanta's disciples were still alive, scattered across the continent, and he had become very powerful. He is much stronger than before and is no longer alone. Corin shared information that left Errol deep in thought. Everything happened because of your decision 80 years ago. Corin stood up and took a step toward them. And as for you, your source of power has been scattered across the continent, and you have only managed to recover 2 parts of it. There was something they surely didn't know yet. Corin held out a glowing gem for Errol Casa to see. Even the Stone of Truth. One of the 4 treasures of Daniel was in his hands. Once he gathered enough to restore his power, he would no longer be considered a usurper. The gem presented before them, along with Corin's words, left Errol stunned. You also know what will happen next, don't you? Seeing the situation turn strange, Corin thought to himself that everything was becoming clear. That was why Professor Josephine, with over 80 years of experience, was not the principal, and why the rising star Errol Casa was immediately seated in that position because 80 years ago, the principal of the academy was Viren. Why was Master Jospin, with over 80 years of experience, not made the headmaster? And why did the rising star, Casa, immediately get that position? It's because 80 years ago, the academy's headmaster was Lord Viren. 50 years ago, the principal was W. The current principal is Casa. The truth is that their bodies are constructed and enhanced by ancient rune stones. Realizing Corin was mysterious enough to be wary of, Errol Casa asked cautiously, What is it you want to do? Corin lowered his head and said slowly, We both share the same goal. Suddenly, Corin took off his shirt, revealing 9 marks, making Errol Casa stutter. Those are the commandments. Corin said with a confident voice, I would be honored to become your vanguard spear. What? Corin suddenly knelt down, making Errol and Professor Josephine exclaim, Oh my God! To protect this world, you can treat me like a servant if you wish. Suddenly, an image from his memories appeared. I am an adult, kid. As an adult, I will protect children like you, Corin thought to himself. Errol Casa, isn't that right? Corin's face was filled with determination. Aaron Danua, I still haven't forgotten that action of yours. Corin said inwardly, Now is the time I repay you. His actions left Errol stunned, but she couldn't take her eyes off him. The scene shifted to a room without sunlight, everything dark, and a soft voice rang out. Aaron, a figure with a perfect physique, spoke, leaving Professor Josephine at a loss for words. I don't think so. The woman, Aaron, looked sorrowful. So, Tate is still alive. Corin, is that child trustworthy? Professor Josephine could only console her friend like someone dealing with a breakup. Before Josephine could finish, Aaron replied, I know. I shouldn't easily trust anyone. Aaron sat in a cold chair and commanded, Send someone to follow him. We still can't completely trust him. I understand. Alone in the vast room, Erin lowered her head and thought, I can't act easily because I carry such a heavy responsibility, as everything he says could be a lie. There was one thing she still didn't understand. Erin remembered the firm look on Corin's face and wondered even more why he had looked at her with such sadness in his eyes. Erin felt helpless, not knowing what to do. Corin, what is up with that child? During the Makaba Academy's anniversary, there would be a rank reappointment based on everyone's performance. That event held great significance. While the rank you receive upon entering the Academy is only temporary, this is an official ranking issued by the Academy's Guardians Association. Everyone has worked extremely hard. Your achievements have brought great honor to this Academy. Because of the re-ranking process, many students have been training incredibly hard to earn the best official rank possible. You could even say many students now have skills rivaling the Academy's own guardians. Everyone sat together, chatting excitedly about the West potato harvest. Why did you bring so many potatoes today? It's a festival day, isn't it? Let's eat some potatoes. Oh, sure, thanks. It's best to distribute them to everyone. If we leave too many in the warehouse, they'll go bad. Suddenly, Corin's eyes turned sharp as blades. A warehouse? There's an entire warehouse just for storing potatoes? Sounds interesting. Now, we will announce the students whose ranks have changed. Hearing that, Corin reached out and took Marietta's hand. Let's head to the podium. Okay. Second-year student, top of the magic class, Mariette. Mariette stood on the podium, her face flushing red. Student Mariette, despite her difficult circumstances, has shown great ambition and proven herself by helping manage the crisis at the training grounds. Marietta Dunalbev looked absolutely stunning as she was promoted, her eyes sparkling like headlights. She looked truly magnificent. You could say she didn't contribute much last semester because she wasn't allowed to leave the city after becoming a vampire. However, she still assisted Professor Josephine. With her research, and the immense magical power she gained after turning into a vampire proved incredibly helpful to the Academy. With such abilities, her promotion is only natural. Most of all, the efforts she made to stop the Iron Mountain King minimized casualties for the Academy. Errol Casa smiled and said, Mariette, with the nomination from Academy Headmaster Casa and the Northern Branch President of the Guardian Association, Dina Grandia, you are promoted to semi-special grade. Everyone in the stands seemed to agree with the decision. Wow, that's amazing. Doesn't that make her the youngest semi-special grade guardian ever? She'll definitely go down in history. The students I'm about to name, just like Mariette here, have all made significant contributions during the recent incident. Hearing that, all the students began whispering among themselves. Like Mariette, there were others who helped with that. I don't remember hearing about that. Although the incident was widely known, no one really knew the inside story. What happened that day was kept secret. No one knew about the existence of the Snow Mountain King or the treacherous Professor Fada. The next names were called out: Magic class students, Cranel Luden and Yu Ewan. Night class students, Alyssa and Doran Waski. And finally, Corin. Errol smiled brightly and said, Students Ewan, Cranel, Alyssa, and Doran Waski, for your achievements, you were promoted to semi-first grade. But when it came to Corin, Errol's gaze turned icy cold. As for you, Corin, even though you are currently a 5th grade guardian, your performance has been nothing short of extraordinary. Headmaster Errol Casa, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and Honorary Professor Hamels, with the recommendation of these 3, you are promoted to 1st grade guardian. The whole hall erupted in shock. What? 1st grade? A guy who was 5th grade got promoted to 1st grade in just 1 semester. That's way too bizarre. Corin, a 5th grade guardian, now a 1st grade guardian, received an unconventional rank after discussions with the association. My abilities were already beyond question, but the reason I was promoted straight to 1st grade was also thanks to my efforts in the battle to defeat Professor Pham. The most important thing is the privileges of a 1st grade guardian. The authority to join a guardian squad immediately, it's finally beginning. If it took 3 years in the game, even with early graduation, and I achieved it in less than 2 years, it will be a significant change for the future. I will recruit all the elites here. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Power and benefits create authority that will allow me to do whatever I want. The sky is clear blue, showing it's a beautiful day. Summer break is finally here. What are you all planning to do? Doran Waski said realistically. Make money. Jer was excited. Going back to my hometown, always the typical top student in romance novels. I'm going for an internship at the Magic Tower. Yu said hesitantly, I'm planning to visit some experienced mages. There are some rites in the western region. I've already booked an appointment with them. Cranel Luden also chimed in. I'm heading west, too. They say there's a ruined castle. I'm going there to find a golem energy core. Elisa looked like she wanted to cry a river. I'll probably have to go back to my clan. My grandfather is urging me to return soon. Seeing her looking so miserable, Corin offered some thoughtful comfort. I wish you a safe trip. Suddenly, someone asked Corin, what are you planning to do? Are you going home, Corin? No, before, when I returned to the house in Corin's memories, it was completely empty. They had gone on a trip without me. Oh, I went on a trip to the capital because of a glitch in the messaging system that delayed notifications by 3 days. Elisa said shyly. I see, would you? Corin wondered. Huh. Elisa gathered all her courage and suggested, would you like to come with me? Corin started to get confused. What do these girls want? Go with her to her house. If I go alone, I'm a bit scared. Wait, scared. With her personality, she shouldn't be afraid of anything, right? In the game, no incidents happened there, so she would be safe even without me. Corin refused. Unfortunately, maybe next time. I decided to go explore the east. All right then, next time it is. There is a place I absolutely must go. A voice called his name. Corin. Mari waved at Corin, beaming with joy. I have to go now. There's still some time left before the next semester. If I don't use this summer break, I won't be able to get there easily. The train rolled along at incredible speed, moving from place to place at a dizzying pace. Suddenly, inside the train car, Corin punched someone so hard they flew up and smashed through the roof, leaving a hole to poke their head out for some fresh air. While the other passengers were still unaware of what was happening, I still have 9 more hours to sit here before I reach the northern continent. A man in black with a fierce scar on his face was scanning his surroundings. The guy next to him was also in a state of extreme vigilance. Weapons ready in hand, the preparations were complete. A leader stood up and revealed himself. Everyone, hands up. Hand over everything you have. The bandits threatened the other passengers, leaving everyone terrified and forced to follow their orders. You better do exactly as I say. The leader, who looked like a total villain, smirked threateningly. Unless you want to fight a semi-first-grade guardian. Suddenly, 2 people who were tired of living stepped forward and said, Oh, this doesn't look like our room, does it? Why do we keep getting lost? Causing the leader to get angry. Where the hell did these jerks come from? Can't you read? You're in the wrong room. If you want to live, hands up. Corin's voice dropped, cold and sharp. Hands up for what? Before the bandit could finish, a single punch left him unable to say another word. Just like in the beginning, everything happens for a reason, leaving the remaining henchmen with their jaws on the floor. What the? Corin asked after the brief greeting. Like this? Corin, first-class knight, stationed in the south, beginning the investigation. The Mababa Academy Library. Corin held a book with a bright red cover in his hands. Magical tome, The Warrior's Resilient Recovery. In it, he saw a warrior dying on a blood-soaked battlefield. He pressed his wounded body against a rock, yet he still stood tall. I asked him, Warrior, should I end your misery? He replied, if I could just have a drop of water to quench this thirst, I would be grateful. Respecting this tough warrior, I fetched water from a nearby lake and gave it to him. Then, something truly shocking happened. His wounds healed completely. Why is this so dramatic? Corin thought to himself. What? He was on the verge of death and he healed. His posture is as heroic as General Yu Ewan. After finishing the book, Corin closed it, looking skeptical. Huh, that's something else. Lerman appeared and asked Corin, is my southern fortress still standing? Corin was slightly startled but replied, yeah, it is. Lerman continued, if you ever go there, stop by my office. It might still be there. Lerman said plenty, but Corin was confused. What exactly is still there? I didn't find anything in my past life. Lerman's eyes shifted, glowing like light bulbs as he replied menacingly, you need to find that for yourself. Oh, arcane mage, I hope you possess the capability and the courage of that warrior. He continued, with a visual example. If you have his courage, there is nothing in this world you cannot do. He was a humble man, not a hero or a sage, but the one who vowed to save this world. Lerman said nonchalantly, while Corin stood there looking clueless. Humans always have the choice to run away and escape imminent danger. Suddenly, the image of a knight appeared, causing Lerman to faint as he spoke. But you chose not to run. I respect you, young man. Finally, thank you for telling me about my wife and children. With that, the figure vanished, leaving Corin bewildered while Lerman took a nap. Southern border gate, intermediate level. Back in the present, Corin and Mariette arrived at their stop. Corin thought, so that's why. As the Duke said, I decided to go south. And that's why I came with Mariette, a southerner. The station master said happily, wow, thank you both so much. After Corin and Mariette took care of the bandits, the station master thanked them profusely. If it weren't for you two, I would have been in big trouble. It's nothing, really. Ha ha. The station master wasn't just paying lip service. He insisted they accept a reward. Corin didn't act shy. He started haggling. Oh my, you don't have to do that. But how could I refuse your kindness? Duty calls you can't ignore the misfortune of others. Time to distribute the rewards. 2 skill points awarded. With money in hand, Corin acted like a different person. laughing like he'd lost his mind. Ha ha ha, just as expected. People need to live well. With cash in their pockets, the two walked along merrily. I'm so hungry. Let's go get something to eat first. I know a few places. Are you familiar with this area? I come here quite often. Ha ha. Anything you want, just say the word. I'll buy it all. The station master watched them and could only chuckle. Such kind students, happy after doing a good deed. Huh? This is the gateway to the south. Every carriage stops here before heading to the major southern city, LP. From there, you have to travel at least 8 more hours. Corin was deeply dissatisfied and started throwing a tantrum in the middle of the street, while Mariette was very excited. Ah, we're here. There's a transit station I usually use, Corin asked curiously. A transit station for wyvern riders? Oh, a wyvern station. I used this mode of transport a few times in my past life. It's faster and more comfortable than a carriage. But not everyone likes this way of traveling. Doesn't it cost at least 30 silver coins to rent one? Huh. Not for me. My clan gave me one that's a bit different. Corin was surprised to hear that. Huh. A different one? A massive bird spread its wings, looking even cooler than the one called Herver Benger. This is the pride of LP City, preparing to land to pick up our important guests. The Legend of Ahan. The fastest and most agile transport. It costs as much as 12 regular wyverns. Hold on tight when steering. Understood. The ground crew was busy. All right, clear the landing area. Pin. Confirm the visuals at 200 feet in the air. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Start the descent. Check. The two stood by, watching and chatting. What's the academy doing this month? Ah, it's the academy holiday. So the students have all gone home. So the princess is returning? A man turned around, laughing. That means Lady Mariette is arriving too. Everyone, get ready to give her a grand welcome. A massive eagle perched majestically on the roof of a mansion. The doors opened amidst a cloud of smoke enough to give anyone lung damage. All the servants and staff bowed 90 degrees to welcome the honored guest. Lady Mariette, congratulations on your holiday, and congratulations on your special promotion. Corin thought to himself, I don't know why I didn't notice before. Our destination is LP City, and to the east is Dona City. Corin was stunned by the lavish welcome. Mariette, you said your family were farmers, right? Just how big is the estate? Mariette flexed casually. I'm not sure. Maybe 2 million? Corin was shocked by the number. 2 million pion? That's insane. 1 pion is 3.3 square meters. The units are a bit different, huh? What? Mari turned around and laughed calmly. Not pion, hectares. Truly, the mindset of the wealthy. Mari continued while Corin stood frozen for a few seconds. But what's the big deal? Is there something special? Corin stammered. Hectares. 2 million hectares? That's about 6.5 billion pion. Yeah. The Duna family is extremely famous in the south. Duna hair salons, Duna grocery stores, Duna offices, Duna agricultural centers, Duna professional wrestling leagues, and so on. The many signs I saw on the road clearly showed that. The Dunal Agricultural Center, the Dunal Professional Wrestling Union, and so on. Many of the signs I saw on the road made that clear. Corin pulled back the curtain to get a look at his surroundings while riding the carriage, his eyes wide with shock as he tried to take in all the signs of his companion's immense wealth. He couldn't believe it. And what the heck was this professional wrestling association anyway? The Dunalbev mansion. Corin spoke up. Mari, why didn't you tell me you were rich? Mari simply replied, Oh, my parents are rich. I'm not. That was exactly the kind of thing rich people always said. Paul, the Dunalbev butler, stepped up to greet them and chimed in, Ha ha. Besides, you're going to inherit all this wealth eventually anyway, since you're the eldest daughter of the Dunalbev family, after all. Corin stared at the butler, completely baffled. Where did this guy come from? Who even is he? Mariette responded with excitement, completely ignoring Corin's confusion. Butler Paul? Oh my goodness. You startled our guest. Paul offered to take her luggage. Let me carry that for you. And oh, who is this accompanying you? Only then did Mariette remember to introduce him. Oh, this is Corin. He's my junior. Oh, you came home with a junior? Seeing Corin, Paul leaned in close and started talking a mile a minute. For generations, our family has always had a son-in-law living with us. Of course, we provide a house and support for all the Dunalbev family business affairs from the son-in-law's estate. Corin felt like he was breaking into a cold sweat. I'm sorry. What? Paul continued. Our Miss Mariette has been called the flower of the South since she was a little girl, for both her intellect and her beauty. The number of suitors who have proposed to become her husband is enough to fill a potato cellar, and probably even more than that. Corin replied reluctantly, Oh, I see. But deep down, he thought, he talks so fast, I have no idea what's going on. Paul turned back to chat with Mariette. Anyway, Miss Mariette, about what I mentioned earlier. Does it interest you? The Duke's castle? He heard someone recently bought it. Corin was full of questions. Who? Butler Paul continued. If it's the Duke's castle, Count Cassius purchased it. Corin thought to himself. Ah, right. The Duke's castle was owned by someone else in my past life, too. If I recall correctly, it was a merchant from the islands far to the south. But that guy was a real piece of work, a man with a nasty face who would growl, a guard. If you can't catch the sea monster, don't even dream of coming here. To get the permit, Bose and I spent days and nights fighting the great sea monster. And after so much struggle, we finally got into the Duke's castle. Corin spoke up. Wait, am I going to have to go through all that again? Mariette immediately replied. I already told Count Cassius about you beforehand, so let's just go together. Huh, what was that? Mariette smiled brightly, pointing at Butler Paul. You seemed like you wanted to go into the Duke's castle, so I already let him know. He agreed right away and said to come whenever we want. Oh, Miss Mariette, you are always welcome. He also said they're holding a party this Friday, so let's go together. Corin was so shocked he turned pale, frozen stiff on the spot. His face went dark, sweat pouring down his forehead as he cried internally. Could this quest really be completed this easily? In his past life, he had to work like a dog just to get in once. Is Mariette a goddess? Corin, do you want to go shopping tomorrow? We need to prepare outfits for the party tomorrow. And it's pretty boring around here anyway. Yes, of course. Mariette beamed. Was this really shopping? Corin couldn't keep his jaw from dropping at the price of each item. A suit for 3 gold pieces, a necklace and shoes for 6 gold, casual wear for 4 gold, plus a watch, and so on. The payment method? A blank check. Corin could only think to himself, all of this is high-end brand stuff. This much money is enough to make someone a wealthy real estate mogul back in Seoul. She isn't going to make me sign a slave contract, is she? In contrast to Corin's panic, Mariette seemed quite excited. Oh, we're here, Corin. This is the place. Corin scurried behind her, weeping silently. You're scaring me, Mariette. Please, don't buy anything else for me. As they reached a nearby shop, Mariette was greeted enthusiastically by the owner. Oh my, is that Miss Mariette? You've finally come. You're here to pick up your order, right? Yes. Mariette handed a large crate to Corin. Here you go, Corin. Corin asked instinctively. What is this? Mariette replied, this is the same type of mineral heavily used in Odachi. Holding the indestructible stone in his hands, Corin whispered to himself, this is an item I could never touch before. I thought not even the Academy had any of this. Unlike the refined silver-grade stones that couldn't take it and would shatter when high-level magic was used, the indestructible stone would never break. Corin's eyes rounded as he examined the stone. How did you get your hands on this? This isn't something you can just easily find. This stone made him happier than all the other gifts he received today, because this was the special stone used for the hidden blade of Emperor Garandon. Mariette replied with a dangerous glint in her eye. If you attach this to your spear, it will increase your power immensely. It might even expand your domain. You'll be able to overcome every challenge with ease, won't you? Corin quickly answered, yes, absolutely. Mariette blushed and told Corin, this is a gift I specifically chose for you. Seeing you this happy makes me happy too. Corin was incredibly touched. Thank you so much. Night fell at the Dunalbev mansion. This way, Corin, she signaled. Corin, in his new outfit, slowly walked into the lavish dining room. Greetings. Mariette happily called out his name, Corin. Inside, Corin thought about how he was visiting a friend's house. Mariette waved, signaling Corin. Over here. A woman, older but still youthful and beautiful, likely Mariette's mother said kindly. Oh my, what a handsome young man. Come, take a seat, Corin thought. Eating with their family is mandatory, isn't it? Corin quickly, like a bashful young man, offered a formal greeting. Yes, well. But he wondered about the person with the warm smile, the mother, and suddenly, a voice rang out from beside her. Hold on, let me ask you a question before we eat. Based on your answer, you'll either be allowed to sit or not. A man with an unwelcoming face, Mariette's father asked him, Are you still a virgin? Corin realized this was Mariette's father. Mariette, with a murderous look, gave Corin a subtle warning. My daughter is a handful, you know. Mary said, she'll only marry someone she likes. I will never. Suddenly, he was slammed face first into the table by his beloved daughter, making him struggle. Ah, wait, Mary, that hurts. Why are you so strong? You're just like your mother when father stopped talking. Mariette dragged her father away while he continued to ramble. Why are you like this? I just wanted to protect you, she shouted. Just stop it, father, Mariette's mother could only say, feeling awkward. I'm sorry, Corin. Even though Corin didn't understand, he tried to play it cool. No, it's quite all right. Ha ha, What a lively family you have. Mariette's mother began to chat with Corin. I've already heard all about you in Mariette's letters. I really wanted to meet you and greet you personally. Corin was speechless, left with a trail of ellipses. She bowed her head sincerely. Thank you so much for helping Mariette, making Corin shyly refuse. Oh, that's a bit of an exaggeration. I only did it because I felt I could. Then, what he said next left Mariette's mother stunned. Besides, Mariette deserves to be happy. She looked up, hiding her smirk. Is that so? When I received Mariette's letter, I thought she was looking at the world through rose-colored glasses. It turned out Mariette's mother was speaking mid-sentence. Just as I thought, Corin, you little Mariette's father interrupted. I am grateful, but let's stick to just holding hands, shall we? Leaving Lady Marietta Dunalbev speechless. Good heavens, dear. Mariette tried her best to continue. Besides, you must keep your purity. But unfortunately, Mariette had stopped that from happening. Oh, stop it now. Welcome. Mariette's mother chimed in too. Corin, ho ho ho. Unlike my husband, I'm quite open-minded. Mother, what are you saying? Corin could only sigh in defeat. What an interesting family. Ha ha. The next day, at the Duke's estate, welcome, Count Cassius. Count Cassius rushed over to greet them. Ah, Lady Mariette, welcome. Count Cassius greeted her joyfully. You've come to visit just as you promised. We, the Belandria family, welcome you. Corin saw the expression of hospitality on Count Cassius and couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, is this really the same person? Is this the guy who, in my past life, said he wouldn't open the gate unless I caught a sea serpent? A notification echoed through the mansion. Lady Mariette and Lord Corin are entering. The welcome for Mariette and Corin was incredibly warm. Heart-shaped confetti was flying everywhere. It would surely be a pain to clean up. Corin walked in with confident strides, like a fashion runway model, thinking to himself. Truth be told, he was quite proud. He glanced at Mariette and thought, if I hadn't saved this girl, I would never have been able to see her like this today. The people of the South would have lost their beloved princess. The ladies nearby whispered excitedly at the sight of the beautiful Mariette. Oh my, is that really Lady Mariette? I didn't expect the Dunalbevs to actually come here. The rumors were true. Turns out Count Belandria really has some connections. Seeing everyone buzzing over Mariette, Corin was surprised, realizing it was no exaggeration that the Dunalbev family's influence in the South was absolute, causing Mariette to show her face, which was more useful than catching a sea serpent. Corin called out, Mariette, go ahead and enjoy yourself. We'll go to the study later. Mariette, with her playful, childlike spirit, happily replied, Okay. Mariette and I have brought everything we need. When the party reaches its peak, I'll talk to the Count, leave our things, and head to the study. Suddenly, someone came up to greet Mariette, catching her by surprise. Lady Mariette, I am Gaily from the Rondinium family. The man calling himself Gaily bowed politely. I have always admired you, my lady. Will you dance the first dance with me? Huh? Oh. The men around them started to clamor. Lady Mariette, me too. Please grant me the honor of the first dance. No, me. Please. They all scrambled and called out to Lady Mariette simultaneously. Faced with such excessive attention from the men, Mariette looked flustered. While she was panicking, a pair of shoes approached. To her amazement, Corin knelt down and reached out his hand. Mariette. Corin. The men around them scowled at the arrival of another rival. Who's that guy? Corin looked around and scoffed inwardly. They're passionate, but they lack manners. Without a word, he just took action. Corin planted a kiss on the back of Mariette's hand. Then, looking at Mariette with eyes full of deep affection, he said, Mariette, will you dance the first dance with me? Corin mentally corrected himself for his own cleverness. This is the basic etiquette for asking for the first dance. A beautiful lady had once told him that, if you're in front of a beautiful lady and you want to dance the first dance with her, you must first kiss her hand. Sir Corin, he had been scolded in his past life for forgetting that. Corin's action made Mariette's face turn bright red. She looked like she was about to explode on the spot. Okay. The music started, played by the prepared musicians. As they danced, the two chatted with each other. You're really famous, aren't you? Was I too reckless? If you're uncomfortable, I apologize. No, I actually liked it. Corin looked at Mariette before him and thought to himself, I feel like I'm abandoning my savior, so I have no choice but to repay her. I relied on her so much back in the South, but Corin's gaze became complicated. But looking at this beautiful woman right within my reach, I know that just thinking like this is really dangerous. Seeing something he shouldn't, Corin turned his blushing face away, feeling a bit embarrassed himself. Suddenly, Mariette stepped on Corin's foot, snapping him back to reality and stopping his wandering thoughts. Mariette quickly said, I'm sorry. Ugh, I'm not very good at dancing. Even though it hurt like he was about to depart from this world, Corin replied, It's all right. Seeing Mariette's clumsiness, Corin decided it might be better if he took the lead. So, Corin suggested, Mariette, place your left foot on top of mine. We shall dance like this. Mariette was too shy to give a clear answer. Huh. So Corin continued for her. Doing that will make my shoes dirty and the dance a bit awkward. But who cares? The next words from Corin would melt even a heart of stone, let alone Mariette's. You don't need to care about the eyes of others. Corin finished with a 10 out of 10 remark. Now, just look at me and enjoy the dance. As they danced, Corin guided Mariette, making their movements look incredibly graceful. Now, put your foot on mine and just follow my lead. Look straight into my eyes, follow my footwork, and anticipate my movements. You have a great eye for detail, just as he had learned in his past life. Corin looked into Mariette's shimmering eyes, thinking. Her eyes were trembling, but she found stability by looking into mine. Both of them laughed, not knowing who started it first. The band was still intently playing, drawing the two into their rapturous dance. She and I were sharing such a surreal moment. Suddenly, someone cut in between them. My lady, how about me this time? Mariette, still feeling lightheaded from before, quickly refused. I'm sorry, but I'm a bit tired. I'd like to rest for a moment. Hearing that, Corin immediately seized the opportunity. Shall I escort you, my lady? Thank you, Lord Corin. That made the other men boil with rage. Ugh, Lady Mariette is leaving with a nobody like that. The ladies nearby could only watch in surprise. Wow, did you see that? Yes, she stepped on his feet to dance. That's so romantic, and his consideration for her is so cool. That dance was really impressive too. Did you see how loudly Lady Mariette was laughing? I'm sure of it. 99% sure. The doors to the room opened. Corin exclaimed. Wow, so this is the Duke's study. Corin, what are we looking for in here? It doesn't matter. We just need to find traces of the Duke. Got it. Corin takes a book off the shelf. This is the Duke's story. Corin thinks to himself, in the game, the player has to find traces of the Duke's wife, Lunia Aiden, and his daughter, CIA, during the Duke's quest. Usually, you just need to give this to the Duke to complete the side quest. But in the game, and in my past life, there wasn't a single line of guidance about searching in the study. Why did he call me here? I'm not sure either. Let's just search first. Mariette flops onto the chair, exhausted, and speaks loudly to Corin. Ugh, I can't find anything at all. It's not easy. Isn't there any evidence? I thought there would be a hidden room or something similar. Mariette holds her poor stomach and complains. I'm so hungry. Corin immediately asks, didn't you eat just a while ago? I didn't have time. I came here immediately. You remember. Suddenly, Mariette changes her attitude and turns to ask Corin, how is it? It sends ripples through Corin's heart. Ah, that look is a sign that forms naturally as our relationship progresses. Mariette speaks, while Corin is lost in thought. She just realized that his jawline and collarbone are truly beautiful. Since when was she sitting on Corin? You must be very sweaty. Try to bear with it for a moment. Oh, it's fine, Mariette says shyly. Then, I'll do it. Afterward, Mariette moves her lips toward Corin's neck. Corin asks, is it done? Mariette says with difficulty, yes. It didn't hurt, right? Corin says nonchalantly, as if nothing happened, perhaps it's because I have the endurance of a persistent warrior. I didn't feel anything. Really? As for me, I didn't feel anything either. Suddenly, Corin thinks of something. Wait, the endurance of a persistent warrior. I received that along with the soul powder. Grimoire, the book where the Duke's soul is sealed. It has special abilities and spells. If you read it, you can learn them. Special abilities and spells, body and soul. Could it be? Right after that, Corin asks, Mariette, can you summon Diogu? Mariette, still confused, asks back, Diogu? Mariette tries to think. Diogu. Corin suddenly speaks up. Ah, can you actually summon it so it's a bit dizzy? Similar to a stellar body, in a state before its body is formed, close to a star spirit. I see. Diogu. Wait a moment. Din. It whines a lot. Chi. In this state, its body is being destroyed, so it's understandable. Good. Diogu is disappearing. Someone who cannot perceive souls can't see it. Then, is there something else? Corin suddenly realizes something, so he looks behind him in a panic. What? This is a chilling feeling. Corin shouts a warning, Mariette, get ready. Corin instinctively deduces everything. Everything around turns dark, and he can no longer see Mariette, leaving Corin bewildered. This is I understand now. Duke, you should have told me sooner if things were going to turn out like this. The thing sealed inside the great library of Grimoire is the soul of Duke Sabancia. What he decided when he couldn't die and had to endure the bloodlust was the separation of his soul and body. Then where is the Duke's body? The answer is right before my eyes. While lost in thought, Corin hears a voice. Why did you come here with fragments of my soul? A strange man with a dangerous appearance asks. I'm asking you, why did you come to my castle? Corin doesn't show any worry. Instead, he asks back. The Duke, right? Indeed. And you? Corin, I am your descendant. Your appearance isn't bad. It seems you are an ordinary person. Corin continues. You're judging better this time. Have you seen my soul? Yes. I have one thing I'm curious about. If your body and soul were separated, how can you still be so normal? Stop. The man named Sabanzia, still looking murderous, grinds his teeth. I'm the one who asks the questions. You just need to answer. Corin begins to pull out his trump card. Ha, I thought things would go smoothly. Corin says in a challenging tone, so that wasn't just a book. Huh. 800 years ago, a great general commanded the entire South. Duke Sabantia, people praised him as the strongest of his time, not the strongest of all time. Corin and Duke Sabantia clash like mortal enemies from previous lives. Duke Sabantia says, I just noticed you came here after meeting my soul. Did you kill it? Corin doesn't back down and unleashes a barrage of attacks. Of course not. I helped your soul find peace and move on. I thought this time you would bring me something other than that magic book. The Duke says angrily. If my soul led you here, you wouldn't have brought a vampire. Do you think I'll believe the lies spilling from your mouth? Corin starts to get confused, so he asks to grasp the situation. What are you talking about? Wait. Also, how can a soulless body even move? Although they are fighting fiercely, Duke Sabantia enthusiastically explains, because this is the body of a vampire, it is immortal. It needs a soul fragment trapped in this castle, so I don't become a beast like the one you brought here. Corin asks back, the beast? Marietta isn't like that. She is already controlling the vampire's power. Believe me. A sword pierces deeply into the ground. Duke Sabanzia says, I believe people. He clutches his face and says painfully, to free myself from the bloodlust for 800 years, I destroyed my soul, my senses, and my emotions. But there is one thing that still hasn't disappeared. The Duke begins to remove his face mask, revealing a mouth sewn shut, likely to limit his verbal karma. Although his mouth is silenced, the Duke still speaks. The taste of fresh blood, a vampire cannot resist this instinct. I am the same. Believe you? I don't believe things that cannot be verified. The Duke puts his mask back on and says, if you intend to stop me again, his whole body radiating murderous intent, then even you will be in danger. Corin falls into a dilemma and feels secretly angry. I didn't plan for this. I shouldn't have brought Marietta along. People had locked up Sabanzia's body for a long time because he held a grudge against vampires. That hero had completely lost his mind. If he was the strongest of his era while alive, at least now he is a semi-special grade. Corin stops with a small talk and begins to fight. 6-step technique. 6th step, Sura. I will fight with all my might. Corin continuously unleashes his ultimate techniques, dedicating the peak essence of his skills to the Duke. The blazing carriage ascended, and the lone dragon took the lead. The Duke showed no sign of wavering. The battle reached a climax where neither side was willing to back down. Corin looked as if he'd transformed into someone else. His appearance was terrifying, like a sleep-deprived monster. Duke Sabanzia finally decided to engage. Watch this. Duke Sabanzia raised his sword high, confidently showing off his flair, and shouted, this is the true power of creation. In my lifetime, I killed a dragon to obtain this power. Duke Sabanzia fought while announcing his ultimate technique, the ultimate demon slayer sword. Corin was on the back foot, left only to gasp and take it all in. He realized he'd been wrong. This man was even stronger than a special grade monster. Meanwhile, Marietta, drenched in blood, was being berated. You are just a low-level monster. Duke Sabanzia didn't just love Corin. He had come to deal with Marietta too. How could you possibly hope to live a human life? Marietta didn't understand what the old man was talking about and asked back, a monster? What are you saying? Duke Sabanzia projected a series of confusing images. Do you not see yourself as a monster? The scene shifted to show Marietta in a state quite different from her usual self. If that's the case, are you sure you've overcome it with your own willpower? He also exposed that Marietta Dunalbev had been using Corin's blood. In the end, you will crave the blood of the one you love, Duke Sabanzia said furiously, and you will slaughter everyone you care about. With that, Sabanzia pointed his sword straight at Marietta. Get out of here. Marietta struggled to dodge his ruthless attack but was still wounded. She tried her best to explain, but it was useless. Not bad. Duke Sabanzia turned his head when he heard Marietta summoning a companion, Diogo. He ordered the monster to attack. As soon as the monster appeared, it was instantly bound by massive chains. Duke Sabanzia praised the Diogo monster for being quite swift. Truly, a fierce beast. You're even faster than I was in my prime. Sabanzia then drove his sword straight into the monster. But you lack strategy in battle. You are just a monster that relies solely on brute force. Seeing her pet defeated, Mariette quickly ordered it to retreat, but things seemed to be spiraling out of control, and Mariette's gaze gradually became unfocused. Looking at Duke Sabanzia's weapon, Marietta Dunalbev suddenly realized what it was. The sealed sword of Romania. This sword was meant to seal immortal beings into a space bound to it. Countless blades pointed toward one side, all facing this sword. Your immortality is nothing. Duke Sabanzia, blinded by rage, wanted to finish Mariette off. Die quickly. I will end that uncertain life of yours. Regardless of her reaction, Sabanzia continued his barrage. A monster will always be a monster. Mariette refused to give up and fought back. No, that's not true. Mariette remembered the moment Corin held her close and said gently, "Whether now or before, you are still you." With that courage, Mariette shouted back at Duke Sabanzia. Corin said it was okay, so I believe him. Sabanzia responded with action. He revealed a human form. Let me say this one more time. Corin slowly became visible. Duke Sabanzia delivered the final blow. Go die. This is the best path for both of you. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Mariette felt as though she had fallen into an abyss. She ran over and hugged the unconscious Corin tightly. Mariette reached out, wanting to touch Corin, but couldn't find the words. She buried her head against him, instinctively calling out, "Corin." Her breathing became increasingly ragged. Corin still didn't stir. Mariette's eyes turned red as she saw her partner in critical condition. Duke Sabanzia stood watching the two cornered souls, feeling helpless. He raised his sword, thinking, I expected nothing less. All vampires should just die. Even when her lover is at death's door, she cannot overcome her instincts. Mariette braced herself. Her lips were already stained with blood. The Duke suddenly discovered something and was shocked. Wait, seeing Mariette kiss Corin's lips, Sabanzia was stunned. She doesn't intend to drink his blood? Finally, Sabanzia realized the truth. She's using her own blood as an elixir and feeding it to him. Ugh, she isn't drinking his blood, she's giving her own. She has overcome her limits in this situation. She should have lost all reason and been unable to suppress her instincts by now. Mariette pulled away, but Corin still showed no sign of life. Corin, pleased Duke Sabanzia, fell silent. He began to blame himself, haunted by painful memories. I couldn't do it. I couldn't save anyone. I gave in to my own desires. Mariette was helpless, crying out and praying for a miracle. Please, open your eyes. But looking at this boy and this girl, Duke Sabanzia realized that he was the real monster. So that's how it is. I cannot judge everything. He then raised his sword high, intending to strike. The blade pierced Corin directly, and a blinding light erupted from the wound. Corin and Mariette used every ounce of their remaining strength to stop Duke Sabanzia. Stop, that's enough. How much longer do you intend to torture us? Mariette seemed to have lost all reason as she shouted, Don't take my Corin away. Duke Sabanzia ignored her pleas and continued his work. The light from the ritual engulfed the entire space. Afterward, Duke Sabanzia withdrew the sword from Corin. Corin slowly began to move and spoke in a weak voice. You're okay now, Mariette. Corin woke up to comfort the terrified Mariette. I'm right here. Corin. Mariette was so relieved and emotional, she immediately checked on him. How are you, Corin? Are you hurt? Are you really okay? Corin didn't know the answer, so he asked, Why did you save me? But only Mariette knew it wasn't her own doing, but Duke Sabanzia's, so she asked, Did you save him? Sabanzia said nothing. He just swung his sword, giving Corin and Mariette quite a scare. The sword was tossed onto the ground, leaving both of them stunned. Duke Sabanzia told Corin, I have transferred my magical core to you. Now I understand why my soul led you here. Sabanzia said sternly, Corin, I see the qualities of a hero within you. Those who seek power are greedy, but you are not. You possess the faith and pride that those people lack. Above all, you changed the outcome that I couldn't. You have the power to change this world, something I couldn't protect 800 years ago. Please, correct the mistakes I have made all these years. I beg of you, hero. With that, the Duke vanished into embers of fire. Corin touched his chest, feeling the magic core forged by the great General Sianzia. He couldn't believe he received such a gift. Mari hugged Corin tightly, catching him by surprise. Huff's sister, Mariette. I'm still here, Mari said, crying. You scared me so much earlier. I thought you had left me forever. I was so scared. I was so terrified. Tears soaked Corin's shirt. Promise me that if I don't give you permission, you are never allowed to die. Corin just smiled at that, thinking to himself, well, I guess everything ended well. Corin hugged Mariette back, comforting her firmly. I promise. A reward like this is more than enough. System. You have received the magic core forged by Seven. Your magic level has increased. The core's abilities have manifested. Nature of the Duke of Corin. Devil. Aura. rank 6,730 average. Mana, rank 5,370, low capacity. Innate ability, resilient warrior's regeneration. Stamina. Feel of the new dual core. If I could hope for just one thing, I hope his body and mind, which suffered for 800 years, are finally at peace. Corin sat there, dazed, while Mariette drifted off to sleep, exhausted. Corin thought to himself, my second core not only boosted my aura rank but also gave me an additional one. This core even has a special ability. Corin recalled the terrifying face of the Duke and wondered deeply, but this is strange in the game and my past life. Why didn't Duke Banka? Corin sighed warily. Giving the player this kind of power, if you had just been kind from the start, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. He held the tattered, cheap-looking outfit in his hands, grumbling about its weight. This outfit is soaked in blood. I have to wash it. Who knows when it'll dry? Suddenly, a maid arrived and said, "Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you had a guest." The last word was uttered in a very suggestive ... kind of way. Guest. Corin's mouth hung open as he tried to explain helplessly. No, it's not what you think. Seriously. I know what you're misunderstanding, but it's really not that. But the maid didn't seem to buy it at all. Her face flushed red with a multitude of innocent, pure thoughts racing through her head. Sweat, muscles, the heated atmosphere. Corin tried to reason with her once more. I already told you. It's not. I'm telling the truth. It is a bit easy to misunderstand. But before Corin could finish, the maid scurried away, leaving Corin completely panicked. I'm sorry. You too, please continue. Corin still tried to shout, desperate to salvage whatever he could. What do you mean continue? It's not like that. Don't misunderstand. Don't go. Corin looked down at Mari, who was sleeping with a bit of drool, his eyes full of affection. I think there's something, Corin. Thank goodness you're okay. Not long after, the rumors spread far and wide. A loud roar echoed through the mansion. That bastard. My daughter, I will kill you. It took 20 days for this misunderstanding to be resolved. Hiding under the large tree branches, Corin thought. During those 20 days, I was hiding in the mountains, avoiding people who were looking for that bastard. Crowds of people flew through the sky, hunting for him. How dare he touch Our Lady Mariette? He spent the time training his aura. Even though he was being chased relentlessly, Corin remained calm. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was resolved somehow. Haha, I almost became public enemy number 1 in the south. Inside a gold-plated carriage, the two were chatting. When we get back to the academy, the second semester will begin. We need to start preparing for the festival. Mari smiled brightly and replied, Great. Is our inn doing well? Corin was full of confidence. Of course. It's definitely going to make several times the profit. Then, Corin looked at the bustling crowds, thinking, a huge number of tourists will come for the festival, and naturally, the inns will be thriving. After making a big profit, I'll sell that land. Corin imagined piles of gold bars stacked up, yet he didn't show the slightest bit of greed for a mountain of money. Ha ha. Then the money will make even more money. I'm really not greedy at all. His nose flared just a tiny bit. I truly am invincible. Festivals are the best. Suddenly, Corin felt like he'd been splashed with a bucket of cold water, literally. What is this? He hadn't been enjoying himself for long when a storm broke out with such speed and intensity that it left Corin bewildered. A storm? This didn't happen in my past life. Mariette remained incredibly chill as she stepped forward. Wow, a storm this big is definitely going to cause trouble for the festival. It's okay, Corin. Doing big business means sometimes you face failures. Mariette leaned close to Corin's ear and whispered, Even so, should we write an I? O, U. Mariette's eyes, glistening like she was wearing contact lenses, looked at Corin. If you can't pay me back, you'll have to fulfill one request for me. Sign here. Corin stood frozen, shell-shocked, his eyes wide as he thought, Mariette is making a suspicious offer. This can't be happening. There must be a way out. At Mariette Academy, in the special dormitory, it was raining cats and dogs. Welcome. There must be a storm since the road here was so difficult. Errol Casa, kind and warm-hearted, handed Corin a towel. Corin asked, Where is the headmistress? Professor Josephine? She is returning with Warren. During the break, they were both at Joan Chapel. Errol Casa suggested, Why don't you stay here tonight? Which surprised Corin. Is that really okay? I'm not an outsider anymore. I was planning to let you stay here, starting this semester. Corin, while wiping his drenched body, felt suspicious. Part of it is surely because she wants to monitor me. Professor Josephine and Professor Aaron must be trying to keep an eye on me because they still can't fully trust me. Corin, feeling extremely annoyed, asked, What is that storm about? Mariette chimed in, agreeing. That's right. A storm that big must cause a lot of damage. Is everyone okay? Errol, with a calm demeanor, sipped her tea and answered both of them. For now, there is no serious damage. The city is not in the eye of the storm, but the outskirts will be affected much more. Marietta didn't quite understand and spoke instinctively. But if the storm moves, it will definitely pass through the city. No, that storm isn't moving. Errol's face lost its calmness and took on a dangerous edge. Because it isn't a natural phenomenon, it was created by a monster. Errol Casa's words left everyone stunned. Huh? A monster? Errol Casa narrated the story from a third-person perspective. The story began on an important sea route of the southern archipelago. Heading against the current along the Yenia Strait, there was a creature, the lonely king of the ocean, a monster with the form of both a dragon and a serpent that rose from the seabed. This king discovered humans, but without caring about their lives, it began sinking ships and invading human territory. One person, wanting to become a hero, was determined to fight that king. A voice rang out there, "My son, must you really go?" The young man gritted his teeth, showing his determination. "Yes, father, that is an A-rank monster. If I succeed in defeating it, I will be promoted to a first-class knight, Levent to Blandria. Afterward, Levent remembered that party night. I have always admired you. Dance with me." But Corin swooped in and cut off all the men there, leaving them furious. Corin's face looked completely distorted. Note, this is just Levent's subjective point of view. Levent thought to himself with a constipated expression, "I'll snatch Lady Marietta away from that wretched con artist." Levent often said with burning resolve, "I will destroy the sea serpent and bring peace to the strait." And so, with a passionate heart, a raid team fought fiercely for 6 days and 5 nights. After a fight that nearly scared the pants off everyone, those on the ship cheered, "The sea serpent is fleeing. We won. Congratulations on your victory, Lady Marietta. I dedicate this win to you." And peace was partially restored to the Yenia Strait. The sea monster glided swiftly over the waves. In the end, they couldn't catch it, and it got away. That monster had caused many innocent people to lose their lives. The Anvon storm bat lays eggs to reproduce. They become the center of the storm to protect themselves from enemies. 2 poor, innocent bats were cuddling when a sudden, strange tornado disrupted them. The bat lovers were separated. The sea serpent had one in its mouth as it flew away. Their undoing is their gold, for their bones, blood, and flesh are like elixirs. Even monsters crave them. The injured sea serpent couldn't ignore the Anvon bat's nest, and the female Anvon bat made a decision for the sake of the child in her womb. North head north. She flew as fast as she could to a safe place. And so, the MK3 Academy was the place she chose for childbirth, which is exactly why that terrifying storm suddenly erupted. My property Corin stood helplessly in the rain like he was in a music video, thinking to himself, who could have imagined this? A storm bat? They're a rare species. Don't they usually breed on small rocky islands in the archipelago, to the point you can't even see them in the summer? Why are they here now? The more he thought, the more miserable Corin felt. Ah, I get it now. It must be the butterfly effect I caused. One flap of wings brought a whole storm. A literal storm. The surrounding villagers began packing their things to move away. We're evacuating. We can't work anymore. Corin painfully clung to them, crying and pleading. Wait, you're almost done. Why leave now? The storm grew stronger, and every second meant more danger. Corin could only cling on in desperation. Hey, hold on. The oblivious people just called back. Just give up, kid. That's just how life is sometimes. With his hair blowing in the wind, Corin thought to himself, feeling lonely and desolate. If this keeps storming, there won't be a festival at all. If this storm lasts another week, my inn will be gone. I spent 280 million gold coins to buy this land, 330 for raw materials, paying workers, and construction costs. Corin sank to his knees, completely immersed in his grief. 220 to finish the architecture. Out of all that, only 110 was mine. The rest, borrowed from who knows where. 5 long, agonizing minutes passed, and Corin looked like he was about to kick the bucket. If the business fails, I'll have to pay back a debt of 720 gold coins. That's it. I'm done for. A while later, the MK3 Academy held an emergency meeting to deal with the storm. Principal Errol Casa summoned several students and professors. Errol Casa opened the meeting. Everyone is here. Hamel, from the Knights Department, was appointed as a professor and sat thoughtfully as he listened to Errol. I'm sure you all know why I've called you here. It's because of the Anvon storm. The next person was Arian from the Magic Department. The professor offered an opinion. So, we must subdue it. If we catch it, all the research funds poured into Iron Mountain King will be recovered immediately. Hamel slammed the table in agreement. Of course, we have to catch it. But the person sitting behind him said in a bored tone, I object. That was E. Linton, a professor from the Magic Department. He said, the storm will pass in a month. I don't think it's necessary to take such risks. Laurel Ames, a professor from the Alchemy Department, joined in. Professor Ega, with a look of visible distaste, replied, the Anvan breeding season usually lasts from June to September, and they are known to have short gestation cycles. Even considering other variables, the storm will end in a month. Luralamus smiled and added, then there's really no need to risk it. I think we should keep the status quo. Ogun Renshi, a professor from the Knights Department, then spoke up. I still think we need to subdue it. Ogun continued. Not only will the students not be able to return to school in time, but the festival will be postponed as well. Most importantly, outsiders will think the academy is just sitting on its hands. Oh, Professor Ogun, our academy is an educational institution. The professors exchanged ideas back and forth quite animatedly. The matter of killing monsters should be left to the Adventurers Guild first. Regardless, I agree with Professor Ega on this raid. Only Corin, who looked like he was about to pass out, kept his head down and didn't see the need. Corin couldn't hold it back anymore, stood up abruptly, and slammed the table, speaking loudly amidst everyone's confusion. Professors, seniors, even though I'm still young and naive, please hear me out once. Corin was fired up. We must bravely follow our kindness toward the truth. We will not go against our ideals, even if we have to die to protect the weak and defeat evil. Corin opened his mouth as wide as possible, asserting his point. We are the guardians, the protectors of humanity. Corin got more and more heated. Of course we have to fight, but Ega disagreed. Corin, I understand your good intentions, but that Corin snapped back angrily. Ega, how can you say things like that? Hamel spoke with tears streaming down his face and snot running down his nose. Don't you see the victims who lost their homes to the storm? Please, go and subdue it. I'm about to become a beggar. Corin's display made everyone think he needed an exorcism. They've been thrown out onto the streets, lost their jobs. Those children are starving because they've lost their homes. You can't use money to measure human lives. How can you abandon them? Ega broke into a cold sweat, terrified that this Corin guy had actually gone crazy. Oh, he's sincere, truly a model for the spirit of chivalry. Corin became calmer as he replied, this isn't about the spirit of chivalry or a guardian's oath, something as grand as that. His eyes sparkled like stars in the sky. Corin said, I just want to save people. So, the end no, please save the people. Seeing such a chilling performance, everyone in the meeting began to cheer in support. I knew I picked the right person. You're right. At such a young age, you're already a passionate knight. Damn, I'm so moved. But wait, what did he mean by in? Oh, I guess inns have lives too. The professors, with their normal thinking, also slammed the table, urging for a raid team to be formed immediately. In the name of the Guardians, I swear we will protect them. Ega listened silently to all the opinions and finally spoke to close the meeting. So, we have a decision. Seeing the situation going his way, Corin rejoiced inwardly. Thanks to his brilliant acting, all the professors and students agreed to attack, and the raid team would soon be formed to head into the storm. One of them spoke up. I've already cleared things with the support team. We just need to time it right. Seeing Corin's complex expression, the person beside him exclaimed, Ho, ho, ho. So moved, are you? I didn't expect you to have such a save-the-day spirit. If it's for good luck, of course you have to be sincere, right? While he talked about saving everyone, in his heart, he was a total snake. I have to pay off my debt of $720. My whole life depends on this. The plan was simple. To catch the Anvan living in the eye of the storm, they needed support to create a rift in the tempest. The eye of the storm grew stronger, shaking the earth. If they succeeded in creating a rift, the strike team would move in and defeat the Anvan. It would be great if the plan went that smoothly, but the eye of the storm was crawling with countless monsters. Corin frowned and muttered, these monsters got trapped in the storm while trying to eat the Anvan. They had been starving for a long time and were absolutely insane. I'm not too worried about the monsters, though. Hamel destroys them barehanded. In the Golden Era, he was known as the Hidden Striker. First-class Knight Hamel. He swings his 2-meter battle axe like it's just a pair of chopsticks. And Professor Ogon, a first-class mage and our temporary captain, shows off incredible talent. That wasn't a cigarette, it was the staff he used as a weapon. Professor Ega's eyes glowed red, filled with killing intent as she growled obsessively. And above all, the second-year student is a first-class knight like me, a member of the Northern Barbarian tribe, a berserker. With such an outstanding team, it would be strange not to defeat these monsters. During the battle, Corin shouldered his blade and couldn't help but tease, You're so tall. Are you a half-giant? Berserker grumbled in annoyance. Focus on the fight. He slashed monsters left and right, leaving them bloodied, but Corin kept chatting away, relaxed. Your personality is actually easier to deal with than you look. Corin thought to himself, regardless, the main goal was to catch the Anvan. We have to infiltrate the eye of the storm before the damage spreads and capture the Anvan. And of course, I mean damage to my boarding house. Corin's body heated up as he clenched his fists and let out a roar. Just you wait, Anvan, here I come. Hamel took off ahead of the team. Hamel announced, we're going into the eye of the storm. Everyone, follow me. Corin ran after him, excitedly replying, yes. Professor Ogun bit down on his cigarette and sighed. I never expected it to be like this. They stood there, staring at the figure of the Anvan monster struggling inside the growing cyclone. Professor Ogun sighed, a small storm within a massive one. I've never seen anything like it. I think it realized intruders were closing in, so it used its final strength to create a smaller storm. Hamel couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, is the Anvan capable of that? Professor Ogun glanced at Hamel. He puffed on his cigarette to warm up and said, it must be maternal instinct. Even for a beast, it's truly astonishing. Professor Ogun, do you think we can make it through? If we're willing to endure wounds all over our bodies, then yes. As soon as he finished, Professor Ogun pulled out his gun and aimed it at the monsters. Professor Ogun continued, we're going to suffer heavy losses, so there's no need to push ourselves too hard. Let the support team handle it. Then a gunshot rang out, signaling for help from the sky amidst the great storm. Immediately, a report came through. Professor Dinah has requested support. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Professor Dinah burst out laughing. Let's see, it's been a while since I got to show off my power. A giant red eye appeared in the sky like the gates of hell. Lightning flashed across the horizon, and a terrified voice piped up. Professor E, isn't this a bit too dangerous? Professor Ogun watched the storm turn blood red and broke into a cold sweat. Oh my god, Professor Dinah, are you trying to kill us all? As the situation became increasingly perilous, Professor Ogun hurriedly cast a protection spell over everyone. Professor Ogun said, everyone, get behind me. I'll put up a shield. Good lord, we only needed enough power to dispel the storm. Professor Ogun looked at Professor Dinah, sighing inwardly at her brutal strength. At that moment, Professor Dinah, wearing a witch's hat with an obsessed villainous look, created a chain of lightning that struck straight into the storm containing the Anvan to annihilate it. A moment later, the ground was filled with smoke, and rocks were shattered to pieces. It didn't stop there. A series of small explosions erupted from beneath the ground. Looking at the situation where his old life almost ended, Hamel couldn't help but curse. Good God, this is why I don't like those damn mages. We almost all died. Professor Ogun calmly sipped his cigarette and comforted them. Well, at least it's resolved. With that much lightning, the storm must be. He looked up at the storm and saw the familiar shape of the Anvan still there. Professor Ogun was bewildered. Huh? It's still there. Both of them stared with shocked expressions, their mouths frozen in disbelief as they looked at the storm. Professor Ogun remarked, with all that lightning, even a first-class monster would have a hard time surviving. Hamel's eyes widened. Wait, something strange. What about that Anvan? At this moment, from within the storm, the Anvan's red eyes glowed as its body began to transform, becoming more powerful, as if it were leveling up from the lightning. Seeing the Anvan trying to escape the storm and growing stronger, Hamel's anxiety escalated. Professor Ogun couldn't hide his rage, cursing, what the hell is going on? Corin looked at the Anvan in a panic. Corin shouted, it's evolving. Berserker, standing nearby, was curious. Huh? It's evolving. Demon evolution, a unique phenomenon that occurs through the accumulation of life experience. It's not just a stage where an alpha leader ascends, but also a moment where the creature's species transcends. Corin warned cautiously. For a creature capable of surviving a storm of this scale, it wouldn't be strange for it to develop a resistance to lightning. The Anvan absorbed all of Professor Dinah's lightning. We can't treat it like a weak monster anymore. The current Anvan is the king of thunderstorms. It let out a roar that sent everyone reeling with immense force. The cursing grew louder as time went on. Damn it, everyone, be careful. Hamel's body was swept up by its power, but his mouth was working at full capacity. Hey, does the support mage team have any other way? Professor Ogun's situation wasn't much better. Professor Ogun shouted, even if we asked them for more support right now, the Anvan's power would only grow stronger. Look at Dinah, Hamel growled. This creature is truly no joke. Professor Ogun held his head. Damn it. What do we do now? Hearing the two veterans racking their brains for a solution, Corin broke into a smile. Time for me to step up. On the ground appeared a sword named Painting Serpent Intent. Corin spotted it quickly and hurriedly turned, gathering all his strength to grip his sword. I've realized that the Hua Snake style is only effective when your feet are firmly planted on the ground. Contrary to his initial expectations, the power of the Hua Snake style caused Corin's facial muscles to relax, revealing all 32 of his teeth. Corin's inner voice screamed, this is so frustrating. I can't do anything. Just give me a chance to show what I can do. Corin looked at Birdjacker anxiously and yelled, Birdjacker, do something. At this moment, Berjacker was flustered and cursed instinctively. Shut up. What do you want me to do? Corin thought to himself that when in midair, it doesn't matter if you're a 2-meter giant or holding a spear. You're weak. That 720 gold prize depends on whether I can catch that falling creature or not, Corin shouted. Berjacker, being constantly called by Corin, yelled back, Why does this bastard keep calling me? Corin, holding his blade, jumped high into the air and stepped right onto Berjacker's bald head. Corin called out, Borrowing your head for a second. He thought to himself, Just because I'm struggling in the air doesn't mean I can't do anything. Thanks to Berjacker's head, Corin vaulted higher. Thanks, he replied. As autumn leaves fall, Corin leaves a bump on Berjacker's head. Berjacker cursed in anger, You lunatic. Corin determinedly said, I won't give up. Then, the second victim was used as a springboard as Corin pushed off his backside to leap even higher. Leon was startled. Huh? What the? Even Hammond was no exception, as Corin stepped on his head to launch himself up. Professor Ojin was kicked by Corin, making his bones creak. Corin thought to himself, I don't want to surrender to a monster. His power seemed to sublimate. Corin roared with eyes blazing. I will kill you. I will kill you. The encounter of a man blinded by revenge. At this moment, Anvan let out a terrified scream. It felt like it was pouring all its anger toward the humans, a monster trying to protect its young. Their lives all depended on this moment. A desperate battle had just begun. Corin was one-on-one with the bloodthirsty, giant Anvan. Suddenly, Slim appeared, and Corin's foot sank into its soft, mushy body. A moment later, Corin's body was swallowed by Slim. Corin screamed in frustration. Why is Slim here? It's not over yet. Corin angrily struck his blade at Anvan. 2 hits of self-timber are enough. The final move was the red strike. The blade, seemingly stained with fire, attacked Anvan. The sword's tip lunged rapidly toward the storm containing Anvan. But suddenly, the trajectory of the blade veered off. Corin couldn't hide his disappointment. It happened again. All the martial arts on the ground are useless in the air. With a blank expression, he looked up in despair. Corin sighed. Ah, so it's all over? Is this the end? Suddenly, the sky turned ominous. Dark clouds rolled in, and red lightning lit up the area. Corin, in a daze, gazed at the sky and heard a voice. I shouldn't have invested. At this point, Corin was still lamenting, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed. I should have used that money to buy good food. Corin closed his eyes, but his mouth kept swearing, dragging all of Anvan's relatives into it. Damn it. And in the storm, my world fell apart. Suddenly, a small figure appeared from the storm and kicked Anvan away. Corin, below, couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. He realized the sound was so loud he could hear it even inside the storm. Someone was fighting Anvan. But who could it be? Corin shuddered, hiding half his body inside Slim. Inside the storm, Anvan's miserable cries continued to ring out. The figure of the Onion Knight Yaksha appeared beside the red eye. One used move after move, distorting Anvan's face and making it wince. Not stopping there, One grabbed a gun and tore open its mouth, causing it to scream and shake the entire region. Immediately, its giant body wobbled in the storm. An explosion lit up the sky, shaking the 3 realms. Its power was so immense that Corin had to lift his hand to shield himself from the blinding light of the blast. The light grew larger, as if to bleach Corin out in an instant. A moment later, the storm subsided, and a pure white color washed over the area. Everyone fell to the ground, and cries of pain rang out. The soldiers looked up at the sky, startled to realize the storm had stopped. But then, 2 women appeared from behind. Corin stood leaning on his staff, his eyes vacant. He thought to himself, even if I have to walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will not be afraid, for the gods are always with me. Thinking of this, 2 lines of tears fell from Corin's eyes. He switched into confession mode. Anvan lay motionless on the ground, and at this moment, a voice of rebuke rose up. What are you doing? Suddenly, Corin's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. His heart was in turmoil, even before being buried by that debt of 720 gold coins. Professor Josephine was panicked when she saw Corin kneeling with his hands clasped toward them. A thought flickered in Corin's heart. The rescue team would come. The vortex caused by the storm attacking the city suburbs had caused chaos, leaving behind damage as it departed. Thanks to early intervention, apart from the rural roads, the city didn't suffer much damage. Although there were a few casualties, they would soon recover. A voice called out, "Eat something." Our menu today is potatoes and onion soup. The academy is maintained by taxes, so the symbols and image of heroes are very important. Right now, everyone was queuing for food. Mariette reminded everyone, when you go in, grab a cup of juice. Thank you so much. For the guardians trained by the academy, volunteering is one way to maintain that image. The man receiving the food smiled and said, Are you giving me more potatoes again? Warren the Night Yaksha's eyes turned angry. I'm giving it to you, so just eat it. The man replied with a tremor, yes. Corin sighed and remarked, of course. There are some exceptions. Corin stood nearby, extremely annoyed. He chided, you're really mean. Do you know when humans started forming civilization? Warren was stubborn and bluntly said, stop talking like those professors. Corin started up his mouth, which was craving to be heard. He recounted, I only just heard about it. Civilization began when a leg bone with signs of a healed fracture was discovered. Corin imagined two men taking care of each other. Corin asked softly, if you broke your leg, you would obviously die in the wild, but that broken leg bone was healed, thanks to someone. Corin continued, that means someone helped them until they healed. At this moment, Warren listened silently to Corin's rambling. When someone in distress is helped, Corin smiled, concluding that that was the beginning of civilization. Warren couldn't take it anymore and turned away, leaving Corin muttering to himself behind her. War said humans are weak, huh? As I watched Warren walk away, his English words meant nothing to me. No one ever helps me. Suddenly, Corin admitted I could help him. War froze in his tracks, startled. Seeing War hesitate, Corin smiled faintly. So, does it make sense now? Warren started to speak, but something caught in his throat. He chose to let out a silent sigh instead. Hey, don't talk nonsense when you're this weak, Warren retorted. Seeing how stubborn he remained, Corin could only sigh in frustration. I know who I am, Warren thought to himself. I am a yaksha, a creature born from the union of a human and a monster. If he ever discovered my past, Warren imagined Corin with tear-filled eyes, his face blank as he uttered the words, you're a monster. Warren felt a deep sense of anxiety. If you knew my true nature, would you still trust me enough to turn your back without a second thought? Warren didn't dare to dwell on it. He watched Corin, who was still busy handing out food to everyone. What a fool, he muttered softly. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed in Warren's mind. Give it back. The woman seemed to cling to his body, never ceasing to haunt him. Howe, give my body back. Warren clutched his head in agony. Shut up. This is my body. It belongs to me. He mused silently. I know it's not really mine, but I will never give it back. Warren's eyes glowed with a murderous intent, yet his mind still lingered on Corin. But if you found out, would you still help me? The Guardian Academy was located in the city of Mur. People often called it the safest place in the world, but the truth was far different. Small alleys were everywhere, and those who held power in those lawless zones were the Black Star Syndicate. Their main source of income was slave trading and distributing bootleg alcohol. But to solidify their status in the area, they had some very special business ventures. For instance, Corin sat there with one arm around a beautiful girl, his other hand lifting a glass of wine, signaling the waiter to bring more. The wine was a way to deal with terrible customers like this. Corin couldn't contain his irritation any longer. He pointed straight at the waiter. You bastard. You call this wine? Corin barked. The waiter trembled like a frightened puppy. My lord. Corin couldn't hold back his roar. Who is the manager here? Bring him to see me right now. Hurry. Seeing someone causing a scene in the tavern and demanding to see the manager appeared, screaming loudly, which bastard is making trouble in my tavern? Seeing the manager arrive, Corin breathed a sigh of relief finally. Someone appeared. Corin leaned back calmly. The Black Star Syndicate sells bootleg liquor to this tavern but still collects protection money. If I wanted to find them, there's no better place than this. The manager looked at Corin, who sat at the table with a flushed face, and snapped back. Looking at you, you must be a student from the academy, right? What is a minor doing here? Corin, half drunk and half sober, asked calmly, what are you? The manager growled, hey kid, finish your drink and leave. I'll pay for it. At that moment, Corin gripped his wine glass tightly, then playfully dumped the contents onto the manager's head. Corin teased, perfect timing, are you the manager here? The staff members around them shouted, sir. The small-time thugs began to holler, that bastard, sir. The manager took a cloth to wipe the wine off his face, his expression furious. I've seen plenty of kids like you. They always cause trouble because they're from the academy. They fear no one because they think they're the best. The manager's face darkened. A series of frantic screams erupted from the manager. Teach him a lesson. Then, the thugs rushed in with swords and blades like bloodthirsty demons. This time, the manager pointed his finger and cursed. These guys are the mad hunting dogs of the north. They are known as the crazy red dog slave hunters. How can a student, barely more than a puppy, not know how terrifying a tiger can be? Hearing the manager's insults, Corin still stared blankly at the thugs charging toward him. In an instant, Corin sent them flying with his bare hands. He gave them both a crushing blow that left them reeling. Night fell, the lights flickered on, and seeing his thugs beaten to a pulp left the manager pale with fear. Staring at the blood before him, he stammered, "You, who are you?" Corin scoffed, "Who? Me." The manager was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. This time, Corin played the villain, declaring, "I'm the one who specializes in catching mad dogs, you piece of trash." With that, Corin landed a straight punch right into the manager's face. From outside, the manager's screams could be heard faintly. Corin recounted that day the Black Star Syndicate had vanished. Tisk, though it doesn't have much to do with taking down a gang, I had my own reasons for targeting the Black Star Syndicate. A secret door opened, and Corin stood before the iron cages holding the victims. Corin sighed heavily. "These are the ones who trade in people. I want to free their victims. They are the demi-humans." Corin was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Good God, they're being treated like animals. In this world, demi-humans were always treated cruelly. They were different from ordinary people and were creatures easily shunned and despised by humanity. Corin quickly grabbed the keys to unlock the cages. Hearing the sound of the keys, everyone inside instinctively looked up, hoping to be saved. Even those nearly transformed into beasts looked on with hope. As he led them out of the iron cages, Corin pointed outside and instructed them. "Once you get out, there will be a carriage prepared by the Dunalbev family waiting for you. Those who get out first can follow that path." A man with 2 ears on his head saw the light and wept like a child. Corin looked back, vigilant. Doing this would make them lower their guard against him a little bit. All right, time for the final objective. Corin stopped in front of a cage containing a strange girl. Corin asked, "Is there a pair of sisters here named Ren and John?" The girl pointed to the left. "Oh, that way?" Corin looked in the direction she pointed. He was startled. "Huh? What? They're so small." Seeing the sisters Ren and John growling in the small cage, Corin was surprised. "How strange. In my past life, I met them when they were 20. I heard that the bodies of werewolves develop based on their mental maturity, but they seem a bit too small." Even so, Corin crouched down, his gaze softening as he looked into the small cage. Corin spoke up. Suddenly, the older sister, Ren, hugged her younger sister, trying her best to protect her. "Don't hit my sister." Seeing how they acted, Corin realized. "So, this is the older sister, Ren. I heard that werewolves awaken right after birth, so they were sold while they were still young." The image of the strong, grumpy Ren from before flashed through his mind. Ren, growling, "I'll kill you, you bastard." Corin was puzzled. Her attitude is so different. She used to be so tough. Did she become like that in just a year? Corin recalled that in his past life, Ren and John were villains who worked for the werewolves' Catholic Church. They were fundamentalists, extremists who discriminated against demons in their attempt to increase public awareness about those. The villain committed countless atrocities against enslaved werewolves, leading to a political confrontation between the first prince and the second prince. Those two weren't easy opponents to deal with in his past life. However, they were both eventually killed by Park Sihu. As the door opened, Corin reached out warmly, saying, "You're prettier than I imagined. Let's go." Corin thought he was saving these unfortunate villains, the ones who would later evolve into powerful mid-tier bosses. Instead of accepting, Ren swatted Corin's hand away and shouted, "Go away and leave us alone." Corin quickly tried to soothe her. "Be a good girl now." But Ren kept refusing. "Let go. Let us go." When words didn't work, Corin grabbed Ren's hand firmly in frustration. Corin spoke up, "You'll get hurt." At this, Ren hesitantly let go. Corin opened his arms wide and pulled the two siblings into an embrace. He whispered comfortingly in their ears, "It's okay. No one will hurt you two anymore. You're safe now." It's truly unfortunate that such children have never received protection from adults and have always been oppressed. As Corin held them, tears streamed down their faces. A moment later, Corin helped them up. He asked, "What are your names?" "John. I am John." The girl standing beside him wiped her tears and hesitated before saying, "Ren." Hearing their nicknames, he introduced himself softly, "I'm Corin." A trembling voice replied, "Are you a guardian?" "Yes." Suddenly, Ren fell silent. Seeing Ren comfortably leaning into him, Corin realized, she must feel more at ease now. Suddenly, John next to them also became clingy. Corin was surprised. Is he like that too? Oh man, I've managed to soothe them now. But looking at the two he was shielding in his arms, Corin couldn't bear the thought. Corin wondered, do I really have to hand them over to the Academy Guardians? Lenia, the sharp-tongued, appeared. "What are you thinking?" That was Lenia, a tavern employee. She looked like a regular bar worker in those small alleys, but in reality, she was the manager of an information-gathering guild. Corin sat brooding, thinking back to how he previously considered them mid-tier bosses. Ren and John weren't just helpless kids. He realized they actually possessed greater power. He had wanted to use their abilities to control his enemies. Corin suddenly spoke up. For now, take them to the inn first and get them some food. Lenia questioned him. Are you a philanthropist now? Corin didn't even bother thinking about it and said straight, think whatever you want. Then Corin turned his head and let out a sigh of relief. But doesn't this mean I have to save Warren myself now? In the city of MK3, where the flying beasts from the east landed, a giant bird appeared, flapping its wings violently. The station staff stood in front of them and greeted them respectfully. Welcome, you must be from the east, right? Please show me your registration papers. Then Jin Hyuk appeared from behind, followed by Kang, Chan Jin, and Kang Yua. They presented their credentials, and the staff member exclaimed upon seeing them, Ah, an officer from Borum Academy, I understand now. Kang Run stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Professor Kang Run. These are my disciples. Jin Hyuk said, Oh, it's Jin Hyuk. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kang Yua chimed in, smiling. I am the student council president, Kang Yua. Immediately, the staff member smiled and pointed inside. The kingdom of LS welcomes the three of you. A carriage is already waiting. Please follow this way. Shortly after, a luxurious carriage appeared to pick them up. A voice sounded, Phew, they really treat us well. Suddenly, inside the carriage, Kang Yua drew her sword and held it to Jin Hyuk's neck in warning. The teacher hasn't even sat down yet. Jin Hyuk laughed and called for help. Come on, Yua, you know I'm not that strong. Kang Run, sitting next to them, couldn't stay calm either. Kang Run scolded. Is that how a first knight speaks? Jin Hyuk wouldn't take the hit. You say that too, don't you? It was a headache for Kang Run, who spoke up. Enough, sit down and stop with the idle chatter. Even though Jin Hyuk felt a bit resentful, thinking. But teacher, Kang Run just closed his eyes and ignored him. Jin Hyuk helplessly said, Teacher, are you sure? The object is here. Kang Run's eyes opened slightly, his voice sounding weary. Yes. Kang Run explained that the leader of this place had definitely taken it. The emperor was certain of it. Hearing the teacher's story left the two stunned. Kang Shan Jin, remaining cautious, said, Hide your killing intent. We must forget about all those things, understand? Only then can we take action. Hearing the teacher say that left Jin Hyuk a bit confused. Forget everything? Immediately, memories flashed back to Jin Hyuk of the disasters from years ago. Back then, Jin Hyuk stood alone before a raging fire. Kang Run whispered, How could you ever forget? At that moment, Jin Hyuk couldn't help but shout, What has that damn thing done to us? 1 month after the storm incident, these days, the academy was buzzing about the upcoming festival. The festival wasn't like its name. It was more like an inter-academy battle. An event where students from the 4 academies of each region fought for dominance. Jer shouted, But don't we need to form teams soon? Lerman on this side was also excitedly noisy along with him. No. First we have to choose between individuals, pairs, and group battles. Elisa was curious. What kind of competition are you entering, Corin? Pairs. And I'll bring you along. Lerman thought differently. I want to do individual and group battles. Jer expressed. I want to do pairs. At this, Alisa was flustered and stammered. Me? Humph. Corin leaned his hands on his chin and lamented. What are you huffing about? We're already a fixed team. Elisa bowed her head slightly and asked, Then what about the group battle? Corin calmly said, Group battles are randomly assigned, so I don't know about that either. I hope I'm in the same group as you, Elisa exclaimed. Humph. Corin helplessly replied, Why do you keep huffing like that? Elisa's gaze remained fixed on Corin. She explained, Doesn't the team assignment happen randomly too? Being in the same team as me doesn't mean. Corin quickly interrupted. The announcement will be soon. If you're ranked 2 or higher, you'll have the right to participate. Hearing this, Elisa looked defeated, collapsing on the table with her mind in a whirl. So you're treating me like Psy again, having to do hard labor during the festival again. Corin sighed. What labor? Suddenly, Elisa spoke up. Why don't you pair up with Mariette? Isn't she the strongest one? Hearing Elisa mention her, Corin thought for a moment and said, Mariette. She'll definitely be competing individually. Humph. A mage competing individually, Corin said quietly. It seems like she wants the prize for the individual battle. Mariette exclaimed, Is it mine? If so, then look over here. What is it? Corin sat, bewildered, at the academy. Suddenly, everyone started buzzing. Wow, look at those clothes. They must be bought from the east. Corin, acting as a human camera, also joined in the gossip. The east, observing the 3 Kang people appearing, everyone couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Are those Taoist robes? You idiot. These are just Eastern costumes. Corin was startled. They've already arrived. The immortal Taoist Kang Run. The hunting hound of battle, Jin Hyuk. The holy sword, Kang Yua. Corin whispered the names of the main characters of the 3rd part, Tian Yezuo. Inside the study, The sound of an argument broke out about the transfer students of our academy. Saint Iwa Corin whispered as the protagonists of Part 3, Tion Yezuo, stood in the study, where the sound of an argument broke out regarding the students of our academy. Borome Academy, I can't possibly agree to that. A stern, rigid expression appeared on Kang Run's face as he insisted, we're only making a reasonable request. As her own flesh and blood, that is all. Kang Run then recounted the tragic fire. A year ago, we faced a catastrophic disaster, and sadly at the center of that tragedy was my own niece. I see, Josephine replied. Kang Run added, while our residence was burning to ash, you took my niece away. We found the child, and naturally, we want to bring her back. Professor Josephine frowned, reminding him, war is a special case. You should know that better than anyone. Professor Josephine wondered, is the reason he demanded a meeting the moment he arrived as a judge for the team tournament really because of Warren? Kang Run, refusing to back down, continued, you know it too. There is a monster dwelling inside her body. I only want to help my niece escape that beast. Professor Josephine spoke up. Warren's body is alive thanks to that child. It was the sincere wish of Headmaster Errol and Kang Yu's father. Kang Run remained stubborn, insisting, we will handle it ourselves. Do you really think you can coexist with that monster from the start? Of course. Warren finished the entire first semester without any issues. Kang Run wasn't finished, setting a condition. I want you to prove that. Hearing this, Professor Josephine's gaze shifted behind her glasses. Suddenly, Lin Yang, the bishop sent by the Catholic Church, appeared. Lin Yang spoke up. Has that cruel demon really been tamed? Who's to say this isn't part of her wicked plan? Hearing the bishop's voice, Professor Josephine turned back and suggested calmly, Bishop Lin Yang, I hope you watch your words. Lin Yang retorted, no, we believe what our eyes see, not the evidence you claim to have. What do you mean? Bishop Lin Yang's expression darkened as he offered a sinister proposal. Release that evil thing outside for this festival. If it truly is the evil that has slaughtered countless lives, her true nature will be revealed in the heat of this tournament. Professor Josephine frowned, asking back, you want me to let Warren out during this festival? Corin thought to himself, although their claims were baseless, he wasn't confident he could convince them. Because when it comes to trust, a mage like him was also a target for criticism. Well, perhaps this is a good opportunity. If I show others that the demon can coexist and has a conscience, it will be good for the future. After some hesitation, Professor Josephine agreed. Fine, I will have Warren compete in the singles match. And Professor Kang Run, about her, Professor Josephine said softly, where War wants to be is her own decision. Josephine confided, I don't know about the Eastern continent, but here, her legal guardian is Headmaster Errol Casa, myself, and the great saintess of the cathedral. Kang Run listened intently to Josephine's words. Josephine then said, I think we've said enough. You two may leave now. I understand. Thank you for your time. Professor Josephine saw the two of them out. She stood there, sipping her hot tea. Woo. Thinking back, everything really was just as he had said. An alert sounded. In this festival, Vanta's subordinates were hiding. Hearing the news, Professor Josephine was so shocked she screamed. What? Professor Josephine slammed the table, standing up to shout. Where? Who? Corin, sitting nearby, whispered, I only knew something was about to happen. I don't know the specifics. But I suspect Corin handed over the evidence he was holding to back up his guess. Corin expressed that the Catholic Church and Borame, one or both of them hidden beneath Corin's dark gaze. He silently affirmed that the answer was both. The Catholic Church, declining day by day, was desperately trying to expand its influence, and the spirit mages of Borame, along with their disciples, were also involved in this. The keyword was the Heavenly Knight. For Warren, this was a pivotal event that would determine the fate of the characters and mark a turning point in the main scenario, as well as decide the general direction of the entire kingdom of Ellis. Corin sat there munching on a cookie. He suggested, I want you to keep an eye on the Catholic Church. Professor Josephine asked, then what about you? Corin looked at the professor and explained, there are inns built based on outside religions like this, aren't there? The Borame students staying here will be able to keep an eye on them more easily. The professor's gaze changed. Josephine wondered, how can I trust you? Seeing her reaction, Corin thought, she still thinks I'm a disciple of old Vanta. Corin reached out to unbutton his shirt, his voice steady. You don't have to trust me. Keep suspecting me, that's actually the right mindset. Then Corin pulled down his collar to reveal his skin. He added, but no matter what you do, my goal remains the same. I swear I will save the world. Seeing the student before her, Professor Josephine looked troubled and sighed. Corin thought to himself, if she knew the oath of a fallen warrior, her suspicion might decrease a little. Professor Josephine remained silent, not responding yet. Suddenly, she spoke up. but I heard the new inn built on the outskirts was built with money from the students. Corin explained, that has nothing to do with me. Professor Josephine presented evidence. I have information that the innkeeper received contributions from you. The statement was meant to wake Corin up. Corin froze like a statue. No, it's not related to me. Not stopping there, Professor Josephine questioned further. I heard that recently, Marietta moved her things there and is setting up a stall on the street. Corin was sweating bullets. Corin firmly denied it. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Guaranteeing 100 long-term guests, daily supplies, food and drink, round-trip transport costs, all these profitable projects were planned by someone with a broad vision. Sometimes people need a little help. Don't be so stubborn. And then, time passed. The team tournament preliminaries. Cries and chatter erupted. This is it, Jir said, sweating and stuttering. Seeing the crowd of people appearing for the team battle, Jir trembled. Will we survive this? In the team tournament, only 16 teams would make it through. At this moment, Jir couldn't stay calm and yelled, "Why are there so many people?" Lerman's heart was pounding and his legs were shaking just as much as he lamented. Even the seniors are participating too. Corin observed and realized that War was the only one missing among the named characters. Perhaps she was only participating in the singles match. Suddenly, Corin remembered. But where is Elisa? Just then, Elisa stood in the crowd, trying to scream for everyone. Corin, I'm here. Let me through, please. Then, from the arena podium, a man's voice boomed, It's a pleasure to meet you all. Everyone below grew noisy. Wow, look, that's Kang Run. Kang Run happily introduced himself. I am Kang Run, the judge for this competition. This is the preliminary round that will decide the 16 Guardians who will fight in the team tournament. Good luck, everyone. L started pulling at his hair. The difficulty level must be at hell tier, right? Jiroka was still bewildered, unable to keep up. Who is that guy? The sound of Kang Run announcing the rules of the competition echoed. When the ribbon on your arm is ripped off, you will be eliminated. Be careful. Kang Run spoke up. I'm starting now. The theme of this exam, that's right, it's the most important duty of a protector. Kang Run's face darkened. Kang Run's voice echoed, rescue the civilians. Immediately, the 8 Gates formation appeared, shocking the students. Everyone's expression changed as they realized it was the 8 Gates formation. Jir shouted in a panic, Hey, what the hell is this? What's the point of doing this? Lerman hurried to say that of course, there was a point. Korean is the most talented formation master on the eastern continent. Jir muttered, asking, But in this scope, what do you mean by rescue the civilians? Suddenly, Lerman's expression changed. The civilians? Are you talking about that? 1. After touching a civilian, you can give them orders. 2. Guide the civilians to your target, you get 1 point for each person. 3. Destroying a civilian unnecessarily will deduct 2 points each. Seeing those mannequins, they couldn't help but be curious. Are these stone mannequins the civilians? Jer playfully grabbed a mannequin. Aha, so if we touch them, will they move? Lerman, on the other hand, said seriously, Probably. Jer exclaimed upon hearing that, Wow, that's awesome. It looks fun too. All right, let's go. Corin stood watching them play and smiled lightly. They really are just kids, so full of energy. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. Watch out, it's a hellhound. A dog with sharp eyes appeared, growling. Elisa rushed forward in silence, taking out the hellhound with one strike. Everyone standing nearby cheered. Wow, handled it in one hit. Elisa is really something else. How lucky to be on the same team as her. Being praised by everyone made Elisa snort with pride. Ahem. Elisa took the opportunity to say, Just trust and follow me. At this moment, the body of the hellhound was split in 2, lying on the ground. Mission: protect the civilians. Show your skills as a protector to shield the civilians from monster attacks. You must move as many civilians as possible to the safe zone. After that, everyone immediately moved forward. The guy running behind called out, Elisa, there's another civilian over there. Elisa led everyone in pursuit. Got it, Corin pondered. Elisa felt a bit of a sense of achievement. Leon suggested, if we save that person, we'll have saved 10 people already. Let's save them quickly. Alisa excitedly coordinated. It would be better to start searching for the safe zone. Leon agreed. I will send someone to scout. This is the 8 Gates formation, so there must be a safe zone nearby. Suddenly, Elisa's side stopped short. They looked up in panic. Lon was confused. Why is it shaking all of a sudden? Elisa spoke up. The ground is shaking. Lon asked anxiously, is that the sound of drums? Immediately, Elisa screamed, behind us. Before she could finish her sentence, a panicked, blurry figure flashed past and soldiers swarmed in. The person leading the other side stood on high ground, pointing and ordering. If you drop your weapons, we will spare your lives. Seeing the scene before her, Alisa froze. What is that? A cart. Alisa tried to observe more closely. No, they tied the mannequins together to make a cart. What is that? Jer, wearing armor and holding a harp, sat on the pile of mannequins and shouted, Kneel down, we are the bandits. Seeing an acquaintance, Alisa screamed intensely, Jer, what are you doing? No, and besides, can you even play a harp like a guitar? A sinister laugh echoed. You want over 1,000 students to get points by transporting a limited number of mannequins? Alisa trembled, pointing forward. Hey you. Why should I bother doing annoying work like that? Corin. Corin heard Alisa calling him and stayed in character, reminding her, Corin, who's that? You must call me the Immortal Almighty. Corin was dressed like a clown but looked menacing. I am the Immortal Almighty. Eliminating the others is indeed much easier. The initial plan only involved 3 people. Corin, along with his 2 teammates, Jer and El. They decided to recruit other students to build a powerful force because this was the first step toward achieving success. Jer and El kept praising and cheering for Corin as an extraordinary leader with superior strength. Meanwhile, Corin stood with his arms crossed, a smug smile never leaving his face. The immediate goal was to pass the qualifiers, where only 16 people would remain. To do that, the group needed to eliminate all unnecessary rivals. Corin's plan was very clear. Quickly stabilize their forces, find a safe zone, and recruit more students to their side. Corin did not hesitate to admit that. These students would become human shields to protect the group from dangerous encounters. Not everyone agreed with this tactic. A young mage with short hair showed clear dissatisfaction, gripping his staff and shouting, Take them down now. But before he could act, his companion stopped him in time, preventing him from rushing into a useless confrontation. Boos erupted everywhere. Criticisms of Corin's group being cowardly filled the space. However, Corin remained calm, as if he didn't care at all. Currently, his team was using a perfect defensive formation with giant stone statues lined up to block the front. This mission was simple but challenging. If Corin's team moved the stone statues to the safe zone, each member would be awarded 1 point. Conversely, if a statue was destroyed, they would be deducted 2 points. Sitting grandly on a throne fashioned from one of the stone statues, Corin smugly declared, Follow my plan, and we will all win. The attackers below were boiling with rage. They yelled, calling Corin a despicable coward, and if they let this situation continue, they would lose. All the opponents rushed forward at once, heading toward the stone statues and Corin's group. They taunted Corin, saying if he had the guts, he should come down and fight them one-on-one. The attacking group's plan was to climb the statues and throw everyone in Corin's group down. Corin saw how confident they were and just flashed a devilish smile. He placed a hand on El's head. Lerman also smiled cunningly, acknowledging that the golden moment had arrived, and El had to endure for a long time, but Corin told him, wait a little longer. When the attacking group got close, El immediately unleashed a fireball. The fireball was launched at the group, creating a thunderous explosion that made the attackers scream in pain. The students who took the hit worried that if even the stone statues were destroyed, they would all be doomed. But Corin only gently replied that they still had plenty of stone statues left, so a little damage didn't matter. And this was exactly the difference between the missions of the 2 teams. One team would reinforce their forces by collecting stone statues early, which was Corin's team. The other team would attack and destroy the opponent's statues to earn points as well as defeat the enemy. Push them out of the safety zone. That team was led by Alisa. But no matter what, both sides had their own strategies. Corin flashed a savage smile and ordered his team to take down anyone who advanced immediately. His teammates standing behind him chimed in, understood. He found it quite amusing that the Academy periodically opened up missions for 2 factions to clash like this, and the number of eliminations for both teams was steadily increasing. Returning to the present, Alisa and Corin came face to face. Alisa pointed at Corin in panic, unable to believe her eyes. She hadn't expected Corin to appear here. Corin was spreading his arms, his head tilted high like a clown, declaring himself an omnipotent being. With his eyes rolled back, showing only whites, he looked down at Alisa, standing below with a crazed grin. He called out her name and granted her permission to join his squad for this battle. Alisa, hand already on her sword hilt, couldn't believe what she just heard and asked in confusion. What? Corin tempted her. Remove your attack faction insignia, then join my team. If you agree, I'm ready to make you vice captain. But Alisa flatly refused. Corin ignored her opposition. He never cared if she agreed or not. What he needed was to bolster. With the need for more forces while advancing against the enemy, Corin issued an order. Whoever could drag Alisa into their team would be named squad leader. As soon as the command was given, countless people appeared to attack Alisa from behind, leaving her completely bewildered and clueless about what was happening. The trio attacking Alisa felt guilty, but they couldn't disobey their leader's orders. With a shout, all three lunged toward her. Alisa burst into tears. It turned out these three were originally on her side, but they wanted to switch teams and used this opportunity to do so. Her former teammates were shameless enough to admit that they would rather face her than go up against Corin. Hearing that, she cried even harder. She had trusted them, yet she never expected they would treat her this way. Watching the situation unfold, Corin wore a cunning smile. Peace was only a facade. The nature of this society was to do anything to secure personal gain. Blood splattered everywhere. When humans feel threatened, they will do anything to survive. Morality means nothing in the face of life and death, and they all threw themselves at each other, fighting ruthlessly. Alisa eventually managed to take down the trio attacking her, but she was furious. She declared that enough was enough. Faced with the betrayal of her allies, Alisa had been successfully corrupted by Corin. In her sorrow, Alisa insisted she didn't need anyone to follow her anymore and vowed to fight with everything she had, holding back for no one. Alisa Aiden had officially become a vice leader. The scene shifts to Marietta. She knew that forming a group was the common strategy for everyone in this battle. It was impossible to do anything alone, especially when facing a second-year genius like Marietta. Marietta's group was built on friendship, so many had joined. They were confident they could overcome anything thanks to their unbreakable bond. However, when Corin's army of stone statues invaded, her entire team faced an unavoidable hardship. Marietta was stunned to see Corin. Isabel Kamen quickly stepped in to calm Marietta down, insisting they could win, because even if Corin had more troops, the offensive power of Corin's side couldn't compare to theirs. Then, Corin's sweet voice rang out, a voice that froze Marietta in her tracks for 3 seconds. Corin shed tears, heartbreakingly asking Marietta if she really chose to oppose him like this. Those words caused Marietta's already moved heart to explode. Marietta trembled, unable to say a word. Standing nearby, Isabel Kamen was confused, not understanding what was wrong with Marietta. She didn't realize that their 2 years of friendship meant nothing compared to Marietta's first love. Marietta raised her staff high, her face flushed red. This first love had corrupted her into becoming a savage, just like Corin. She even shouted her intention to join his side. Marietta lunged to attack her own friends. The friend she targeted was still bewildered, unable to grasp what Marietta was doing. Screams echoed continuously, and Isabel Kamen was caught completely off guard. Covered in cold sweat, she couldn't believe Marietta would do such things to their friends. Before she could collect her thoughts, Marietta had already finished off the others and was advancing toward her. Isabel Kamen could only stand there in fear, stammering and speechless. Corin's group of demons cheered excitedly as they witnessed this. Jer praised the new recruit, looking delighted as each person was taken down. After finishing off all her friends, Marietta raised her staff in celebration. She flashed a trademark savage smile just like Corin's. She even boasted that she was the champion warrior. The sinners, corrupted by Corin, were becoming more unhinged. Standing behind him, they kept chanting slogans, "Total victory. Wipe out every obstacle. Move out, brothers." Corin flicked his cape back, grinning from ear to ear. Having teammates do the work was so relaxing. The teachers watching everything through the screen were also breaking into cold sweats. They had no idea what was happening out there. Kang Yua turned to ask Josephine if she knew what Corin was planning, but even Josephine couldn't predict this scheme. But then again, this could also be considered a wild card in this tournament. Josephine admitted that Corin had moves she couldn't anticipate, and everything she thought was happening turned out to be the absolute truth. Corin's group celebrated their rapid qualification like they had won the lottery, everyone dancing strangely atop a pile of stone statues. Although they had achieved astonishing results, they had inadvertently left a dark impression on everyone. The next round was the duo competition. The first opponents Corin's group faced were the twins from the Chen family. They were also second-tier guardians of the academy. The Chen sister launched a barrage of talismans straight at Corin's group. Corin quickly dodged them all. He pointed at the Chen siblings and ordered Alisa to attack. Alisa was startled, wondering why Corin chose her. She braced herself seriously, raising her sword, and chided Corin, saying that everything turning out like this was his fault. She told him to leave these two to her. 2 sharp sword strikes were unleashed. Alisa's attacks landed precisely on target. Both sisters cried out in pain. The match ended quickly. Corin praised Alisa's tactics as being quite good, but a resentful Alisa retorted that she had fought all by herself. Corin had just stood there, giving orders without helping. Corin disagreed. He felt that cheering for his teammates was also a way to add strength. Alisa grumbled, emphasizing that she was very annoyed. Jin Hyo and Kang Yua were watching from the stands. After watching Alisa's match, Jin Hyo realized she was the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, but he felt she wasn't very strong. Kang Yua's sharp eyes assessed Alisa's abilities. She thought Alisa's level wasn't bad when facing weaker students, but the person Kang Yua was keeping her eye on was Corin. She realized the core strength of this team was Corin. Every problem and shift in events stemmed from him. Kang Yua recalled recent ranks and confirmed that Corin was the one promoted to a 5th-tier guardian. In her mind, she thought of 2 formidable opponents she had researched before arriving. The first one Kang Yua was wary of was the Berserker, and the second was the half-vampire, Mariette. But after watching the recent battle, when the Chen sister threw talismans at Corin, he had dodged them so simply. Considering the strength and coordination of the Chen siblings, they weren't weak at all. This only proved one thing. Corin's true power was not to be trifled with. Looking at Corin's silhouette on the arena, Kang Yua remarked that he had meticulous observation skills, capable of making quick and accurate decisions. Coupled with his seasoned judgment of situations, Corin could be considered the strongest among all the students present. Jin Hyo also realized the seriousness of the situation. If they faced Corin, they would certainly encounter quite a few difficulties. Not everyone could go up against someone as cunning as Corin. He hoped they wouldn't have to face an opponent like that. While speaking, Jin Hyuk noticed something. He turned toward the person who had just appeared and let out a grunt. His eyes were immediately filled with killing intent, his face revealing clear hatred and anger. The battle inside the arena was so intense that the cheering and roaring never ceased. Outside the arena, Warren was slowly walking away. Everyone was focused on the matches, so the academy was quite empty. This quiet was completely different from the usual hustle and bustle. Warren closed her eyes. This silence reminded her of that day, the day she became who she was. Looking back into the past, Warren was still very young then. When she woke up after the transformation, everything around her was nothing but flames hot enough to burn flesh. Everything had been destroyed that night. In her head, the only sound ringing out was, "Kill them all. Let them all die." Her home lay in a sea of fire, and she stood alone on a mountain of corpses that had nearly turned to ash. As she was lost in the past, Warren was pulled back to reality by a mysterious killing intent. She realized someone was attacking her. Jin Hyuk threw a straight, lightning-fast kick toward Warren. Warren's sharp eyes seemed to have realized something. She could clearly see Jin Hyuk's technique and attack pattern. She successfully blocked the blow, and Jin Hyuk took the opportunity to retreat and keep his distance. Jin Hyuk was quite impressed by Warren's extreme reflexes, while Warren identified the source of the killing intent radiating from him. She felt the killing intent on him was overwhelming, while Jin Hyuk just blabbered on, saying that not everyone could perceive his attacks, let alone block them. Jin Hyuk lunged straight at Warren. He asserted that he would take her down. Judging by his techniques and speed, she acknowledged that Jin Hyuk was indeed a formidable master. Warren furrowed her brow. She realized this hostility from Jin Hyuk definitely meant something. She asked him if he had known her from before. Jin Hyuk just grunted. He denied what she said, insisting he didn't know who she was, yet his face clearly displayed hostility. His mouth said they had never met, but his face looked like he knew Warren all too well. Jin Hyuk apologized for his over-the-top actions. He claimed he thought she was an acquaintance and intended to tease her a bit, but he didn't expect to mistake the person. Warren was left speechless, not knowing what else to say. She felt a sense of familiarity with Jin Hyuk, but she couldn't remember anything. Regardless, it didn't matter to her anymore. She warned him to be a bit more careful. He laughed and said he would be more cautious in his actions next time. But as soon as Warren left, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, and killing intent continued to radiate thickly. Kang Run observed everything and slowly stepped toward Jin Hyuk. She felt his recent behavior was too reckless. She scolded him for his impulsive actions, saying he shouldn't have revealed his power here. Jin Hyuk didn't think he was wrong at all. He argued that his actions had proven that the Master's 8 gates had an effect on the demi-human. Watching Warren's retreating back, Jin Hyuk mumbled about the powerful monster masterpiece created by the Soul Mages. To seal the monster and save Lan, the 8 gates formation needed to be set up. Kang Run looked at Jin Hyuk's clenched, trembling hands. She knew he was restraining himself, but she still reminded him to stay quiet and wait. For the provocation to work, they needed to wait for the right moment. Kang Run thought about how, when everything ended, perhaps just removing that evil entity from Warren would allow Jin Hyuk to do whatever he wanted. Upon hearing this, Jin Hyuk burned with even more killing intent. Jin Hyuk promised not to act out, because the thing he wanted to do was to kill after mastering the demon within. Finally, the second round of the knockouts had arrived. All the contestants were present at the center of the kingdom of Elas, in the city of Nazaria, where the second round was taking place. At a street tavern, the place was packed. Servers were rushing back and forth, and the sound of laughter and chatter was buzzing. Corin was sitting in the tavern as well. The fact that the second round took place in such a distant location was completely unexpected for him. Remembering when he received the notice from Professor Josephine, she had said the location for the knockout round had been changed by Professor Kang Run. When he received the news himself, Corin was also a bit surprised. Josephine also bluntly asked if he was the one who hijacked Griffin's cargo, but he just flatly denied it, claiming he didn't know anything and hadn't taken it. Josephine didn't give up, asking back, what kind of thing was it? Corin felt guilty and glanced away. Actually, he had taken it, but what he took was the cargo of the former cult, and those were the items Kang Run had secretly transported through the country. Corin recalled the scene of himself leading a group of bandits to loot, and he sighed regretfully. The things he took were items necessary to activate the Eight Gates formation. That formation targeted Warren in the next round. The hijacking of Griffin's cargo had been tracked down by Josephine, but it was all just a play staged by Kang Run and the others to buy time for the purpose of retrieving that contraband. Speak of the devil, Kang Run walked into the tavern where Corin was sitting. Seeing that old man, Kang Run, Corin silently cursed the little rats, whose brains were filled with nothing but schemes. Elisa praised the city of Nazaria, saying it wasn't like the rumors. She asked if he wanted to eat anything. Corin reminded her that the instruction sheet clearly stated not to eat or drink anything in this place. Elisa asked in disappointment why. Kang Run, on the other side, seemed to have completed his task. The old man announced loudly that the 16 people from Griffin Academy and the 16 people from MK3 Academy all seemed to have arrived. Kang Run bowed insidiously and announced the number, 58 minutes. Meanwhile, the other groups were still eating and drinking heartily, laughing and joking. Kang Run's countdown continued steadily. 59 minutes and 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Once he reached 59 minutes and 50 seconds, a few guys drew their swords, taking up defensive stances. Finally, the countdown from 5 began. Corin stood up and grabbed his weapon, while Elisa stood there, completely bewildered by what was happening. She looked back and forth between Corin and Kang Run, confused. Kang Run gave the signal to start, and the talisman in his hand glowed a brilliant gold. Corin immediately attacked a young man holding a chicken leg. Blood sprayed everywhere, and shrill screams echoed out. Elisa was absolutely horrified. She asked him, "What are you doing?" Marietta also swung her hand down, piercing the head of one of the student contestants. The others also coldly slashed at everyone, their heads falling to the ground, blood splattering all over the place. Witnessing the carnage, Elisa still had no idea what was going on at that moment. The tavern was now filled with piles of corpses and blood, leaving only the strongest ones standing. Elisa was so terrified her face turned pale. She couldn't understand what everyone was doing or what was truly happening. Corin noticed the despair in Alice's eyes and urged her to take a closer look at the bodies. She calmed down and carefully observed her surroundings. The creatures that had just been killed didn't seem human. Their bodies decomposed far too quickly, and within the blink of an eye, nothing but muscle and bone remained on their faces. Corin wondered why Kang Run had chosen this place for the second round of qualifiers. As far as he knew, the city of Nazaria had been trapped in a time loop ever since an event that occurred 300 years ago. During the day, everyone acted like normal humans. Daily life went on as if nothing were wrong. But once night fell, the entire city of 1.2 million people would turn into a land of the undead. The haunting, mysterious image of Nazaria at night flashed through Corin's mind. In his memories, this place was an anomaly, also known as the City of the Dead. Once everyone grasped the situation, an announcement echoed from the lit-up tavern, signaling the official start of the elimination round. Kang Run carefully explained the rules for the second stage. Each team would be split up, and their primary mission was to collect moonstones. The deadline for collection was the morning after next, and anyone wishing to quit early would be granted immediate approval. After the lists were posted, the teams received only basic instructions and a backpack filled with necessary supplies. Then, everyone was kicked out of the inn. Outside, about 1.2 million zombies were wandering around. Corin's team, Team D, still consisted of the original members Elisa, Jer, and Elle. Corin walked along, thinking seriously. If he wanted to save Warren, his team had to reach the third round, and only the top 4 teams would qualify. For now, he just had to play by the rules of this zombie festival. The full moon hung high in the sky. Corin had a plan. The truly powerful ones were all in the city center. His group would target the suburbs. The difficulty level there was moderate. Corin threw his spear from high up. Any zombie hit by the strike disintegrated instantly. To pave the way for his plan, Corin alone was enough. The scene shifted to a watchtower in the suburbs. Corin's goal was to climb as high as possible, because high ground makes observation easy. He could spot the zombies carrying moonstones. When zombies swallowed a moonstone, their bodies would glow. Upon reaching the planned watchtower, Elle spotted a few glowing zombies. Elle wondered what was up with those glowing zombies. Currently, Corin was calculating how to collect points safely and surely. He explained that the glowing zombies could be considered the bosses of this round. They had to catch those specific ones. He also emphasized quality over quantity. He suggested that Elle use flight magic to support the other 3. Elle didn't need to attack. Elle agreed with the plan Corin had devised. Lerman decided to use long-range magic to act, but before he could finish his sentence, he noticed something. Everyone wondered what that sudden surprise expression on Corin's face meant. Corin said he hadn't used any magic yet, but the zombie down below had pulled a sword out of the ground with a screeching sound. The Revenant Titan charged toward where Corin's group was standing. Corin didn't understand why they had become the target of this Titan. He broke into a cold sweat. He told Elle to run away, and Elle panicked too. Elle didn't understand why they had to flee, but Corin didn't dare say the reason, fearing the whole group would panic. The Titan targeting them was the final boss of the Central District. Corin warned Elle to use the flight spell immediately, but Corin was a step too slow because Elle had already been hit. The attack was so fast that Corin couldn't even track it, and he broke into a cold sweat. He didn't know what kind of hit Elle had taken. Could it have been Ghost? After being hit, Elle was immediately removed from the match. As Elle was eliminated, Corin, standing there, could only call out Elle's name in despair. A notification popped up, declaring that LB Man had been eliminated. When a player receives a sufficiently powerful blow, they are disqualified and teleported out of the competition area. Seeing Elle thrown out by the system, Corin turned pale with fear. They had been eliminated so soon. Setting Elle aside for a moment, Corin immediately gave orders to Jer and Elisa. The Titan standing below was preparing to unleash its next attack. The Titan threw its blade. A massive wave of power surged from the tip toward Corin. The watchtower was sliced in two, and the top half of the building fell freely. Corin ran ahead, telling Jer and Elisa to climb to the top of the tower quickly and then head in the opposite direction. Jer was frustrated, feeling that every time they followed Corin, something bad happened. The sound of collapsing rock and stone continued to echo. The clock tower had been destroyed in an instant. Dust filled the air. The magnificent, towering structure was now nothing but a pile of rubble on the road. Amidst the debris, the dust began to settle. A stone moved. It seemed something alive was under the rubble. It was Corin's group. He and Elisa were lucky enough to have survived. He quickly checked on his teammate. Elisa quipped that being with Corin was always an eye-opening experience. Corin could only smile bitterly and agree. Corin determined that the first day was pretty much a wash. Elle had been eliminated way too early, and now the only option left for the team was to run until morning. Jer also excitedly agreed with what Corin said, but they hadn't been happy for long before Jer was grabbed by a gigantic hand. Jer didn't know if he was sleepy and hallucinating, but he saw 5 giant toes on the hand holding him. A gargoyle-like demon had appeared out of nowhere and snatched Jer up. Jer could only scream for help. Corin was stunned, having no idea what was happening. Elisa warned Corin about the thing that had just appeared. Corin looked closely at the creature, his face darkening as he sighed. He had anticipated the worst-case scenario, but never expected it to actually happen. The White Soul King had appeared, a powerful monster that had been drawn to them by the commotion Corin had caused. Corin felt things getting harder and harder. Between the giant titan, the abyss demon, and now the White Soul King arriving in his location. All 3 of Nazaria's bugs were present, and each was of elite level or higher, while Corin and Elisa were now surrounded, with all paths of retreat blocked. Elisa anxiously asked Corin what to do was at the end for all of them. Corin just clicked his tongue in frustration. All 3 monsters attacked Corin and Elisa at once without even coordinating. Corin gritted his teeth, not knowing what to do. He had clearly calculated every way to try and stay in the game, but it seemed like everything was forcing him to stop right here. Just as they were about to fail this round, a blinding light suddenly appeared from the sky. Even Corin was surprised by this strange phenomenon. Corin turned back, a strike as powerful as lightning, carrying blue electricity, aimed straight at the Titan, causing the entire area to shake with its power. Corin realized this wasn't an attack, it was just a blinding flash of light meant to obscure their vision, causing the area to tremble with its power. Corin realized this wasn't an attack, it was just a blinding flash of light used to obscure their vision. When he saw the object emitting that dazzling light clearly, Corin realized it was a spear. He seemed to recognize the origin of the spear. A hand reached out, gripping the shaft as a cloaked figure dashed past Corin, telling him to head this way before leaving. Elisa ran over to Corin to check on him. Seeing he was okay, she asked about Jer, but Corin just stood there, stunned, unable to say a word. Finally, both Corin and Elisa decided to leave. In a dark alley, Corin leaned against a window frame, breathing heavily. The mysterious person asked if he was okay and was glad no one was hurt. Because he had run with everything he had, Corin was trying to steady his breathing. He thanked the mysterious person for the help, but he was curious about the origin of the spear in their hand. The mysterious person replied that she had some questions of her own. She took off her hood. She didn't understand how Corin had learned her spear techniques. Hearing this, Corin's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe his ears. Elisa also seemed surprised by the mysterious figure's appearance. In truth, the moment they met, Corin found the voice incredibly familiar. The mysterious person glided up to Corin, looked him up and down, and nodded, saying, "So that's how it is." When he saw her gliding movement, he recognized the technique as the silent god's step. Looking closer into her eyes, those crystal blue eyes like a clear stream, he became even more certain of this woman's identity. This person was Nua, Corin's master from his past life. Aaron smiled, confirming that he was indeed her student from the distant future. Corin was still stunned, asking why Aaron was in this place. Back to the past, during the second-year winter break, Park Sihu was waiting for Corin in front of the principal's office. Seeing Corin, Park Sihu scolded him for being so slow. Corin just dodged the question and scolded Park Sihu back for being rude. Corin got straight to the point. "Why did you call me here?" Realizing he was standing in front of the principal's office, Corin's jaw dropped in surprise. Before he could grasp the situation, Sihu knocked hard on the principal's door. The door slowly creaked open. Park Sihu knew Corin had mentioned wanting to get stronger, so it seemed Park Sihu had found someone to teach him. He looked into the room, which was flooded with light. Park Sihu's voice still echoed in his ears, saying he would introduce him to a mentor who could help him grow stronger. Aaron sat in the room looking out. The moment she saw Corin, she recognized him as the one who always hung around Park Sihu. She greeted him first. That was the connection, made possible by Park Sihu's gamer privileges. And that was the first time Corin met his master, Aaron Danua. Back in the present, zombies were still wandering every corner of the city. One specific house had been protected by powerful magic to keep the zombies out. After setting up the defenses, Aaron walked inside. She explained that regular zombies couldn't enter the building. Elisa politely thanked her and offered Aaron some of her chocolate. Aaron sat in a chair, saying she appreciated Alisa Aden's kindness, but one shouldn't eat food from another era here, so she reminded Alisa to be careful. Watching Elisa continue to eat the chocolate in her hand, Corin sifted through the knowledge in his head about this place. This was 300 years in the past. Because the timeline was looping, eating food from 300 years ago could lead to two possibilities. 1. The food would return to its original timeline. 2. The person who ate it would be trapped in the past. Having known the consequences, Corin had never broken the rules. But if someone did, something was bound to happen. Seeing Elisa eating happily, Corin broke into a cold sweat. He sighed and said, "Whatever, just eat it and see." Elisa asked why Aaron was here. Aaron instructed Elisa to call her teacher. Corin remained silent. Aaron took a sip of water and said she understood the general idea. Elisa brought up a topic to discuss, mentioning Corin's mentor from the distant past. And since Aaron had been in this city during the events 300 years ago, Elisa wanted to know more details. Corin felt like he had just heard an unintentional hint from Elisa Aden. He felt like everything was truly a mystery. Nazaria City was a place where time repeated itself. Everything had a loop. Corin watched Aaron drinking tea, unable to shake his suspicion. Why could Aaron move around normally with such clear consciousness? Aaron stood up to answer Corin and Elisa's questions. She said it was because she was friends with the god of death, which was why she could be so free. Corin heard this but still didn't understand Aaron's intentions. Aaron walked toward the window. "This Nazar city uses a type of ancient poison to create zombies. I am here to prevent the birth of the undead king." And Aaron also announced that the undead king was about to appear in the city center. Upon hearing Undead King, Elisa was surprised and a bit bewildered, but Corin remained the same, acting unusually calm. Corin stood up, leaning on his hands. He said that if such a thing was going to happen, they should head out immediately. Aaron didn't want Corin to go because, fundamentally, this was her business and had nothing to do with him. He just turned to ask her one single question. "You need my help, don't you?" Aaron smiled. She admitted that Corin was a sharp kid. Corin and Aaron were running with all their might toward the city center. Corin knew from the very beginning that Aaron had no intention of refusing his help, because the main mission of this qualifying round was also the main task he had to overcome. He had to work with the mysterious swordswoman Aaron to stop the birth of the undead king, Nazaria. Elisa noticed something and signaled Corin. He just grunted in response. Deep down, he was still thinking about how helping Aaron was something he couldn't have refused from the very start. The Titan roared, waving its blade to command the undead soldiers standing in front. Looking at the Titan, Corin knew he had to eliminate the 3 undead lords to weaken the immortal king's power. The Titan swung its blade hard, the wind-tearing force of the strike creating unimaginable power. Although the attack was fast and decisive, Corin and Aaron dodged it with ease. Teacher Aaron and student Corin combined their spear skills to unleash a powerful, sweeping technique. Then, they both swung their spears, coordinating a fierce wind-piercing technique that lit up the entire sky. The Titan couldn't react in time and raised its hand to block. Corin thrust his spear at the Titan, but unfortunately, the Titan blocked it with its blade. However, Aaron seized the moment, sliding beneath the blade and using the blind spot to attack the Titan. Just as planned, Erin thrust her spear straight into the Titan's stomach. Realizing the plan had succeeded, Corin immediately signaled Alisa. This was the moment. Alisa had been waiting. The second she heard the signal, she drew her sword. With a decisive strike, Alisa beheaded the undead Lord Titan. Alisa landed gracefully as the beheaded Titan, unable to hold onto its blade, collapsed to the ground. Corin took the massive, glowing moonstone from the Titan's body. Alisa stood by, waiting for a compliment. Corin had to admit that with just one more person on the team, the difficulty level had dropped significantly. Corin admired Erin's strength, while Erin just looked at him and smiled. She told him he worked hard and that he could stop for the day. The sun had begun to peek out in the east, glowing behind the buildings. Usually, when on missions outside, teams would set up camp to rest at night. But in Nazaria, it was the opposite. The city was perfectly safe during the day and extremely dangerous at night. The scene shifted to a house where the morning light had bathed everything. Alisa had fallen into a deep sleep. Someone outside called in, asking if Alisa was asleep yet. Erin teased Corin, asking why it mattered if he and Alisa slept in the same room since they were just kids. But he propped his chin on his hand and insisted he wasn't a kid, so she changed how she addressed him to kiddo. After all, Erin had taught him everything, so what else could he be if not a kid? Corin didn't answer. He looked away, mentally listing the techniques Erin had taught him. After hearing him, Erin acknowledged that he was indeed the disciple she had chosen. But what she hadn't expected was that the child she picked was just an incredibly ordinary kid. Hearing this, Corin became even more pensive. In reality, Erin had chosen Ban as her successor, but 80 years later, she regretted that decision. Corin knew everything, but he chose to say nothing because he didn't want to bring more sorrow to someone living in a timeline frozen 300 years ago. While lost in thought, Corin didn't notice Erin poking his cheek with her finger. Erin was sharp and noticed Corin's reflection. She asked him what he was afraid of. Erin felt she was so lucky to have a student who loved his master so much like Corin. But he just thought Erin was overthinking things. Erin realized what was worrying Corin. She only needed to hear a few words to know that her own future didn't seem very bright. Corin immediately objected, but she just scolded him, calling him a silly student. Didn't he know how formidable his master was? Recalling the sad memories of his past life, Corin answered Erin's question in his heart. When facing countless evils and enemies, Erin was the one who stood up to fight. At that moment of life and death, Erin had stepped forward to block the enemy, because she wanted to buy time for him. But Corin couldn't accept Erin's actions. Facing that situation, Erin became someone with incredibly reliable shoulders. She asserted that she was an adult, and it was her responsibility to protect a child like Corin. Watching his master's back, Corin felt devastated. Erin was the teacher who had led, educated, and changed Corin, and she was the one who sacrificed herself to protect him. In the past, Erin had turned back to look at him with a smile on her lips. Even knowing the outcome would be impossible to overcome, she still comforted Corin, telling him everything would be okay. Corin remembered that scumbag Park Sihu. He always blamed himself for not realizing that man's true face sooner. And he even asked himself countless times if he could have saved his master had he eliminated the threat of Park Sihu first. Even though he knew the future, he still failed time and time again. And every time that happened, he had to find a way to fix his mistakes. He remembered that giant bird whose single wing flap was enough to cause immeasurable consequences. Then he remembered that the purpose of participating in this festival was to rescue Warren, but everything had gone off course. And now he was in this city. Even meeting his respectable master from 3 years ago in this very city, everything was beyond his calculations. Even one unexpected variable could ruin everything. He closed his eyes tightly. He couldn't shake the thought that he would fail again. That thought haunted him, making it impossible to drift off to sleep. He accidentally spoke his thoughts out loud. Erin heard him and immediately asked, "What are you afraid of failing at?" Corin was startled, as if he'd been spooked. Erin laughed, saying that only a fool keeps dwelling on the failures of others, while someone who constantly questions their own failures is actually a smart person. At least Corin fell into the smart category. Corin fell silent, asking Erin in return if she would still be able to say those things if she suffered the same failures he did. Erin hugged her student from behind. She admitted that she was someone who had been failing continuously. Her hug took Corin by surprise. Erin continued to talk about her failures, but in the end, she closed by saying that her best decision had been choosing him as the heir to her spear techniques. His eyes widened in surprise. Erin kept hugging him. Erin was the queen of the sanctuary. She would bless the path ahead for Corin, so she advised him to get some rest, sleep, and everything would be fine. Corin nodded. In his heart, he repeated Erin's words, wondering if things would really be okay, or if he could truly save everyone. The scene shifted to where Warren was standing. She was participating in the individual qualifiers. a festival held between the two academies, Mkaba and Griffin. On the stage, Warren's opponent kept attacking, but she didn't fight back at all. The spectators couldn't believe what they were witnessing. No matter how the knight attacked, he couldn't touch Warren. He shouted in despair, "Why?" Professor Josephine advised Warren, "Don't be too serious." The knight was so broken that he climbed right onto Warren, grabbing her head and throwing a tantrum, telling her she should go easy on him. Corin's words echoed in Warren's ears. He had told her that the world was full of weak people, so she should treat them gently. Another opponent swung an axe straight at Warren's head, but it didn't even faze her. Corin's words still echoed, saying that her very existence was a threat to others, so he hoped she could cooperate to get through this festival smoothly. The knight who failed to land the axe blow could only bow his head and sob, admitting defeat. Warren just said, "How boring," and didn't fight back. Warren remembered her martial arts lesson with Corin. Even though it was just a lesson, it was much more interesting than these current matches. Corin, in the past, when teaching Warren, had started the training with very simple things. While having a meal with Professor Josephine, Warren frankly admitted that Corin's strength was far superior to that of ordinary people, and Josephine agreed. Josephine made a comparison, admitting that no one could match Corin. Warren didn't want to lose ever again. The lessons Corin had taught her were deeply ingrained in her bones after days of grueling practice. Remembering the techniques Corin had taught, Warren clenched her hand into a fist. She threw a punch using the extreme fist technique. A dragon's roar resonated as a force shot out, heading straight for the opponent. The dragon flew past the opponent, knocking the axe out of the game. The axe exploded right before his eyes. A phantom of a dragon glowed behind her, making him break into a cold sweat. War realized she might have overdone it, but her face remained expressionless. Her opponent was so terrified he couldn't even stand, dropping to his knees and screaming, "Monster!" Warren didn't reply. She was too used to those words to even feel angry anymore. Warren placed a hand over her heart. She didn't feel sad, yet she couldn't understand why her chest ached so painfully today. Time passed, and finally, the last match of Group C began. Warren's opponent this time was a student from Griffin Academy. War had assumed this guy would be just like the previous opponents. Sihu greeted her first. The greeting caught Warren's attention. Sihu's killing intent poured out like water. He wore a savage smile while greeting Warren. Sihu unleashed two skills in quick succession: Heaven, Wind, Palm, and the armor-piercing Crescent Kick. Every high-speed strike carried immense damage, yet Warren stood calm and motionless. Sihu attacked again, killing intent wrapping around his entire body. Even War had to admit that Sihu was incredibly strong. The spectators exploded with excitement, realizing Sihu was completely different from previous players. Sihu launched a flurry of strikes, aiming straight for her face, but Warren remained still, showing no intention of blocking or dodging. With a loud boom and a cloud of dust, a massive collision occurred right in the arena. Once the dust settled, Sihu's eyes went wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. War stood tall, completely unmoved, and the ground around her hadn't been affected at all. Outside the area where she stood, the rest of the ground had been pulverized, sinking a meter deep. She calmly asked Sihu if he was finished. With the power of a jasa, Warren's defense was nearly absolute. If this technique had been used on an ordinary person, no one would have been able to withstand that kick. War advised Sihu to give up, as continuing would be futile. But Sihu only gave a savage laugh, incessantly calling Warren a monster. Sihu even scolded her, saying it was too late for her to act merciful and kind. War was angered by his words. She retorted, "What is that supposed to mean?" Sihu gritted his teeth, emphasizing the mercy she was trying to show by refusing to strike back. He claimed that mercy should have been reserved for his family when they were murdered. The more he spoke, the tighter he gritted his teeth, the sound grinding in the air as his pupils shrank. Sihu vowed to kill Warren, no matter the cost. He had been lucky to survive that day, but others hadn't. His tear-filled eyes looked at the scene of devastation, smoke and fire filling the sky, corpses scattered everywhere. He clutched his loved ones as hatred blinded his reason. War couldn't believe her ears. Fear and remorse flickered in the depths of her eyes. She couldn't believe anyone had survived that night. The scene shifts to a forge in Nazaria. In a room filled with books, a voice kept shouting, asking what had happened and why his calculations had failed. The immortal king. The dark mage Geron looked at his book, trembling. He felt that something was wrong. His gaunt, skeletal body looked like nothing more than skin and bones. He frantically insisted that the current timing was perfect and that this was an opportunity, a miracle granted by the heavens. He looked out at the peaceful scene, bewildered. He couldn't remember if he had activated the second magic circle, and he didn't understand why. Even though his ritual had succeeded, everything remained so calm. It seemed Geron had realized the time loop. He still held memories of performing the ritual successfully and undergoing his transformation, but he had been sent back to the time 3 days before the ritual took place. He didn't know who had meddled or how they could make time repeat like this. This was the first time he had realized something upon returning to the loop. He screamed in terror, "The witch!" He was certain this was the witch's doing. Jiron threw the door open and rushed outside. He still clearly remembered Erin's face, a spear-wielding witch with silver hair and blue eyes. He ran as hard as he could across the green grass. After 300 years, he had finally identified the source of everything, Erin. But he didn't know how or by what means this had been repeating for 300 years. Jiron stood on the ground, looking up at the blue sky above. He realized that the barrier trapping the city in an endless loop was still clearly visible in the sky. Looking at the heart of the formation and the ancient runes within, Jiron guessed that Erin had used the power of the moon, absorbed to its maximum, to reinforce the magic circle she had carved into the city. That pure magic power was tempered by a force purer and more intense than any great mage in history. Jiron's eyes focused on the massive formation in the sky, silently assessing the power of the one who created it. He also noticed a strange object engraved into the magic circle. It contained power, so terrifying that he recognized it immediately. It was the language of origin, a special type of ancient rune that had been forgotten and lost 300 years ago. The stone-absorbing moonlight, engraved with the letter N, symbolized the meaning of primordial. While he was intently studying it, Jiron didn't notice someone approaching. That person greeted Jiron, successfully grabbing his attention. Jiron laughed loudly when he saw the one who arrived was Erin, and he was ecstatic to finally realize he had been trapped in this formation for 300 years. He even realized that Erin was the one who caused it all. Garong laughed manically, his bloodshot eyes deprived of sleep showing pure joy at having found the key to the problem. He laughed loudly, declaring that because of Erin, time in this city kept repeating endlessly. Erin was the one who caused everything. Erin just stood there listening without responding, nor did she refute or argue back. Erin's eyes held only coldness and cruelty. She gritted her teeth and called out the name of the undead king, Jiron. Just a single call struck Jirong's body with such force that it made him unable to move, his mouth letting out a moan of pain. Garong's body swelled and distorted. He was transforming, his eyes turning dull red like those of Satan. Being forced to transform like this caused him unbearable pain. Tears streamed down his face, and his eyes rolled back repeatedly. Standing to the side, Erin simply reminded Garong to play his part well. On the second night in Azaria, the gloomy city under a starry sky, Alyssa and Corin carried out the plan they had discussed earlier. Alyssa intentionally used herself as bait to lure the AB streaker. She drew her sword and decisively sliced it in two. Corin did the same. On his side, he had already finished off the White Soul King. They had successfully destroyed 3 undead kings, the Abyss-screaming monster AB Streaker, the White Soul King, and the Titan. Even though Corin and Alyssa aren't high-ranking guardians, they both managed to defeat high-level undead bosses. Alyssa beams, cradling the moonstone in her hands. She excitedly shows off the loot they just collected to Corin. He sits atop a pile of demon corpses, lost in his own thoughts. The reason they could hunt down demons so easily in this city crawling with undead is all thanks to Erin Danua. Erin smiles happily. Their only remaining goal now is the undead king. Corin rests his chin in his hand. He knows Erin must have done this hundreds, even thousands of times. Erin's guidance is truly masterful. A plan so perfect, there's not a single flaw. Finally, the afternoon of the third day arrives, and the final boss they were forced to face appears. Jiron stands in the middle of the street, radiating an overwhelming grudge. Their mission is to defeat Jiron before he can fully awaken his power. The undead king, Jiron. The dark mage who sparked the uprising of the Nazar undead army 300 years ago and the man obsessed with becoming the king of the dead. Alyssa feels slightly disappointed upon seeing Jiron's true form. She turns to the gently smiling Erin, questioning if the person standing before them is really the undead king, Jiron. Because even though this undead king is deformed, he doesn't look very intimidating. Corin guesses his appearance might be due to an incomplete evolution process. Erin ponders this and agrees, noting that his soul hasn't been fully demonized yet. He also lacks the cunning of a true mage. Corin dismisses it all. He tells the others to step back. Hearing this, Erin is confused about what he intends to do, and she watches as Corin suddenly charges forward alone. He wants to take down Jiron by himself. Alyssa screams in a panic, trying to stop Corin. Regardless of his appearance, Jiron is still his super-tier boss. Corin agrees with Alyssa. Even though he's an incomplete monster, fundamentally, Jiron is still an undead king resurrected by a dark, forbidden ritual. Jiron's power certainly far exceeds Marietta's. Calling him a super-tier final boss is no exaggeration. Corin runs close to Jiron. He greets him first. Jiron senses something coming for him. Corin uses his Deathbolt skill, striking Jiron squarely with lightning. The purple lightning crashes down, shattering everything nearby. Corin feels the terrifying power radiating from Giron. After the attack, he just exhales, realizing that Giron is certainly no pushover. The undead king Giron growls, releasing his power. He unleashes consecutive ultimate attacks, from Death Curse to Death Wind, and finally, Apocalypse. The power from Giron causes houses and streets to shatter and collapse. Alisa is shocked that Giron can cast such high-level magic in rapid succession, and he doesn't even need a cooldown. Alisa, shielding herself from injury, asks Corin anxiously if he's okay. That Giron thinks he has annihilated his opponent, so he laughs gleefully. The undead King Giron never expected that he would be under constant attack. In Corin's eyes, his power is only mediocre. He uses infinite reversion to slice Giron to pieces. Because he wasted so much mana, he couldn't withstand his final move. He unleashes his finishing strike, Nacha Max Slash. Finally, the undead king Giron becomes a puddle of blood at Corin's feet. Those who focus too much on raw power like the undead king are even easier to deal with. If you can overwhelm him with skill, you can easily toy with him like a weak boss. Furthermore, Nazaria is a recurring mission. He has already killed him thousands of times before. Alisa is also stunned by the result. Corin killed Giron way too easily. She feels like he is getting stronger every day. Corin thinks she could probably handle him even easier than he did. He notices that Alisa is alone, and she just realized that Aaron has disappeared. Clearly, Aaron was standing right next to her just a moment ago. Corin secretly speculates, deciding to go find Aaron by himself. Before leaving, he tells Alisa to stay and watch out for undead. Alisa watches his retreating figure, wondering about Aaron, looking down from above at the desolate, smoke-filled city. There is truly nothing to see here. Corin finds Aaron standing, all by herself, looking down at the unremarkable ruins below. Coming up beside her, he asks her if this is not the first time the undead king Giron has appeared. Aaron admits to what he just said. This has happened 36,539 times in total. Nazaria resets the Demon King's subjugation mission every 3 days. The dark mage Giron exploited an eclipse to turn the entire city into undead. This happened 353 months and 27 days ago. 1.2 million undead suddenly appeared and then vanished along with the undead king. Corin also learns that Aaron has repeated this 36,539 times. Every 3 days, Aaron destroys the Demon King Giron. Corin asks her why this loop exists. Aaron smiles, gently answering his question. She is the one who created this city, and if those 1.2 million undead were to leave the city, the entire continent, the entire world would instantly vanish. The Heaven Calculation runestone appears along with countless glowing magic circles in the sky. Aaron used ancient runes to interfere with Giron's magic circle. After hearing the truth from Aaron, Corin cannot fathom the resurrection of 1.2 million people. Doing things like this is truly too cruel. A gloomy voice echoes from the void, saying that he will understand soon enough. Corin recognizes this voice. It is none other than the Reaper, the one who always carries chains and a sharp scythe by his side. The Reaper says he will continue to watch him, for he is a man who dares to challenge death. Perhaps the Reaper already knows that Corin is a regressor. The Reaper is an entity created by the system to collect the souls of the dead. The Reaper's duty is to ensure the collected souls are reincarnated into a new life to continue the cycle. Thus, the undead, those who repeatedly escape death and reclaim their lives, are the Reaper's greatest annoyance. Nasri has also repeated this for 300 years. Aaron admits she is the one who created this 3-day loop, which is why the Reaper came here to destroy the primordial runes that pollute death. But she once made a pact with the Reaper because the undead would turn the lives they killed into undead as well. Going back to the time Aaron met the Reaper, she seriously pointed out the dilemma that if those 1.2 million undead left the city, all of humanity would become undead, and there would be no souls left to continue the cycle. Because of this sharp ultimatum, Aaron forced the Reaper to make a choice: either ignore the cycle of 1.2 million souls or face the collapse of the entire world, and the Reaper chose to make a pact. The contract between Aaron and the Reaper consists of 3 conditions. As long as these 3 conditions are met, the Reaper will not interfere with the 3-day time loop. The first condition is that Aaron must defeat the immortal Giron. After that, Giron's memories will be reset to 3 days prior. Once everything is reset, Aaron is forced to leave the city. That is the second condition. Finally, Aaron, the creator of the 3-day cycle, will no longer interfere with this loop. Consequently, the existence of the immortal Titan, the hellish monster AB Streaker, and the White King will slowly be defeated. The immortal King Giron will be executed on the 3rd night. The 3-day cycle has repeated for 300 years. Returning to reality, Aaron sorrowfully recounts everything. Gradually, everyone is exhausted. After 20,000 times, Giron finally realized he was trapped in the 3-day loop. Corin is frustrated. He doesn't know how much longer Erin intends to keep repeating this. How much longer can her mind endure? How much longer can she continue to kill Juron? Corin shouts at Erin. He asks her how long she intends to keep this up. Does she plan to repeat these 3 days forever? Even though she is exhausted, Erin continues as long as she can. She can understand why Corin came here. He is trying to save someone, and he is also saving many others. What Erin says reminds him of the image of Warren, and Erin advises him to leave quickly. Watching Erin's lonely back, the Reaper can only remark that saving the world requires sacrifice. Corin is an outlier. Erin does not belong to this world. She will intentionally ignore his existence. Finally, Erin turns and walks away. Erin sacrifices herself, leaving no one able to recognize her. They don't even know how she sacrificed herself. Thinking of this, Corin grinds his teeth. He is furious. He knows she is always thinking about sacrificing herself. He remembers the image of his master from his previous life, how she accepted putting herself in danger to protect others. That is why Corin respects her so much. She is a lone person fighting to protect the world in silence. However, Corin thinks of another solution when considering the Reaper. Corin calls out to the Reaper. Erin turns around, surprised, confused about what Corin is trying to do. Corin reaches his hand toward the Reaper, offering to make a contract. He will not give up, and he will not let any opportunity to save his master pass by. Erin tries to rush over to stop his actions, but it is too late. The light from the established contract shines out, blocking her, but she keeps approaching. A golden marble glows on the scale. The Reaper finds this situation very interesting because the person making the contract is a liar. The Reaper praises Corin's courage. A man who deceives death wants to make a contract with a Reaper. The scale is tipping toward the larger purple marble. Small Corin stands before the authoritative Reaper. The Reaper looks at him and asks him to state his desire. Making his request, Corin wants to cancel the contract established by Erin. But first, the Reaper must give him a treasure of the mortal world. He wants it to be at least rank 10 or higher. Like any other contract, Corin must use something else to trade for his desire. Corin thinks for a moment. He promises that within half a year, he will clear out the entire city of Nazaria, which is being overrun by the undead. The Reaper pauses for a few seconds. Stunned by Corin's grand promise, the Reaper asserts that he cannot do this. Even though he is small before the Reaper, Corin ignores the Reaper's doubts. Whether he can do it or not is not for the Reaper to decide. He just needs to place it on the scale. Corin asks the Reaper about the fairness of his contract. A second later, the golden marble on the scale grows larger. It glows brighter and brighter. After measuring the weight of the contract, the Reaper replies that the contract is not yet fair enough. Wiping out 1.2 million souls is not yet equivalent to Corin's reward. The Reaper says this, yet the weight of the golden marble is already many times heavier than the purple one, proving the contract is still unbalanced. Realizing the problem leaves Corin stunned, and the Reaper demands that Corin choose a number. Only then will the scale return to balance. Corin breaks into a sweat, thinking. The odd number refers to epic items in the top 10. If he has to choose, Corin is certain about that number. After weighing everything, Corin decides to choose the treasure he wants. After the contract is settled, Corin walks over to where Erin is standing. Erin is still in a state of panic. She did not expect Corin to dare do such a thing. She rushes toward him, wanting to know what he has done. Seeing her running up, Corin is also surprised that she waited for him so patiently. Corin tells Erin about the contract he just made with the Reaper, that within half a year, he must purify Nazaria. If he succeeds, Erin's contract will also be voided. Hearing the conditions of the contract, Erin can only shout in helplessness. She can only say he is crazy, because she knows that if he doesn't fulfill the contract with the Reaper, even his soul will be gone. He will be stripped of the right to reincarnation. Responding to Erin's worried words, Corin slowly lowers his voice with respect and says to her, "I'm sure this is what I learned from Erin." Corin grips her shoulders, telling her what he is doing. He learned it from Erin, which makes Erin pause. She seems a bit surprised. At first, Corin only thought of this as a game, but in the most dangerous, most difficult moments, standing before a world of smoke and fire with monsters lurking around, he met a grown-up. That was the first time he met a true hero, a hero he couldn't protect. You stood alone against the whole world. You sacrificed yourself while protecting me. The moment she turned back to smile at him while standing amidst the ruins and smoke makes his heart ache uncontrollably. Corin grips Erin's shoulders even tighter. This time he wants to save her. This time he will definitely not fail. He is no longer the weakling he once was. It's not something as grand as saving the world. What he is doing is very simple. Smiling brightly, he sees what he is doing this time as just a repayment under the peaceful, starry night sky. Erin is facing a monster with tumors all over its body. It wields a strange staff, and this is a long time later in Nazaria. The monster screams in fear, continuously shouting, "Witch! Witch!" It unleashes all its magic to resist. Life has continued for 3 years. The monster is attacked continuously. It can no longer defend itself. Finally, Erin makes it explode completely. This event repeats just like this again today. Erin takes off her hat, sighing. The city is still a hellhole full of chaos. Erin stands alone, looking down at the ruined city. The mechanical activities have been repeating for 3 years, and she has had to fight this terrible schedule all that time. The reason is nothing special, just because she is a hero. She is the last saintess left in this land. The Queen of the Shadow Kingdom has now vanished into the void. Erin Danua has always been aware that she is someone special. Living like a hero is something she has long accepted as her fate, and even now, she continues to live that way, still playing the hero. But the only difference is that for the first time, she heard someone say they wanted to save her. She had always thought that the duty of saving others belonged solely to the hero. Because she took on the hero's mantle, she had to set aside her own emotions, even neglecting to take care of herself. Yet, Corin claimed he wanted to save her to repay her kindness. Erin pulled her hood back up. It was Corin who stirred the feelings buried deep within her subconscious during those 3 lonely years. He told her he would always be by her side. Erin blushed when she remembered Corin and the things he had said. She was moved by the genuine care she received from someone else. The Reaper, watching from the side, was pleased with what he witnessed. After all, Erin was an old friend who had accompanied him for 300 years. He mused that even a hero could fall into the net of love. This wasn't bad at all. The Reaper thought back to the contract between himself and Corin. He felt things were going to be difficult. Even though he had let the boy choose a number, he never expected him to pick something like that. At that time, Corin had decisively chosen that item, the one he wanted. He picked the Reaper's orb, an item for pure attack with no defense, a single strike capable of separating body and soul. It is a supreme treasure of death. It possesses the power of the Reaper's scythe when the player equips it to their weapon. However, its power is only at its peak when used by the Reaper himself. For humans, it only provides moderate ability, and for someone who cannot perceive souls like Corin, it was the worst choice possible. Having said that, the scales of exchange were no longer unbalanced. That meant the reward Corin chose was perfectly suitable for the exchange. The Reaper thought more and more about it with delight. He rested his chin on his hand and clicked his tongue, amused. He didn't know what Corin was planning to change, so he was very curious. The scene shifts to the entrance of Nazaria City. Kang Run stands with his arms crossed, deep in thought. The qualifying round is nearing its end. 8 teams with a total of 32 people from Borim and MK3. Only half of them will be able to move on to the next round. At 6:50 in the morning, the scoreboard shows the points for each team. The first team of Borim Academy, Kang, Yua, and her teammates, reached a total of 558 accumulated points. The second team of MK3 Academy, with the inclusion of the demi-human Mariette, reached 499 points, while Mariette's teammates were still prattling on about some kind of spells. Mariette also agreed that if their team hadn't shattered the Moonstone, they might have been able to take first place. The final scoreboard was listed. Team 1 558 points, Team 2 499, Team 4 160, Team 3 155, Team 6 126, Team 8 98, Team 7 55, and Team 5 had yet to return. Everyone looked at the scoreboard and confirmed that the victory this time definitely belonged to Borim, and perhaps there was nothing left for them here. Some felt lucky to have survived. Others discussed how their final attack looked somewhat similar to the Mandrake Bandits' attacks. The 2 young men eliminated early, Jur and L, were still extremely anxious because none of their teammates had returned. MK3 Academy is good at team building, but their skills are generally only at a mediocre level. And speaking of weak, one thinks of Team 5. Corin's team even had the nickname, the Incompetent Corin Squad. Right from the start, the team members didn't expect much. The others also joined in the gossip. They said that apart from Teams 2 and 5, there probably wasn't any other group from MK3 Academy with a chance to enter the inner round. Corin's team even lost 2 members as soon as they participated. How could they possibly turn the tide in that situation? Kang Run heard this and felt quite pleased, inwardly cheering. Borim would have 3 teams in the finals, and that Maba Academy he disliked would only have 1. While they were discussing loudly, the hotel room door opened. Corin's morning greeting echoed inside. Elisa realized they were late. Elisa realized there was only 1 minute left before they would be disqualified, so she heaved a sigh of relief. Corin waved his hand, saying they were here anyway. Kang Run cleared his throat, scolding Corin and Elisa for being late. Elisa heard this and resentfully blamed Corin for wanting to eat after finishing the job. Corin didn't want to wait too long to eat. Moreover, the 2 were in the middle of a challenge. If they didn't take the time to eat, when would they ever get to? Kang Run annoyingly reminded Corin's group to submit their products so he could update the scores. In his heart, he was certain that Corin's group would be eliminated. Elisa placed one stone on the scale. Kang Run continued to actively mock the group's score, certain it would be super low. What he and everyone didn't expect was that, with just the first stone, the scoreboard jumped to 250 points. Everyone's jaws dropped. They couldn't believe the number 250. Kang Run immediately concluded that Corin's team was in third place, but Corin cut him off because he hadn't finished submitting all the moonstones yet. 3 moonstones from 3 undead kings were placed on the scale. Everyone was terrified at the sight. They asked where Corin's group had gone to hunt for moonstones. Could they have gone straight to the city center to hunt the 3 legendary monsters? The surprises weren't over yet. Corin brought out a blood-red moonstone. That was his final item. The moonstone of the undead king, Zhurong, was placed on the scale. The points on the scale jumped dizzyingly. Everyone was shocked out of their wits. Kang Run's whole group stared with eyes wide and mouths agape as they read the number 1,000. The scoreboard showed the total points Corin's team received was 1,768. Corin gave a thumbs up, saying awesome, while old man Kang Run still couldn't believe his eyes. The final ranking showed that Corin's team took the lead with 1,768 points, and the 4 teams moving to the finals were Team 5, Team 1, Team 2, and Team B. The carriage was waiting outside. The morning atmosphere was very bustling. Elisa asked if Corin would be going there again, right? Corin just hummed. Then he affirmed that he had to go, and it seemed Elisa had discovered Corin's intention to save Aaron. Elisa announced that she and Marietta Dunalbev would go with Corin next time. Elisa smiled beautifully. She didn't want him doing everything by himself. Even though she didn't know what his plan was, if Corin acted like that, it would make Cassat worry. Corin was very surprised to hear that. He always thought Elisa was just a fool, but it seemed he was wrong. He agreed with Elisa and thanked her for thinking of him, but he also warned Elisa that she might get tired because there was still a lot of work waiting for them ahead. Corin closed his eyes to rest, but his mind never stopped calculating. He wanted to study how to use the power obtained from the Reaper. That worldly treasure was a bit different from his original expectations, but the orb of the Grim Reaper could become a hidden, special item for his actions this time. Corin remembered the lonely silhouette of Warren when she insisted that no matter what he did, it would be useless and no one would help her. Corin smiled confidently. Who knows? Perhaps the thing he got from the Grim Reaper would be the secret trump card to save that child. Returning to school, Corin immediately went to find Warren, but he was met with shocking news. Professor Josephine announced that Warren had been detained. In the past, there was a little girl named Lan who was deeply loved by everyone. Not seeing her sister, she happily ran over to hug her because they hadn't met in a long time. Yua was also happy to see her younger sister again and asked how her health had been lately, but Lan was an unfortunate child who had never been able to step outside on her own due to a critical illness. Her complexion was always in a state of exhaustion. It turned out that Lan possessed the yin vein body, a body cursed with self-destruction, a place where infinite yin energy overwhelmed the yang energy, breaking the balance in her body. Lan had carried that curse since birth. Her father, Kangoo, had tried every way to cure his daughter, but no remedy could resolve the yin vein. Lan's father was so devastated that he searched frantically, leaving the room in a mess. A happy, peaceful family had just vanished like that. Lying on her sickbed, Lan tried to call for her father, and he didn't hesitate to call her name. If one had to say there were 2 unhappy things in this happiness, the first was Lan's cursed illness. Every breath was a struggle for her. Kangoo was determined that he would definitely save Lan. And here is the second thing. To save Lan, Kangoo could do anything, and his expression changed as if he had become a completely different person. And that was Kangoo's innate talent. Being known as the greatest soul mage of the era was the second thing. Kangoo had spent his whole life searching for a powerful source of yang energy that could restrain the yin energy within his daughter's body. He ran everywhere looking for medicine, but the wall of the yin vein was something that human effort could not overcome. And from there, Kangoo changed his way of thinking. If there wasn't enough yang energy to suppress the yin, then he just needed to find a way to drain the yin energy. And so, a creature bearing innate yin energy, with rows of incantations carved onto its body, a monster most familiar to a soul mage who is tasked with guiding the unfortunate departed souls back to Mother Earth. Kangoo had accidentally turned his daughter into a zombie while she was still alive. The zombie held fire properties, and that was the moment she was born. Jin Hyuk's blood boiled to his brain as he recalled that mercy. His eyes flared with rage because that mercy should have been for his family when they were murdered. And without needing to say more, Jin Hyuk decided to kill the person in front of him. Surrounded by a sea of raging fire, he was determined to kill the person before him. Ahead, all around, were corpses lying in a heap. Warren was bewildered by life, looking at the things happening before her eyes without understanding what was going on. Kang Ryan took advantage of this moment and ordered the fire to kill all humans on this land. No living creature was allowed to exist here. Jin Hyuk immediately scolded Warren, calling her a monster, a cold-blooded, heartless monster. Not only that, Jin Hyuk said Warren was still pretending to be a good person even now, truly disgusting. But Warren was so bewildered she didn't understand anything and wanted to deny everything. Jin Hyuk did not stop mocking Warren's body. Warren was not Lan, but just a monster that had stolen Lan's body. But she still denied it, thinking this was Warren's own body. Suddenly, a hand appeared from below and grabbed Warren's foot. That dry skeleton cursed Warren to die, but immediately switched to begging Warren to just go die. The words were filled with sincerity, because Warren's father had been torn apart by that skeleton, and it would bury Warren under the name of the royal family. The skeleton then switched to grabbing Warren's throat, cursing her to die. Voices of grief also rang out, saying she shouldn't have been born at all. The silhouette of Lan appeared, terrifyingly demanding her body back. Warren was so terrified she burst into tears, repeatedly insisting that this body was hers to forget reality. All the voices rushed at Warren, making her feel it was all so noisy that she unleashed her power. Powerful life threads flew toward Jin Hyuk, forcing him to painfully use his hands to shield and protect himself. In a moment of extreme fury, golden chains were fired out. They tightened around Warren's body. The chains tightened to the point that Warren collapsed. She only had time to say that she deserved this body, while Warren was still lost in her delusions, muttering that she absolutely must not lose this body. Many others surrounded her, waiting to torture Warren. Returning to Professor Josephine's office, the professor seriously explained why Warren had been detained there. After Corin heard everything, he had somewhat anticipated this. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon. After Corin heard everything, she had somewhat anticipated this turn of events. She just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Do you wonder if that's the real reason behind those two seals? Professor Josephine immediately felt as if he had figured something out. She pushed up her glasses slightly to confirm it was true. Professor Josephine added that Warren was restrained by Sen's chains and the Eastern talisman was keeping him in check. However, during the battle with Jinhee, both talismans were burned to ashes. Around that time, Bishop Jinyang used that as an excuse to, covering Warren's loss of control, and in the end, under Professor Kang Run's direction, Warren was hauled back to the east. They also decided to forge a new talisman to suppress Warren's overwhelming power, but something still felt off. Corin pondered if they made such a harsh decision against her just because one of those two forbidden spells was destroyed. It felt a bit hard to grasp. And now, trying to pin the blame on the Academy for failing to control Warren was truly ridiculous. Errol Casa appeared out of nowhere from behind, popping up to ask Corin and figure out just how much he already knew. Judging by Errol Casa's expression, it looked like the cat was already out of the bag. Considering this whole mess, it seemed Professor Kang Run, the guy from the east, was plotting something behind the scenes. Corin had already anticipated this move, so he suspected whether Errol Casa had planned to let Warren fall into those people's hands and suggested leaving the rest to him. Even though it was a bit rushed, his reliability on this matter was top-notch. Corin also laid out his desired outcome straightforwardly, ensuring everyone could live their own lives without anyone being left behind. At that moment, the heroic legend of Arhat kicked off with Act 3, featuring the soaring Yaksha, and this boss was going to be a bit different from the previous ones. Professor Josephine fell deep into thought. Errol didn't say a word either, and trusting the characters and the plot meant being forced to choose between two outcomes, either save Hoa or save Lan. But either way, the easiest choice, just like Park Sihu taking the shortcut of picking only one, was the most efficient route. But Corin didn't care about that kind of playstyle. Kids make choices, but adults take everything. And the main mission right then was Hoa and Lan, boasting an A+ difficulty, along with extra conditions. Back in the dungeon, her voice echoed continuously. War sat there, only able to cling to the thought that this body belonged to them. But suddenly, Kang Run appeared out of nowhere, casting doubt on whether that was even possible. War had no idea who this person was. However, Kang Run proudly stepped up to introduce himself as the uncle of Kang Lan, the original owner of the body that was currently being hijacked. War only spiraled further out of control, demanding that Janet give the body back because it belonged to Warren. But Kang Run felt there seemed to be some misunderstanding. Kang Run knew War wanted to claim total ownership of that flesh. Recalling that scene from back then, when Kang Run ordered Hoa to wipe out all of humanity on this land, demanding that not a single living creature be allowed to exist here, Kang Run put on his manipulative facade, whispering that he could help Warren. Kang Run's face looked like a venomous snake, smiling as it offered a sweet, poisoned apple to a child. A voice called out for Hoa, but a shadowy phantom lingering behind muttered that it was impossible, a voice that could never reach Warren. Kang Run then muttered that while that body was supposed to be theirs, it hadn't even been truly touched once from the very beginning. So, 2 days after returning from the preliminaries, everyone finally got some downtime. This was likely meant to give some breathing room to the students who had just come back from Nazaria. Therefore, Corin went for a stroll around town with Marietta Dunalbev. The two of them needed to prep thoroughly before Kang Run's faction made their move. Corin turned to ask Marietta if she had set up the stall in front of the inn yet. Marietta let him know that the stall reports had already been filed since yesterday. He was genuinely curious about how much revenue they brought in, and Marietta didn't mind telling him. As for those meat skewers, the ingredients were supplied directly from the Dan Epp family. All they had to do was brush a little sauce on the skewers and sell them at triple the price. Thinking about it, he grinned wide, imagining piles of gold coins because that day had finally arrived. And this was the sweet payoff of sightseeing. Those griffins were going to bleed dry. Right on cue, Marietta spotted the magic stone-throwing game booth. The arcade owner seized the chance to call Marietta over and invite her to try a throw. Suddenly, he looked kind of familiar. The guy had popped up again this year. He started introducing the two of them to the magic stones, explaining they were defective pieces from the quarry broken down into smaller chunks. When Marietta Dunalbev touched one, it felt a bit unusual. The booth owner enticed her further by saying that if she touched it, it would feel soft, which made Marietta curious enough to try. And it really was soft. The vendor, knowing how to pitch his product, claimed it wouldn't normally be like that. Because magic stones absorb mana exceptionally well, their attributes change easily. That was why they were typically used as raw materials for crafting magic staves. Seeing this, Corin grew suspicious that something this squishy could blow up at any second, and he needed to check. In a flash, Corin grabbed one and held it up. With his finely honed javelin and stone-throwing skills, Corin's accuracy at such close range was a piece of cake. It was practically 100%, hitting the bullseye dead center. The owner stared in sheer disbelief, announcing a score of 95 points, while Mari beamed with joy. The higher the accuracy, the smaller the blast radius of the defective magic stones used during the festival, and, conversely, the lower the accuracy, the wider the blast radius. Looking back at the game, Corin had tested almost every piece of gear and spell that penalized accuracy just to hit 0%. And with his detective-level deduction skills, the result meant the blast radius would expand up to 100 million. If he exploited this, he'd get quite a result. Corin walked up to the vendor and offered to buy out his entire stock of magic stones, promising to pay double the price, leaving the bewildered owner scratching his head as to why this guy wanted to buy such a massive quantity. Corin just offered a dangerous smile without answering. Obviously, these stones were meant for a special technique that only veterans knew about, and Corin came here strictly for this. The atmosphere around him turned gloomy as he chuckled sinisterly at the scenarios playing out in his head, making Marietta think his smile looked way too shady. But out of nowhere, he asked her if a carriage transport company affiliated with the family would do, and also requested the carriage schedule, leaving Marietta completely baffled as to what he was scheming. She only saw that he felt someone was about to return. The carriage whipped its horses into a gallop and sped off. The governor called Yua over for something. Right at that moment, Waiwa shoved a peachwood talisman right into Warren's mouth, the ultimate nemesis of Jiangxi. Yu glared coldly upon seeing the contrasting reaction. Warren couldn't take it, collapsing to the ground and coughing violently. Yua warned Warren that it would be best not to pull any tricks before they reached their destination. Jin Hyuk sat quietly in a corner, pondering if it was really going to end just like that, since the talisman only seemed to make Warren waste away. But for Waiwa, that was more than enough. After all, the goal was to purge the evil spirit from Lan. Yet upon hearing this, Warren grew even more furious. Yua looked deeply annoyed as she explained it to her, reiterating what she had already told Warren. At a certain point, Kang Run would split the two apart, leaving more terrified and utterly confused. Yua coldly explained that she would either vanish entirely or turn into a malevolent ghost, startling War into a panic because she refused to lose this body. Iwa just calmly explained that she would either disappear or turn into an evil spirit, which startled Warren, as she didn't want to lose this body. Yua disregarded everything because that body never belonged to Warren in the first place, and that was something War needed to understand. War was absolutely furious. The man driving the car outside noticed strange noises but couldn't tell what was happening. If he hadn't looked, he would have realized it was just a bell. But immediately after, a massive vehicle appeared, scaring the man out of his wits. A collision happened almost instantly. The impact was so strong it sent the car flying. The car was thrown into the wall. The man who had been driving collapsed on the road, helpless and in pain. Kang Ryun appeared out of nowhere and asked if the two people with him were hurt. Yua and Jin Hu, being quick-witted, reported they were fine. But how could there be a bombing raid here without Kang Ryun knowing about the plan? Seeing a small orb drop to the ground, Kang Ryun realized he was facing a formidable opponent. The environment turned into a blood-red landscape, leaving Jin Hu confused about what was happening. The bandits, seeing the situation, cheered because things had reached a stalemate. And why hesitate now? It was the perfect time to loot all the valuable cargo. Suddenly, they spotted Warren lying on the ground, growling, and felt they had hit the jackpot when they saw such a beautiful girl. The ringleader, wearing a clown mask, laughed happily and ordered them to capture Warren, claiming he would handle her himself. Meanwhile, at the professor's location, Josephine heard a loud shout announcing a kidnapping, leaving everyone there clueless about what was happening or who the victim and kidnappers were. A man in a brown suit rushed in, reporting that 5 minutes ago, a mysterious group of bandits had attacked Griffin's carriage carrying VIPs. They had kidnapped Warren, which shocked Professor Josephine so deeply that even though she hadn't cursed in 35 years, she let out an exclamation of disbelief. The bandits quickly rode off on their horses at full gallop. Warren sat on the horse, questioning her existence. She asked what the heck was going on. She saw Corin holding her, reminding the others not to cause trouble while he was away, adding that he was coming to rescue Warren. But War only thought it was useless. Corin explained that if she let those people take her away, she would be in danger. But to Warren, that had nothing to do with him. Corin didn't care about the details. To him, simply living under the same roof meant it was his business. Deep down, Corin felt lucky to be in time, because if he had let Kang Ryeon take Warren away, he would surely have forced her soul out of her body. If that happened, Hwaho Ran would surely disappear. War just remained silent and deep in thought. Who knows how much time had passed? The sky had turned dark. One of the bandits returned to tell Corin they had arrived, so he would stall for time and leave trails as agreed. The man took the bag of gold, feeling overjoyed and hoping for a happy partnership. Corin was polite, wishing him a good life and hoping they wouldn't cross paths again after doing such bad things. But looking at that grinning face, he probably got a lot. Suddenly, while everything was calm, she fell, leaving Corin wondering what was wrong with Warren. Warren's complexion hadn't been good for a while, but she only mentioned that the people who took her had made her drink something. Hearing that, he excitedly guessed if it was some kind of charm, but if it were Warren, it was probably just a cold, though it would take a few days to recover. In the vast wilderness, he said something to Warren that made her scream, wondering what Corin was planning. Getting no answer, she only saw him trying to run. Quickly, making Warren struggle and beg to be put down so she could run herself. But Corin stubbornly reminded her to stop trying since she couldn't even walk. Corin didn't mind because Warren was light anyway. Warren didn't like this at all and tried to tell Corin that she was uncomfortable and wanted to be let down. Corin ignored what she said and told her to keep a debt note, which left Warren speechless. Back on Kang Ryeon's side, after the bombing, Yua and Jinhu stayed sharp. Yua told Kang Ryeon they were fine. Jinhu couldn't believe who would dare to bomb them, and Kang Ryeon didn't know what was happening either. The atmosphere turned red, leaving Jinhu confused. Who am I? Where is this? The barrier seems to be having some issues. Mariette stood on high ground, looking down, deciding that was enough, and recalled Corin's instruction that stalling for about an hour would suffice. From the outside, the barrier looked like a round ball surrounding them as if to swallow those inside, causing screams from within. The spirit beasts from inside appeared to jump scare Kang Ryeon's group, leaving Jinhu foolishly wondering what was wrong with his barrier. Kang Ryeon turned to call Yua. Yua, with great intuition, understood what Kang Ryeon wanted and replied that she would go after him. Mariette also noticed this strange occurrence and was shocked to see her teammate using the run away if you're scared tactic, scolding her because she at least had to keep the other two occupied. Mariette couldn't believe someone had bypassed the barrier and just prayed that Corin would be safe. Meanwhile, where he was, it was raining heavily. Warren's condition was getting worse for unknown reasons. Carrying Warren in his arms, Corin was restless. The journey was already long, and in this situation, they could only find a place to rest first. Suddenly, he spotted a strange figure appearing right in front of him. Yua landed and struck her coolest pose. She thought they had gone quite far, but the person in front of her looked familiar. Without a word, Yua immediately pointed her weapon at Corin, leaving him wondering how Yua could have caught up to him. Not only that, she had even crossed the barrier. He tried to protect Warren in his arms, but was accidentally grazed by a dart, causing a wound. Even though War was sick and nearly ready to meet her ancestors, she still tried to ask if the person helping her was okay. But Corin, with his extraordinary body, comforted Warren, saying he was fine because he was worried about not being able to protect her while fighting the enemy. Corin had to place War under a tree and told her to wait a moment, but Warren was terrified and didn't know what to do. Corin looked at the situation behind him and repeated her question. In situations like that, just jump in and fight, don't hesitate at all. Corin charged in to beat Yua up. Yua saw him charging at her face surprised but not shocked to see that he didn't run away. Corin expressed his opinion that he was just eliminating the least viable option as soon as possible. Both sides lunged at each other like moths to a flame, relentlessly trading blows without holding back a single bit. Yue wasn't just using physical attacks, she was also battering Corin mentally, questioning whether he even had what it took to defeat her. Right after that, Yue launched an attack that sent Corin flying backward. But with his wealth of experience and the protagonist's plot armor shining bright, he quickly used his weapon to brace himself against the ground. Facing such a heavy blow from someone of a lower level like Yue, as expected, she had clearly poured every ounce of her energy into that strike. Looking at the woman in front of him, Corin realized this was the Sword Master, the strongest female knight, she a griffin also known as the Sword Fairy who possessed an overwhelming amount of aura. The fact that her aura was so terrifyingly immense it could be seen with the naked eye was the clearest proof of her power. Yue subtly reminded Corin not to hold back, to act like he was at home, and to go all out against her, not to mention he also possessed battle aura. But who would have thought? Corin's battle aura was something he'd acquired through tricks. It was a trump card meant only for desperate situations, along with a reincarnation magic core he had obtained after defeating Vanya. Looking back, though, it seemed more like a useless card. It could only store a massive amount of combat aura trapped like a dam with no way to release it. Seeing Corin didn't seem to want to go all out, Yue decided to play along. If he wanted to hide his strength, Yue would force him to reveal it. Yue unleashed a dragon-slaying technique that caught Corin off guard. He hadn't even had time to analyze her move yet. He struggled to hold his ground, trying to process everything. He immediately decided to use his first form, Dragon-Slaying Slash, with the mindset, if you want to play, I'm ready. Corin's wild, fierce technique summoned a spectral dragon. Corin gave it his all to fight his opponent, holding nothing back, and unleashed his heaven-shattering evil slash. One technique after another followed the Breaker Spear, then the Severing Slash. The battle intensified to the point where anyone watching would need an oxygen tank just to keep up. After what felt like an eternity, the battle finally came to a halt. Corin knelt on the ground, exhaling deeply. Man, that was intense, he thought. He really almost kicked the bucket back there. Yue had fought seriously without holding back, but faced with Corin's nonchalant attitude, he thought it best to keep quiet. Yue stared at her opponent, reflecting on the techniques she'd unleashed. She was sure they would lead to victory, yet she hadn't even managed to leave a scratch on him. She was genuinely curious about his identity. But instead of asking what was on her mind, she wanted to know why he was so determined to protect Warren at all costs. But there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He was the kidnapper. After all, Yue introduced herself as Warren's cousin. In her eyes, Warren was a monster, a cruel and heartless demon. Corin must have heard about the massacre at Luna, right? Hearing this, Corin only felt pity for humanity. The ones who caused the suffering were walking free, while those below were left to slaughter each other. Yue didn't seem to grasp what he was trying to say. He wanted her to understand how brutal the martial arts schools in this country truly were. They were constantly challenging and sabotaging one another. That was the reality. But the more Yue listened, the less she understood. Before she could react, he unleashed his speed-based power, the swift light slash. Realizing the danger, Yue leaped from the branch she was standing on, quickly closing the distance to Corin. This time, Yue was so furious that her aura turned black. She stared straight ahead, confirming once more if this guy really wanted to openly challenge her. The man in front of him stammered as he shouted his name, revealing he was the master of the Elisa Martial Arts School. His full name was Elisa Aiden. He voiced his desire to challenge her, leaving Yue so flustered she wanted to curse out loud. Corin egged him on, praising Elisa Aiden for being a swordsman with such a unique mindset to issue a challenge in such a desolate place. He was truly full of life. Not knowing how strong he was, Elisa Aiden still confidently swung his sword, running forward while expressing his admiration for Yue and asking for guidance. This left her completely speechless. Not understanding what was going on, she still raised her hand to block the strike, wondering, he's serious. She was confused, did this guy actually think he had successfully challenged her? Elisa Aiden didn't care about the situation. He just winked at Corin, telling him to focus on his own business. Corin, knowing how to seize an opportunity, gave a quick word of thanks. He happily carried Warren away, feeling relieved that there was nothing left to say, and decided to bolt so the other two could have their moment. This wasn't what Yue wanted. She could only shout helplessly for him to stop. The sky began to clear up. Corin tried to wring out his white shirt, muttering to himself about whether this was good luck or bad luck. But he put that aside for now, as the weather was at least helping him escape by hindering the sharp senses of the guards and knights sent to find the hostage. Sitting in the cave, Corin tried to wring the water out of his clothes, silently thanking the weather for delaying the pursuit. He didn't forget he was here with Warren and turned to check on her condition. But Warren just lay there, unresponsive. It was a terrible situation for a hostage to be in. Feeling her forehead, Warren tried to apologize. She told him she was running a fever, and with no other options, he had to provide emergency care right there. Gently cradling Warren in his arms, he took out a vial of medicine, telling her to drink it so she would feel better. The medicine Corin gave her was a high-grade elixir. After being soothed by the medicine, Warren asked where she was. He explained that this spacious place was the territory of the horned bear. When they can't find a suitable cave, horned bears carve large hollows in trees to make their dens. Just as he finished speaking, Corin noticed something. Warren's condition was getting worse, and it would take a while for the medicine to kick in. Corin sighed, and Warren noticed. She was a bit worried when she saw him preparing to leave, but he honestly told her he was going to hunt for a bear, since there would definitely be horned bears nearby, and he'd take its fur to keep her warm. Just then, a bolt of lightning flashed. It made Corin pause for a few seconds. A hand grabbed his pant leg, and he turned back. He saw Warren trying to sit up, even though her breathing was erratic. On her face, she showed a sincere plea for Corin not to leave. While Corin was getting everything ready, Warren recalled what she had experienced. The words "my beloved daughter" had always been buried deep in Warren's subconscious. It was the first thing she heard when she opened her eyes. A strange man stood in front of her, weeping uncontrollably, calling her daughter as she finally regained consciousness. From Warren's perspective, the man was just a master, looking down at her with tear-filled eyes. The man called her daughter and also called her Lan. Seeing the tearful scene, she felt nothing, as she had just been born. Knowing only that it was the name they used for her, she repeated the word the man had said without understanding its meaning. But he was overjoyed and hugged her tightly in his happiness. But that very moment, that was when Warren realized, instinctively, that she needed to play the role of Lan. Because if her father found out, this man would immediately abandon her, and she was terrified he would go off searching for the real Lan. She couldn't even count how many times she had unintentionally imagined what the future would look like after she had to return this body. But it wasn't long before this fake life started to crumble. It all fell apart over something trivial. That was when the man she called father coldly let go of her hand and said that she wasn't his daughter, leaving her frozen in shock. That was the first time she had ever really seen what blood looked like. It happened when she was ordered to eliminate a sea monster ravaging the city, a command her father had demanded of her. Just then, standing next to Warren was an uncle who had come to heal her, laughing incessantly at the sight of a Jiangshi zombie so easily slaughtering a low-level demon. This uncle was the one who had named her Hoa Fire. From that very moment, while he was praising her for completing the mission her father had assigned, she saw only greed and schemes in Kang Ryun's eyes. Warren also had to endure the indifference of her father once he realized she wasn't his daughter. That was also when she truly realized her own value. And after that, whatever they wanted, the city lord, the royal family, or the Taoist, Warren had to obey their every whim, becoming nothing more than a mindless killing machine. It didn't matter if it was a demon, a ghost, or a human. Remembering the moment she was grabbed by those skeletal hands and the scattered memories she had seen people turn to dust, Warren thought she needed to get rid of the weak original to possess this body entirely for herself. And just like that, Warren transformed into someone else, and the flying yaksha was born. Seeing a stone with strange carvings on a pile of straw, it seemed its name was Tiu Nyat. Little Moon Warren was resting when she suddenly saw Corin handing her something. She wondered what was going on, but he just thought she liked the darkness, though more importantly, he wanted to give her what he was holding. Corin covered Warren with a piece of cloth to act as a blanket. Even though she resisted, saying she didn't need it, his stubbornness prevailed. He made her take it without a single complaint. Because the night was very cold, and since dawn was nearly approaching, Corin hoped Warren would sleep nicely, and he would wake her up once the sun rose. Surely, the rain would stop, making Warren sit there feeling so embarrassed her face turned as red as a tomato. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand what Corin wanted, so she asked him directly. This was natural, as in the past, everyone she had ever met had always wanted something from her. For her father, it was the daughter he had lost. For her cousin, it was a healthy younger relative. Or for Kang Ryun, it was a weapon that could slaughter anything. Everyone wanted something from Warren, but Corin just stayed silent, saying nothing. He wanted to know if she still remembered the first time they met, leaving her confused about his motives. Since she didn't remember, Corin didn't mind telling her about the time she had confided in him, saying, "I am not the owner of this body. I am just a thief who usurped it without any right." And in that situation, just like now, his answer remained the same. Being born isn't a crime, and in Warren's eyes, this answer was an incredibly unpredictable move. But for some reason, right after that, Warren became angry, calling it an irresponsible thing to say. She shouted loudly, believing he didn't know anything about the danger of using such flowery, reckless words to let a monster go. Even though Josephine and the headmaster knew the truth, his words to her were just empty platitudes. Thinking he could turn a monster kind-hearted was laughable. Not to mention, Thinking this world could change, he was just playing the I don't know anything card. In Corin's view, whether the world changes or whether a monster can turn good, he didn't know. His goals simply stemmed from wanting to save the people right in front of him. If one looked at Corin's past, he had also been one of those suffering in misfortune, and among them all, he was the only one who could save them. Hearing such an answer, Warren was stunned, and Corin felt sure that answer was enough. Only then did Warren speak her true heart, saying she was afraid. As she spoke, she curled in on herself, because she knew full well this body wasn't hers, it never had been, from the start, and everyone kept saying she had to return it. She knew perfectly well she would have to give it back, she knew it very clearly. But what she was afraid of was the scenario. What would happen to her after she gave it back? It left Corin to just silently watch the scene. Warren helplessly lifted her head, desperate for an answer. The only thing she wanted to know right now was whether she should return this body or not. Corin pondered for a moment. His words about her needing to return it hit her like a blow to the nerves. Disappointment piling upon disappointment. She had to close her eyes and accept it, because in the end, Corin was just like everyone else. But before she could finish, he spoke up, suggesting they talk things out first and figure it out later. He happily proposed to Warren that she would be the landlord, and he would pay the deposit and the rent. He wondered if she was open to the condition of living together, leaving Warren completely startled by this unpredictable situation. Warren panicked, telling him that those two issues were completely different things. Besides, Corin knew exactly what she was, but to him, that didn't really matter all that much. In his experience, there were plenty of humans who did far worse things than monsters, not to mention those who pretend to be heroes while secretly slaughtering others. So, what truly matters is one's choices and actions. That is the ultimate truth. Corin lay down next to Warren, acting like he was at home, and told her that her nature didn't matter because she hadn't made her choice yet. He also firmly told her that he would help her until she made her decision, so she didn't need to worry and could just rest easy. Seeing that, she let out a sigh and decided to just go to sleep. Corin didn't mind yawning, but this still gnawed at Warren, as the outcome seemed set in stone from the beginning, and she couldn't just give up. Looking at Corin's silhouette, Warren felt conflicted, unable to tell him the truth because it would affect the only hand reached out to her. This caused Warren endless pain. She couldn't take that hand, nor could she let go. The very next day, as soon as the sun rose, Warren asked Corin where he was going, but he seemed to be looking for something, muttering that it must be around here. Looking at the state of what was left, everything was scorched black, making it useless. But suddenly, he found something. Corin said something to reassure Warren about what could be salvaged from the lightning-struck jujube tree. In his hand was a piece of lightning-struck jujube wood, and since they had come to this forest, he figured this piece of wood would be useful. Corin asked once more if Warren was really a jiangshi, and confirmed whether she knew that a jiangshi with overwhelming yin energy would have certain weaknesses. This was the first time Warren had heard of this. Gently placing the lightning-struck jujube wood in her hand, Corin explained that this item possessed immense yang energy and was often used to ward off evil spirits, but if Warren consumed it, something would happen. Corin explained to her that the yin and yang within her body would be balanced, and it would temporarily neutralize her jiangshi characteristics. Warren didn't quite grasp this advanced knowledge. He slowly described what would happen if she ate it. If she ate it, she would lose control of her body, making Warren even more terrified and doubtful of her existence. She threw the piece of wood away, not understanding why Corin had given it to her. He just picked it up, and this was the moment Warren had to make a choice, because she couldn't just keep being selfish, enjoying the benefits without taking responsibility. Corin knew exactly what became of those who only thought of themselves, and he didn't want Warren to become such a person. Corin just wanted her to choose, so once again, he placed the piece of wood into Warren's hand. Regardless, she had to take responsibility for her choice. However, this came so suddenly that Warren couldn't react in time. Just as they were reaching the crucial moment, a voice appeared out of nowhere, wondering why Warren was here, causing both Corin and Warren to look toward the source of the sound. The stranger, radiating a greenish-black aura, advanced toward Warren, expressing fury that a monster like her had already taken up with a guy. Corin sensed the situation was going south and pushed her aside, leaving Warren confused about his intentions. Corin was straightforward and didn't hold back, rushing forward to tell Warren that no matter how far she ran, Iwa and Yuwa's subordinates would hunt her down. That was why they needed to settle this right here, right now. Jinhee called out Corin's name, but he retorted that his name was Imathan. But Jinhee didn't believe him, assuming Corin had become so shameless that he had resorted to disguising himself. Jinhee quickly used a high-speed attack, unleashing a storm of power. Both of them dove into a fierce fight. Jinhee raised a leg, finding it quite interesting perhaps because the monster had seduced him. Corin also gave credit to his opponent for being able to use alchemy without a formation. Immediately after, he attacked his opponent by asking for a rematch. And just like that, Jinhee got pummeled, as everything was thrown out with terrifying speed. The speed was on par with Yuwa, perhaps even faster. Jinhee tried the storm technique once more, but Corin felt it was too reckless, leaving too many openings. Only then did Jinhee realize it, but he couldn't counter. He decided the game was over. But suddenly, talismans appeared from nowhere, pouring in. The sky turned fiery red, leaving Corin confused about what was happening. Kang Ryun appeared out of nowhere to inform him that whatever he did was useless, as the talismans were created based on the 8 trigrams formation. It caused his thoughts, muscle control signals, and the flow of internal energy to not respond as he wanted. He had fallen into a trap. Corin cursed, but Kang Ryun was unfazed. Kang Ryun slowly walked toward Warren, making her step back in fear. Decisively, Kang Ryun slapped a red talisman onto Warren's forehead, forcing it on her. Although she resisted at first, slowly, Warren's eyes grew heavy, and she couldn't control her body. Warren stood still like a statue, making Yuwa curious about the talisman Kang Ryun had just applied. Kang Ryun understood what Yuwa wanted to ask, and confirmed it was a talisman to seal Warren's consciousness. Once the consciousness and soul were lost, she would be erased by the Great Destruction formation forever. At that point, Yuwa realized that finally they could bring land back. But Corin, behind them, kept struggling. If he couldn't fight, he used verbal threats, warning Kang Ryun that he would pay for his delusions. By now, Kang Ryun didn't even look at him, simply leaving with his companions and leaving Corin to become food for the monsters. Corin screamed in agony, unable to let Warren just disappear like that, trying to call out to her, but it was hopeless. How meaningless. Left alone in the vast forest, Corin suddenly stopped screaming, but strange sounds began to emanate from his mouth. He shifted from painful collapse to sheer delight as the plan had gone so smoothly. A moment later, a pack of wolves with eyes shining brighter than car headlights stepped closer toward him. They surrounded Corin in a circle, growling hungrily. Then, each one seemed to be gathering spiritual power, preparing to do something. One opened its massive jaws and howled. Corin's expression remained calm, with not a hint of anxiety or panic. Suddenly, some scraps of paper were torn to shreds. It turned out the pack of wolves was biting at his clothes, but Corin looked very focused, keeping his face buried toward the ground. Then, he smirked with a sinister look, sensing that Kang Run had left. Immediately, he reverted to his cheerful, gentle demeanor, having rubbed his aching shoulder, happy that everything was settled. The 2 golden wolves were the same. They looked up at him, grinning and praising his acting, though they noted he was a bit over the top. Suddenly, Colin wondered if Len and John were done with their task. Their smiles vanished, replaced by tears. Len and John fell silent, swallowing their laughter. A moment later, the 2 girls transformed into their human forms, puffing out their chests confidently because Lenia had taken care of it. Then, she wondered why he had asked them to do this. Colin brought his hand to his mouth, smiling heartily. He figured it was just a small matter. A thought suddenly crossed his mind, and Colin wondered if this could be called a conspiracy theory. At the old castle, surrounded by lush green trees, a voice exclaimed, "So, inside this place is Kang Yua." She frowned with a serious expression, looking at someone as she asked, "Have you still not found the person who stole the artifact, and have you still not found a replacement?" The plump butler sat respectfully before her, his face looking a bit awkward. He advised her to be patient, explaining that like Yua and her accomplices, this place was beyond his reach. Yet Kang Yua remained unmoved and suspicious. It seemed they had brought along something significant. The man's face suddenly turned pale. He glanced at her, silently cursing to himself. These followers of the cult, if it were before, they wouldn't have dared to talk to a bishop of the church like that. Thinking that, he continued to believe they always hid in the shadows and were not the type to easily reveal themselves. While speaking, he told himself he had to endure it because the church was weakening and he needed their power. Kneeling before Kang Yua's steady, judging gaze, the fat man couldn't stop rambling. He said that he had found a merchant guild that could provide a replacement. They were traders who had been dealing with the East for a very long time. Today, those merchants would bring the goods here. She vigilantly asked for the name of the merchant guild. The Mandragora Guild. As soon as the words were spoken, her eyes became sharp. It seemed she had heard that name somewhere before. Beneath the clear blue sky and bright sun, the MC's announcement echoed across the land. Finally, the most exciting part of the festival had arrived. The team finals had begun. Inside the dressing room, everything could be heard clearly. Who would be the winner? Mingled with the MC's voice were the boisterous sounds of the bustling crowd. Where is it? Meanwhile, Kang Ryun suddenly appeared with a sinister smile. He remarked that this was good, as it was still intact. In the corner of the room, a girl wearing an all-black outfit with a black talisman marked in red, stuck to her forehead, sat huddled with a sorrowful expression. She gripped something tightly in her hand and ordered, "Let's go." At the same time, outside, the audience was cheering wildly under the MC's direction. And now, contestants, please step onto the arena. The qualifying round for Kang Yua's team, brackets A and B. Kang Yua stepped out with a dignified look, walking confidently alongside the other members. Next, Mokareba Academy for brackets A and D. Mariette and Elisa stepped out. Seeing only that, the MC wondered, Team D is missing a member, right? The host stared at them, confused that team leader Corin was missing. He didn't appear in the qualifying round either. The MC assumed he certainly wouldn't participate in the finals, but suddenly, something made him stutter. From within a steel blade, a voice of smug arrogance suddenly echoed across the sky. At the moment of victory, I will personally lead you to the Van Law Gate. Yua witnessed this and felt annoyed and somewhat surprised to see that bastard still alive. This crazy guy stood confidently on stage, raising his hands high and shouting, asking everyone who was ready to give it their all. Hearing that, the crowd behind him cheered loudly. Immo Than. Immo Than. He wore a face like a failed version of Jer, acting disdainful as he sarcastically asked the professor if the match could begin yet. Kang Run immediately nodded. Very well, while waving his fan, releasing a surge of golden energy. He didn't forget to remark, that troublesome kid, I must admit, he is special. I declare the test has begun. As he finished, the ground seemed to shake violently. The formation's landscape gradually took shape, while at the same time, the rules were announced. Inside the formation, 8 gates will constantly change, enchanting those who are trapped. Whoever finds the right path, reaches the center, and retrieves the golden dragon seal will be the winner. With those words, a golden dragon with glowing eyes and long whiskers appeared. The golden dragon stood in the center, surrounded by other creatures and the 8 trigrams Great Annihilation formation. The players saw this and broke into a cold sweat, wondering, is this a maze? Damn it, I'm starting to get confused. An announcement sounded. The formation deployed, transforming the entire arena and separating the contestants. One person, eyes filled with killing intent, holding a fan with a glowing purple cross, wondered. She didn't know what he was plotting, but the ancient poison had already been deployed. Now, you cannot escape. The girl in the all-black outfit was still sitting motionless, holding something in her hand. On this side, the screen suddenly began to glitch, leaving everyone confused about what was happening. Why was the footage being interrupted? Beneath the flickering screens, a mysterious blue formation appeared. The host from earlier turned around in a panic, asking the person next to him what was going on. The other person was just as panicked. He assumed the magical power from the formation had caused the broadcast interference. Hearing that, the red-haired MC cursed. Damn it, why make such a stupid mistake? At this moment, Kang Run walked away nonchalantly, deep in thought. Then, from now on, I will begin the ritual to separate the fire from land. Afterward, Run turned and ordered Yua and Hayuk to go protect the black tortoise in the north. Hearing the order, the two immediately bolted at lightning speed. He continued to mutter to himself that as long as the black tortoise was protected, it didn't matter if everything else was destroyed. Yua, as she flew off, didn't forget to glance back, signaling him to protect their uncle. Run just told her not to worry, his expression indifferent. On this side, the fake muscle guy was grinning from ear to ear. He stood with his hands on his hips amidst the gossip of the people around him. The Atrigrams 9 dragons, isn't that the place? Find the exit to the formation. Colin, can you wipe off that makeup? I want to call you master. Since ancient times, the protector of the emperor at the center has been. The black tortoise guards the north and is always right behind the emperor. So the black tortoise can both protect the emperor and attack at any time. Before long, Yua and Jin Hayu appeared beneath the colossal snake turtle statue. Jin Hayu told her to look over there. Hearing this, Yua followed his gaze, looking genuinely surprised. A voice rang out, stating that to break the formation based on the 4 divine beasts, one must first destroy the black tortoise. Suddenly, 2 figures lunged out of nowhere to attack Yua and Jin Hayu. Corin appears before Jin Hayuk. He smiles with a friendly, casual greeting. We meet again, puppet master. Jin Hayuk breaks into a cold sweat, unsure how much Corin has figured out. How did he make it straight here without getting lost? Elisa wonders naively. Is it really okay for those two to be together? Corin looks indifferent, as if he couldn't care less, and reassures her, it's fine. It's definitely better than leaving Mary to deal with the other 3 on her own. As for Mary, she's radiating bloodlust, taking on everyone solo. Kang Yua is different. She fights while calmly thinking, could it be that my uncle's 8 gates formation has already been broken? From what Kang Yua knows, the 8 gates formation has 365 variations, including a stone maze and fog walls that no one, no matter how powerful, should be able to break. While she is lost in thought, her opponent speaks up, saying he knows she's feeling restless inside. Suddenly, He gives a sinister laugh and asks if they were the ones who bought the artifact. He knows this because he tracked them down. Kang Yua furrows her brows in frustration upon hearing this. Then, she grits her teeth and demands to know how he found out about the artifact, since it had already been stolen by a group a long time ago. That is exactly why they had to buy the artifact from the Merchant Guild. After a few seconds of calculation, her eyes dart to the right as if she has discovered something, and as quick as lightning, a voice speaks up to admit it. That's right. With a clean blow, he knocks her back and admits that he was the one who stole it in the first place, only to take it back later. His gaze now. It was like standing before a bloodthirsty beast, a monster that fed on human flesh. He claimed to have created both the bandit gang and the trade guild. Kang Yua was furious. She couldn't accept such a twisted truth. She lunged forward with her sword, ready to fight, but he just stood there, completely unfazed. He didn't believe they were even capable of defeating him. He knocked Elisa back with ease. Seeing this, he turned and asked Elisa if she shouldn't be getting revenge for last time. After all, Kang Yua had soundly crushed her in their previous encounter. The only reason she lost back then was because Corin told her to hold back. Elisa had to work incredibly hard just to pull off that little performance. Hai Yusi caught her grumbling and smirked. He shot a subtle look toward the person standing next to him, silently asking if Yua really had gone easy on Elisa. Before he could even finish, she snapped at him to shut up. With that, Kang Yua gripped her sword tight, declaring it was time to end this right now. No sooner had she spoken than she and Hai Yusi charged forward like a whirlwind, their rage reaching a breaking point. On the other side, Elisa's group didn't hold back either, launching an immediate counterattack. Kang Yua and Hai Yusi unleashed their ultimate techniques, armor-piercing strikes, and the legendary dragon-slaying sword style. A suffocating, murderous aura enveloped her. As she called out the incantations, the dark dragon tore through the air, summoning a wicked, sky-bound, venomous dragon. Their enemies were just as fierce, countering with the territory-sword technique. The moment their sheer power collided, it triggered a massive, earth-shaking shockwave. Everything blurred in the blinding light of their clashing moves. A moment later, two figures began to emerge from the haze. One had lost half a leg, and the other held a shattered sword. As the dust settled, Elisa looked around in a daze before turning her gaze toward Kang Yua. Hai Yusi and she were both stunned. His leg had been severed, and her sword was in ruins. Kang Yua, unable to stomach such a humiliating defeat, grit her teeth in frustration. The hatred between them surged. With faces dark with malice, they stood up and glared at Elisa's group as if they wanted to tear them to shreds. Their eyes burned with a mix of grim determination and pure fury, focused entirely on destroying the fire to save Lan. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged forward again. But before they could strike, someone threw a weapon that shattered their momentum, declaring they were about to learn the cold, hard truth. If Corin wouldn't speak, they would fight to the bitter end, even if they had to use their bare teeth and claws. Hai Yusi and Yua stared in shock at what stood before them, a bizarre monster with tiger fangs, deer horns, and a pig's face. It was Tao Ti, one of the four perils, an entity of pure destruction, the polar opposite of a guardian beast. When the two of them saw the inscriptions on the turtle shell, they panicked even more. Tao Ti shouldn't be on the shell of the black tortoise, and as a master sorcerer, Kang Run should have known that. Colin's expression turned cold. He looked at them, his voice dropping into a questioning tone. Were they trying to use this great dollar ritual to separate the fire from Lan? Because the result would be the exact opposite. Colin looked at the object in his hands with a detached gaze, telling them that from the very beginning, Kang Run never actually cared about Lan. He sealed Lan away for his own gain. He was willing to sacrifice her for his career. All he ever wanted was the fire. It was a ritual devised by sorcerer Kang Run, designed to destroy Lan so that the fire could consume her entire body. 3 years of time, both long and short, had passed since he watched his own younger brother, Yu, create the fire. He had been completely seduced by that power. That fool only cared about finding his daughter, and by the time he realized he'd lost control of the fire, it was already too late. He was framed for the Luna City massacre and torn to pieces by the royal army. This actually made Kang Run feel grateful that someone else died in his place at Luna City. Not only that, it created the flying yaksha fire he wanted. But what Kang Run never expected was that Kang Yu had entrusted war to the principal of the MKA Academy. Even as a brilliant sorcerer and the head professor at Griffin, it was difficult for him to interfere in the affairs of another continent. And just when Kang Run was falling into despair, that man arrived. He was Tess Banthaza, a legend from 80 years ago, the creator. The man with the demonic face asked only one thing of Kang Run: chaos, slaughter, and total destruction. He needed him to tear down the principal's defenses, so that the woman would be trapped within the palace. For Kang Run, that was an incredibly tempting offer. If it meant getting his hands on the fire, destroying a city was a small price to pay. Soon, the shackles of the holy artifact from the Western Church would imprison her, draining her infinite power dry. And as Warren was bound in this human form, Lan's soul would be utterly obliterated. Finally, by feeding her the 10,000 human flesh pill that Banthaza had given him, Warren would instantly ascend and awaken as a true yaksha. Just as Kang Run was cackling with delight, ready to achieve his goal, Colin's voice cut in, saying that none of that would happen. He smirked, adding that if things went too smoothly, it would be boring. Kang Run was stunned to see him, and before he could even reply, Kang Yue interrupted, demanding to know if he really intended to use the ritual to destroy Lan. She couldn't understand why he would use a cursed relic instead of a sacred beast. Her mind was racing with questions. Was the massacre at Luna City actually ordered by Kang Run and not caused by Warren losing control? Kang Run didn't answer immediately. He just grit his teeth, muttering that they were a bunch of incompetent fools and asserted that they had been played. Kang Run's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He unleashed a blood magic technique, telling them not to worry, because in 10 minutes, everything living within the array would melt and become one with the fire. He yelled, his face twisted in madness, as he cast his spell. He would turn everything into medicine to help the Yaksha ascend. A 2-star monster was nothing, but after this forced ascension, it had easily wiped out a group of 1-star and 2-star guardians. If a super-level monster like War ascended, there would be no way to hold him back. He slammed his sharp sword into the ground and muttered, "You reap what you sow." As soon as he finished speaking, the patterns and seals in the array instantly vanished. This left Kang Run in a state of total panic, gasping, "Why did my array disappear?" Colin calmly replied that it was time to explain who had actually stolen and transported the artifacts that Kang Run had been smuggling. Who was the one supplying the goods in a pinch? And if that was the case, who had introduced them in the first place? So many questions arose. Who provided the relics? Who carved the runes onto them? Colin smirked and said, "You did it all yourself." He didn't forget to call him a wretched old man, adding that once all those relics of the 4 perils were destroyed, his life would be over too. He flew into a rage and cursed at him, and declared that things weren't over yet, then unleashed a flurry of attacks with his fan toward Colin. Instantly, the suppression seal shattered. He abandoned his ascension, focusing all his might on wiping out Colin's group, planning to redo the ritual whenever he pleased. As soon as he gave the order to kill, Lan immediately sat up to obey. Hugh gasped in shock, seeing the old man actually controlling Warren, and confirmed that he was the one behind the massacre at Luna City. Even though Yuwa stood by, urging him to stay calm, he couldn't just settle down. But Hugh's legs were busted and her sword was broken, so there was nothing they could do right now. She glanced over at Hugh, saying there was something they could do. Their eyes met, and without a word, they understood each other perfectly. On Colin's side, he told Elisa, "Stick to the plan we used against the Iron Mountain King. One of us distracts, the other strikes." The battle began, the ground beneath them cracking and exploding. Elisa stood there, stunned by the scene unfolding before her. At this moment, Colin, weapon in hand, seemed like a different person, charging forward with a killing intent like a meteorite plummeting through the atmosphere. Looking at him, Elisa wondered if she could even survive 30 seconds against Colin. She asked herself if anyone could defeat him right now. But everything went completely wrong. Warren acted like a living weapon, stepping in to block the attack. To her, this moment felt like a casual sauna session. Colin, blocked and fuming, gritted his teeth and spat out, "Damn it. You damn monster. Will you just quit it?" 1 minute and 20 seconds into the fight. Even though he had been attacking with all his might, this natural disaster of an opponent remained unmoving. Warren mindlessly unleashed a poisonous aura strike at Colin, but he narrowly dodged. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in one piece. Elisa, watching from the side, panicked and shouted for Colin to stay alert. Just as he realized something was wrong, Warren had already silently closed in. In the blink of an eye, Colin was sent flying back several meters. The ground shifted and erupted continuously, feeling like the apocalypse. Everything was on a different level. Just trying to keep up with Warren's movements was enough to make Colin's insides feel like they were falling apart. Before Colin stood Warren, charging in with heaven-piercing killing intent. He had reached his limit, even regeneration was useless. Everyone thought this was the end, that Colin would die. But he stood his ground, waiting for his opponent, even though he was one hit away from being wiped out. With a gaze full of resolve, no matter what happened, Colin was determined to fight to the end. And things got even more surprising when, right in front of him, a figure appeared to tank the entire attack for Colin. When he came to his senses, Alisa was covered in wounds, basically ready to log out of the server. She didn't want Colin to die. She had walked dozens of steps inside the domain. That body would have to endure pressure far worse than just blocking Warren's attack. It wasn't over yet. Warren rushed toward them again. Colin shouted a warning to Elisa, "Get out of there." But the enemy's speed was too fast. With her injuries, Elisa couldn't move in time. She had no choice but to brace herself and take the hit. Seeing this, Colin had no other option but to dash over at breakneck speed, hoping to pull her away. A massive explosion erupted like a triggered landmine. Warren's eyes remained dull and emotionless, scanning the now empty battlefield. Colin had quickly managed to get Elisa to a safer spot. Even so, he kept scolding her for her recklessness. Then, he pulled out a special medicine to treat Elisa's wounds. It was a special elixir that Colin carried. If he didn't treat Elisa immediately, she would be crippled or die from blood loss. A while later, Elisa's condition stabilized. Normally, Colin would have tried to hold out until Mary destroyed all the four evil's artifacts, and then, at the slightest opening, Elisa's domain slash would deal 100% piercing damage, and Colin would deliver the finishing blow. He had planned this since returning from his area, but there were two complications. First, Warren had been freed from his restraints, making him much stronger than Colin expected. Second, Elisa had been gravely wounded trying to save him. Although they handled the crisis, Elisa had lost the ability to fight after recklessly running those dozens of steps inside the domain. Thinking of this, Colin could only sigh, wondering if he could hold out until Mary destroyed all the artifacts. When he heard Elisa apologize, he thought to himself that he couldn't blame her for ruining the plan. Thinking back, if he had taken that direct hit, Colin would have likely died instantly. Even regeneration wouldn't have helped. A moment later, he picked up Elisa and told her it was okay, thanking her for saving his life. Colin took Elisa to a safe hiding spot. He then scanned the surroundings defensively. Elisa asked him anxiously if he was okay, and he replied with two words, "Not really." All the aura stored in his samsara core and his own body was completely depleted. After the battle with Sajin Hyuk and then Warren, he had burned through too much samsara energy. Now, Colin was deeply conflicted about whether to keep using it. Colin could try to force it, but this samsara core contained a power his body couldn't possibly withstand, and even with the support of the precepts, he wasn't sure he could survive. Just then, Elisa dropped a shocking piece of news. From the very beginning, Warren hadn't even used his right hand. That meant the power he showed earlier was nothing, and she seemed to be holding something in her hand. Hearing this, Colin finally laughed. In the end, she had to make her own choice. She still carried that burden. So, Warren was still standing there. From the dust and smoke, a faint silhouette of Colin slowly emerged. He wiped his mouth, a triumphant smirk tugging at his lips, then pointed his spear at Warren and said there was no other way. Seeing the faint figure of the girl through the thick dust, Colin gritted his teeth and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Remembering the old days, the heavenly Yaksha had dropped the item in a panic. She didn't understand why Colin had given it to her. He silently picked it up, asserting that Warren had to choose. She couldn't just be selfish forever, only knowing how to benefit without taking responsibility. The despicable face of Park Sihu flashed in his mind like a reminder. Colin knew all too well about those who only thought of themselves. He absolutely didn't want her to become someone like that. Colin placed it back in her hand, saying a few words that forced Warren to realize the truth, silently thinking that he wanted to help Warren, even if the path he chose. Everyone has to take responsibility for their own choices. She was shaking with fear, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to even speak. Back in the present, Warren looked absolutely insane. Corin wondered if she was even still in there. The head of the giant blade shrank down bit by bit, forming a sharp, exquisite spear. His eyes turned more determined than ever. Corin remembered now. That was the magic sword forged by Savantia that he had seen in his castle. It's such a majestic, awe-inspiring presence. Corin was certain that its magic power had been passed down to him. Savantia, the great hero from 800 years ago. Right here, right now, Corin would bring that legend back to life. He asked Warren if she had waited long enough. She, currently being controlled, flinched in reaction. Corin thrust forward with all his might. The first magic spear, Black Abyss. A thick shroud of dark energy coated the weapon. The flying Yaksha also surged forward aggressively to counter the dark aura. When they collided, a massive explosion rocked the area. A blinding light blew away almost everything around them, tearing up the ground. This clash was highly anticipated, but this wasn't just a battle between Corin and Warren. They were currently wielding the power of the flying Yaksha and Savantia. This was a duel between two legends. Kang Run shouted in shock, "No, that's impossible." He refused to believe that Corin could possibly match the flying Yaksha. People like him never listened to reason, so it was best to just let them live in their own delusions. He roared, ordering Warren to kill him. The charm on her flickered, and she took a deep breath. With one look, Corin realized her fist was packing about 1,000 units of aura. He immediately had a countermeasure, used the Black Abyss magic spear. The powerful attack crashed down, blindingly bright. The pressure at the point of impact was unthinkable. The evil power he needed to prepare was also 1,000 cycles. Corin calculated carefully. Even though Warren had 10,000 cycles, the amount she could release at once was only 1,000 if he could offset and cancel out that much power. He confidently asserted while struggling to hold her back he could actually fight Warren. However, the terrifying pressure was crushing Corin's body because he was borrowing Savanchi's aura. He felt like he was being crushed piece by piece. Warren was gaining the upper hand, and her punch sent his spear flying. Pain shot from his fingertips, making it impossible for Corin to keep a firm grip on his weapon. It felt as if every tendon and bone in his body had been snapped, losing all function. Even though he was covered in wounds, Corin forced himself not to stop. No, he knew clearly he couldn't stop. It was obvious his opponent hadn't even gone all out yet. Warren hadn't even used her right hand. Corin strained to reinforce his arms. Black Abyss, 8 trigrams, ultimate fist. He successfully blocked one of Warren's strikes, and she looked stunned. With incredible reaction speed, Warren launched a kick right after, but fortunately, Corin managed to block it. He took the chance to get close to his opponent, risking everything to push forward. He planted his right foot firmly, as sturdy as Mount Tai, and pulled his left arm back like a spear. Kang Dui stood there with his jaw dropped. Opening his mouth in the middle of a fight like that, he must be feeling pretty confident. Corin focused every ounce of his energy on the battle, his consciousness, his breathing, his muscle movements, and the half-step distance between them. The opening appeared only for an instant. He seized the moment, his eyes showing pure determination. Corin would certainly not miss this chance. He unleashed his strike. Black Abyss 8 trigrams ultimate fist. Corin struck her straight in the heart, continuing his assault. Flying Star Bane, Fire Mirror 8 powers, Origin Head, the pressure tore up the very ground. Corin collapsed, gasping for air, his body covered in jagged wounds. But he had done it. Warren coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked startled. Corin had finally broken through Warren's absolute defense. However, her small feet kept walking forward as if nothing had happened. That was it. Her power showed absolutely no signs of diminishing. I can't completely suppress her. She walked toward him slowly, step by step. Corin began to give up. Was death already sealed? Kang Run laughed out loud. I knew it. What did you think you could even do? He barked orders. Kill Corin. Time's up. Suddenly, a strange purple aura enveloped Warren. His eyes showed that this had clearly been part of the plan all along. She stood frozen in place, seemingly making an unusual movement, her small mouth opening as if she wanted to say something. Corin stared in surprise. The ground and rocks shook violently, and the mountains began to crumble. Wait, what's happening? Suddenly, countless chains shot out from nowhere. They grabbed Warren tightly, pinning her down so she couldn't budge. Kang Run panicked. What is going on? At that moment, Corin smiled with relief. He hadn't wasted a single second stalling for time. Everything had gone exactly according to their plan. Mary, Kang, Yua, and Saint Hyuk, the ones who had vanished from this place, must have destroyed all the artifacts within the formation. The old man kept repeating the same sentence as if he had nothing else to say. It's impossible. It can't be. A sharp blade pressed against Kang Run's neck, and he whimpered in fear. Josephine had arrived to provide backup. She ordered Kang Run to stay still and behave. The old man froze. Corin relaxed his body and looked out. That side was finished. He looked over at the one unresolved issue. Warren, now uncontrolled, was sitting there in a daze. He slowly approached her. Even though he looked miserable in his current state, Corin couldn't help but be surprised. He quickly ripped that cursed charm off. How could you be so cruel? How could you use something this disgusting on a girl? Warren fell backward after the terrible power controlling her was lifted. Corin quickly caught her. The crazy red hue was gone from her eyes. She woke up, and he smiled as he greeted her. Her blurry vision gradually sharpened. Corin's expression was so gentle. Warren couldn't understand why he had saved her. Corin replied, I already told you I would help you until you made your own choice. Corin asked Warren to make a serious, proud decision. She was completely taken aback. Clenching her fists, Warren trembled. She didn't want to have any regrets. She had to repay his kindness, and she had to prove that she wasn't a monster. Just like he said, what made her who she was wasn't her nature, but her choices. The black mist gradually faded from Warren's body, and she stared blankly as it dissolved into the wind, crushed by a supernatural power. The green algae wood had crumbled into dust. Warren panicked. She didn't know what to do now. The fact that the green algae wood was gone meant it was useless. Even as she made a choice, the result wouldn't change. Warren's heart ached. She wanted to show him right now. I want to repay your kindness. Corin chuckled weakly. The green algae wood has been crushed. Warren, you're really strong. He began to fade, but didn't forget to reassure her. There are still plenty of other ways. Corin slumped against Warren's shoulder, thanking her for repaying his kindness. She gritted her teeth, trembling as she confessed, I'm a monster. I hurt you. I killed so many people. I even stole Lan's body. Worried that she couldn't be forgiven, Warren waited. Corin just gave a weak smile. He hugged her small frame and said that even he didn't know the answer to that. She cries out loudly in Corin's arms. He promises that the two of them will find the answers together. The awakening ritual by Kang. Run has failed, and he has been imprisoned. As for dealing with the aftermath, just the usual. Corin says he has received instructions from Professor Josephine and Master Aaron on how to handle the situation. If it is handled smoothly or more accurately, covered up, it avoids a disaster. The fact that a head professor of Griffin caused this tragedy is one issue, but the ritual using Warren could make everyone fear and be wary of the little girl. Those who fear Warren will condemn her, and others will covet her power. Professor Kangrun has already returned and will be reported as having died in an unfortunate accident. That is how we will handle it. I have already spoken with Principal Griffin, a calm, feminine voice says. Corin smiles slightly and replies, "It's good that everything has been settled properly. Griffin couldn't hope for a better outcome. Did you ask for fair compensation?" The woman asks, noting that the principal intended to overlook the issue, but she agrees with Corin on this matter. Corin, lying on the bed, jokes, "Right? The principal is a bit, he's just too kind, isn't he?" The female voice in the conversation belongs to Professor Josephine. She continues, saying they cannot easily trust others. Then, she sincerely thanks Corin. Corin is currently sitting on the bed, wrapped in white bandages all over, though they only cover what needs covering. He still shows off what he wants to show off as usual. He reacts to the professor's thanks with calm modesty. He speaks with a tone of certainty, saying that one day, they will surely come to trust each other. Professor Josephine hesitates for a moment before speaking. Perhaps she is still a bit wary, but she also hopes for that day to come and tells Corin to rest and take care of his health. With that, she turns to leave. When she reaches the door, she slows down and gently reminds him that the festival is not over yet. Just as Professor Josephine leaves, a slender arm appears at the door. Mariette runs in with a radiant face, hugging Corin tightly and bombarding him with questions. She cares about everything from his complexion and physique to his broken fingernails. She doesn't miss a thing. Corin looks at his mangled, nailless hand and sighs, though he doesn't seem to be bothered by it much. Mariette smiles and complains with a pout. "Why are you always so reckless? Why do you keep getting yourself hurt and ending up in the hospital like this?" Corin stares at the girl in front of him, eyes wide with surprise, panicking and clumsily trying to comfort her. "Why are you crying? What's wrong?" Mariette reaches up to wipe away the tears about to fall. She looks up with red-rimmed eyes, half joking and half serious, saying she is just crying because she is so worried about him. However, this dense guy, Corin, doesn't have a romantic bone in his body and asks her something completely unrelated, like, "Did you get hurt anywhere? You destroyed all those stone paths and the artifact, didn't you? Kiar and Jin Hayub destroyed one as well." Corin suddenly ponders, realizing that must be why they left. It was thanks to that he survived by a hair's breadth. Mentioning the two of them makes Mariette snap. She screams in anger, blaming them for everything that happened. Corin disagrees, arguing that they aren't bad people. They were just placed in a difficult situation. He understands that Jin Hyuk wants to avenge his family, and Yuo wants to save her cousin. They were just trying their best. The real villain is Kang Run, who exploited their desperation. We shouldn't misdirect our hatred. Mariette looks at the man before her with admiration, thinking that Corin is always so mature, while feeling a bit jealous because, in reality, she should be the one acting like the adult. Corin hears this and gives a cheeky smirk, coaxing Mariette to call him Appa, older brother. Mariette pouts and scolds Corin for his bad habits, always making others call him that. She blushes slightly and speaks her sincere, caring words. Within her words is a plea for Corin not to get hurt again, but she knows deep down that it is unavoidable. Corin cannot answer immediately. He looks down at his carefully bandaged hands, thoughtful, unable to deny it, because it is an obvious reality. He is someone burdened with the duty to save the world, yet he doesn't have any special powers compared to other players. He is just a side player clinging to swordsmanship. His body will have to endure so much more. Mariette asks Corin softly if he has nothing left to say to her, because for a long time, she has felt as if he were living in a different world. Mari pauses for a moment, then says with certainty that she will fight alongside Corin. Just like this time, she will always be by his side to help. No matter who he fights, she will always support him. Mariette's sudden declaration catches Corin off guard. From the bottom of his heart, he can only whisper his gratitude and appreciation for her encouragement, because from now on, he will have to fight those who harbor evil ambitions and misguided beliefs, along with powerful enemies who want to destroy this world. How can he save the world when he has to face such enemies? The answer is always simple. Together. The two of them fist bump, a testament to their noble promise. Yeah. Mariette seized the moment to mention her next plan. She was going to register the team as guardians. Corin was stunned by how quickly she was moving. Mariette explained that the Harvest Festival was coming up, and if they didn't register now, everyone would be too busy with the holidays. The two of them naturally started discussing the details, from Corin being the team leader to Mariette serving as the deputy leader. Just as Corin was trying to think of who else to add, the sharp ears of Marietta Dunalbev caught the sound of someone else calling out Corin's name. Corin looked toward the door in surprise and greeted them with a smile. It was Elisa. Mariette also smiled warmly at her junior, Elisa. Elisa sat in a wheelchair, pushed by a nurse, with both her arms and legs in casts as thick as ham hocks. Corin didn't hold back, bursting into uncontrollable laughter as he teased Elisa for looking like a mummy. Elisa pouted, unable to cry or laugh, and huffily asked him whose fault it was anyway. Corin pursed his lips, remembering that moment, and realized it was indeed his fault. He felt incredibly guilty and deeply grateful to her as well. Corin flashed his signature handsome smile, which made Elisa blush. Flustered, she quickly looked away. She muttered a shy, hesitant reply. Thanks to Marie's miracle medicine, her bones had healed, but she still needed to rest for 2 weeks. Even with the best medical care, the festival would be over in just a week. That meant she wouldn't be able to participate in the closing campfire ceremony. Corin comforted her, saying Elisa would be discharged soon, but she just needed to rest and get healthy first. Elisa teared up in her wheelchair. She wanted to join the campfire too, and the winter ball. Corin tried to soothe her, but Elisa wasn't having it. She argued that those were 2 different things. Corin grew thoughtful upon hearing that. She had a point. He had been to many events, but this was Elisa's first. Corin confidently promised Elisa that he would buy her a jet-skier dress for the winter ball. Never. Realizing that he had just awakened something truly terrifying. Elisa was absolutely shocked by his words. She hurriedly asked if he was serious that luxury brand. Corin confidently told her to buy whatever she wanted. He was rich now. Elisa immediately got annoyed by him calling her little sister, since they were the same age. But she quickly brushed that aside and asked Corin again if they really had earned that much money. Corin chuckled triumphantly, confirming it was enough to buy her a fancy dress. However, Mariette had transformed into a bloodthirsty state. A terrifying aura of dark energy radiated from her entire body. She couldn't hold back the concern that had been bothering her. Could it be that the other members Corin wanted to invite were? Corin, oblivious, laughed and chatted away, pointing at Elisa to introduce her as Elisa Aiden, then mentioning Linnea Clé. When Mariette asked if she was a girl, Corin didn't catch the underlying tone and answered, "That's right. A beautiful girl working in intelligence." Mariette gritted her teeth. "Oh, beautiful. Is she?" Corin went on to mention 2 more people, Len and John. Mariette asked who they were. Corin explained, "They're werewolf siblings. Len is a girl, so you just need to make a note that John is a boy." Mariette huffed, but Corin didn't notice. He continued, saying he was thinking of inviting someone else too, though it was a bit complicated. He clicked his tongue, thinking they were close enough that she would probably agree. Mariette gritted her teeth and asked if that Drit girl was really that close to him. Corin answered airily that they were close enough to tease each other and grab a meal together sometimes. He wrapped up the list with the name Warren. He was sure she would participate, so he told Mariette to just write her name down. Under Elisa's horrified gaze, the pen in Mariette's hand shattered into pieces, signaling that a storm of jealousy was about to descend. Corin was still rambling on, saying that Professor Josephine had also agreed, so there was no problem. Suddenly, he looked up at Mariette and stuttered, "Senior?" Facing him was a woman in the midst of a terrifying, uncontrollable rage. Her lips kept repeating the same question to Corin. Was he trying to drive her insane? Corin couldn't hide the panic in his eyes, but he had brought this on himself. Everyone feared fire. They were wary of her, condemning her and saying she never should have been born. They threw stones and insulted her in every way possible, calling her a monster. But this time, she had hurt Corin, almost harming everyone just like the last time. Yet, this time, that boy had caught her and told her he would help her, right up until the moment she made her own choice. Strength was Warren's only value, the only justification for her pushing the original soul away and taking over this body. Because of that, she felt she couldn't be weak. She couldn't rely on anyone. But Corin had appeared and spoken those gentle words to her. He told her he would help her and urged her to make a choice she could be proud of, one she wouldn't regret. "Let's find the answer together." She had sobbed uncontrollably at that moment. Those warm words seemed to thaw the ice that had frozen and calloused her heart long ago. Even now, when she looked back on it, she felt incredibly confused. Warren sat in her room, touching her heart, wondering, what should I do? The warmth was painful. The care and concern felt like sharp blades stabbing at her heart. She hated Corin for making her little heart ache so much. Warren had been lonely since birth. She had lived a life of only being used, so she never let anyone into her world. And yet, Corin had suddenly appeared by the window, flashing a handsome, perfect smile and starting a conversation with things like, "Hey, you feeling better? Are you okay?" The past few days, but before Corin could continue, Warren cut him off. She stood up and urged him on. Warren mentioned Lan and asked Corin if he was sure he had a way to change everything. Corin didn't answer immediately. His gaze lowered, filled with deep contemplation, and he sighed. It really is pitiful. He reached out his hand, but it was suddenly grabbed. Warren hurriedly grabbed Corin's hand, her voice hesitant as she stopped him, even foolishly asking if he wanted to eat. Her whole body trembled as she waited for an answer. Corin saw through her fear. He reached out his other hand, gently patted her head to comfort her, and said softly, "It's okay. Once this is all over, I'll definitely buy you some fish." Outside, Warren was hovering in the air. Corin stood below, holding a long spear, and said, "Let's begin." The name of the spear was the Gem of the Grim Reaper. A note on the side read, "Guaranteed to strike, separating the soul from the body, bypassing all defensive layers." It was a divine artifact that harvested souls with 100% accuracy. Of course, if a human used it, the accuracy rate would drop significantly, rendering it useless. Especially for Corin, since he couldn't sense souls at all, his accuracy rate was 0. Corin hurled his spear straight at Warren, but it was knocked aside. It veered off course and embedded itself into the ground. Warren was stunned, but Corin remained unfazed. He looked at the spear and told Warren, "Watch this, I'll show you some magic." It's a defective magic stone meant for the festival. The greater the dispersion range of this item, the lower its accuracy, making it much harder to use. At its lowest accuracy setting, the dispersion reaches a maximum range of 100 meters. But what if someone like Corin, whose accuracy is practically 0, uses it? The dispersion range would be infinite, leaving aside the fact that he cannot even interact with souls to trigger the effect. Strictly speaking, this isn't Corin's attack at all, but rather the attack of the dispersing magic stone. A brilliant purple light erupted from the spearhead enveloping Warren. Suddenly, Warren collapsed, and Corin rushed over to catch her. He blurted out that he had only channeled a tiny bit of mana into it, and immediately asked how she was doing and if she was hurt anywhere. Warren nestled securely in Corin's arms. She flashed a radiant, beautiful smile and softly thanked Corin. Corin, who was holding her bridal style, was startled by what she called him. He couldn't help but reminisce about the time before they met. Marietta had once gotten furious, slamming the table and demanding why he insisted on calling her Appa as if it would kill him not to. And then Elisa had been upset about being forced to call him Appa, arguing that since they were the same age, it made no sense to call him that, not to mention little crybaby Anna, who hugged her silly cat and said, "Thank you, Sir Knight." "Damn it, sir. Well, things are looking up now." Tears welled up in Corin's eyes as a profound truth flashed through his heart. He had finally escaped the dreaded title of Unculser and silently thanked Lan for leaving such a wonderful first impression. Corin set her down. Seeing the expression on his face, Lan guessed he must be in a good mood, which Corin didn't deny. Since he was always being called an old man, Lan's use of Appa was a real comfort to his soul. Noticing this, Lan confessed that she figured as much, since he always looked like he was dying to hear it. Her words warmed Corin's heart. It turned out she had been watching over him all along. War had hijacked this body for 3 whole years. Lan stepped down, slowly testing her legs. Throughout all that time, she had been trapped inside her own body, only able to observe everything through Warren's eyes. Feeling deep sympathy for her, Corin asked if she didn't harbor any resentment after having her body stolen for 3 consecutive years. But Lan just gave a vague and then hitched up her dress, running quickly down the path with a radiant expression. She cheered, telling him to watch her run, and confessed that this was the first time since falling ill that she could actually walk and run like this, skipping and bounding around with pure joy. Lan exclaimed that it was definitely thanks to Hua using the power that had accumulated within her body. Corin watched her, gently reminding her to be a bit careful since her body wasn't used to it yet. If she pushed herself too hard, she'd end up checking out early. With a slightly melancholic look, she confided that she used to hate Warren and had once screamed at her to give her body back. Then she stepped into a puddle, stopped, and added that her voice had never been heard anyway. Warren had just been talking to herself like someone with autism. Feeling the breeze blow past, she continued, lost in thought. She knew full well that those monologues weren't meant to avoid her, but rather an expression of guilt and remorse directed inward at herself. Warlan squatted down and added that she understood completely how hard it was to overcome that kind of fear and anxiety, since they shared the same body. Looking at her own reflection in the water, Lan reached out her hand, as if speaking directly to Warren. So now, she wouldn't push Warren away anymore. War had bravely made the decision to return the body to her. Hearing this, Corin expressed his thoughts. It was all about tolerance and forgiveness. After having her body stolen for 3 years, She was already ready to open her heart and embrace Hua. He smiled, praising her for growing up so much. Lan looked up, her eyes squinting into a happy smile. Naturally, even though she was stuck at the age of 14, Hua was only 3. She had wanted a younger sister for a long time, and now she actually had one. Corin wore a look of sudden realization. Ah, right. Now you two are sisters sharing a single body. Suddenly, she spoke up. Hey, though leaving him feeling suspicious. Standing with her back to him, she threw out a hypothetical question. If she were in danger, would Appa save her in such a cool way like last time? What kind of question was that? He replied that she just had to say the word, anytime. Lam blushed, guessing that he would answer just like that, and muttered that he was amazing. Then she called him Appa again, leaving Corin with a bewildered look on his face. But she abruptly switched topics, rambling incoherently about how she also really liked fish, adding that Warren and she shared the exact same tastes, before tossing something into a puddle and making the water splash everywhere. Then she calmly listed other things, from food and music to books, before suddenly leaning close to his ear and whispering about her taste in guys, too. That completely blew Corin's mind. She was casting out lines left and right way too hard to dodge. At the same time, she reached out and poked his chest playfully. If you make me your wife, you'd legally get 2 wives in one. This remark threw Corin into a panicked, flustered stammer. No, what on earth are you talking about? She pressed close against his chest, looking up with a provocative gaze, demanding an answer right now. But Corin's face turned beet red. His mind spinning so hard he couldn't form words. He was determined not to fall for her bait, so he pushed her away and scolded her for playing games like that with people. Even so, back in her hometown, people at this age were already doing everything. After that, she put on an experienced air, her cheeks flushed, playing hard to get. When it comes to this, romance, trembling slightly, Corin conceded. If they wanted to keep living together with Hua, they really ought to ask for her opinion too. Suddenly, Lan stood on her tiptoes, planted a quick peck on his cheek, and thanked him, throwing Corin into a total panic, his eyes wide open in sheer shock. All of a sudden, she slumped over and bumped her head against him. Corin panicked. What's going on? He tentatively called out, Lan, but a pair of fierce eyes glared up at him irritably as she snapped, My. Then she flew into a rage, acting as if her purity had been violated, and threatened him. Don't you dare misunderstand those last words. They were just nonsense. A guilty conscience pricked Corin as he thought, man, switching personalities on the fly is way too easy. Afterwards, she stomped off into the distance, muttering to herself like an escapee from a psychiatric ward. Who are you calling older sister? So noisy. It was just a misunderstanding. Shut up. Watching her talk to herself, Corin wondered what time zone she was even living in. Are you guys chatting amongst yourselves? She turned back to ask him, aren't you coming? And reminded him to make sure he arrived for dinner before first rank as usual at the old spot. He stood there blankly before agreeing. Corin sighed, figuring that must be Warren and Lan's way of apologizing with food. Kids really were just kids. But then he suddenly remembered her whispering in his ear about her taste in men, and he scratched his head, trying to delude himself into thinking, kids really are just kids, huh? Somewhere else, someone let out a gasp of, I'm meeting my ancestors. A gauntleted hand twitched as its owner muttered under his breath. The resources poured by the old church into this Kava Dream festival were immense. They had expected that once everything was over, they would be able to overthrow the first princess of the Protestant church. Instead, a crusader lay flat on the ground, looking like an offering ready for the altar, but he had miraculously escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe. He muttered, a total failure. Thinking back on that strange, unique sword, he wondered, who on earth is he? How did he predict every single move of the crusader's plan? Then he looked up at the ceiling in disbelief. He had clearly followed Lord L. Junhan's orders and mobilized 100 crusaders. A full 100 men had been deployed into this century-old tunnel. Right now, all of them were sprawled out just like him, and he couldn't stomach the frustration because, in order to lure out the threat posed by Warren and Lan, he had taken a huge risk. But that guy, Corin, with a staff resting on his shoulder and one hand on his hip, looked down at him with a mocking smirk. What can 100 crusaders really do? If they were truly going all out, they would have dispatched the holy knights. It was Corin himself who caused all of his plans to fall apart. Back then, he pointed his finger right at Corin's face and cursed, What makes you think you can pull this off? Do you really think you'll survive? But suddenly, something was thrown at his head, and he fell backward. The one who did it was Corin. From a distance, he casually threw something, knocking him out cold instantly. Professor Josephine said she could handle the situation, but Corin grabbed his cane and told her it was fine. He also wanted an opportunity to test out a new technique. Seeing this, Josephine was puzzled by his throw, which had taken them all down in one go. She still offered him praise, noting that even though he wasn't fully recovered, he did a great job. She told him to leave the rest of them for her to handle. Hearing that, he didn't stand on ceremony, pointing to them right where he stood and reminding her to take the suicide poison pills hidden in their right molars. Josephine walked forward, though she had plenty of questions. How did he know about the tunnel that the old church had prepared 100 years ago? And from the very beginning, why did he ask to monitor the old church outside after nightfall? She felt temporarily at ease because she knew he was an ally. Josephine tied up the unconscious knights. The next day, at an old castle, the dawn shone everywhere. War woke up, lying there, thinking about the calmness of the strong. Nothing could harm her body. The rhythm of this physical form was much slower than that of an ordinary person. Simply put, suddenly, Lan screamed from inside, telling Warren to wake up. Even though she opened her eyes, she still lay on the bed like a dead fish, tossing and turning, unwilling to get up. Warren and Lan were both lazy. Lan persisted in urging her to get up, hadn't she? Wake up. It made Warren lie on the bed and cover her ears as if that would stop her from hearing Lan, scolding her for being too noisy. Still, she could hear Lan's voice echoing from within her mind, complaining. Seriously, is that how she talks to her sister? Time for breakfast, let's eat. Suddenly, she heard something outside and sat up, curious. Walking down the stairs, Warren made excuses, saying she wasn't coming out because of Lan, just out of simple curiosity. She suddenly saw Corin sleeping on the ground, drooling. She wondered why he was sleeping there, while Lan excitedly called out, "Look, it's Appa Corin." Then Lan, acting playful, tried to wake him up. But Warren wondered why it had to be her. Hearing that, Lan started bluffing. If he slept there, his mouth would get crooked, and she urged Warren as if the house were on fire. Seeing her finger poke his cheek, Lan asked if she liked Corin too. Hearing that, Warren became flustered. She didn't understand how he could be so impulsive, doing things she never asked for. He was always so enthusiastic, and she couldn't wrap her head around it. Then, like a ghost, Lan squatted down next to Corin with Warren, suspiciously asking, "You hate him?" She quickly replied that she didn't hate him. After that, Lan kept pestering her like a leech, asking if she liked him. But Warren found it hard to answer and poked his cheek forcefully, saying she hated him. Suddenly, Marietta appeared from behind her, squinting and smiling as she asked, "Why are you up so early today?" Warren replied indifferently that it was because it was too noisy. Then Marietta ordered Diagu to carry Corin and put him to bed. Don't let him keep Warren and Lan awake. As she walked behind Diagu, Marietta teased Warren. "If you're sleepy, go back inside and sleep, Junior." But she randomly blurted out, "Sofa," which left Marietta suspicious. Then Warren still squatted on the ground, asking why he wasn't allowed to lie on the sofa. This comment left Marietta completely confused about her intentions, but she still replied that there were no blankets here, it was cold, and he would catch a cold. Hearing that, Warren hugged her knees and watched unhappily, saying to herself, "I really can't argue with that." Suddenly, Marietta cheerfully mentioned there were steamed potatoes in the kitchen, so she should eat them. Then she turned her head, squinting, and said, "We can eat later. It's fine if you eat them all." Warren watched Marietta's retreating figure, deep in thought. Then she looked like a ruthless assassin, gritting her teeth and muttering, "We." In another place, at another time, the teacher was giving a lecture on the podium. In situations like these, you can utilize the materials around you in an emergency. Sitting below, Corin thought that even though the festival wasn't over, classes were still going on. And since he had already learned this last time, he should focus on other things. At this moment, the system notification appeared, Corin, the lock hero. Strength points, 8,130. Mana points, 6,770. Characteristics: Persistent Warrior's Recovery, Pain Tolerance, Field Expertise, 3 cores, Mana Release. Looking at the new stats, Corin scratched his chin, pondering that with these numbers, he had already surpassed Arisa in the early stages. Additionally, he looked closely at the characteristic stats. Persistent Warrior's Recovery, Pain Tolerance, Field Expertise, 3 cores, Mana Release, and Calculation. Currently, his aura level was at the upper tier. Imagining the 3 blue, red, and yellow orbs glowing inside his chest, he considered. At this stage, normal knights only just reached the point of possessing their first core, but he had obtained a second core from the silver mandragora he possessed and a third core inherited from Duke Sabantia. That meant while other knights only had their first aura core, he already possessed 3. Corin rested his chin on his hand and smiled. Arisa also said that this time, she had obtained a core. With a few moves in the field, it seemed this had helped her mature significantly. This time, Arisa had reached the upper-lower level in aura. Remembering the previous battle, Arisa had fought until she was beaten and bruised, covered in wounds, but she remained steadfast, holding her sword and not giving up. Although she was previously only ranked at the middle lower level, her rapid growth in half a year was very promising for the future. The only thing left was the mana release that the system mentioned. It was about activating inner energy and accumulating it at high pressure, allowing for the storage and release of up to 20% of his total aura and mana. This was an incredibly useful characteristic. Currently, his aura stat was 8,130, and 20% of that was a huge burst amount of up to 1,600. That was an astonishing amount of power. Corin had previously tried to release his spirit power to test it. The problem was that when he tested this in the hunting area, he couldn't control it. Corin sighed, frowning in frustration. Perhaps he could do something similar with the last magic sword of Duke Sibantia. If it worked, could he cut the sky and slay a dragon with just one strike? Suddenly, the teacher spoke up. There are only 5 minutes left of class, so I will check your notes. Corin was still lost in thought, not absorbing the teacher's words. Suddenly, he startled. Check my notes? Why do that now? Who am I? Where am I? He looked at the teacher, who was smiling, yet radiating a dark, oppressive pressure. Are you complaining? Because everyone kept sleeping in class, the professor was clearly annoyed, and he cursed under his breath. Because looking at Professor Lula Lala's personality over the past 4 years, she would punish them by making them clean the classroom. There was nothing to worry about. But if this place wasn't the laboratory specifically for alchemy, are you slacking off? Everyone's asleep in class. The professor is already annoyed. And then he cursed. Because, looking at Professor Lula Lala's personality over the last 4 years, she would punish them by making them clean the classroom. There was nothing to worry about. But if this weren't a laboratory specifically for alchemy, the place was full of grime from experiments, dusty vials, and cobwebs everywhere. Not to mention things that would surely make anyone's skin crawl, much like his own miserable mood. The other students were in the same boat, frantically borrowing each other's notebooks to copy notes. But when it came to best friends, it was every man for himself. No one had the time to help anyone else. He felt his afternoon plans had gone up in smoke. Damn it. After this class, he had intended to spend the whole free afternoon enjoying the festival. Better late than never, right? He thought he should write something, so he reached around to find his pen but felt his small hand instead. He jumped and looked at the hand. To his left was Jer, and to his right he looked up, damn it, and quickly pulled his hand away. War was sitting there, staring at his hand. He pulled his hand back, but suddenly she grabbed it and interlaced her fingers with his. Corin was terrified. His face beat red, eyes wide, mouth twisted in confusion. Was this Lan? Her face was blushing too, and she looked at their locked hands with delight and certainty. Then she narrowed her eyes and smiled, pressed the back of his hand against her chest, and asked if he wanted to see her notes. Corin blushed, stammering as if he had no idea what she was talking about, guessing it was the note. Lan told him to flip to the next page and finally invited him to have lunch with her. Corin easily agreed and even gallantly offered to treat her, making the students sitting behind them jealous and gossiping. While they whispered about how strange it was for the two of them to suddenly get so close, Marietta's minion, none other than Dooku, was already there listening. As the class ended, the two of them walked down the hallway together, chatting a bit about Lan. Eventually, Corin brought up the photo of Hyuk and Chairman Kang Yu-Hoa. The two of them bore no small responsibility for this incident, and naturally, they were victims as well. Even so, they still had the power to pursue accountability, and Kang Ryu would be executed in secret, meaning unofficially. Now that he was no longer alive, Yu-Hoa had to shoulder the position of head of the Kang family. Lan always believed that Huck and Yu-Hoa had suffered a lot because of her. Corin was a bit curious about whether the family head was the leader of the clan. Lan confirmed that was the case. The family head took care of everything from the smallest household matters to the family's marriages. Lan's expression suddenly changed. She leaned into Corin's chest, saying she had already asked for permission to marry him first. This made Corin even more guilty and awkward. He could only raise his hands in defeat, silently hoping that Warren would wake up soon and stop Lan, or else that there would be trouble. On the other side, Mariette loudly told Dooku to describe every detail. It began to explain using a strange language. While Marietta Dunalbev was cooking soup, she became filled with murderous intent due to each word the creature told her. She muttered angrily to herself. So that was it. Her eyes were fixed on the soup pot while she nurtured feelings of jealousy in her heart. Although the two didn't have any special relationship, Mariette felt a sense of lingering regret. Mary was known as a fairly rational person. Her actions were driven more by survival than love. But even so, frequent intimacy couldn't be without special meaning. The image of Lan wishing to become Corin's lady slowly surfaced from earlier. Narrated directly by Dooku, it talked about a husband and 2 wives. That alone was enough for Mariette to understand the situation she was in. She was furious. She gripped the chopsticks in her hand until they shattered, silently thinking of a special way to be jealous indirectly. After rummaging around for a bit, she came up with an interesting plan, a beauty trap, and suddenly felt eager because of it. Then, Mariette quickly dismissed the thought, babbling nonsense. In Dooku's eyes, at that moment, Mariette seemed like she could explode with firepower at any time just from her anger. Suddenly, she called it over and asked about a man's preferences. Cunning Dooku narrowed its eyes, laughed sinisterly, and its final answer was bones. Inside the cafeteria, at a long dining table, Mariette and Corin sat opposite each other. She expressed that she had researched something specifically for Corin, then presented a bowl of Darum's special blood soup. It was a dish the uncles at their farm often cooked. She was sure Corin would love it. As expected, he was overjoyed to receive a delicious, authentic, home-style bowl of soup, and hungrily asked how she got the secret recipe. Corin quickly downed the whole bowl. Mari happily said the soup was made from solidified blood. He kept praising how delicious it was. The soft and smooth texture made her even happier. Corin placed the empty bowl on the table, letting out a refreshed sigh. Suddenly, the system panel appeared in front of him, reporting that Corin had consumed a special-grade blood medicine and learned the monster strength skill, increasing his strength by 30 points, which left Corin confused. He darkened his face and called her name. Mari jumped, listening intently with a blushing face. He diagnosed that this blood was not from a common pig or cow. The system panel appeared again, showing a temporary strength boost of 200%, which could not be stacked with other buffs. Immediately, Corin was so happy he stepped forward and hugged Mariette, repeatedly saying he loved her, which made her blush so much she had to cover her face. She felt that following Dooku's advice was truly wise. Inside the library, Warren's voice rang out as she intended to share a story about a friend. She once heard someone say that when being with someone, the heart feels like it's floating on a cloud. Josephine was surprised. Warren continued, saying she felt like she was sitting on a light, floating cloud. Her heart kept pounding, and sometimes her chest felt a sharp pain, she expressed, blushing slightly. Josephine began to think. Perhaps this was a love consultation. She adjusted her glasses and thought to herself that Warren, after leaving her status as a high-grade demonic being, had become a young girl experiencing love for the first time. Then, Josephine confidently diagnosed that the subject was likely Corin Locke. If it was someone Warren interacted with, it couldn't be anyone else. Corin had even been reported as a playboy by the female freshman. In Josephine's eyes, he was already a womanizer. With her rich romantic experience, she bet that for a newcomer like Warren, this would be a tough challenge. Josephine speculated with sharp eyes. The person Warren secretly loved was someone with many female followers. Then she gave Warren advice. Opportunities wouldn't come often because those pursued by many women wouldn't take the initiative to approach anyone. Josephine placed her hand on her shoulder and spoke sincerely, silently remembering a famous love novel from about 100 years ago titled 101 Ways to Seduce That Boy, which was the love textbook for young girls at that time. Suddenly, Josephine gave another piece of advice that Warren should act aggressively. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to win her love. Hearing this, Warren immediately realized something. Josephine finally stated her opinion directly, advising her to wipe out anyone who dared to stand in her way. And the person giving the advice was a single witch, who was also the only one whose love experience was that 100-year-old novel. And the golden girl of the witching world, Warren, both were inexperienced young women, so they took the advice very seriously. After finishing the consultation, Josephine brought Warren back via teleportation. Before saying goodbye, she hoped Warren would soon win her love. Suddenly, what was in front of Warren left her extremely shocked. It was Dooku setting a fire outside the cold mansion, and inside was the shadow of a girl with her Corin. Warren constricted her pupils in jealousy. What she saw was Mariette sitting on top of him. She was breathing heavily in a suspicious manner. She pressed on his shoulders, opened her mouth wide to reveal her characteristic vampire fangs, then slowly leaned her mouth toward the hollow of his neck. Because of the movement, Mariette's chest pressed against him. When she bit into Corin's neck, he held her tightly. The scene of the two of them was extremely intimate, and everything was captured in Warren's sight. She pursed her trembling lips, feeling betrayed deep down. Each falling leaf felt just like her own heart at that moment. Now she understood that Corin was just a guy who liked to help people, and his kindness was meant for Mariette alone. Her heart tightened, and she continued to ache with worry, thinking, could she have been so arrogant to assume Corin liked her? Mariette, who had been enjoying herself with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, making Warren jump. She finally smirked and pulled her fangs away from his neck, not forgetting to lick the bite mark. War had fallen into Mariette's sights, her gaze suggesting she wouldn't yield her Corin to anyone. The two were separated only by a wall, glaring at each other, when suddenly Lan reached out and grabbed her sister's hand. She asked her to hand over the mission to her. Lan's hand reached toward Warren's face. Lan had now completely taken control of the love war, promising to clear out anyone who dared to stand in her way. Elisa fed him a piece of food with her fork, praising the chocolate mousse as delicious, which surprised Corin a bit. She smiled and added that since she lived in the countryside, there were no sweet shops around. He couldn't believe his ears and asked if her hometown was really that remote. However, Corin had originally planned to take a break to prepare for the upcoming holiday and go out to buy some sweets, but he ended up running into all his acquaintances and having to sit and eat cake with them. Suddenly, someone called his name. Mariette and Warren were both inviting him to eat, but because Warren was closer, he noticed her first. After Corin took a bite from Warren, he looked back at Mariette. She fell silent, feeling miserable after being beaten to the punch by another girl. Warren suddenly asked for the strawberry cake in her hand, but since she had no reason to refuse, she reluctantly agreed. Suddenly, Warren turned to ask Corin to get a piece of cake for her. He used his fork to pick it up while Mariette watched anxiously. Finally, when he brought it over, Warren opened her mouth, demanding to be fed. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Mariette slammed the cake right into her face. That was what you'd call a loving feeding, leaving Corin stunned for a moment. Mari then wiped her hands while smiling sinisterly, maliciously asking if it tasted good. Warren replied that it was good but emphasized the word sweet. Mari then asked if she wanted more, and the atmosphere dropped instantly. Even Corin couldn't understand why the vibe was so weird, his eyes darting back and forth. While wiping the cream off her face, Warren radiated killing intent and asked about Mariette's potato farm, then continued to give her a hard time about her potato cake. She darkened her face again and asked Warren if she wanted more strawberry cake. But who would be stupid enough to eat it? Watching the two girls bicker fiercely, Jer broke into a cold sweat and asked Corin what was going on. Even he was worried sick, repeatedly saying he was scared. Everything was beyond his imagination, so he stood up and asked for permission to go to the bathroom. Jer and Jarka stood up at the same time, confusing Elisa. The three guys walked off together, talking about the two girls who had been radiating such intense killing intent just a moment ago. Elisa couldn't stop them even if she wanted to. Back at the table, she ate under the pressure of Warren and Mariette. The two spoke politely back and forth, but the air was heavy. In the end, Mariette bragged that Corin would be joining her in the south this winter, and they would be taking a vacation at the hot springs together. At the same time, Warren shared that Corin had gone to the Holy Land of Jayan with her to receive a blessing from the Saintess, and took the opportunity to criticize her smelly hot springs. Both of these things left Elisa stunned, as this was all news to her. One of them delivered the final blow. Corin had decided to go home with her, making Elisa exclaim, "What?" Meanwhile, as the three guys were in the restroom together, Corin suddenly had a strange premonition. Elisa placed her cup on the table with a trembling hand. She fearfully explained that Corin had said he had business to attend to in the east, so he had teamed up with her to go watch the solar eclipse. This caused the two girls in front of them to radiate even more killing intent because of the third party. Feeling the pressure, Elisa's voice grew smaller. Even her vision started to blur. She could only stammer a few times before fearfully shouting, "Why?" Even in the men's restroom, they could hear her, and Corin turned around, confused. A few days ago, Corin had asked about the distance to the eastern forest. To explain, those liked by spirits can accompany them without needing interaction. But for a spirit to come all this way from so far off was truly rare. The person standing before him was Yuan. She announced that she had found the person he needed. The druid is named Uskias and Findias. Findias is a secret realm containing one of the four great treasures, the sun's claws Solas, and the one protecting that land is Uskias. In the game, the secret realm where the great sun treasure claws Solas is hidden according to the main plot. The Bantha family and the royal guards occupy it all. At the same time, the Bantha family and the royal guards couldn't even get past that obstacle. Becoming stronger himself is good, but if he can simultaneously weaken the enemy's power, that's even better. If, out of the four treasures, one falls into the hands of the royal guards, Corin just needs to be able to get one first. Usually, no one knows the time or location, so it's impossible to get. But after defeating the savage, the reward will be the map to the sun treasure, Claus Solas, one of the four great treasures. This information wasn't in his inventory but was transmitted directly into his memory. A solar eclipse. When the sun's power is at its weakest, he can seize Claus Solas. In the last 3 years of playing the game, a solar eclipse only happened once. It falls on May 8th, while the spring break is taking place. Yu Ewan reported the presence of the Wolf King's territory. He continued his train of thought, even though it was a hidden place. With Ewan's power, Corin trusted they would find a lead. Great, everything is going exactly to plan. Corin suddenly grinned and clenched his fist. During this vacation, he would travel to the east to find Findias and with the hope of seizing the ancient treasure, the Kusolas, first, and then ruining the plans of Bantaza and his minions. Just thinking about it, he smiled with satisfaction. Corin swore he would make them fail completely. After recounting everything, Corin trembled slightly, adding that the trip was also a convenient excuse to seek advice from the old Duke Sabanzia. Responding to his enthusiastic explanation was a deadly glare from Mariette. She asked him when he was leaving, and Corin looked up in surprise. She reached out, her palm clutching a badge, and explained that it was the family crest of her dukedom. With this badge, he could secure cooperation almost anywhere. She then warned him not to follow anyone if they promised him potatoes. Corin immediately insisted he wasn't a child. Then, she grabbed his hand as he was about to leave. She shyly told him to hold on for a second, seemingly hesitating to do something. He just smiled gently. She immediately declared that she would drain his blood without regret and would live off stored blood for a long time. In the end, he just offered a quick thank you and got ready. A day before their departure, Corin stepped out of the bathroom, his body dripping wet with a towel draped over his shoulders. He felt exhausted from having his blood drained, even though he had just been sitting still. Looking down at his bed, Corin was incredibly surprised to see War already lying there, looking dazed. She just remarked on how long he had taken to shower. Corin wondered why she was there. Warren simply replied that she would be sleeping there, which made him even more awkward. Given the social conventions between men and women, she immediately said that they had slept together before. Remembering that time when he had laid beside her, he denied it, saying it was a forced situation, only meant to avoid the rain. Deep down, Warren had lost her nerve. As long as Josephine didn't find out what she was doing, it was fine. Besides, the events of the previous day had made her somewhat dependent on him. Corin finally smiled and started to take off his outer shirt, but she stopped him by throwing a pillow at his head. War asked why he was taking his shirt off. This made him interpret it as her being worried about him. Both of them lay on the bed, and Warren looked up at the ceiling and continued, saying that if he got hurt, she would feel heartbroken. This surprised him. War finally asked if he would keep fighting, just like he had done for her. War leaned her face close to his, telling him she would protect him and didn't want him to get hurt. Corin sighed and turned away, but he understood her feelings a little better and finally thanked her. Then he spoke about his trip to the east. War felt more at ease as well. The words War said that day gave him more strength to keep trying. The next day, at a cafe, Corin's voice could be heard. He asked Elisa if it was really her, because the newspaper had her picture and the latest news about her. Breaking news. Swordmaster Galen passes the fifth sword to his granddaughter. The Yane family succession war begins. This really made Elisa choke on her coffee, and she said she had absolutely no idea about this. He said that was obvious, as she had finally escaped from being oppressed. Then he asked if everyone had packed their luggage. Elisa and Yuen quickly replied that they had. Elisa had already packed food and clothes, while the other was too arrogant to even discuss it. She was confident in her ability to control nature. He quickly showed his disappointment. The two of them had acted like rookies way too obviously, leaving both of them a bit confused. Corin then explained that they would be riding a wyvern straight to the east and asked if they understood what that meant. Both of them fell silent. Corin wickedly revealed the answer. They were about to regret it. The main character's luck, needless to say, would be on his side. The two girls had just been bragging about packing their luggage, but now they were being tossed around by the wind, unable to control their bodies or even speak. Alisa had it even worse. She could only stammer and scream, crying that she couldn't open her eyes. As for the other one, who had just been maintaining her Mother Nature image, she was now beyond saving, hit by winds so strong they could blow away her dignity. She promised that from now on, she wouldn't rely on nature so much. Corin, on the other hand, had prepared well in advance, wearing specialized gear. Looking at them, Corin could only call them fools, because at an altitude of 1 kilometer, regardless of the season, you need cold weather gear and goggles, and he had provided everything, including the experience, wisdom, and knowledge. Along the way, they kept calling his name, begging nature and people for help, and doing all sorts of things, until they finally turned a new page, arriving where the sea waves were blue and the island was lush, the eastern region of Tarleton. Elisa lost her balance and flailed her arms, and he looked back, not understanding what was happening. Over there, many more elephants were emerging from the forest. They charged in a frenzy. They were known as Olean, with red eyes that always locked accurately onto their prey. Elisa, while flying, pointed into the distance, incredibly surprised to see a village far away, and she feared that the village would be destroyed by the herd of elephants. Corin whispered that there was no need to rush, saving a small village wouldn't make them late. Elisa then bravely ordered the wyvern to descend. Corin used his abilities to make trees grow in the path of the elephants. As for Elisa, she would take on the burden of fighting. Just as planned, Yuen immediately made trees grow where they were. The tree roots grabbed onto the limbs of the elephants. Thick, dense trees rose up, creating a solid shield. Taking advantage of holding the monsters back, Elisa was still lying in ambush behind them. She jumped down from above, raising her sword with all her might, and with a single strike, her blade hit the elephant's tusk, ringing out with a sharp, piercing sound. She couldn't believe they would be able to block this. The elephant began moving more violently, to the point where the tree roots were no longer very effective. Yu Yuan realized this and grew worried. Instantly, Elisa retreated with a few leaps. Corin jumped off the wyvern and grabbed his spear. Up above was the mage, Yu Yuan. He ordered them to focus on the leader and tie it down. As long as they could hold the leader back, he would take care of the rest himself. Suddenly, Corin sensed something. From afar, a group of people suddenly arrived. They were using horses and riding wyverns, which surprised them all. A slash cut across the elephant's leg, followed by another. The elephants were torn apart one by one. Sword strikes quickly cleared the area all over the elephants' bodies. The herd of elephants was wiped out instantly. The people in that group were monster hunters from the Ayan family. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, saying Alisa was as pathetic as ever, which confused her, and then they suddenly threw an object at her. Elisa caught it by reflex, and that person quickly threw one to Corin as well. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he took it. When he opened his palm, the item inside was a candy, which made him even more confused. The one who threw the candies to both of them was Lunia. Elisa was also startled by her sudden action. In response, Lunia just reminded everyone to be more careful next time. Then she asked about the first-rank status for Corin. Lunia said it was a fantastic step forward. She encouraged him to keep up the good work and then turned and walked away. Just looking at her back, a thought crossed Corin's mind. She was still as cold as ever. Because she was naturally composed, Lunia remembered something. She slowly turned around and asked seriously, "Do you want to marry me?" The question made Elisa and Yu Yuan so shocked they nearly fell over. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing, and even Corin's face twisted up as if he wanted to shout, "What the hell is this?" A family representing the South, famous for fertile lands and trade routes established across the archipelago. In contrast, the East faces a heretical empire and harsh natural conditions, with barren soil and constant attacks from monsters. However, despite those circumstances, the East still maintains its solid reputation. It was definitely thanks to these people, the guardians of the far north, the Ayan family. A group of them bowed and said in unison, "The masters have arrived." Lunia appeared and said, "He and his friends have arrived. Prepare the guest house for them." The group received the order and replied in unison, "Understood, my lady." Then Lunia looked over at Elisa and said, "Elisa, come with me." Elisa was briefly taken aback and stood frozen. Oh, right, inside that room, two people were sitting playing Chinese chess, and they mentioned that the generals there were two people and Corin. You spoke up then, saying, "This is a difficult game, isn't it? Why is Corin so good at it?" Corin replied, "Hey, how many years do you think I've been playing this?" Yu Yuan asked with some curiosity. "You've played it before?" Corin just gave a short answer. "Yeah, every now and then." Yu Yuan's face suddenly turned serious as she asked, "But is Alisa okay? She looks so tense." Corin just remained calm and answered, "She'll be fine. They're sisters after all." Suddenly, she spoke up, thinking, "Surely it's not because we didn't catch that Olapin and got punished, right?" Corin denied it immediately. "No, she's not that type of person." Suddenly, someone walked in through the door and called for Corin Locke. Corin, who was playing chess, heard this and replied, "Yes." That person then informed him, "Lady Lunia wants to see you." Corin asked in confusion, "Me?" Lunia was standing outside waiting for Corin. Seeing him arrive, she turned her head and asked, "You're here?" Then Lunia told him, "Sit down. There are many things to discuss." Corin asked, a bit puzzled, "It's not a punishment, is it?" Lunia heard Corin mumbling something and asked, "What did you say?" "Oh," Corin waved his hand. "It's nothing." Lunia poured tea for Corin and asked softly, "I heard you're turning 18 soon." "Same age as my younger brother." Then Lunia got straight to the point and asked, "Let me ask you this. Are you married yet?" Corin answered honestly, No." Lunia nodded as if expected. Then, without hesitation, Lunia asked Corin that if he didn't have anyone, would he consider marrying her? Corin was slightly startled and asked back, "Are you serious?" Lunia replied flatly, "Do I look like the type who likes to joke around?" Then Lunia voiced her feelings about Corin's character. "Objectively speaking, you are a good seed, with unparalleled talent, and your diligent attitude is wonderful, and your face is acceptable, according to my taste." Corin, hearing this, asked in surprise, "You care about appearances too?" Lunia replied, "I am a woman too. After all, at the very least, I have to look at the face and body of the man who will hold me at night." Hearing that, Corin rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Tell me the truth, why are you doing this all of a sudden?" Lunia's deep gaze appeared as she replied that it was because of him. Corin was surprised beyond measure and asked, "What did you say?" Lunia began to tell a story to Corin. After Elisa defeated me in the sword duel, the old sword saint suddenly appeared and declared the old man Lunia spoke of was Elisa's grandfather. Elisa must be appointed as the 5th chair of the sword pavilion. Lunia continued to recount the story seriously. After he made that announcement, my supporters began to stir. You, the one who gave Elisa advice and planned that bold move, must understand clearly. Lunia took a sip of tea and said, "My position started to waver, and now I am facing renowned swordsmen from everywhere to try and restore it." Hearing that, Corin asked, "A political marriage, that's a good move." Lunia replied, "But I don't like that. I am too outstanding to become a commodity in the marriage market." Corin wondered and asked what she meant. Corin seemed to gradually understand, and he asked, "Lunia back. You want me to pretend to be married to you?" Lunia picked up her teacup and replied, "Exactly." Then Lunia continued, "Elisa is just an illegitimate daughter of the Ayan house, but as soon as she returned to the family, the gifts prepared for her were already waiting. That is because she was designated as the heir early on and pushed into the heart of the family's power." A noble, high-ranking woman spoke up and said, "You must have heard the news. Father has appointed you as the 5th chair of the sword pavilion." Elisa replied softly, "Yes." Elisa knelt on the floor and said, "But I am in the in-house. Father's word is absolute." That woman looked at Elisa and replied, "Your opinion carries no weight to change it." That woman was Sophia, the primary wife of Jed Ayan, the current head of the family, and Lunia's biological mother. That's right, everything followed the wishes of Gal Ayan, the previous master. Sophia said to Elisa then, "You will become the chair of the 5th sword pavilion and must dedicate your strength for the honor of the family and to protect humanity. With the command sword, the symbol of the chair, choose people from the main house. Let them stay, achieve merit, and command them during this time." Elisa's gaze was vacant. She picked up the sword and said, "Yes." Elisa did not object, nor could she object. Since she was small, she had grown up in a submissive posture, and now nothing had changed, even though she knew she would never be completely accepted by these people. A pair of feet walked step by step along the path. Elisa passed a room and heard voices coming from inside. But let's try to think positively. Elisa stopped instinctively to look and asked, "Ah." Elisa saw Corin sitting inside and saying, "Actually, it's not a bad thing." Elisa was slightly surprised and said, "Sister and Mr. Corin." Lunia spoke up then, "Well, let's take some time off tomorrow. Let's go on a date." Elisa heard this and wondered to herself, a date. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, her voice sounding more cheerful than usual. Then Lunia continued to ask Corin, "Will you marry me? Is that okay?" It was such an unrelated statement, truly just like her sister. Elisa stood outside holding her sword, thinking it was just like her. Elisa looked on pensively, thinking that of course, marriage is a major matter with its own reasons, but surely there must be some affection underneath it. Lunia had both curiosity and affection for Corin, respect for a swordsman who had reached a high realm, and the desire to touch that peak. If she didn't like Corin as a man, she surely wouldn't have made this offer. Then Elisa spoke up and said, "That's a good thing. Elisa likes both of you." Lunia is the half-sister she admires, who played the role of a mother in her childhood. Even though there is now an unwanted rivalry between them, she truly wishes for her sister's happiness. Corin is also a special person to Elisa. He believed in her talent, supported her, and helped her survive the pursuit of those on her sister's side. Elisa hugged her sword and sat down on the ground, feeling sad, but in her heart, she still thought those two were a perfect match. As the people she loved and respected, Elisa bitterly and sourly concluded that it was a good thing for them to join together in marriage. Time just drifted by, ever so gently. Suddenly, someone appeared and let out a sigh. Lunia held a piece of paper in her hand and asked, "What is this?" Mother Sophia quickly replied, "Those are the renowned swordsmen from the East and the brilliant children of powerful noble families. Most of my support base consists of my mother's subordinates. I can't keep ignoring the pressure from these meetings." She said it unintentionally, but she thought to herself that, looking like this, it wasn't too bad. Objectively speaking, he was a good man. And what was it again? A thirst for progress in martial arts. Regardless, the one who would decide the next family head was still the Sword Emperor, Grandfather Garandon. With Corin Locke's talent, if he could reach the peak of martial arts, the opposition would be crushed no matter what they did. Lunia spoke up then, thinking to herself, "I wonder how far my feelings for him will go, at least it's affection, perhaps even more." She speculated about her sister's feelings, then Lunia concluded that her sister's feelings were actually her own. "I have the standing and the authority to do that. A female commander wouldn't care about such things." Suddenly, Jenny walked in and called out, "My lady." Lunia heard her and replied, "Is that you, Jenny?" Jenny then asked, "Is this a secret date with Corin Locke?" Lunia replied, a secret date. That sounds unpleasant. Then Lunia asked, this is a proper marriage proposal, do you not like it? Jenny quickly responded, at least compared to the men Sophia has tried to set you up with. He's incomparable. Jenny recalled some things from the past and said, we failed that sword duel because of that very reason. Besides, he overwhelmed Lena when he was very young and has already stepped into the realm of martial arts. Then, Jenny concluded that he was not at all lacking as a partner for Lunia. Indeed, hearing that, Lunia had to praise Jenny for something. Jenny, you have a good eye for men. However, Jenny continued, but my lady, do you intend to go on a date dressed like that? Lunia asked curiously, is something wrong? Jenny fell silent, not saying another word. The scene shifted to an expensive restaurant in the market, where a voice echoed, let's see, I think I invited him here. Corin appeared, looking dapper yet shy, and said, ah, Lunia. Oh, Lunia saw him blushing and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Then Lunia asked again, is there something on my face? Corin coughed a few times and replied, cough, cough. Ah, it's nothing. Seeing there was nothing there, Lunia linked her arm with his and said, let's go. Corin was still flustered and replied, ah, yes. In a certain forest, a group of people reported, my lady, there are signs of magical beasts appearing at the border. Elisa heard this and quickly replied, understood. We will move quickly to join forces over there. The group received the order and replied in unison, understood, my lady. Elisa looked ahead, lost in thought, saying nothing but letting out a sigh of relief. Phew. The lights turned on, blending with the soft, lingering music. A masked man stood dancing under the lights to the melody. Meanwhile, Elisa had to push herself through a harsh battle with monsters. After destroying one, exhaustion was clearly visible on her face. Elisa just let out a soft sigh of relief. Then, she charged in to defeat more monsters. As for Lunia and Corin, they were still sitting there, enjoying the music like two relaxed people. The masked man continued to sing with his resonant voice. On the other hand, Elisa had to struggle to fight the monsters. This showed the contrasting fates of Elisa and Lunia. Loud applause erupted for the man who had just stood on stage to sing. Elisa fought resiliently, showing intense courage. Lunia and Corin also applauded the man's performance. Elisa's hands were still stained with blood, marking the end of a battle. A moment later, Elisa spoke to everyone. Woo, everyone worked hard today. As for Corin and Lunia, the two of them happily walked out of the concert. Lunia asked Corin, did you have fun today? Corin replied, yes. The slogan about the angel's voice really wasn't an exaggeration. Lunia linked her arm with his and replied, no, I'm asking if you had fun. Corin answered honestly, oh, it was a new and very interesting experience. Lunia took Corin's hand and said softly, that's good then. The most important thing is that you feel happy, isn't it? Then Lunia gently placed a sweet kiss on Corin's hand and said, today was a fun day, too. Corin sweetly said to Lunia, shouldn't kissing the back of the hand be my duty? Lunia looked at him profoundly and replied, I suppose I'm used to doing that with the ladies, but next time, I'll let you do it. Elisa stood there, witnessing the scene where Lunia said goodbye to Corin. See you tomorrow. I've prepared many things for you. You should go rest now. See you tomorrow. After he left, Lunia noticed Elisa standing there. Oh, Lunia walked over step by step and said to Elisa, Elisa, you look terrible. Did you just come back from the outskirts? Elisa asked softly, did you just meet Corin? Lunia nodded and replied, yes, that's right. I was just out having fun with him in the city. Hearing this, Elisa tightened her grip on her sword and said, oh, is that so? Then Elisa asked, Lunia, I'm sure you had a wonderful time. Yes, and I was even wearing traditional attire. I remember you haven't worn it since 7 years ago. Seeing Elisa ask so many things, Lunia called out, Elisa. Elisa responded blankly, yes. Lunia turned her back to leave and said, I'm going to change clothes and head to the dojo. Let's have a sparring match. Elisa stammered, a sparring match? Usually, Elisa could easily decline a sparring session with her sister, but this time, the reason for the request was unclear. Then Elisa said, yes, I cannot refuse that offer. That evening, before the sparring match began, Lunia had a few questions. It's so strange, you always avoid sparring, yet you accepted this challenge so happily, Elisa. Elisa held her sword and called out softly, sister. Elisa swung her sword down and said, no one is watching. Lunia frowned with a serious face and replied, yes, swing your sword freely. Lunia's profound gaze appeared as she said, first disciple of the Ian Sword School, Lunia. Elisa didn't back down and replied, first-class swordsman of the Ian Sword School, Elisa. Amidst the tense and suffocating atmosphere, a voice rang out, then, let's begin. Lunia was the one to attack first, swinging her sword powerfully toward a nearby rock. The large rock was quickly sliced into small pieces by Lunia. Seeing this, Alisa was momentarily stunned and said, "Oh!" The rock fragments flew toward Alisa, and she was quick-witted enough to use her sword to fend them off. Lunia suddenly appeared before Alisa and said, "Mighty Tiger Stance, second form, Golden Rooster." Then Lunia spoke up and asked Alisa, "Do you still remember?" Saying that, her tone dropped as she added, "React." Alisa was startled, not knowing how to respond. Lunia's fatal strike put Alisa at a disadvantage, and she was hit. A vacant look appeared in Alisa's eyes. She realized that clearly, Lunia's attack was within her own range of perception, but her reflexes couldn't keep up. However, from the flash of speed to true power, from the heavens to the lightning, if she could read Lunia's attacks, instead of just reacting, she could predict them and counter. At this point, Lunia's gaze suddenly became more intimidating as she stared straight at Alisa. Alisa struggled to face her. Two people with two different styles, Lunia easily dodged Alisa's attack. A voice rang out then, saying her breathing was already disordered. Alisa was sent flying several hundred meters away. A look of no emotion flickered, and Alisa let out a soft groan. Thanks to the relentless effort and rigorous training that made it possible to achieve a miraculous level of insight, the sword aura. Lunia walked over to Alisa and said that this time was better than before. Not a waste of training, right? The strongest defensive layer. Alisa slowly stood up and replied softly, "Yes." Lunia stood there and continued, "Perhaps it's because of that person that your mindset has changed." A sudden thought appeared in Alisa's mind. That person? Lunia seemed to hear Alisa's inner voice and asked, "That person and I have something in common, don't we?" Alisa stammered in reply, "Do we?" The image of that person appeared in Lunia's figure, saying, "No wasted energy. The philosophy of technique is similar." Lunia pointed her sword at Alisa and said that for humans, flashy techniques are unnecessary, just a little bit within an inch is enough. Alisa took her sword to block Lunia's strike. Lunia continued calmly, understanding the absolute distance, and then she let Alisa know one thing. "Next time, you better dodge." Alisa was slightly puzzled and thought to herself, "She told me to dodge." This was clearly something Alisa could read from Lunia's attack, but how exactly was she supposed to dodge the next strike? A moment later, unable to hold on, Alisa dropped her sword and surrendered. I give up." Saying the words of surrender, Alisa felt mentally crushed, thinking she had gotten just a little closer. Victory in the sword-breaking match had made her confident that she had become a proud swordswoman, but that was just arrogance. Lunia walked past Alisa and said, "Keep training harder." That victory back then was just luck. Between Lunia and Alisa turned her back and asked. If that's not the case, Lunia listened and immediately replied, "You will always just stand behind me, and between you and that person, there exists an unbridgeable gap." Alisa and Lunia said nothing more. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent. Though she didn't say it out loud, Alisa felt uneasy in her heart. Tears fell onto the ground, and she thought to herself that it was truly humiliating. A few days later, someone was pouring tea for Lunia and asked quietly, "So, still no engagement this year?" Lunia took a sip of tea, while the other person continued to ask, "I heard you've been seeing a young man recently." Lunia replied, "It's just fate leading me that way." The person asking Lunia was Sophia. Hearing that, Sophia continued, "If it's just a fling, wait until after you're engaged. After all, men are just tools to enhance the family's reputation." Sophia Ayan, the #1 swordswoman of the East in her youth, but after her husband Jedin's affair, her views on marriage had become quite twisted. Now, Sophia told Lunia, "You should marry whoever brings you the most benefit." Lunia replied, "There's no need to worry." Lunia confidently affirmed to Sophia, "I am certain that person is worth far more than anyone on those matchmaking lists." Sophia asked, half doubting, "Oh, is that so?" Lunia thought of Corin, recalling how he had stepped into that realm at such a young age. His martial talent was not far behind her grandfather's. Sophia said, "Your talent, Lunia." Lunia quickly replied, "Yes, it's not just simple destructive power, but a different ability, a talent that leads to victory. That person's talent is of the same kind." Lunia hesitated for a moment and continued, and Sophia, curious, asked, "And what else?" Lunia said bluntly, "He's handsome, too." Sophia was stunned and responded, "What?" Lunia chuckled and explained, "His appearance matches my tastes perfectly. Besides, there's the joy of taking what my little sister wants." Sophia was speechless, and for the first time, she thought Sophia silently lamented in her mind that this wasn't morally appropriate. She began to reflect on her own twisted views on marriage. On the 9th day, after arriving at the main Ayan estate, the New Year's event was held. Alisa and Ewan went for a walk together. Suddenly, Alisa laughed happily and said, "Brother Corin, the theme of this village seems to have a strong Korean vibe." And as the festival was drawing to a close, Corin walked past Ewan as she spoke, saying, Brother Corin found it. The main purpose of our coming to the east from the very beginning was to find Findias, the location of the 4 great treasures. Chris's realm, Findias, was a wild land surrounded by beasts and towering mountains, lying beyond the borders managed by the Aeon tribe. The eastern border, a voice spoke up with genuine gratitude. Thank you for guiding us. Want a cookie? Corin, following behind, noticed and spoke up. Oh, a spirit? Lunia was there too, thinking it was so convenient to have Dre along. She hadn't expected to travel through the deep forest without getting lost. Then, Corin turned around appreciatively and said, It's all thanks to you, Lunia. If you hadn't come along, we never would have made it past the border. Lunia winked at Corin and said, No need to thank me. I'm not sure why you kids are looking for secret realms beyond the border, but you're all minors, and since you're my fiancé, I have a duty to act as your guardian. In these monster-infested mountains, average Godians are just a burden. With both Warren and Mary absent, Lunia was an incredibly valuable asset. Just then, Elisa called out to Lunia. Ah, sister, Elisa said. I really don't think you should be saying things like fiancé out loud. Lunia asked, What's wrong? Elisa just gave a vague reply. The people around them looked a bit confused. Lunia answered bluntly, What outsiders think of me doesn't matter. Then, Elisa seemed to gather all her courage and said to Lunia, Sister, if you truly have no intention of taking responsibility for Corin, I don't think you should be blocking his path to marriage like this. Lunia asked indifferently, You really think so? Yeah. You then opened a strange portal and said, It's right here. Just pass through this and we'll be there. Everyone focused their attention on the portal AU had opened. Elisa couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, the portal just shattered and fell like pieces of glass. Corin observed it and finally came to a conclusion. We've been tricked. This place is definitely worthy of being guarded by a sage. Left all alone, Corin asked, Am I being isolated? Is this an enchantment spell for intruders, like the formation from last time? It must be a test. Maybe it's testing if those accompanying are worthy of entering the secret realm. But this trick is nothing special. Corin gripped his weapon tightly and shouted, Bring it on. Whether it's an illusion or a monster, I'll take them all on. Just then, someone walked up and called out, Hey, brother. Hearing that, Corin broke into a cold sweat and thought, No way, that voice, it's Park Sihu. Park Sihu smiled as he walked in front of Corin and said, Hello there. Park Sihu's eyes were glowing deep red as he continued, Long time no see. How cruel of you. Then he jumped back and exclaimed, Oh God, what is this? With that, Corin charged at Park Sihu with his weapon, and the two began to trade blows. Corin shouted fiercely, Are you a fake? The Park Sihu in front of him smirked and said, That's right, but Park Sihu laughed mockingly and replied, You're a fake too. You're a player, but you're not the real protagonist. Corin was stunned, thinking, Did he already get rid of the protagonist? The protagonist of this world, Park. Even if Park Sihu is evil, his power is undeniable. He deserves to be called a god. He's on a completely different level than I am right now. Park Sihu appeared and whispered to Corin that he could be proud if he managed to kill him. But then, Park Sihu asked Corin again, Are you really sure you can save the world? Hearing that, Corin said nothing, his gaze dropping. Park Sihu seemed unsatisfied and continued, I tried to claim everything, yet I still failed. And who are you supposed to be? With that incomplete system of yours, what do you think you can do? The player has died, the challenge failed. As just a side character, can you really defeat Tessbana? At this, Corin spoke up, Of course I can. I will claim one of the 4 great treasures first to weaken his power. That's why I came all the way to this distant eastern region. I'm doing my best to see a happy ending. Park Sihu bluntly dismissed it and said, Yeah, right. Then Park Sihu told Corin that if he truly wanted to see that ending, he should have chosen him once again. Corin replied, If I did that, my innocence would be at risk. Park Sihu laughed mockingly. What's the problem? You know you like it. Confused, Corin asked, What are you talking about? Suddenly, Park Sihu whispered the words sacrifice. Corin fell silent, unable to say another word. Seeing him silent, Park Sihu continued, How does it feel to sacrifice yourself for others? But think about it. Instead of saving those NPCs, shouldn't you be thinking about the bigger picture? If you had found the treasures faster and taken all the items, you would be much stronger. You know perfectly well that your current playstyle isn't the most efficient way. Park Sihu leaned into Corin's ear and whispered, I sacrificed 10,000 people to gain this power. Corin, the player, shuddered slightly, and Park Sihu continued standing there, speaking. Strength is directly proportional to the sacrifices of others. Park Sihu's eyes turned pitch black, his face becoming even more terrifying as he said, Sacrifice what is necessary, and let's save the world together. Corin sighed and said, Ha, Sure, that's one way to put it. He clenched his fists and said, even if I restart the game, I can't help but regret the items and events I've missed. Corin lunged at Park Sihu, catching him off guard, as he exclaimed, huh. Corin looked at Park Sihu with anger and said, is it because that trashy way of thinking still exists that I'm seeing this hallucination? Corin reminisced about the past and said, I will save the world, Mariette, Elisa, Warren, and Lan, the people I have saved and will save in the future, regardless of whether it's efficient or not. Is this the world I was so afraid of in this illusion? But thanks to this, I've cleared my head. I have no regrets. Even if I could go back, my choices wouldn't change. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name, Corin. Corin turned his head and said, Ewan is an R, so she wasn't affected by the illusion. But Lunia, why did you get out so fast? Lunia said bluntly, that guy was just spouting nonsense. Lunia raised her sword and said decisively, so I cut him down. This person truly doesn't know how to back down. Then Corin asked, what about Elisa? Lunia looked over and replied, is this her weakest point? You stood there and said she would wake up soon. Lunia and Corin charged forward confidently. They had been together through everything, and they exclaimed, I didn't expect to break through the mist so easily. From a cliff across the way, a black panther appeared and said, such extraordinary guests. Corin was startled and asked, a talking panther? It's not a magical beast, is it? The panther radiated a special light and continued, please excuse me, it is an honor. A mysterious man appeared and said, to meet the young Riss and her friends, I am Euskias, the guardian of Findias. Let me take you to Findias. Lania looked over and said, oh, it's Corin. Lunia and Yuan followed Uskias to a castle in the forest, the landscape hiding one of the 4 great treasures, Findias, where the sun sword is kept. As they were walking, Corin stopped and asked, Yuan, are these people? She quickly replied, yes, they are my kind. Hearing that, Corin said, beautiful place. Could you sell me a plot of land? You looked at him and asked, are you sure? People call this the Green Land, you know. Corin looked around with an interested expression and said, real estate investment is all about looking to the future. Just then, a voice rang out, please, this way. Right, I heard about the young Driss looking for this place. The spirits told me. Euskias sat on a chair, looking at them, and asked softly, why have you come to this remote land? Corin looked straight at Euskias and replied, I am searching for one of the 4 great treasures, the sun sword clausulas of the Genu tribe. Uskias stuttered a bit upon hearing that and asked, you are looking for it too. Corin nodded in agreement. Right. Then he began to explain the reason why. Because I am the successor to the Empress Aranua, the messenger of heaven. That's right. At this point, Corin thought to himself, I am my master's successor, and even if I go back, that won't change. After thinking it over, Corin spoke up, but if you say that, then cough, cough. Suddenly, a figure walked in from the door and said, I smell blood. Indeed. The mysterious person revealed sharp, enigmatic eyes and said, so it's you, the kid who killed PM. I thought someone would come, but it seems a crazier one has arrived. Corin saw this and immediately said, the beast envoy Murias, king of the gloomy shadows. Murias replied, you know me. Beast King Jun Sky. Murias moved closer to Corin and asked, a protector of the Empress? Huh, kid, the throne of shadows belongs to only one master. Then, Murias uttered a few threatening words. When the age of darkness arrives, your goddess will be torn to shreds, leaving nothing behind but scraps for wild beasts. Finishing that, Murias stared at Corin with a chilling, silent smile. Suddenly, the creature roared in anger, stop calling me. I told you not to call me. After dealing with that, he turned to Corin with a gentle, benevolent smile and said, oh, my apologies. My friend is just a bit noisy. Cough, cough. Let's get to the point. Euskaz, sitting on high, saw this scene and spoke up. You both want it, but I don't have the authority to grant it. I am merely the one who sets the trials. Hearing this, Corin asked, trials. Saying that, Corin thought silently to himself. As expected, Drit is still maintaining neutrality, but that's not fun at all. I don't know the content of the trial. Mirias also thought calmly. Even though in the current situation, that guy doesn't know any more than I do, but in the previous round, Bantaz's faction possessed all 4 great treasures. Euskias saw both of them lost and thought and said, both of you, wait in your places. The test details will be announced after the deliberation is finished. Mirias heard this, laughed, and said, hey, I like trials. Following the main story, Corin glanced over and heard the remark, the kid who killed PM. Mirias looked at him with a grin and said, I'm looking forward to it. This kid will overcome this trial. That evening, the clear night sky had only the clouds and the moon for company. Elisa was fast asleep. Lunia looked like she was sleeping soundly too. The corners of Elisa's eyes twitched slightly. In her dream, the figures of Corin and Lunia appeared. The two were hugging each other affectionately, looking like a reunited, happy family. The two people I worship and admire have made a vow and are sharing their love. Elisa dreamed of being surrounded by a group of children, laughing and playing happily. 12 grandchildren were calling me aunt and hugging me tight. A look of pure happiness appeared on Elisa's face. This was surely a happiness that should not be broken. She is such a faithful person, and Corin isn't the type to make his partner shed tears either. So, this is a happy ending. A good thing for everyone. Dreaming of the scene where Corin hugged Lunia, Elisa felt a pang in her heart and thought, but why do I feel so uncomfortable with this? Why? A voice called out to Elisa. Was she awake or still trapped in an illusion? It was Corin. He walked over to wake Elisa, but it didn't work. Corin sighed and said, "We're missing one person. I hope she wakes up before tomorrow." Suddenly, he saw Elisa open her eyes and move, so he exclaimed that she had finally woken up. Elisa suddenly pulled Corin down onto the bed. The surprise maneuver caught him off guard, and he could only manage a gasp. Ah! Corin was pulled onto the bed to lie next to Elisa. Startled, he called out to her. Elisa put a finger to Corin's lips and whispered, "Shh." Then, she spoke softly. "Brother-in-law." Corin was a bit flustered and said, "Huh? What?" Inside, Corin wondered, what is she doing? His face flushed bright red, and he asked breathlessly, "What?" Elisa sighed and let out a sound. Elisa leaned closer to him and called out, "Brother-in-law." Corin was bewildered. Elisa whispered gently to him, "Sister isn't here right now." Corin panicked and asked, Huh? What?" He only saw Elisa's eyes look very hazy, as if she were not in control of her own actions. Elisa then quickly lay down and hugged Corin. He lay still, not daring to move, and wondered to himself, what on earth is going on here? The next day, someone spoke up and said, "Now, I will announce the second trial." Hearing this, Elisa asked curiously, "The second? Wasn't that the first mission?" Uskia stood there leaning on his staff and replied, "You have already completed the first trial. It was a test of how far you could go to maintain your stance." Uskias continued, "And whether you have enough conviction in your own righteousness. You have already proven your true selves." Elisa listened, dazed, and muttered to herself, "Proving our true selves?" Elisa recalled a bit of what happened yesterday. "Brother-in-law, sister isn't here right now." After that thought, Elisa was so scared she trembled and let out a sound. She cautiously whispered, "I don't think I could go that far." Elisa was trembling with fear as the thought crossed her mind, and she stammered, before adding cautiously, "I don't think I can go that far." Corin smiled slightly and told Elisa, "Humph. Anyway, don't beat yourself up. Have some confidence, because you stayed true to your beliefs." Lunia walked over, patted Elisa on the head, and said, "No matter what your actions and sense of justice are, stick to them. Human strength naturally comes from inner conviction." Elisa trembled slightly and blurted out, "Really? I don't think I can do it." He walked over and gently comforted her. "Elisa, if you're tired, just take a break." Elisa still forced herself a bit and said, "No, it's fine. A sinner like me, what right do I have?" Uska spoke up again. "For the second trial, your companion spirits will assist you." Uskia said seriously, "The mission is to find mistletoe on an oak tree to craft a staff. Then let's get started. The deadline is until sunrise tomorrow morning." After that, a tablet appeared, displaying the text of an oath. Both sides accepted the outcome of the trial and agreed not to attack each other for 60 days. The oath was sealed before the trial was announced. Corin turned around with a serious look and thought that such a procedure didn't normally exist. But he had asked Uskia to act as a mediator. If he interfered with the trial, it would become quite troublesome. Corin saw Uskia standing next to the demonic envoy Murias, looking a bit creepy, and thought to himself while falling into deep thought. Unlike Chris, who maintained neutrality, he supported Bant. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Corin looked around and thought that even though Yu had improved her strength a lot, Lord Norix was still at the sage rank. Even with the rule of no attacks, the difference in power was still huge. Suddenly, Yu turned back and said things were bad. The spirits weren't responding. As expected, it seemed they had all sided with Dun Norik. Hearing this, Lunia spoke up. "Well, then this won't be easy." Corin remained silent. Suddenly, Elisa spoke up and announced, "I found the mistletoe." Hearing that, Corin replied, "This is just an elm tree." Elisa. Corin kept observing his surroundings and muttered, "What a perfect gamble." Mistletoe usually parasitizes oak trees, and in this vast forest, just finding an oak tree isn't easy. At that moment, Elisa held up a piece of wood and asked, "Then what about this?" Then Corin concluded, But finding an oak tree with parasitic mistletoe is nearly impossible. Even with spirits in the forest, it's too difficult. And all of them have already sided with Fawn Nor. Someone piped up, "How about cutting the mistletoe and sticking it onto a regular oak tree?" Hearing that, Corin retorted, "When it comes to chopping down trees, I'm quite confident." Yu Ewan looked at the piece of wood in Corin's hand and said, "Doing that ruins the meaning of the ritual." Corin looked a bit doubtful. Huh? Afterward, Uskias announced, "I will now bring the trial to an end. Everyone, take out the staffs you've prepared." What on earth happened? The demonic envoy Murias pulled something out and declared, "I prepared a big, hard staff." The demonic envoy Murias looked over and suddenly asked, "Why does your staff look so much bigger and harder?" Corin glared at him and snapped, "Shut up, bastard. You don't need to know." Corin looked closely and deduced that Elisa had attached mistletoe seeds to the oak seed she found. After that, Au used magic to accelerate its growth. He pulled out a mysterious potion and thought that it should have died quickly, but after experimenting a bit with something brought back from the east, it actually worked. The leopard walked over at that moment and said, "You guys cleared the second trial." The leopard approached the demonic envoy Murias and Corin, then said, "Everyone has passed. Now, I will announce the final trial." The leopard looked straight toward the horizon and stated, "In the northern forest, there's a rowan tree with red berries. Your mission is to bring those berries back." Corin looked in that direction and thought, "I figured it wouldn't be that simple." Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere, "I am 7. That mysterious voice rang out once more. "Those who come here for the fruit, prove your worth." Right as he finished speaking, a massive corpse appeared. It was the Sky Titan, of the same lineage as the Titan who protects the sun, Theus, from the heroic legends of Ahan. The demonic envoy Murias looked at it and muttered that a real giant was genuinely terrifying. Lunia looked shocked for a moment and said it might be a bit tough to defeat him. Hearing that, Corin reassured her, "Don't even think about that. Whether Lunia wins or loses, she won't get Sola's cloak first anyway." A thought popped into Corin's mind, right? They surely wouldn't expect him to blindly fight a giant like that. The first and second trials were cut from the same cloth. Perhaps the Sky Titan spoke up, "I will test your wisdom. I shall give you riddles, and you must solve them." Hearing this, Corin replied, "Mythical creatures always love riddles, don't they? Didn't you know?" Yu Yuan, standing beside him, answered, "Not necessarily." The demonic envoy Murias let out an exclamation of awe. "Whoa, the Sky Titan loves riddles. I'll do it. I'll solve the riddle." The Sky Titan loves rare treasures and riddles, but since the world is easily destroyed, they limit their fun. Corin looked up and replied, "Fine, I accept." The Sky Titan looked satisfied and said, "Good, I will explain the rules. Whichever side answers 5 questions correctly first wins. To keep it fair, each side can only have 2 participants." Corin, Elisa, and the demonic envoy Murias looked a bit delighted. The Sky Titan continued, "However, since Chris is already familiar with riddles, they will be excluded from the contest." The demonic envoy Murias chuckled and said, Hey, the Titan loves riddles. Whoever we pick as our representative will definitely outperform them." Lunia frowned and muttered, "Do I look like someone good at solving riddles?" Elisa chimed in from the side, I've solved a few riddles in books. Our side should be fine with just Elisa and me." After making sure everything was settled, the Sky Titan announced that it was time to begin. Under the dim moonlight, the Sky Titan spoke. "In the morning it walks on 4 legs, at noon it shrinks down, in the evening it grows large again, but by night it disappears." Corin listened and fell silent in deep thought. Grows in the morning, shrinks at noon, grows again in the evening, and vanishes at night. Suddenly, Corin's eyes turned sharp as he thought that if he pondered just a bit more, he guessed the answer. The demonic envoy Murias raised a hand to speak. The demonic envoy Murias answered softly. The shadow of the Sky Titan spoke up to deliver the conclusion. "Correct." Corin looked slightly stunned and stayed silent. Elisa stammered, asking if it was just a coincidence. Because he was usually so overwhelmingly competent, she had forgotten. Corin's gaze suddenly sharpened, thinking about the nature of the sky. The Sky Titan spoke again. "This is something that cannot be seen. No powerful entity can defeat it. It always draws near, but once it passes, it stops forever." The demonic envoy Murias quickly had the answer and shouted, "Time." The answer was time. The Sky Titan giant approached the next riddle. "This thing is sometimes joy, sometimes comedy, and sometimes tragedy. It is a play in which all living beings are the leads." The envoy monster Murias quickly replied, "Life it is known as both comedy and tragedy. To live or to die, that is the question." This didn't feel random. It felt like facing thousands upon thousands of people at once. The envoy monster Murias laughed loudly and said, Hey, Sky is good at solving riddles, but that was too easy. Corin then turned to Elisa and said, "Hey, Elisa, why don't you try one? Do you read a lot of strange magazines?" Elisa responded, flustered. "What do you mean, strange magazines? I only subscribe to the kind every young lady is supposed to read." The Sky Titan giant spoke up again, saying, "Here is the fourth question. To me, it is something beautiful, yet others cannot understand it. To some, it is violence, while to others, it is an escape." Corin closed his eyes and frowned, thinking, "This question is really complicated. Is my imagination really that poor?" Elisa spoke up cautiously. Could I try answering that?" Corin asked, puzzled. "Huh." The Sky Titan giant heard her and said, "Go ahead." Elisa replied, feeling shy and hesitant but fair. Suddenly, in her heart, Elisa thought, "To me, it is something beautiful, but others don't understand it. To some, it is violence, and to others, it is an escape." Immediately after, Elisa blurted out her answer, "An affair." Corin, the envoy monster Murias, and the Sky Titan giant all reacted with shock. "Huh? What? What?" Everyone went silent after hearing Elisa's answer, unable to offer any further response. Seeing them stand there stunned, Elisa shyly muttered, "Well, it could be that, right?" The Sky Titan giant stammered a compliment. "Interesting. Your answer is also correct." Elisa heard this and immediately tried to object. "No, please, consider that wrong. I was wrong. That's not what I meant." Corin asked, bewildered. "Elisa, what on earth are you thinking?" Elisa retorted loudly, "No, it's really not like that. Hey, don't avoid my gaze, give me a chance to explain." Humph. Though Elisa tried to defend herself, it was to no avail. Even though the train of thought had been broken, was it just a coincidence? Sky guessed 2 questions in a row, and the riddle confrontation ended in our defeat. The envoy monster Murias slipped away quietly, chuckling. "Heh, heh. This was great. I did a good job, didn't I? Right?" The man beside the envoy monster Murias chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Lord Sky." "Congratulations, Lord Sky, you lost completely." Elisa sighed warily and said, "Oh, what do we do now? Have we failed?" Ewan walked over and told Elisa, "The challenge surely wouldn't end like this. I think we just haven't obtained one of the necessary materials yet." Elisa exclaimed upon hearing this, "That's a relief then." Yu continued, "We in Dis never give up everything just because of one failure." Suddenly, Yu's eyes darted around, observing something. Lunia approached gently and asked, "Is it an enemy?" Au finished observing and replied, "There's no one here." Au then used her energy to scan the area more thoroughly, concluding that there were no spirits around, not even a single person. Corin felt a sense of existential doubt. Thinking back, there weren't any monsters either, right? I saw them occasionally on the way here. No spirits and no monsters. This is the Demon Forest, also known as the Mountains of Monsters. Corin looked ahead, thinking that if neither type was visible in this forest, there were only 2 reasons. Either someone had wiped out all the spirits and monsters, or they had all fled to avoid an overwhelming presence. The envoy monster Murias chuckled softly. Afterward, he said, "Could it be that we've gone in too deep?" "Oh, slow brum mentata." As he finished speaking, a mysterious blue power quickly appeared. A strange circle suddenly formed beneath everyone's feet. Then, from that circle, an ancient, slightly terrifying castle slowly emerged. Once the castle appeared, the blue power vanished and was replaced by a surge of red power. It looked horrific and dark. Seeing the situation turn dangerous in an instant, Corin shouted, ordering everyone to dodge. A blast of red power quickly struck the ground. It brought supreme destruction. Yu was on the verge of being swallowed by that power. Fortunately, Corin arrived and saved Yuan from the brink of destruction just in time. Corin looked back and said, "When I saw the true form of the opponent, I realized it was a humanoid monster." At that moment, Corin told Yuan to step back, and she stammered, "Thank you." Corin looked at the humanoid monster, wondering why such a thing was here. The monster was a multi-headed serpent. It opened its mouth wide and flicked its tongue out, looking truly terrifying. Hey, hey. Following that, a source of mysterious power manifested. Corin rushed in to attack, slashing the multi-headed serpent's body to pieces. Lumia watched, stunned, thinking, "This is the person who will one day be famous throughout the world." The Ain-style demon sword technique night slowly began to fall, and a heroic figure stood beneath the faint crescent moon. Beyond the borders of Ain exists a land called the Demon Realm. It is a place where wild beasts and demon beasts claim to be masters of the forest, existing in a strange balance. The one who shattered that balance was merely an old man holding a sword. That mysterious figure was Elisa's grandfather. He spoke up then, saying, "Demon creature, that sword belongs to me. Do not call them demon kin." A monstrous hand suddenly appeared, as they fundamentally originated from animals. A muscular body emerged, and that monstrous hand gripped the sword tightly. But rarely, there are. Demon creatures born with human-like forms, are they meant to exist or to destroy? Elisa's grandfather also raised his weapon and let out a shout. Seeing a demon creature wielding a sword, the Sword Emperor laughed. A corner of Elisa's grandfather's mouth curled up as he said, "A demon creature that knows how to use a sword." A one-sided master-disciple relationship, known only to the master, had begun. A battle between the monster and Elisa's grandfather erupted, dragging on for 8 days straight. With a face twisted in rage, he lunged forward, sword in hand. He personally gave this monster a name. The eyes of Elisa's grandfather glowed with a terrifying intensity. Their fierce battle showed no signs of ending. The monster, Murias, asked in horror, "What is that name again? You call it the Demon Blade?" "The Demon Blade. For now, only I and that mad old man know that name, but in the future, it will be known throughout the entire world. It is destined to become the strongest swordsman of the Ahan hero legends, yet will be a monster standing on Banatha's side." However, the fact that it attacked Dunor and June Sky, who are under ban, and that the multi-headed snake has not been destroyed, along with the mysterious monster continuing to fight, proves that it does not yet fully belong to that faction. That might be a stroke of luck, but it's nothing to be happy about. How can we even stop that thing? Now it's our turn. Corin suddenly appeared behind them and called out softly, "That monster." As soon as he said that, he seized the opportunity to strike. Corin then unleashed a devastating attack on the creature. A relentless chain of attacks. Lunia also charged in with her sword. She showed no signs of fear standing before these grotesque monsters. Suddenly, Lunia spoke up. "You," she said, staring directly at the monster. "Where did you learn that sword technique?" The monster didn't answer and lunged at her instead. Lunia quickly dodged the lethal blow, but the monster had no intention of letting her go. It kept pressing the attack. At that split second, on the verge of disaster, Lunia felt like her vision was about to be shredded. She skillfully dodged once more and remarked, "Humph, how arrogant." Blow after blow, the monster showed no mercy. Not just its hands, but its feet had also transformed into razor-sharp blades. The monster's eyes glowed blood red, as if it wanted to devour Lunia. Using a flurry of swords simultaneously, it attacked her with lightning speed. Lunia felt overwhelmed by the monster. She felt as though its sheer power was swallowing her whole. Corin's eyes grew sharp. He lunged forward, having always been one to control the distance with a single blade. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he shouted, "Lunia, focus your mind." A burst of brilliant power erupted, clashing against the monster's dark energy. This would decide the victor. Yet, the monster remained calm. A grotesque smile spread across its face. Suddenly, Lunia stepped forward and brutally stomped on the monster's hand. It was a decisive move, showing off all her experience. Lunia smirked cryptically and said, "Let's finish this." With that, Corin and Elisa charged in to take the monster down. They unleashed their ultimate techniques, but the monster dodged Corin and Elisa's attacks. They scoffed, "Dodging? Is that an illusion?" The monster quickly lost the initiative and began to weaken. Someone whispered, as if summoning a mysterious power into their blade. But Corin and the others were determined to end it, shouting, "We won't let you escape." Suddenly, Corin felt something strange and cried out, "Ah!" The monster was right in front of him, face to face, at point-blank range. It used its Shadow Soul Slash and 8-handed unrivaled techniques, growing stronger by the second with that terrifying, grotesque smile. Corin, Elisa, and Lunia were at a disadvantage. Corin's face tightened in frustration. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that just moving in this domain was suffocating. It's incomplete, yet it can unleash 8 strikes. A diamond-shaped symbol glowed brightly in Corin's eyes as he braced himself, using his Aiden-style sword technique, Domain Slash, Dragon's First Breath. Corin froze for a moment, his eyes blazing. In his heart, he realized that even with his full strength, he could only block 5 of the strikes. The last 3 would be impossible. Corin looked straight at Lunia, thinking, "It's targeting Lunia again." Even though Lunia was aware of the domain, she was still half a beat too slow. Corin watched her with concern, realizing if this continued, she would. He gripped his sword tightly. Seeing Lunia, he realized she was using her final defensive technique. It was a skill only masters who had reached the pinnacle could learn. The monster's eyes remained a terrifying, blood-red glow. Aiden style, the monster stood up, step by step, using the false Domain Slash. Suddenly, the monster felt something odd. Lunia spoke, "Humph, so you dodged the fatal blow?" Lunia added, "This guy is dangerous. We have to take care of him right here." Corin nodded in agreement. "I'm with you." The Demon Blade hasn't reached the level I know yet, but its ultimate technique is the one that cuts through everything, the 1,000-handed unrivaled. Corin rushed in, determined to destroy it here and now. The monster let out a unique, chilling cry. Then a figure appeared behind the monster and whispered, "Hello, old friend." The monster's blood-red eyes remained fixed on Corin. The figure that had appeared behind the monster was the monster, Murias. Murias moved quickly to finish off the monster, but it didn't end there. Within the smoke and dry remains, mysterious glowing lights appeared. They looked like the eyes of some nightmarish creature. Before they could understand what was happening, those things merged into one giant monster. It charged at Murias. The original monster wasn't dead yet. It appeared, wearing an indescribable smile. Its body was wrapped in eerie, green, magical threads. Seeing this, everyone realized they were the king's subordinates. The monster opened its jaws wide and let out a roar. It struck again, trying to annihilate everything. This proved that even the demon blade was terrified of these beings. The new monster standing behind Yusuke's looked truly menacing. At that sight, any living creature would have surrendered and fled. The monster's eyes seemed to smile. Ha! Creatures that possess near immortal lives. The Tree King, Jun Sky, and the mage, Dunarik, Corin, Alisa, Lunia, and Yu Iyuan stood there, stunned. Corin whispered, "Monsters, those are the enemies we have to face." After it was all over, they sat together, and one said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything." Alisa sat beside them, comforting them. "Don't worry, it couldn't be helped." Yen still felt guilty and said, "But still," Alisa replied with empathy, "I'm not seriously hurt anyway." Then, they thought about the monster's battle, noting that the creature had used the Aiden sword style. Alisa sat up and spoke, and asked if it was even possible for it to read a sword manual. Lunia immediately replied, "Don't talk nonsense. That's a demon beast. The only way it could learn is through hundreds, maybe thousands of battles." Lunia furrowed her brows and said gravely, "And there's only one person who would do something like that." Suddenly, someone approached and laughed. "Heh heh heh." Lunia and Alisa turned around, and he continued, "It seems my granddaughter has already figured it out." Alisa suddenly exclaimed, Grandpa?" It was Alisa's grandfather, and he said, "This is the demon blade, Garandon." Seeing this, Lunia muttered to herself, "You crazy old man, what have you done? Teaching sword techniques to a demon." Well, Alisa's grandfather chuckled. "It's just a pastime for my old age. But to be fair, I didn't teach it. I just let it watch." As he spoke, a strange aura of power emerged beneath his feet. Lunia and Alisa stood still, admiring this miracle. A moment later, Alisa's grandfather spoke up, "A domain." Seeing this, Lunia gritted her teeth and said, "That guy isn't walking within the realm of human swordsmanship, but the realm of the demon sword." Isn't that fascinating? The old man was truly insane. Alisa's grandfather laughed and replied, "Who knows? I might be about to witness the next stage of swordsmanship." Lunia cursed, "You senile old fool." Flashback to the past, a voice echoed, "Grandpa, I don't want to be weak anymore." Alisa stepped forward and told him, "Teach me the sword." Alisa's grandfather didn't hesitate and quickly agreed. "Fine, I'll teach you." Alisa stood opposite him with an incredibly serious expression, believing that those who are obsessed with the sword achieve enlightenment through hysteria. "Begin." Corin spoke up. "Even though we didn't get the magic fruit, are we still allowed to participate in the final trial?" Uskas, sitting on his throne, replied, "That's fine. But since you don't have the fruit, the final trial will favor Sky and Dun Norris." Dun laughed with glee, but Corin argued, "Hey, don't show favoritism just because they're from the Dre clan. We only lost because that sword demon showed up out of nowhere. Shouldn't we still get some advantages?" Uskas replied, "I will now announce the final trial," he exclaimed. "Now, go nurture the magic staves you have crafted." Don Norx gripped a large piece of wood with a determined look, and beside him, he carried an identical log. Uskas declared the rule, nurture it until it reaches the sky to face the giant that guards the sun. There are only 3 weeks left until the solar eclipse. By then, we must grow the staff high enough to reach the heavens. A kindred spirit drawn to the lethal allure of the blade. Alisa was struggling intensely with her training. That was how she understood the talent and demonic nature of the sword demon. "It terrifies me." Alisa gritted her teeth. Her entire body was covered in small and large wounds, yet her heart remained restless and uneasy. And to make it worse, he's stronger than me. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Alisa's grandfather instructed, "Your basic technique is still too poor." "My dear granddaughter," he then added, "but I never expected you to voluntarily ask this old man to teach you swordsmanship. That disciple of mine is definitely worth training." Hearing her grandfather say that, Alisa wondered, "If you're talking about a disciple, you mean that monster. Why not just kill him?" He replied, "I can't. He has the talent to reach the realm of the heavenly sword." Alisa looked puzzled. "The realm of the heavenly sword? This is the first time I've heard of it," he said calmly. "Of course, because it's something I created myself." That ridiculous answer annoyed Alisa to no end. The match continued. Elisa crouched to build momentum, then gripped her sword and lunged forward, snapping, "Stop teasing me." Elisa's grandfather showed no surprise. With glowing red eyes and overwhelming aura, he gripped his sword and raised it high. "Whoever reaches this realm will have the power to cut the sky and cleave the world. I really want to see a swordsman like that." He finished with a powerful strike. Elisa tried her best to block it, showing her defiance by taunting him. "You senile old man." Elisa's grandfather laughed in amusement, saying, "Haha, now you're just like your sister." Elisa looked stunned for a moment. Scene transition, Kingdom of Ellis, South Pond. Mari asked annoyedly, "Mom, can I go now?" Mariette's mother wondered, "Is something wrong?" There are only 4 days left until the spring festival ends. Colin had left a signal, "Come meet me before the eclipse on the 8th. Although she still had plenty of time writing one, she suddenly remembered a moment from the past. Mariette's face flushed red, her heart full of confusion. She still felt uneasy. Suddenly, Mariette's father ran in from outside, shouting to stop her. "No, where do you think you're going? Mary, the vacation is for the family to enjoy together. You can build your own family later." Cough. As soon as he said that, he got hit with a massive blow. Mariette's mother smiled, but radiated a terrifying aura, saying, "Our Maria is finally at the age to understand things about men, isn't she?" She then pushed the man away. "Hurry up and give due a younger sibling." "No, that's not it. Heswell, lend me a hand. Let's go." "Do. Let's go find your father." Mariette took the opportunity to leave, her face still bright red. Is this the intuition of a high-level vampire? Maria Dan instinctively sensed that in the image of a bird flying high in the sky, a new rival had appeared beside her. A clear, feminine voice whispered, "Saintess, I am Warren, the novice nun." The woman called the Saintess replied, "Is that so? Come on in." At the first holy land of Jerem, the great cathedral. Inside the hall was a mystical and sacred space. Pink hair fluttered in the breeze. She stood under the radiant light with a beautiful face and an imposing aura. That was Saintess Estelle. Estelle looked down in surprise. "Oh," but then she cast aside her noble demeanor and jumped down to hug Warren. "Oh, Warren is here." War said annoyedly, "Behave." But Estelle paid no mind, just kept stroking the soft, rosy cheeks of the other. "I heard you had a big problem at the festival. Are you okay?" Of course, she wasn't injured. But War started a spell. Warren requested, "Hurry and remove the seal for me." Estelle playfully asked back, "Whom? Why?" War stuttered shyly. "Well, it's like this. It's so suffocating. Please, help me." As she spoke, her cheeks turned deep red, and her breathing quickened. Estelle's eyes were filled with excitement at that. "You're right, it's Lan, isn't it?" War suddenly seemed to change into a different person, her expression turning bright with a beaming smile. "Saintess, I sympathize with you. We need your power." Estelle wondered, "Why?" Warren smiled confidently and said, "I want to be his main wife." Estelle's eyes narrowed with amusement, then she placed her hand on the other's head and channeled a surge of power into her. Once things returned to normal, War asked, "Has the seal been lifted yet?" Estelle replied, "I've reached the first level, sir." War looked slightly satisfied. "Very well." He then turned around decisively, ready to leave. "I'm heading out now. It's 24,000 kilometers to the eastern border. Take one and ride there. I'll be even faster." War's tone was firmer than ever, though he felt a bit sheepish he couldn't let her get there before him. With that, he bolted outside. Right out of the window, stunned by Professor Josephine's desperate plea. "No, Lan, you can't possibly do that. The trip will take 3 weeks." "What? Why on earth do we have to crawl out of a window?" War declared, "I'll be there in 2 days." On the other side, the corners of Estelle's lips curved into a subtle smile. "Isn't it fascinating? Vampire, Sword Tiger, Lunia, and Elisa. You faced it all from the battle with the Iron Mountain King to Warren's transformation, growing from an inexperienced little girl into a steadfast woman." Estelle covered her mouth with a soft smile and said, "Everyone got swept up in a whirlwind of unexpected events. And then there's our junior, Colin Locke." 3 days later, Corin was grumbling with something hanging out of his mouth. "Sword Emperor, that old man really doesn't know how to go easy on people. He hasn't even climbed the tree yet, and he's already almost dying from blood loss." After saying that, he tightened the bandage on Elisa's stomach, making her yelp in pain. "Ouch, I really am about to die." Hearing that, he told her to knock it off, saying, "You're a long way from dying." Elisa frowned. "Ugh, but I think I might still be able to climb up there." She glanced at the tree trunk across from them, but as soon as she saw the full scale of it, she shouted, "Wait, what? It's way too tall." Elisa stammered, "I think this is going to be tough." Corin reassured her, "Don't worry. Everything is going to be just fine." Elisa looked stunned, thinking to herself that he was always like this, ever since he stopped that giant, house-sized wild boar from running away. Or when he stood up to Professor Fad Dao Man while facing a diamond indestructible demon. How could he possess such an indomitable will? Even when faced with challenges that seemed impossible to overcome. Still looking toward the horizon, a voice suddenly echoed in the space. Corin, what is it that you ultimately want to achieve? He rubbed his chin and said, who knows, as the mysterious person spoke, working so hard in the middle of the night that's truly exhausting. Corin, wielder of the Queen's Spear, I have wanted to speak with you at least once. The one who arrived was none other than Doom Norks. Corin asked cautiously, what is this? Doom Norks said calmly, why do you humans interfere with the heavens descending? He slowly pushed himself up to a standing position. That's obvious. A lot of people are going to die. I'm sure you're not unaware of that, are you? His gaze was resolute, his voice sharp. He was a druid who always put nature above all else. Why do you stand on that side? Doom Norks replied. That's a given. Doom Norks said solemnly, the only conclusion I've reached after hundreds of years of living is to protect nature. Then, he glared directly at the two of them with killing intent. Humanity must be eradicated. Elisa was so pressured she could barely breathe. What? The dry, plant-like gaze held so much malice. In Elisa's eyes, at that moment, Doom Norks was no different from a demon, with an aura that crushed anyone who dared to face him, a massive, hateful malice toward this world. Corin spoke up, reminding her, watch closely, Elisa. What I intend to do is wipe out guys like him. He looked straight at Doom Norks as he spoke. Doom Norks laughed, stroking his beard. Haha, you came all this way just to hinder us. Looks like you're quite serious. Corin confidently replied, but at the very least, you're going to fail today. Look over there. Looking at the tree that was growing ceaselessly, he asked, well, do you see the difference in the growth rate? I have lived for hundreds of years alongside nature. This gap cannot be bridged by any magic on this continent. This is the very law of nature. Doom Norks frowned and spoke up. Laws, logic, principles, efficiency. You humans are always trapped by such things, always thinking you know best. Humph. After I posted on the forum about throwing the golden mandragora into the lake, many people thought that was the right answer and used it to upgrade their stats. But for me, someone who is bored with the standard way of playing the golden mandragora seed, even items as hard to obtain as that I use for experimentation. I'm probably the only one who has ever tested the cultivation system with such a precious item like the golden mandragora. The way I turned the elm tree that Elsa brought back from the first mission into a giant staff, just testing a few drops of the solution, created such huge results. Even something that has lived in nature for hundreds of years might not have seen this. The golden liquid in this bottle is something I crafted myself. A one-of-a-kind hidden piece golden mandragora fertilizer. Thinking that, he poured the bottle of solution onto the base of the tree. The system notification popped up. Golden mandragora fertilizer promotes the growth of the magic tree, creating a wide-range mana recovery field, restoring 185 mana per minute. Immediately, its effects became clear. A great wind blew in. Corin said, hey, mister. Old man, for first-time players, we usually call them noobs. I don't know how many years you've lived. Doom Norks' eyes narrowed, but there was no emotion in them. Corin laughed gleefully. But if you live a few more times, you'll realize there's always something new to learn. Watch this, noob. I'm going to start showing off my magic. He stood tall, completely unflinching. At the top of the tree trunk, a stream of light was still radiating. Elisa exclaimed in awe. Whoa, the tree trunk is getting taller and taller as if it could reach the clouds. Looking up at the dizzying height, Corin exclaimed, I never expected it to reach this point, he said contentedly. Good. The growth rate has tripled. Suddenly, a voice filled with praise rang out. I don't know what method you used, but you have nurtured them beautifully. Uskia spoke up. Now, you will head to the heavens. But as a sage of Pinky Dias, my final piece of advice is, to obtain Cloud's solas, do not miss the moment when the sun's power weakens. Uskias grabbed his hand firmly, as if entrusting him with everything he had held in his heart for so long, and like a living creature of this land. I want to bid my final farewell. Uskias bowed sincerely. From now on, everything depends on you. Stop them, young hero. Corin smiled and accepted it. Elisa also said excitedly, Corin, I'll call my sister. Are you planning to set off right now? He replied bluntly, no. The climb wouldn't be finished in a day or two. I need to prepare food, clothes, and other things. Once everything is ready, I'll set off in a week. Corin looked straight up high, thinking to himself, the final battle to claim the legendary treasure, Cloud's solas, would take place in the sky. And the time was 1 week away. Prepare yourself well, Doom Norks, because this is the strongest team I can assemble. Both of them bolted off like lightning. Meanwhile, there were still 2 young women waiting for the day of reunion. A week later, Corin looked around and spoke up. In the end, not a single person came. He wondered, confused, what on earth are they doing that nobody showed up? Saying that, he rubbed his head, his eyes fixed below. Beneath the trunk of the massive ancient tree, a man's voice rose. They were found near the barrier. This didn't happen when they were first brought in. War lay there unconscious, eyes shut tight, his face looking very uncomfortable and grimacing. Mariette was lying next to him, and she wasn't doing much better. A powerful energy source, this level of aura is terrifying. What on earth are they seeing in that illusion? Uskias explained. Indeed, they have been like this for many days. In this state, the secret realm could be in danger. I will personally enter the illusion to lead them out. The two people beside him offered, should we provide support? Uskias closed his eyes tightly and replied firmly, no. I will split my spirit and pull both of the girls out. The two people beside him offered, should we step in and help? Uskias kept his eyes tightly shut and firmly replied, no. I'll split into a clone and drag both of those girls out myself. Then he snapped his eyes wide open, wearing a panicked expression as if he'd just seen something utterly terrifying, cutting over to a surreal realm inside Mariette's mind. The people gathered here are whispering among themselves. Did they have kids before even graduating from the academy? Goodness, they sure were in a rush. Why do those kids look like absolute carbon copies of their dad? Oh, is this a wedding ceremony? Mariette's expression turned joyful as she offered a warm smile. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air, signaling the groom's entrance and instantly capturing Mariette's attention. Corin walked in wearing a sharp black tuxedo, looking so majestic and imposing that even the guests couldn't help but gasp in praise. My word, he looks so dashing. Seriously, he's so commanding. And drop-dead gorgeous. Mariette was completely mesmerized by his silhouette, her cheeks flushing a deep red, her eyes dreamy and dazed until the next announcement hit her like a devastating blow. The bride is entering. The bride? No way. Walking down the aisle was none other than Warren, draped in a pure white wedding gown. The guests gasped and marveled at the sight. Oh, she's so stunning, so elegant. War flashed a gentle smile and softly called out, darling. Seeing the two of them being so intimate made Mariette's heart shatter into a million pieces. Ah, no. Mariette sat frozen, collapsing onto the ground with a completely broken and utterly hopeless expression. This isn't right, Colin. A year has passed, and Mariette's expression looks like she's sinking into the abyss. That child looks just like Colin. An image of a happy family flashes before her. That child, Mariette thinks to herself, should have been mine. Corin was so thoughtful while preparing for the wedding, yet he's still wearing that wedding suit. Mariette can only stand behind him and talk to herself. I could give him so much more. Food, clothing, a home, land, mineral mines, jewels, titles. I could give him anything he wants. He wouldn't have to lift a finger for the rest of his life. All I need is for him to smile and welcome me home. Just that, and I would offer him everything. Now, that look in her eyes is no longer sadness, but absolute possessiveness. But Sai, I get it now. I cannot accept this failure. No, I will never accept it. Before long, Colin will grow old. He is just a short-lived species, living at most for 100 years. Mariette's hand gently touches Corin's snow-white hair inside the casket filled with flowers. But I possess immortality. I am an ancient vampire. I will turn Colin into a vampire and bind him to me. Mariette uses her blood-red magic on him. Whether as father and daughter or master and servant, it doesn't matter. He will belong entirely to me. Tears quietly fall. I can give him those 100 years. After that, he will be mine. Every trace that woman left behind until they fade, wear away, and vanish. In that world, Corin slowly opens his drowsy eyes. He sees Mariette's smile and her tears. I will give you happiness. And so, another wedding takes place. I have lost. This is the first time Warren and another version of herself have collapsed to the ground in pain, watching that wedding, giving away her heart or touching another man's hand. The happy couple is sitting inside the house, feeding each other. She laughs. Warren actually appears and asks, "What are you doing?" The other version sadly replies, "Watching." Warren asks again, "What do you want to do?" That version says, "I don't know. Suffering was not part of my plan." Oh, my dear. My husband, my love, of all the names I could call him, I want to love him normally, date normally, to have a family and children. Warren closes her eyes tightly and whispers, "Why can't you? I will help you." Scene change. Corin is sitting on the bed, greeting her happily. "Long time no see, are you doing well?" As soon as he says her name, Warren grabs his hand tightly. Warren uses her strength to push him down onto the bed, angrily challenging him. "Try and escape if you can." Corin asks, struggling, "Humph, why is it like this?" Warren tears his shirt and says, "This is your fault, Corin, because you looked at someone else instead of me." Warren's eyes burn a terrifying red, staring straight at the 2 bite marks on his shoulder. It's all. After saying that, she opens her mouth wide and bites down hard, making Corin wince in pain. After a long while, Warren lets go and angrily declares, Appa, this is your fault. Just as I gave my everything to you for the first time, your first time must also belong to me. Corin's face shows clear fear. The next morning, sunlight begins to shine into their room. A man and a woman have spent the whole night together. They hold hands tightly. Outside the window, birds are flying by. Warren has once again fallen into a happy family life with Corin, so naturally, she will bring a baby into the world. I have won. Warren's tears fall, and then everything returns to reality. Mariette has also just woken up with a smile on her lips. Wake up. A voice rings out, making them both realize it was an illusion. Uskias then introduces himself. I am Uskias, the protector of Findias, and that is Am. If you have come looking for Corin Locke, you are a bit too late. They have already begun their journey to the heavens. Exactly 3 days ago, both girls happened to have the same thought in their minds. We were too late. Are you Dong Than? She asks. But how do you know we were looking for Colin? The great sage knows this day was coming. Uskias explains. I am the great sage. I know many things. I have vowed to bury the dark pasts of those 2 or 3 girls forever. Over there, Corin and his companions have climbed to the peak. It's so cold. Colin, there's nothing here. He draws something on the tree trunk and says, just keep trying a little longer. We're almost there. According to the plot, Balor's forces will have all 4 great treasures. The Spear of Gorias, the Sword of Light of Findias, the Magic Shield of Murias, and the Stone of Destiny of Phalias. According to the game's original script, you could go to Gorias and Murias. Naturally, the relics were looted clean. I recall the text document I skipped in the game. The Magic Shield of Murias was hidden in the deep darkness. In reality, it lies in a pit full of coiling snakes. So, the words that the druid said about reaching for the sky, holding the sun in one's hands, could be understood metaphorically. If that is true, Corin suddenly demands, look there, a strong gust of wind blows. Yu shouts, Colin, the clouds are descending, they're going to collide. He climbs higher, then replies, it's not that the clouds are descending. The oak tree is still growing. Oh, the faster it grows, the more pressure it puts on them, as if trying to push everyone down to the ground. After it stops, Corin marvels at the scene before him. Oh, that place looks like a separate world with modern and luxurious architecture. A magnificent, massive kingdom floating on the clouds. Corin walks up to the main gate and looks up, saying, the walls are 50 meters high and very well maintained. Lunia frowns and says, but it's very small. Elisa asks, that's small? Lunia replies seriously, at this size, it's not a fortress for a giant of the heavens. It might be for an ordinary giant. EU speaks up, but Uskia said a giant guards the sun here. Regardless of who is protecting it, we cannot go through the main gate. Corin remembers the words of the druid from before. The magic fruit is like an entrance ticket, and he smiles triumphantly. Then we'll just knock on the door and see what happens. That makes you startle. He takes a deep breath, and uses all his might to shout loudly, come out here. The atmosphere becomes tense after he does that. The door actually creaks open. Alisa is worried, her voice hesitant. Colin Corin says, from here on out, everything depends on improvisation. From inside, a chilling voice speaks up. Who are you? Humanity. They are humans. A group of terrifying giants appears behind the door. Elisa screams in a panic. Ah, they are all high level. Colin, are you planning to fight them? The giant speaks. Speak. Humans. He lowers his head and asks, do you have the key? Corin calmly replies, we do not. The giant frowns. You don't. Then you shall become human soup. As he finishes speaking, he throws a punch. Corin calmly raises his hand to stop it. Wait. We are the pioneer heroes recognized by Lord Uskias. That giant finally stopped. He knelt on one knee to show goodwill. Soon, our master will bring you the red magic wood fruit, right? The giant asked. Very well. What is your master's name? Suddenly, he let out a twisted, creepy laugh, changing his expression faster than flipping a pancake. Lord Corin has been acknowledged by both the giant Sabon in the sky and the Saintus Fias, Corin said while pointing behind him. He also sent a representative of the Saintus here. Seeing he was the one being pointed at, Yuan was terrified. Drit, am I the representative? Immediately, a stone face leaned in close to Yuan and said, Sabon and Fias acknowledge you too. Yuan was so shocked he couldn't speak. Seeing others flustered made Corin smile even more happily. He hated Yuan and goaded him. Just try it. Go ahead and do it. Suddenly, a massive tree trunk grew, blocking out the sun. The space fell into a heavy silence. That tree trunk instantly transformed into a giant treant named Wickerman. Seeing this, the high-ranking stone man muttered thoughtfully, if they understand the red magic wood and know how to control Wickerman, then being a representative of Uskias is not hard to fathom. However, the problem is the key. Corin, annoyed by the stone man's nagging, replied, I know, I get it. Without the red magic fruit, you can't carry the sunlight, right? It's just that our hero thought it necessary to inform you in advance to show respect to the great giants. As soon as he finished, the stone man smiled in satisfaction. That's true. The situation has stabilized for now. The massive doors slowly creaked open, and the stone man welcomed them. Very well. You, the subordinates of the master, I will treat you as guests. But the stone man still had lingering doubts. However, regarding the sun, Corin responded cordially. Of course, you are absolutely right. Seeing the plan had succeeded, he smiled arrogantly and cruelly. How was that? Pretty simple, right? Lunia and Elisa could only watch, speechless. A moment later, Elisa asked seriously, is that it for the plan? Corin smirked and replied, the important part starts now. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and with a twisted smile, he boldly declared, now, we're going to clean this place out. Anticipating the situation, Corin had left Lunia and Yu Yuan waiting outside, while he and Elisa headed straight for the giant's treasure vault. Corin put on a smug face. It was a bit embarrassing to say, but in his previous round, stealing had almost become a habit, because player Park Sihu had an all-powerful cheat called the inventory. So, regardless of the area or the stage, the first thing to do was always to find the treasure. Elisa's question brought him back to reality. Corin, how did you know exactly where the treasure was the first time you came to the giant's castle? He replied nonchalantly, treasures usually have similar locations. The problem here is that we have to find the sun's sword. After walking for a while, Corin and Elisa reached a mountain of gold. It sparkled so brightly that Elisa gasped in awe. Wow. Because they found the treasure so easily, Elisa was puzzled. The ceiling is broken, but there are no guards. Corin explained, Claus Solas needs to absorb sunlight during the day, so they say it can only be taken during an eclipse when its power is weakened. Hearing this, she asked, confused, then wouldn't it be easier to just wait until night to take it? Corin shrugged, who knows? Elisa walked over and picked up a golden sword, admiring it with interest. Could we really find the sunlight in a place like this? But Corin remained vigilant. He had assumed there would be no guards. He looked at the pile of gold, skeptical, because nothing ever came that easily. Surely we can't just take the sunlight without touching anything else, right? Elisa, being naive, said that the lack of guards was understandable. Suddenly, a chicken appeared from under the pile of gold. Elisa said in surprise, it's a bit small for a giant's pet, isn't it? Suddenly, Corin panicked and warned, someone's coming. Hide. She jumped in panic. Wait, what? Hide where? A high-ranking stone man grinned, revealing perfectly even white teeth. Oh, there you are, my lovely little darling. It looked at the chicken in the pile of gold with a twisted smile. Heh, my sweet baby. Come here. In a dark corner, Corin and Elisa hugged each other and prayed silently. Please, just walk past and don't notice us. But the chicken stood there, eyes wide, staring straight at the two of them. Seeing this, Corin and Elisa knew they were done for. Spotted. The chicken looked at them and tilted its head curiously. Cluck, cluck. At this moment, Corin whispered, cursing that damn thing. Elisa quickly covered his mouth. Shh, Corin, be quiet. Suddenly, the chicken frowned and stared at them. Cluck. It immediately turned its back on them and laid a golden egg. Corin was stunned. It's not a goose. Don't tell me all these gold coins in the treasury came from that thing. Elisa immediately scolded him. How can you be so crude? At this moment, the stone man's once rigid face turned into a twisted expression as he pursed his thick lips and squeezed the chicken until it could barely breathe. Cluck, cluck. Hey. My beautiful baby is coming with daddy. Corin's mind seemed to still be dreaming about the golden egg from earlier. What the it took it away. If we could just catch one, we'd live in luxury for the rest of our lives. Elisa splashed cold water on his fantasy to wake him up. Wake up. We need to find the sun, not the gold. Then, Elisa sighed in relief. Phew. That was way too close. Corin agreed. Yeah. But as she calmed down, Elisa's eyes widened in shock because she realized her whole body was pressed against his in a very suggestive position. Suddenly, memories of that night came rushing back. Elisa remembered his ambiguous words. Brother-in-law, your sister isn't here right now. Why were those memories from that night appearing now? Back to reality, Elisa asked shyly. Hey, Corin, what do you think of my sister? Corin, feeling nothing, answered honestly. Lunia is a wonderful person. I have a lot of respect for her. Hearing that, Elisa blushed and blurted out, respect. Corin quickly added, she's a good person, talented, kind, and beautiful. What man wouldn't feel that way? She lowered her head and stammered, is that true? He frowned slightly and said, anyway, let's finish searching. The eclipse is the day after tomorrow, and it only lasts 2 hours. If we don't make it in time, Sky will receive the sun through official channels. As soon as Corin finished, Elisa stood up, her face darkening. So that's how it is. She looked up at the sky. There will be a star, no. That's the light of the sun. But then, hey. Corin and Alisa stared without blinking and said dreamily, there's something strange here. Corin also realized something was off. What is it? Step back a bit. Wait, this place is designed to absorb sunlight during the day, but it can never be accessed at night. Reasoning this out, Corin realized something. Could it be a place where even during an eclipse, its power should be weakened? Today, the half moon will rise. Truly, looking through the gap, one faces the flawless, full moon. The cloud Solas is actually disguised in the shape of the moon. It hovers over the floating island in the sky. After a moment, Corin shared his discovery with the group. Yuan nodded, saying, acting as the sun by day and the moon by night, hovering over a floating island, you say? Corin replied, it probably isn't as far away as the real sun or moon. It's likely being maintained by a barrier on the floating island. However, it certainly wasn't something they could reach just by reaching out. Yuan immediately wondered if there was any way to touch it. This was a truly difficult question, as even Corin hadn't figured it out yet. Who knows? It seems impossible for us right now, but since the solar eclipse is in 2 days, let's find a way quietly and slowly. Yu hesitated, saying, 2 days, huh? At night, the full moon shines brilliantly. During the day, it still glows just as brightly. It's just not as prominent as it is at night. Day turned to night, and another day passed just like that. By the next morning, everything remained the same. But the plans of the Corin was challenged by the fact that in 2 days, finding a way to reach the sky wasn't easy. Soon, Doom and Doom Norik would arrive. In the end, arriving 2 days early hadn't brought any real advantage. Suddenly, the voice of the high-ranking stone man rose from behind. Except for Dre, the rest of them are edible, right? Another one stopped him. Calm down. Perhaps they aren't what we think they are, but Corin was smart enough to understand. Yet, by their standards, they had been patient long enough. The giants of Sky Citadel, the Sabon giants of the sky, had engraved in their lineage the command never to attack Drit. He was among them and could only hand over the sun to those carrying the redwood magic fruit. The high-ranking stone man said with a hint of amusement, after handing over the sun, we will be free. When the mission is over, I will climb down the tree and hunt down humanity. Ha ha, the one beside him was just as delighted. Oh right, and that guy named Nuskin said he prepared a gift, too. Didn't he bring a whole bunch of snakes and toads? At this moment, Corin, who was listening behind the door, judged the situation. But regardless, arriving early wasn't entirely useless. It was already getting close to dusk. As night fell, the moon was gradually being swallowed. A strange man laughed, revealing pointed teeth. What is this? Cuck hack. Huh. Humph. Saw Matt. This place is a bit tight for giants to live in, but he stood before a group of hooded figures and said gleefully, my heart is pounding. The door is slowly opening, so now, let's go get the sun's sword. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out, stop them, catch them. The stranger frowned and paused. Wait, the Wickerman suddenly appeared, throwing the door wide open, and then Corin's voice shouted, oh, my great master, you have finally arrived. The stranger didn't understand what was happening, a huge question mark appearing on his face. Corin stepped forward with a clown-like expression and knelt, holding the hen high. My master, I have completed what you commanded. The stranger stared eye to eye with the chicken, frozen. At that moment, the chicken let out a cluck, cluck. After freezing for 5 seconds, the stranger wondered, hey, my friend, what is this? What is this? Suddenly, a roar erupted. You cable thieves! A massive sword sliced the Wicked Man in two. A group of stone men rushed in, leaving devastation in their wake. You dare to steal our treasure? Kill them all. The expressions of these stone men were out of control as they charged. Suddenly, they realized their target and calmed down. Oh ho ho, on this side, Corin had deviously placed the chicken into the stranger's hands, acting like a thief, shouting thief. Oh, great doom, oh majestic hero. Per your command, we have stolen all the treasure from these stupid giants. He then put on a blank expression. Huh? Ah, since when did I? At this point, Corin didn't bother acting anymore, revealing a ghostly grin. You old pervert, let's go destroy these idiots together now. Doom Norik said calmly, we've been played. Immediately, the battle erupted. The powerful stone man charged, kill them all, eat them up. A single punch from the stone man shattered the ground beneath their feet. It was terrifying. Afterward, the members of the cult were grabbed by the stone men and swallowed whole, no matter how much they screamed. Ah, spare me. Don't eat me. Another one had already put doom in his mouth. Kaka, doom skiaki is my portion. But before he could chew or swallow, he choked and stopped. Then he vomited Doom out, along with hundreds of poisonous snakes. Blek, ugh. Doom Norik saw the situation was unstable and frowned, turning to look. But no one could stop Corin, because by now, he had reached a point of madness. Whether it's you, Doom, or anyone else, it doesn't matter. If I can't have the cloud Solas, I'll turn it into dust. He laughed gleefully while running wildly. Ha ha ha. Now, just let them kill each other. If they all die together, that's even better. Lunia also thought he was going a bit too far. Aren't you ashamed at all, Corin? But shame was a word that didn't exist in Corin's dictionary. He felt no shame in his role as a great person. Lunia was confused. What is this great person thing now? Corin stammered. Well, there's that you know. Lunia looked at Corin expressionlessly and said, How shameful. Is this the kind of side I have to accept in my fiancé? I can't help but feel sorry. Elisa spoke up, asking, But what if Doom defeats all the giants and wins the sun? Corin replied without thinking, No problem. Elisa was surprised. Responding to her was his hideous face with a voice as deep as the depths of hell. Once we're on the ground, I'll chop down all the oak trees. Seeing this, even she felt her hair stand on end. Too evil. Demon would be the right word. While running, Corin jumped with excitement. History is only written by the victors. Ha ha ha. At this moment, in his heart, he was much more serious. Of course, getting the cloud solas is best. But if I go down first and chop all the trees, I'll leave those two minions of the king trapped on this floating island forever. Everything is going according to my plan. After running for a while, everyone stopped. Lunia asked, Wait, what is that? The whole group lost all hope, their faces drained of color. Could it be the beast that craves the song of cold steel? A mysterious figure holding a blood-red sword appeared. The monster that appeared before them was known as one where blood and heat collide, and where life and death are decided. It was none other than the demon sword. It exuded a deadly aura of extreme intensity during a life-or-death battle. Its eyes suddenly flashed with a bright red light, as if it had locked onto an enemy. Corin's group immediately assumed a defensive stance. Lunia gripped her sword tightly and said, Let me go first. Lunia stepped forward and used her protective aura technique. However, the demon's sword didn't even pay attention to Lunia and just rushed past her, leaving her stunned on the spot. Does he despise me? But immediately after, Lunia realized the problem. Planning to take down those who use fields. After all, the demon's sword is destined to become the king's vassal, the strongest swordsman in the legend of the hero Han. But for now, he's just a demonic beast, having nothing to do with the world's destruction. Corin flinched at the demon sword's sudden movement, but thankfully, he had already braced himself. Since he couldn't rely on anyone else in this battle, Corin stepped up alone, using his spear to confront the demon sword. The demon sword slashed streaked by, bright red like blood. 1, 2, 3. Corin couldn't parry the strikes coming from every direction, leaving him helpless. The demon sword zipped past him, executing the unrivaled 8-hand technique. Blood instantly sprayed from Corin's body. But it didn't end there. The demon sword turned around, landing another strike that left Corin in agony. Clang. After that blow, Corin slammed into the wall, shattering it to pieces. Seeing this, Elisa panicked and reached for her sword, preparing to fight. But Corin barked, Stay back, and Elisa froze in place. Meanwhile, Corin was severely wounded, but he gritted his teeth and growled. When you're in a fight, you only look forward. With that, he summoned every ounce of his remaining strength to shout. Elisa turned to look at Corin in concern, but carelessly forgot about the demon's sword behind her, waiting to go for her throat. Suddenly, Lunia's voice rang out, Move! You dare to underestimate me. Struggling to stand, she muttered to herself, waiting for the field to end so she could make her next move. And you're ignoring me, too? Lunia shouted in anger, I will move half a step behind the field user. Lunia was a field-style expert. Outside of the field, Lunia's abilities far surpassed Corin and Elisa combined. Even the demon sword struggled to face Lunia outside the field. The demon sword lunged in fury, but he was countered again. The demon sword had fallen into Lunia's domain-severing technique, though she knew she was at a disadvantage against his raw power. Even so, entering the field once was already pushing her limits. The fact that the demon sword managed to do it twice in a row left Lunia stunned. The demon sword lunged again, using the 8-hand technique. Lunia raised her guard as he targeting the field user instead of me this time. She felt a flicker of fear. Once this field ends, I'll use my half-step advantage to make sure I take his head off. Lunia glanced at Elisa and thought, but my little sister can only block 3 of his strikes at most. As the field drew to a close, Lunia stood silent, waiting for her chance to strike. Her eyes flashed with intensity. The demon sword frowned, seemingly having run into a snag. Suddenly, blood sprayed all over Elisa's face, causing her to widen her eyes in shock. It took her a moment to stammer, unable to find her voice. Then Alyssa let out a piercing scream, watching her older sister fight that ferocious demon sword all alone. She tried to block his blade, her hands trembling within the field. However, in the heat of the moment, Lunia skillfully switched her sword. The very next second, her blade pierced deep into the demon's sword. He let out a cry of pure agony at the sudden strike. Of course, he wasn't someone who would go down easily, so he slammed his body into Lunia, sending her flying. Bam! Even Elisa behind her was startled. Elisa instinctively lunged to shield her sister. She turned to check on her sister, worried, but Lunia spoke coldly, cough let go. Elisa stammered. But right now, your body, Lunia glared at her sister and reminded her, once you enter a battle, never look back. You idiot little sister. As soon as she finished, she collapsed, losing consciousness. Elisa rushed to catch her sister, calling out to her in panic. But this wasn't the time for grief, because she realized there was an even greater threat. Elisa slowly looked up at the demon sword's scornful expression, and she was struck by fear. How could you? Suddenly, a voice spoke out, and the demon sword's gaze shifted. A massive wickerman suddenly appeared out of nowhere behind him to stop him. Ewan limped over. Elisa, now is the time run. Elisa asked, confused, Wickerman, but he's using it twice without a sacrifice. Meanwhile, the Wickerman prepared to fight, his giant hand ready to crush the demon's sword. Naturally, the demon's sword also sensed the danger from above. Instantly, he raised his blade, preparing to use his dark sword arts, the twin dragon demonic heaven-shattering sword. That terrifying power incinerated the Wickerman's arm. Eun coughed up a mouthful of black blood as the connection to the Wickerman caused her immense pain. Then, even Eun couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, leaving Elisa alone, whimpering in despair. Watching her teammates and loved ones fall one by one was a terrifying ordeal. It was so horrific that she wanted to run away, but the demon's sword wouldn't let her go so easily. He flashed toward her with impossible speed. Elisa raised her sword to block his strike, knowing it was futile. But she couldn't run, and she couldn't be a coward and leave everyone behind. Even if she died, she had to protect everyone until her last breath. While Elisa struggled to hold on, Corin had regained consciousness and crawled over to Eun, pulling out a glass vial. Damn it. Eun saw he was hurt and asked worriedly, Corin, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. Take Lunia and go. Corin felt a pang of emptiness as he fed the medicine to Lunia. If you just give me some time, I can recover. But in this state, there's no way to get past this situation. Both my strength and my speed are suddenly. A familiar voice spoke. Hello there, you must be badly hurt. Just hearing it made Corin freeze in fear. It was none other than the Dun, and a whole group of them descended. The Dun grabbed Corin by the head and spoke with a mocking tone. He, you don't have time to worry about them. As soon as he finished, he threw Corin 8 meters away, causing Elisa to scream his name in panic. The Dun laughed in total satisfaction. Hey. But his game didn't end there. He kept hold of Corin's head, playing with him. The kid who killed PM, let's see what you've got, you bastard. Just when it looked like Corin was about to meet his maker, a familiar smile crept onto his face. Thanks. At that moment, the system backup activated. Analyzing the sword laws, Corin instantly turned defeat into victory, reaching out to grab his spear. The two were like soulmates. He understood everything with just a glance. Then, he unleashed the boundless heaven-returning spear technique, severing the Dun's limbs, sending blood splattering everywhere. Corin landed, leaning on his spear. Though he said that, the move had drained him completely. He slumped against the wall. Then suddenly, the Dun's voice spoke out. Oh, you're clearing your throat. Corin turned, confused. According to Jas, aren't you guys unable to attack each other? The Dun, hanging from a tree, replied calmly. He. That's right. But if you break the rules, your head will just explode and you'll die, right? His voice remained calm, yet his face was swelling like a ticking time bomb. A second later, he exploded, still finding the time to joke around. It's like that, I guess. In truth, the riddle quest who solves it first, or who gets the sun sword first doesn't really matter. Still, this guy is seriously tough to kill. Dun put on his helmet and sneered. Just kill and loot. Easy as that. Nearby, Corin calmly looked at his own hand and replied, I know. The very next second, he raised his middle finger and flashed a wicked, perfect smile. Then, Corin unleashed a blood spear, gouging a massive hole right through Dun's stomach. Mari cried out in worry. Corin, are you okay? But she immediately froze, her mouth agape in shock. What is that? Dun had now transformed into a twisted, serpent-like monster and asked, Are those your friends? It made Mari and Warren's hair stand on end as they screamed, How gross. Corin lunged forward and stomped on him. Seeing him rush into danger, the two of them couldn't help but try to stop him. Corin told them, "Don't worry about me, just head upstairs, quickly." Dunn, pinned under his foot, let out a mocking laugh. Hey, trying to save your comrades? I'm curious, though, as the Queen of Spears. Surely, you know, right? My master is ready to grant you divine status at any moment. Why would you fight against us? Corin replied calmly, Dunn, you and the rest of you, you're all doing it wrong. What's so great about ruling over a desolate, ruined world? The reason I'm taking you down? Simple. In the first realm, I won't turn a blind eye to the misfortune of the innocent. Spirit rank A+. Second realm restriction. I do not acknowledge these souls. Backup increases damage by 50%. Third realm oath. I will save the world. June Sky. Rank A+. Backup increases recovery status by 120%. Tennessee times 120%. Resistance to pain. Mastery of the domain. Right now, this is the perfect moment to end this. Himuro, Corin. The blade was surrounded by glowing serpents pulsing with immense power. Defeat the evil and save the world. Looking at his expression, Corin repeated it once more. Servant of the king of beasts, Dun Sky. He snatched the sword and dealt the finishing blow, the final answer to him. Ah, I want to see myself victorious. A voice echoed from old memories. A monster. The demon sword of the past was standing at the bottom of the mountain, and at the summit stood a tall, burly man. That was Elisa's grandfather, looking down with a smug smile and an excited voice. That sword belongs to me. The demon sword's thoughts emerged, recalling the old monster's actions. The crescent moon shone bright as these thoughts drifted into the infinite void, completely unacceptable. Suddenly, the demon's sword leapt up, appearing crimson against the white moon. Why had the old man taught him swordsmanship? Then, two decisive, crossing slashes came down, accompanied by the demon sword's furious expression. Back to reality, that slash was aimed at Elisa. Elisa blocked the strike, but it was so exhausting she couldn't help but let out a soft groan. Ugh. And the demon sword's internal monologue continued. Does he even know that what I inherited wasn't just the sword? At that moment, a shockwave from the collision of the two slashes forced both him and Elisa to back away. The demon sword's eyes narrowed, focusing on his thoughts. It's also the feeling he always carried when facing enemies, the swordsmanship, the physical strength, the disappointment, and the boredom he felt from being superior in every aspect. Unexpectedly, the demon sword swept his blade, creating numerous blood-red swords circling his body. That is why I understand, even with this immense power, the image of Elisa's grandfather with that disdainful smile appearing in the middle of the fight, I still can't reach that old monster. The demon sword's eyes suddenly widened with a blood-red glow, generating a terrifying aura. I cannot reach him. Then, a technique with overwhelming destructive power was unleashed, forming a massive crimson cyclone charging straight at Elisa. Elisa didn't have time to dodge the demon sword's strike, so she took the blow head-on, her entire body in such pain that her face went blank. A massive explosion erupted with a strange red light. The whole sky seemed enveloped by the demon sword's horrific power. The demon sword didn't hold back, pouring immense strength into the attack on Elisa while still lost in thought. But after climbing the tree for days to reach the sky, why did I end up like this? From within the pinkish-red smoke, a figure was still heroically moving toward the demon sword. It was Elisa Aiden, her voice soft. Even after taking the attack directly, she was unharmed. Instead, a confident expression and unusually blue eyes appeared. Elisa taunted, "You think you can't cut me?" Before she could finish, Elisa Aiden moved. The demon sword instantly lunged with a barrage of slashes at Elisa. One slash hit Elisa's shoulder, drawing blood, but she still powerfully used her sword to block as it was about to hit her neck. The demon sword still thought this situation was unacceptable. Another slash hit Elisa's body decisively, evoking a strange emotion. The demon sword, in his cruelty, did not hold back, being utterly vicious with every blade stroke to prove himself. I am the predator. The opponent is the prey, someone who could fall at any moment. Another sword strike grazed Elisa's hair tie. Then why? On Elisa's side, surprisingly, many hands suddenly appeared behind her back, joining forces to block the demon sword's strikes, which left him stunned. Why didn't it break? Why wasn't it cut? Why is she still? Elisa's face appeared with a triumphant smile and two strange glowing eyes, making even the demon sword smile in confusion. Suddenly, Elisa unleashed a rapid slashing technique with her sword covered in blue flames, a brilliant flash heading straight for the demon's sword, forcing him to dodge quickly. Elisa calmly flashed a confident smile and threatened, "You were a split second too slow." The demon's sword, hearing this, panicked slightly and hissed, yet stubbornly thought, "I still have plenty of strength. I am absolutely not slow." But it seemed the demon sword also realized something unusual about Elisa. It seemed Elisa was becoming stronger and faster with her attacks. That prey had become faster. While the demon sword was still thinking, Elisa swiftly lunged to strike. Twin Dragon Heaven Descent, Aiden's swordsmanship, single blade style, deflection. Taking Elisa's blow, the demon sword screamed in agonizing pain. But the demon sword quickly regained his composure, lunging to unleash a flurry of techniques at Alisa Aiden. Abyssal sword, peerless 8 slashes. A blood-red blade with a black core grazed Elisa's neck, followed by a series of other sword paths attacking her relentlessly. Elisa didn't just stand there to dodge. She used her body's flexibility to evade the attacks. The demon sword felt incredibly enraged by his disadvantage. For the first time since the abyssal slash, I can't feel anything at all. Those movements, it was as if he knew exactly how I would attack. Lunia suddenly appeared, using her mind's eye. But it turned out to be just a mirage of Lunia, acting as support for Elisa, who was unleashing her Alicia sword technique. The area suddenly shifted into a gloomy, eerie green. Meanwhile, Elisa lunged toward the sword demon with incredible speed. She delivered a slash straight down from above, accompanied by a piercing scream. Lunia's sword-style void-cleaving slash. The sword demon was wounded, blood gushing from his chest due to the deep cut. Ah, now I finally understand why I came all this way. Elisa stood ready for her next strike, with an image of Corin behind her and a blue dragon swirling around her. Alicia's sword's style, Corin's style. Poison Dragon's first strike. This one, she's a kindred spirit. The sword demon's thoughts grew increasingly devious as he plotted how to take down Alisa Aiden, a soul haunted by her own sword mastery. I'm here to cut her down. If I can slay her, I'll finally be able to reach that old monster. Suddenly, an image of an old man flashed through Elisa's mind. The sword demon crosses 2 blades, dead stopping Elisa's attack. Images of Marietta and Warren crossed the sword demon's mind as he fought off a swarm of monsters. How tedious. Everything bores me. The sword demon's gaze and thoughts shifted back to Elisa, who was glowing with excitement, a smile on her face as if she were about to claim his life. Compared to everyone else, it's only her. The sword demon poured all his power into his strike, his entire body heating up, burning like a raging fire. Your birth, your life, your struggles, all of it was prepared just for me. The sword demon's form looked terrifying now, radiating a deep, crimson energy. And in this moment, I am certain. Suddenly, the entire space went pitch black, leaving nothing but the red, hateful flames burning from the sword demon's side. This moment, driven only by the resolve to kill, this is the pinnacle I can reach. He raised both swords high, light and red lightning crackling around them. He surrounded himself with even more red lightning. Black Tea's sword style, sword soul form. Suddenly, numerous arms sprouted from behind him, each gripping a long, terrifying blade, the heavenly swords. All the arms unleashed their attacks at once. It created a chaotic scene of red and black, flashes of peerless sword strikes and slash. The reckless blades tore through everything in their path, leaving behind painful, devastating wounds. After unleashing his attack, the sword demon stood there, laughing triumphantly at his victory. But then, he froze, his eyes widening as he witnessed something. The sword demon slowly turned back, only to realize that Elisa was still standing there, completely unharmed. Immediately, Elisa lunged straight at the massive monster behind him. She finished them all in a split second with a single blue flash. The monsters were decimated, leaving the sword demon in total shock, watching his own minions fall. The sword demon himself was wounded, filled with anger and utter disbelief. Beyond one's resolve to kill, could there truly be a realm that surpasses it? Elisa's silhouette emerged with a strange, deep composure. Lunia's image appeared, offering words that served as Elisa's motivation. Once you step into battle, never look back. Corin also appeared in Elisa's thoughts with a profound piece of advice. When you fight, always look forward. The image of Lunia always stayed behind her as an immense pillar of support. She gritted her teeth and bit her lip, thinking of those who had always stood by her side. After that, she took each step with overwhelming determination. Pushing forward, Elisa lunged straight at the remaining giant monsters, and even the sword demon was brought down by her razor-sharp slashes. Elisa Aiden-style heavenly sword. It was a realm that no human should have ever been able to reach. Elisa landed gracefully after defeating her opponent, a rival you only meet once in a lifetime, a sword's soul. Surpassing that moment creates a miracle. The final light shone brilliantly, reflecting the pride Elisa felt in winning this battle. Infinite sword realm, broken. The sword demon gasped in agony, uttering his final words. I understand now. I learned the sword all for this very moment. The image of Elisa smiling brightly under the sun gave the sword demon the clarity to take one last step. Elsewhere, the space remained dark, with massive trees losing their leaves. The gruesome image of a different battle was unfolding with intense brutality. Corin was being chased by Dunn and his snakes. Corin was severely wounded, his mind racing for a plan. Just climbing up was already difficult enough. One of Dunn's snakes lunged, but Corin sliced it in half, then shouted, "Stay calm." Dunn, trailing behind, was incredibly excited, chasing him while jeering, "Hey, hey, looks like you're struggling." A glimpse of the cruel Dunn's past flashed by. The reason Runsky was called the Beast King was that he wasn't just a single living entity. His death would mean nothing. He was a bottomless abyss shrouded in shadow. A massive snake-emitting purple light appeared, letting out a piercing roar. Inside were countless vipers and a collection of 3 dragons. That alone was one of the 4 great treasures. Then, a horde of smaller snakes lunged out, as if they wanted to devour anyone in their path. Endless swarm of vipers. Corin looked back while running, assessed the situation, and suddenly said, "I see."